Chapter 1, A Meeting at the Grand Library. Arcana. Alejandra, I'm late. Ali charged the length of her apartment at breakneck speed, snatching up the few essentials by the door: the letter, her enchanted communication panel, and most importantly, her library card. She paused just long enough to mist her hanging orchid with a little revitalizing boost of nature mana before she stuffed one arm into the sleeve of her warm coat, yanked the door open, and rushed out. She shoved the door shut with a foot, but it got away from her and slammed with a loud bang that would most certainly earn her a nasty message from the nosy humans living downstairs. She took the narrow stairs two at a time and leapt onto the patiently waiting disc hovering above the pavement at the bottom. She slipped and landed sideways, the panel and her library card slipping from her hands and clattering across the hard surface, but fortunately this transport platform was made to accommodate the larger races, and she was able to catch her things before they spilled out into the street. "Go," she said. Purple runes lit up around the edge of the platform, making it hum and rise higher above the ground as the warm rush of nearby active mana washed over her skin. The disc turned, accelerating smoothly as it shot out to merge with the traffic. Ali took a breath. It was a good thing she had scheduled the transport yesterday. Getting lost in a good book and missing her appointment with the head of magical research at the Grand Library, Arcana, was not the recommended way to make a good first impression. Her faculty t-shirt was doing nothing to break the chill of the wind rushing past as her transport banked into the main arterial boulevard and the traffic of thousands of commuters rushing back and forth. But as she wrestled with her coat, she caught her stunted wings on the edge of the wing slots, wrenching them painfully. She winced. She should have known better. She always managed to catch the useless things on nearly everything, especially when she was rushing. She twisted, finally getting them to slip through, and pulled the coat closed against the cold. "Do I have everything?" She turned the rectangular communication panel on, verifying that the enchantments were still charged with mana, and shoved it into her coat pocket. She straightened the cover letter from the dean of the university and stuffed it in the same pocket, and then picked up the shiny platinum card embossed with the library insignia on one side and several enchanted runes on the other. Without her library card, she would not be able to even enter. At the touch of her fingers, the runes on the card activated, projecting a few glowing silvery lines of text and an image of herself into the air above it. Name: Alejandra Amariel. Race: Fae. Access: Research Assistant, unclassed. She didn't love the image they had recorded of her, but she was going to need to replace the card when she affixed her class anyway. Finally, her heart slowed to a more normal pace and her breathing eased up. "I'm going to make it," she thought. It would be close, but she would be on time. Elegantly crafted buildings whipped by on either side. Dalmora boasted some of the best stone and metal mages on the continent, and the sheer wealth and power of the grand city was on display in every artifice and construction. Thousands of magical vehicles and platforms flowed through the spotless streets like lifeblood through arteries, invigorating all reaches of the city. Overhead, the blazing solar orbs hovered, powered by the giant mana condensers a level below, radiating soft yellow light and warmth down upon the bustling city nestled in its deep underground cavern. The backdrop of chaotic busyness blended into a familiar symphony of order, that emergent sense of purpose woven from the fabric of the city. It was that pervasive and exhilarating heartbeat, the very essence of Dalmora, which had always resonated so deeply with her. Mana's sense prickled just a fraction of a second before her communication panel vibrated in her pocket. She reached in and pulled it out. "Mom, don't forget dinner tonight at my place." "Yes, Mom," she sent. "Mom, I invited some of the faculty. They will be excellent contacts when you're looking for a job after you earn your class. Can you stop by the bakery and pick up a cake for dessert?" "Sure." Ali had been hoping for a quiet dinner with her mom and dad, a chance to catch up and maybe some private discussion about her options, but her mother was always trying to look out for her future with plans and engagements, contacts and networking. She probably shouldn't have been all that surprised, but it was a problem for later. Her transport disc slowed and eventually slid to a halt at the entrance to the Grand Plaza, depositing her at the feet of the three kings: Arta Dragonsworn wielding his flaming legendary sword, Bragni Doomhammer with his massive mithril hammer of justice, and Thaldorian Stormshaper with his piercing eyes focused on the distance, casting lightning from his outstretched fingers. All three were legends in their own time, and the kings of Dalmora, rendered far larger than life in gorgeous marble embellished with expensive enchantments to depict their magical affinities. The three faced outward, watching over the residential district of Dalmara, and the artist had contrived to grant them that far-off stare of heroes. Arlie's eyes lingered a little longer on the elf king Thaldorian Stormshaper, a phenomenal archmage of incredible wisdom and knowledge, a man who, in his youth, had added the creation of the Grand Library Arcana to his impressive list of achievements. She remembered him as a kindly elf who had encouraged an 8-year-old Arlie to follow her dreams to study magic. It had not occurred to her till many years later that one of the kings visiting your mother was something remarkable. She stepped off her transport, releasing it back into the traffic. A sudden chill caught her, sending goosebumps running down the back of her arms. Quickly, she buttoned her coat and set off to negotiate her way through the throngs of people gathered on the plaza, trying to ignore the delightful medley of aromas arising from the vendors with their colorful food carts. She struggled a little through the press of dwarves, elves, and humans, all towering over her. Students, researchers, and visitors dressed in outfits she could not even place, but most of them moved when she called out, and she didn't get stepped on or tripped over this time. And when she finally emerged from the crowds, she beheld the magnificent edifice rising before her, the Grand Library Arcana. It was the world's preeminent library, easily surpassing even the Sun Elves' storied Library of Light at Arlian. There were more books here than anywhere in the entire realm, including an unmatched collection of the most advanced magical works and knowledge. More importantly, scholars and sages journeyed from far and wide to study in these vaunted halls. The very air crackled with possibility, creativity, and the heady rush of inspiration as researchers fervently toiled to unveil the secrets of the universe and the very nature of magic itself. This, more than anywhere in the vast and infinite expanse of the realms, was where she belonged. The towering cylindrical edifice of enchanted stone rose up from the ground, vanishing into the darkness, far above even the floating solar orbs. She knew it spanned the full extent of Dalmara, from the bedrock 3 city levels below all the way up to the surface far above. Glowing runes circled the outside of the building, illuminating the relief-sculpted murals upon the walls, and the immense doors of black stone stood open, inviting her to enter. Ever since she had begged her parents for a library card as a child, she had visited every chance she got. Every time it took her breath away. She took a step forward, approaching the hallowed chambers she knew to be filled with hushed patrons seeking information, soft illumination, and the indefinable scent of parchment, ink, and the weight of knowledge. Suddenly something huge and gleaming slithered out in front of her, blocking her way. Looped in heavy muscular coils, his bronze-scaled serpent body shone in the magical light. 4 powerful arms folded across his broad chest, and a surprisingly human-like face looked down at her from more than 3 meters above, minus the scales, of course. Double membranes blinked across his vertically slit reptilian eyes, and a forked tongue flickered between razor-sharp fangs. "What is this? A fey creature? Are you to be my SS snack?" His powerful voice resonated with an exaggerated sibilant hissing undertone. 4 matching scimitars were worn across his back, their leather-bound grips poking out above his shoulders. "I have this," she declared, brandishing her library card, "and I'm not afraid to use it." "Oh no, the dreaded library card of legends," he exclaimed, and then his mock-serious face cracked into a broad grin. "Hi Arlie, hi Armand, how's the guard gig treating you? It's awesome, I hit level 7 yesterday." "What, in only a month?" Arlie trickled just a little mana into her identify skill and directed it at the giant before her. A soft chime sounded in her mind and a short notification appeared. Warrior Desert Naga level. Already I can't identify his level, she thought, but she hid her frown, not wanting to take away from Armand's excitement. Either she needed to practice her skill more, or I really need to unlock my class soon. Yup, my mentor said I'm progressing really fast. Soon I'll hit level 10 and then you'll see 2 marks instead of 1. Is that when my all-powerful library card will stop working? She asked. He chuckled happily, but then his voice grew serious. She said she will take me on a dungeon run when I hit 10 to level up faster. That's great, Arlie said. Obviously a combat class like his would need to go delving or monster hunting. She knew that, but the very idea still made her heart jump against her ribs and her breath hitch in her chest. Be careful, please. She was just glad she would never have to deal with something as scary as a dungeon. I know, Arlie, I will. And she said she will come with me and keep me safe, Armand said, but then his smile returned. When are you getting your class? I just unlocked my primary class slot yesterday, she said. She had been expecting it for a couple of months now, but waking up to see that notification had filled her with such excitement. Probably she had annoyed her family with all the messages, but they had let her enjoy it. Dad said he'll unlock me as soon as I settle on a trial, a week, 2 at the most. You going to unlock at your dad's shrine? It's so cool he has that. Much respect to your family for offering its services for free. Yes, and thank you, Ali said. She dearly loved the grove with the shrine, and she had spent so much of her youth playing in her father's forest, or lying under the trees with a good book until the sun set and it grew too cold. But lately she had been so busy with studying to earn the class she wanted that she hadn't had any time to go topside and visit him. Well, good luck, Ali. Professor Maria Runeweaver arrived just a few minutes ago, and she's probably waiting for you inside. Oh, Ali's eyes widened suddenly as Armand reminded her this wasn't a social visit. Chat later, seize the future, Ali, Armand said, pressing his lower pair of hands together just below his heart and bowing his head as she rushed towards the yawning darkness of the giant arched doors and the dim light of the legendary library beyond. Despite the urgency driving her haste, she paused upon the threshold and took a deep breath. Some things should not be rushed. Warm and dry air filled her lungs, teasing her nostrils with the scent of parchment, ancient books, and the anticipation that had never diminished as she stood staring into the library. At her feet, thousands of purple runes glowed, a tiny segment of the ancient runic circle that wreathed the entire library in its profound enchantment. She recognized a rune here and there, the simpler ones from her studies, but the vast majority lay far beyond her current abilities. Once I unlock my class for an instant, a chill breeze caught her, sending cold shivers and goosebumps down her neck and back, but her coat was tightly buttoned and the actual air emanating from the library was warm as usual. What was that? But the sensation vanished, leaving her puzzled and blocking the doorway. And she would still be late if she stood here woolgathering. The feeling as she stepped across the runes and into the library was just as incredible as always. An electrifying power rippled across her skin, as if she had walked through a veil of pure energy. Her heart suddenly beat a little faster, the library grew lighter, colors deepened, and the familiar scent of ancient books filled her nostrils as she breathed deeply. Magic, she could never get tired of this feeling. Her mana sense did not react so strongly to ordinary magic, but the library's runic circle was legendary-grade magic, powered by the full output of 2 of the giant mana condensers, and inscribed into the stone foundations using the most advanced rune magic known to the foremost scholars and archmages. She had heard many of the professors at the university, and the visiting scholars too, describe it as one of the wonders of the modern world. Researchers and mages traveled across continents just to study in these halls, and one day I will understand it. It was the promise she made to herself every time she stepped through this doorway. In the back of her mind, 2 soft chimes sounded, and 2 notifications appeared. You have entered the Grand Library Arcana. All learning and knowledge magic is enhanced by 10%. All the tension from the last half hour of frantic rushing drained away. Her head tilted back as she stared up at the soaring bookcases that lined the walls. Great circular shelves laden with uncountable tomes lined the inner walls of the library, rising layer after layer until all she could see was the flickering light of the hundreds of clerks, librarians, assistants, and researchers darting about like fireflies in the air above. In the center lay the huge atrium, a yawning opening that led down to the lower library levels where the advanced magic texts were stored. Her eyes lingered longingly on the landing and the long spiral staircase clinging to the edge of the atrium, teasing at the extraordinary knowledge that awaited mages who had achieved sufficiently high-class levels. Ali had never been down there. For an unclassed person like her, just being near many of those enchanted books would pose a mortal danger. Once I unlock my class, she sighed, reiterating her thought like a mantra. She was so close, only a week or 2 more. Alejandra Amarillo. The voice carried the formal, cultured overtones of someone more familiar with the high elven speech favored in many academic circles, one with which Ali was rather familiar. She turned to find a tall blonde sun-elf woman sitting at a long table frowning at her over-expensive-looking platinum-rimmed glasses. Even at this distance, she could feel the enchantments and mana emanating from her. Holding back a little smile, she turned and answered in Elvish instead of the common language of Dalmara. Yes, teacher. Remembering to practice her identify skill on high-level people, she used it as she stepped forward to hand her the dean's letter. Mage Sun Elf level, you're late, the elven woman said, conspicuously retaining the common language rather than answering her in Elvish. Come join the others and we will get started. Ali felt the flush rising all the way to the points of her ears, but she rushed over and took a seat at the table, one of the taller chairs beside the gnome who was glaring judgment daggers at her. Ali glanced around the table finding two human women, one of which smiled at her and gave her a little wave, a male dwarf and a pair of wood elves that looked like twins, brother and sister. Everyone was dressed in expensive-looking robes, and she was suddenly grateful that her coat covered her far too casual t-shirt and shorts. Now that we're all here, my name is Maria Runeweaver, Professor of Runic Magic at the University of Dalmara and Head of Magical Research at the Grand Library Arcana. Thank you for your interest in the academic and scholar path. Both the library and the university are always in need of magical researchers, assistants, librarians, and non-combat mages. So if you unlock any class in one of these domains, you will be in good hands. I will be responsible for your class trials. In order to create the proper challenges so that you can earn the correct experience traits, I will need to know what sorts of classes you're each studying for or hoping to unlock. Why don't we begin with you, Dimble? Maria asked, gesturing toward the gnome Ali was sitting beside. Sure, Professor Runeweaver, he said, bobbing his head. I'm Dimble Bollywoggle and I'm hoping for an engineering class. I wish to specialize in magical power couplings and my dream job is to work on improving the formations for the mana converters. Dimble stuck his chin out and glanced askance at Ali. What's his problem? She thought, deciding she didn't like him much. Maria raised an eyebrow. I assume that you're here instead of the engineering guild because you want to focus more on research than practical applications. Yes, he answered, his head bobbing up and down so quickly Ali worried it might come loose. Very well, she said, jotting something down. I will need to talk with the engineering guild regardless. I'm not as familiar with what would constitute a good trial for you. What about you, Ilorna? Maria asked, looking at the wood elf twin sister. Librarian, miss, she said, bowing her head. Very good. And you, Selka? Archivist, her brother answered. Or librarian would do too. I want to study elven social and cultural anthropology. How about we try for both of those and add historian to your list? That way when you use Mr. Amariel's shrine you're certain to get at least one of them. If you unlock all of them, you can just pick your favorite. Yes, Professor Runeweaver, Selka said, his tone formal but his face betrayed substantial excitement. Ali got a couple of surprised looks from around the table as the more observant students put two and two together, connecting her family name to her father's shrine. Aleandra, Maria asked, still finishing up her note-taking. Rune Sage, she said, the words just spilling out of her mouth before she could catch them. You're aware that's a rare class, Maria said, looking at her over the tops of her glasses. Yes, Professor, she answered. Whatever had possessed her to just blurt that out like that? I meant to say I'm interested in magical research, particularly runic magic and formations. Rune Sage is my dream class, but I would be happy with Arcane or Runic Scholar or some similar common class to start with. That seems more appropriate, Maria said. What makes you think you could get a rare class like that right at the start? People must work to grow their skills and evolve their classes. That was the proper official position. Rare classes were just that, rare, very rare. Starting with a rare class was nigh impossible, and Ali knew that. It had been drilled into her from the start by every single teacher, instructor, and professor. Hard work was what paid off and grew a class into something more. But is it so bad to dream? I have a nature and arcane affinity already and 2 cantrip spells as general skills. I can create all the foundational arcane runes and most of the nature ones. Obviously, I can't imbue them with mana yet. Her words trailed off as she realized everyone was staring at her. So unfair, Dimble muttered. How does she have an affinity already? Be nice, Dimble, Maria said. The Fae are a magical race. They sometimes unlock affinities and spells before their class. They have real disadvantages that you don't have to worry about too. And then Maria turned to regard Ali for a long moment. So you are Eloin Amariel's daughter, Ali nodded. Would you mind showing me your magic? Okay, she answered. She hadn't expected to have to do a demonstration, but she didn't mind. She never minded using her magic, even as weak as it was. She frowned a little as she saw Dimble staring, but she trickled a little of her mana into her arcane cantrip skill. Warmth surged from her heart, flowing smoothly through her chest, and down her arm to emerge before her outstretched fingers as a growing spark of shining golden energy. She ignored the sharp intake of breath from across the table and just focused on directing her magic, sculpting it in the air with her mind until she had formed the first rune her mother had taught her, the foundational arcane power rune. "It's gold," someone whispered. It hung there, floating in the air, a construct of pure mana. It sparkled. It was a silly thing, a childish vanity perhaps, but she had always loved that her arcane mana matched her amber eyes, while her nature mana matched her hair. "Excellent," Maria said. "You said you have 2 spells. The other one is a nature affinity cantrip that lets me influence the growth of plants," she said. Almost certainly she had inherited that affinity from her father. However, it had been Aunt Lyra and the dryadic insight of her tree that had inspired Arlie to take her first steps along the path of nature magic. She mostly just used it to encourage the wildflowers in the grove to bloom, but lately she had been limited to using it on the potted plants in her apartment. "We can take a look at that one later. Perhaps aiming for an advanced rune magic class is not such a bad idea for you," Maria said, pausing momentarily in thought, and then making some rapid notes. "My book, Advanced Classes for the Runic Scholar, is up on the 3rd row, 4 across. You're a fae, why don't you zip up there and get it quickly? Look for the white book with purple runes on the spine." Maria's words hit like a sudden gut punch. Blood drained from Arlie's face while the voices and lights faded to a dull background roar. She gasped as everyone stared at her, curling up inside herself, desperately wishing the ground would open up and swallow her whole. "What's wrong?" Maria asked, suddenly looking up. "It's just up there." She pointed to the bookshelf that hung more than 15 meters above them. It might as well have been on another planet. "I can't fly," Arlie whispered, the words barely leaving her lips before she tried to swallow them back. But the tiny sound of her voice was a clarion bell alerting everyone to her shame. Her stubby golden wings had never developed properly. Now they jutted out from the back of her coat, a painful reminder that what should have been a beautiful hallmark of her race was instead a beacon for childhood bullies and later, adult pity. Maria Runeweaver gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as her eyes widened in shock. I am so sorry," she said. "Aleandra, please, I didn't mean." She seemed to be in such distress that it shocked Arlie right out of her own dark emotional pit. "It's okay, you didn't know," she managed. "I'm really sorry, Aleandra," Maria said, clearly trying to collect herself. "Here, let me get it for you. I still want you to read it." Arlie's mana sense prickled with an invigorating energy that suddenly rushed through her like a fresh, warm breeze. Purple runes flickered into existence around Maria's hand, and something barely visible shot out toward the shelf far above. A white book with purple runic inscriptions extracted itself from among its peers and flew back down to alight upon the table before Arlie. Arlie blinked in astonishment at the casual use of runic magic. "Telekinesis via runic casting," Maria said, "a peace offering of a sort. One of the benefits of the class you so desire." "That was beautiful," Arlie said, her body still trembling from her slowly fading emotional overload. "She's a rune sage." She glanced down at the white book before her, bearing Maria Runeweaver's name. "Why don't you start reading that while I finish with everyone else?" Arlie nodded, grateful for the distraction, and opened the cover while Maria worked her way through the rest of the hopefuls sitting around the table. Each chapter covered a class, including expected class skills, directions for growth, known requirements for unlocking it, and generally everything someone like Maria may need in order to help her with her pre-class trial. Common classes such as Runic Scholar near the front of the book had detailed information, drawn from the research of thousands of people, but as she approached the less common classes near the end of the book, the content grew progressively more speculative. She turned the page and froze as her eyes drank in the words that leapt from the page. Runic Sage, rare. At the time of writing, the author is aware of only 11 class holders and was only able to secure 6 for study. A powerful non-combat, arcane affinity magic class focused heavily on creative application and research of runic magic and formations. It appears to be based on a strong foundation of intelligence and the knowledge trait. Known skills include runic formations, rune casting, inscription, runic script, craft runic artifact, runic circle, mana circuit comprehension, and various forms of mental haste or knowledge enhancement buffs. Broader arcane affinity-related skills such as mana sight, flying, or various forms of teleportation have also been observed. Requirements: unknown. At the very least, a strong affinity for arcane magic and understanding of runes has always been present before unlocking the class, but there are too few examples to draw any further conclusions. All her life, Arlie had been aware that her mother and father were quite well regarded in Dalmara, but it was only when she had started at the university that she had truly begun to appreciate the sheer importance of her mother's research. While she would be unable to aspire to her mother's unique class, Rune Sage would at least allow her to take her first steps down that path. Before diving into the details laid out before her, Ali flickered a little mana into her arcane cantrip. One golden rune appeared hovering around her hand as she clung fervently to the intricate image of Maria Runeweaver's telekinesis spell. More mana and a second rune appeared. She bit her lip, her brow furrowed in concentration, and forced a little more mana into her skill. A golden blob appeared. She willed it into shape, but it wobbled precariously in the air, refusing to comply. She focused all her will on it, forcing it into shape, but as she did, the other two runes popped, falling to the table as golden glitter. With the crazy emotional rollercoaster her day had become, what should have been a minor setback caused her throat to close up, and she blinked away sudden moisture in her eyes. "That was a pretty good effort, Alejandra," Maria said. "Don't give up, that's a fantastic way to work toward your class." She was about to answer, but at that very moment a deathly chill washed over her. Her body froze, and it was as if she stood on the precipice of her own suddenly opened grave. She gasped at the sudden ominous premonition. "Did you feel that?" she managed. What? Suddenly a heavy thump echoed up from the bottom of the atrium and the entire building shuddered. Gasps sounded from the table and a distant scream rose from a level below. Wide eyes stared at each other uncomprehendingly, and then the lights went out. Another scream, this one far closer. Glowing red orbs popped into existence, floating all through the library, casting it in a strangely terrifying light. And then a siren began wailing and an enchanted voice echoed through the library. "Alert! Dalmora is under attack. Return to your homes and shelter in place. The guard is deployed and the barrier domes are active. Do not panic." Another thump shook the library, jarring the stone underfoot and knocking books from their high shelves. "Let's all not panic," Maria said, but her wide eyes and shallow breathing were anything but reassuring. And then the cold sepulchral pressure suddenly spiked as the air behind the professor, ripped like an invisible knife, had slashed downward through the fabric of reality. Before Ali could even move, a half a meter of darkly gleaming steel suddenly burst out from the front of Maria Runeweaver's chest. The front of her robe suddenly turned red as her eyes widened in shock. Her throat worked once, then twice, but the only sound that emerged was a sucking gurgle. Blood spilled from her lips, and her eyes rolled back in her head as she slowly slid forward, slumping to the ground. The skeleton behind her stepped on her back and drew the sword out, and then turned the glowing red pinpricks of mana burning in its eye sockets upon her. Ali screamed. Chapter 2. Dalmora, city of learning. The body that had once been Maria Runeweaver squelched in a pool of blood as the heavy-set, creaking skeleton stepped off of her, advancing toward the table. The longsword hung loose from bony fingers, the tip screeching as it was dragged along the bloody flagstones. Mismatched pieces of armor hung from the bones, clanking discordantly with each step. Ali jerked back, her stomach heaving as everyone fled, their screaming unable to drown out the hammering of her heart. Her chair toppled backward, spilling her onto the floor with a bruising thump. Splinters of wood pelted her as the skeleton's blade bit deep into the wooden table right where she had been sitting. Flickers of light rippled throughout the library as those who could evacuated using personal teleportation skills, talismans, or artifacts. "She's dead." Ali scrambled backward on her butt, unable to tear her eyes away from the creaking bones, the dripping sword, and the sheer malevolence as it transfixed her with its horrifying, glowing gaze. A loud, muffled thump shook the library, and the skeleton stumbled drunkenly to the side. With a burst of adrenaline lending her arms and legs sudden strength, she scrambled to her feet and fled, heart racing as she gasped for breath. I should have." Ali had seen death only a couple of times before, but never with such sudden brutality, and never a person dying at the hands of a monster. That was a skeleton. The undead were horrors for the combat classes. It was terrifying to even read about them in books. That one had appeared in the library. She simply couldn't believe it, and yet she was fleeing for her life. She shot out of the library, desperately trying to outrun the clanking footsteps that chased her. It grew louder and louder as the urge to look became unbearable, but then she suddenly caught sight of a flash of slithering bronze scales. A burst of wind buffeted her as it flew past, and suddenly a loud crash echoed off the walls behind her. She tripped, rolling head over heels, landing in a pile of something hard and pointy, but her eyes were glued upon the terrible battle. Outlined in the gigantic doorway, a gleaming desert naga unleashed a dizzying flurry of attacks with 4 saber-wielding arms as thick as Ali's torso. He hissed as the skeleton's blade sliced a long gash across his ribs, but his double overhanded strike cleaved the monster's bony arm clean off its body. "Armand," she whispered, her body suddenly weak with relief, but still she held up her library book like an improbable shield. But to Ali's horror, the loss of its arm did not even slow the skeleton down. It returned with another devastating jab which Armand barely parried. Furious battle ensued, with a dizzying blur of attacks and counterattacks, Armand hissing and the skeleton clacking its jaws while the ring of steel echoed through the plaza. A moment later, Armand lashed out with his enormous tail, knocking the skeleton down, crushing a femur, and the flurry of swords rained down, decapitating the monster. Still, it twitched upon the pavement, clawing toward her with its one remaining arm. Armand hit it again and again until he had separated every bone from the monster, beating the unholy unlife from its bones with sheer brute force. Ali stared at the remains for a long time, ready to scream, run, or something, but it failed to move. "Ali, are you hurt?" Armand asked, slithering up to her. "No, I don't think so," she said, checking herself. "But Maria, she choked up as the gruesome memory proved too much for her. "The others fled already," Armand said, "but you didn't come out. And then there were the skeletons. What is going on?" "I do, skeletons." Ali glanced around, registering for the first time that the previously bustling plaza was deserted, abandoned carts and possessions dotting the open space like so much discarded trash, under the pulsing red of the emergency lights. Smoke billowed from a few burning carts, shrouding the plaza in a haze. But when her eyes fell to her surroundings, she found herself sitting among a pile of dark grey shattered bones. She yelped, springing to her feet, and launched herself toward Armand and safety. "We need to go," Ali said. It was the one clear thought in her mind. The alarm had said to go home and wait for the guard, so that was what she was going to do, safe, inside the barriers. They were already up, giant domes of purple magic, beckoning to her with the promise of safety through the apocalyptic red haze. "Yes," Armand said, "I can take you home." Ali could have hugged him right then. "Can you call us a transport?" Armand asked. "My communication panel broke in the fight." He carefully sheathed 2 of his blades, keeping 2 scimitars at the ready, slithering slowly beside her, slow enough to accommodate her small stride, but still with a sense of urgency. Ali hurried along, reaching into her pocket, but found her communicator was offline. "It's not working," she said, shaking the thing and checking again. Another explosion shook the ground and she caught herself against Armand, but instead of hard, smooth scales, her fingers encountered something warm and sticky. Pulling her hand back, she gasped at the sight of blood. "Armand, you're bleeding." "I'll be okay," he said lightly, but his grim expression told a different story. "Why are the undead here?" he asked, changing the subject. "I don't know," Ali answered, shivering. It would be a long walk to get home, but the further from those horrible skeletons and that terrible tear in the fabric of reality, the better. They walked or slithered side by side for a while in silence until they reached the feet of the 3 kings. "Where's the guard?" Ali asked, looking about. Where, for that matter, was anyone? The deserted plaza had been one thing, but staring out at the main boulevard, now empty of all traffic, sent a fresh chill down her spine. "I don't see anyone," Armand said. "I'm not sure I like this." "We have to remain positive," Ali said. At least that's what she had always been told. "We just need to reach the barriers and then we'll be safe." But her own words sounded hollow. There should have been a barrier around the library, and there should be guards swarming the area, high-level combat classes. She pressed on, following Armand, leaving her worries to fester in the background of her mind. It was not like there was anything she could do about them. They walked for almost half an hour, past the administration buildings and community centers ringing the plaza, and Ali's legs were getting tired. It was when they approached the first terrace that Armand suddenly stiffened up, stopping in the middle of the street. "What is it? I hear something," he said. His head swiveled quickly from side to side, scanning the area, and then he gestured with one of his lower arms. "Stay behind me." There was a soft skink as he drew his other 2 swords, and he slithered forward, pausing to listen carefully before turning onto the next street. Ali could hear nothing, but when she followed him around the corner, she immediately froze at the sight of the gruesome scene. It wasn't so much what was there, but what was not. Right in the middle of the street, garishly red upon the dark stone pavement, were several large pools of blood. And leading away from each was a trail painted across the street where something or someone had been dragged away. "Armand," she whispered. "I know," he said, his voice just as low as hers, but he slithered forward, his muscular body rippling across the stained pavement without so much as a sound. Up ahead, Ollie heard a clang, the rattle of steel touching steel, and her head snapped up to see a skeleton emerging from a side street. Her heart began to race, and her throat spasmed involuntarily as she suddenly noticed that half of the skeleton's body had been bathed in something crimson. Armand did not hesitate. His form blurred as he shot across the street, trash and dust bursting into the air in the vacuum of his wake. Swords clanged against plates of armor and cracked against bone. Arlie hid, pressing herself up against a wall, trying to make herself as small as possible behind a set of stone stairs. She was not a combat class like Armand. Worse, she didn't even have a class yet. All she could do was stay hidden and be grateful for Armand. She would never have made it out of the plaza without him. She poked her head up when the banging and crashing stopped and the street grew suddenly silent, finding Armand standing over a pile of bones looking cautiously around. Arlie stepped out and joined him. He's injured again, she thought, spying several fresh cuts dripping blood down his arms, and I can't even help him. I leveled up again, Armand said, grinning. I had no idea it could be this fast. Arlie blinked at the incongruity of his happiness, but upon a moment's reflection she realized what it meant. A stronger Armand would make both of them safer. That's awesome, Armand, she said quietly. And truly it was, but her thoughts and eyes returned to the blood stains in the street, and the pile of crushed and chopped bones at their feet, in the middle of the residential area, without a barrier protecting it, and still no sign of the city guards. Another muffled thump shook the city, and in the distance one of the great purple barrier domes flickered once, twice, and then suddenly it shattered into a cloud of purple smoke and glittering sparks that drifted upward toward the floating solar orbs, still pulsing with the red of the alarm. Hey Armand, she said, suddenly making a decision. I'm worried about my mom. Do you mind if we go there first? I know it's a little further. In truth, the worry was clawing at her heart with the cold fingers of dread. Something was very wrong. There shouldn't be skeletons this far into the residential district. There shouldn't be skeletons in the city at all. But they hadn't seen a single person since leaving the library, no guards, no fleeing people, nobody riding on a late transport, nothing. And one of the barriers had just gone down. We need to leave the city. She didn't want to go hide at home behind a barrier that might break, hoping for guards that wouldn't show up. She needed to leave the city entirely, and there was no way she was leaving her mom down here with the skeletons. At least with Armand's help she could get her mom to safety. Yup, that's a good idea, Arlie, Armand said, inclining his head. That way, right. The eastern quarter, yes, inner ring so it's not too far, Arlie added, previously unnoticed tension suddenly easing from her shoulders as Armand agreed to her plan. Thank you. Your mom is well connected, she should be able to tell us what's going on, Armand said, his voice oozing calm and confidence. But he kept close by, setting an urgent pace, and Arlie rushed to keep up. As they drew closer to the glowing purple wall of the barrier, muscles Arlie didn't even know she was clenching began to ease. It's just over here, she called out to Armand. He was slowing down now, and his breathing was labored, but at least most of his bleeding seemed to have stopped. She led the way confidently. Even though her communicator panel wasn't working, just the fact that she had it in her pocket should allow them both access through the protective magic promising safety just up ahead. And her mom lived just a few streets up from here. Arlie, wait up, Armand said. She turned, finding him breathing heavily, struggling now to keep pace with her urgent rush. Behind him, the bakery she had promised to stop by at on the way to dinner loomed shuttered and deserted. She stopped, giving him the chance to catch up, smiling encouragement. Mom keeps emergency healing potions at her house, she said. We'll get you fixed up in a minute. But his eyes suddenly widened, staring past her, and his fists clenched around his swords. Arlie, he shouted, his body suddenly blurring with speed. Arlie turned her head to look back at whatever was lurking behind her, but her body moved too slowly. Everything happened so quickly. Armand's enormous body slammed into her. She flew across the street as something drew a line of burning pain down her arm, and she bounced off the purple barrier with enough force to knock the wind out of her. Her body hit the pavement, head cracking painfully against the stone, but she scrambled to her feet, struggling to move her right arm as her amber blood spilled from her fingers onto the ground. She gasped, struggling for breath that wouldn't come, but her heart froze at the sight of the gleaming sword protruding from Armand's back. Armand, she reached with her dripping hand, stumbling toward him. The giant skeleton stood a head taller than even Armand's enormous height. In the frozen moment of silence, her mind registered the heavy armor and the shining greatsword. Before she could utter a single sound, the skeleton wrenched the sword sideways out of Armand's body. It blurred in the air and came down in a vicious overhand chop that tore through Armand's scaled torso from his shoulder, winding up lodged in his sternum. Crimson sprayed up into the air, splashing against her face and neck, drenching her coat. 4 sabers clattered loudly as they hit the ground. "Armand," she said, her voice weak and tiny. "Ali, run," he whispered, blood gurgling out of his mouth. And then he hit the ground with a heavy thump. Whether she screamed or not, she did not know. All she knew was she found herself scrambling toward the barrier in a frantic state of sheer panic. She hammered her hands against the unyielding magic before her mind caught up. Key clanking footsteps echoed behind her. She reached into her pocket and fumbled the communicator panel with blood-slick hands. It fell to the ground and bounced, skittering away from her grasping fingers. Metal scraped against stone as she frantically chased the panel. Wind whipped past her ears as she ducked to pick it up. The clang of steel rang out loudly as the heavy sword hit the impervious barrier. Grabbing with all her might, she slammed the panel against the barrier, and suddenly it gave, pitching her through the wall of magic to land sprawled and bruised on the stone beyond. She leapt to her feet and flinched as the sword hit the barrier again, right in front of her face, but it bounced off as the skeleton glared at her through the transparent magic. It took another strike before Ali breathed, realizing she was finally safe. Her eyes found Armand's crumpled, unmoving body and her heart sank, weighed down by a sudden flood of guilt. "I shouldn't have rushed ahead." Tears spilling from her eyes and blood dripping from her fingers, she turned and fled. Familiar streets flew by in a blur, but all she could see was the horrific spray of crimson blood and hear the terrible whisper of his last words. Even as he died, his thoughts were for her safety. Her hand left bloody amber prints upon the door as she hammered on it. The door suddenly opened, and she pitched forward into her mother's surprised arms. "Ali, oh my goodness, what happened? You're bleeding." Ali struggled to form the words, but her mother did not wait, pulling her inside and slamming the door shut. She yanked the first aid kit from the hallway cupboard, reached in and grabbed a red vial and appended the contents into Ali's mouth. Ali spluttered and choked, but she managed to swallow it down. Warmth blossomed from her stomach, rapidly spreading as it infused her shaking limbs and trembling body with its magic. Pain receded and her arm stopped bleeding as the gash from the skeleton's sword knit itself closed. "Alejandra, what happened? I heard the alarm and the evacuation warnings, but the communication panel isn't working. I have been trying to get hold of you for ages." There, he's dead," Ali gasped. "Easy, breathe first." Ali took a deep breath. The potion pulsed again, filling her with healing magic. Her headache faded and her mind steadied. "Now, why don't you start at the beginning? You were supposed to be meeting Professor Maria Runeweaver in the library." "She's dead," Ali said, the words simply blurted out. Her mom gasped, but she continued. "It was a skeleton. It stepped out of something, a tear in the fabric of reality, a portal." And as soon as she started, the entire story tumbled out of her, words spilling over each other like a river breaking its banks. "But that's impossible," her mom said. "Where was the guard and the barriers?" "There was nobody, Mom," she said. "Not just the guards, it was just me and Armand, and we had to walk from the library. There was no barrier around the plaza nor anything around the first terrace." That shouldn't be possible," her mom said. "But you're safe now, the barrier will keep them out." "Mom, I saw one of the barriers fail. I really think we need to get out of the city." "Look, Ali, I know you've had a horrible day. You said you ran all the way from the library with skeletons chasing you, you were injured, and Armand." Her mom trailed off for a moment, staring intently at her. "All I'm saying is, maybe you were mistaken. The barriers are indestructible. If we stay here, we will be safe. If we go outside, we might run into monsters." "It really broke," Ali said. Somehow she needed to convince her mother. If they stayed here, she knew they would die, just like Maria, just like Armand. The entire western residential district barrier shattered with one of the explosions. "Please believe me, we need to hurry." Her mom held her gaze for a few moments in silence. "Please, Mom, I believe you, Ali. Let me get a few things. We can leave by the southern gate and meet up with your father in the grove. His domain and elementals should be able to protect us. She believes me." Knots of tension dissolved from her neck and back, and she reached out a hand. Her mother took it and gave her a reassuring squeeze before she began collecting a few important items. Ali shrugged out of her blood-soaked coat, dumping it with a wet splat in the bathroom for now. She slipped her library card between the pages of her library book, closed it, and tucked it under her arm. By the time she was done, her mother was ready. They stepped out of her mom's studio apartment and walked cautiously down the deserted street. Even though her mother's wings worked just fine, she chose to walk beside Ali, and for that she was incredibly grateful. It took a few minutes to reach the purple barrier, a soaring dome wall of magic that arched high overhead, protecting the entire district. But Ali's eyes were glued on the street beyond, and the bloodstains that were all that remained of Armand. Where is he? Ali, that is an undead skeleton, her mom said, and following her gaze past the stained pavement, Ali caught sight of the huge skeleton that had slain Armand. And where there are skeletons, you can be sure there is a necromancer, and I have a feeling I know who it is. Her fists were clenched tight at her sides, and her eyes were narrowed, frowning at the monster, as if she could unmake it with the force of her glare. A necromancer, Armand is. Her eyes fell upon the terrifying armored skeleton given ghastly unlife by the necromancer's magic. A loud thump shook the ground, and suddenly all the lights went out, leaving just the glowing purple dome. Ali yelped as she hit the ground, but a second more powerful blast detonated right in her face as the entire dome shattered, filling the air with sparks and shards that slowly faded, leaving them in utter darkness. Ali sat up in a daze. Mana prickled along her skin, and suddenly a golden wall appeared right before them, and the giant skeleton clattered loudly as it slammed into the barrier magic and bounced off. Ali caught her mother's eyes and saw both fear and determination in her. All her life she had been taught that the barriers were invulnerable. No matter what, she could shelter under their magical protection and be safe. She knew her mom had believed it too, not anymore. Ali scrambled to her feet, reaching for her mother's free arm. Mana surged again and a second golden wall appeared, trapping the skeleton in a side alley, and they fled. On and on they ran through the pitch-dark, deserted city, navigating by the light of her mother's golden barrier magic. But the city was far from silent. The muffled clanks and scraping of steel, or the clacking of bone footsteps announced each new skeleton. Her mother was no combat class, but her barriers blocked each monster, leaving them time to escape. Distant ethereal screams floated through the air, punctuated by explosions. And still they ran, pausing for breath only when Ali ran out of stamina, and then only long enough for Ali to drink a stamina potion. At least her mom had had the foresight to pack potions. The southern entrance into Dalmara was an enormous chamber hewn from the bedrock of the mountains themselves. The city's largest radial boulevard emerged from the entrance hall, normally teeming with traffic of all kinds. Carts pulled by tamed beasts, flying people or mounts, magically engineered transports of infinite variety. Now, however, it lay silent in the darkness. Ali hugged herself, rubbing her bare arms against the sudden icy breeze. Nearly there, her mom said, trying to be cheerful. Outside the gate they would simply follow the short passageway upward, and then they would find themselves above ground in the grove. Safe. Ali followed her mom inside. What she found was a scene of utter destruction. The giant stone doors that protected the city from the outside world lay shattered, strewn across the chamber as giant boulders and rubble. Among the jagged stone lay the bodies of the missing defenders, crushed and mutilated. Ali's gut tightened, clenching painfully as her eyes recoiled from the terrible carnage. Over by the far entrance, 24 defenders stood, their expressions frozen in abject terror by the enormous blocks of ice that entombed them. An unnatural, bone-chilling wave of cold rippled through the room. Frost coated her eyelashes, and her hair, as visibly growing ice, crackled and crept across the floor. Ali shivered as the aura hit her, dragging her mind into a frozen pit of terror and despair. What happened? She struggled, her body shaking from fear and icy cold as the blood drained from her face. Something moved. A crunch of a heavy footstep on ice. Shuddering and unable to flee or even to scream, she slowly turned. The dark figure emerged from the shadows, its huge bulk shrouded by a black hooded cloak. Leather creaked as it moved. Metallic clanking echoed from the chamber walls, the sound of heavy plate armor. Another heavy footstep as dark steel crunched against the ice. A frigid blue glow emanated from under the black cloak, illuminating the splintering ice growing around its feet. And when that shrouded head turned toward her, she was transfixed by two piercing pinpoints of blue and the sudden wave of intense cold crawling across her skin. Ali's heavy breathing echoed loudly in her ears. "Don't be afraid," her mom whispered. A warm hand grabbed Ali's frozen one and a rush of sparkling mana filled her, banishing the fear instantly. Ali reeled at the sudden whiplash of her emotions. Magical fear, what is that thing? He has come for you, Elo in Amariel. When it spoke, it set the very chamber to trembling. Shards of ice cracked, coming away from the walls and falling to the ground in loud splintering crashes. It resonated from everywhere and nowhere, like an echo from the underworld lingering unnaturally long in the ice-laden air. Arlie gripped her mother's hand with the force of desperation, grabbing onto a tiny lifeline in a world turned suddenly incomprehensible and terrifying. "Tell your master he will get nothing from me," her mother said. She spoke with defiance, her chin raised as she locked eyes with the horrifying apparition. In response, the blue eyes blazed with intensity, and a vast towering presence unleashed from the monster, a wave of palpable cold that Arlie knew without a doubt would annihilate her. Ice crystallized in the air, large lances hovering, humming with power, but an equally potent force blossomed from beside her. The familiar, sparkling prickle of her mother's magic, only thousands of times more potent than she had ever felt, and suddenly a large sphere of golden barrier magic snapped into place around the shrouded ice knight. Arlie suddenly grabbed at her hand as her mother stumbled, catching her before she hit the ground. "Thanks, Arlie," she gasped. "We need to leave, that won't hold him for long." Her chest was heaving as she struggled with ragged breaths. Whatever she had just done had clearly taken a huge toll on her, and Arlie supported her mother as they scrambled across the rubble and treacherous ice, and fled out through the shattered gates. Chapter 3. An instant, frozen in time, Arlie welcomed the feel of earth and grass beneath her feet as they burst out into the forest, and left the terror, ice, and carnage behind. The soft embrace of her father's nature mana domain washed over her, soothing in its touch. The giant mystical oak trees towered overhead, boughs joining high above into a dense canopy, beyond which she could see the stars twinkling in a clear night sky. She inhaled freshness and life and exhaled her fear and worries. A sense of calm familiarity descended upon her, displacing the assault of chaotic violence and the terror that had been her constant companion since she had fled the library. But all was not well. Roars and heavy thumping echoed through the trees, distant battles fought out of sight in the darkness of the night-shrouded forest. Among the undergrowth, Arlie spied a dark skull, the rest of the bones already overgrown with moss and vines, as the magical forest rapidly consumed the remains. "Eloin." Aleandra, at the sound of her father's voice, Ollie's head snapped about to find him swooping down from among the branches, his blurred wings leaving a trail of viridian green glowing sparkles drifting in the air. "Dad," she shouted, sprinting across the mossy ground to catch him in a big hug. "Hey, little bug," he said affectionately, wrapping his arms around her and lifting her off the ground for a moment. "Hey, I'm not little anymore," she said, pouting as had been their tradition since she was around 5 years old. "You'll always be little to me," he said, but then his smile faded and he looked over at her mother. "Eloin, what is happening? The grove is under attack by skeletons and other foul undead. Oh, Orion, I fear the worst. Dalmor has come under attack and is now lost." "The worst? The lick, are you certain?" "As certain as I can be." There was a death knight. Arlie felt the muscles in his body clenched at the news, and she looked up to find him frowning. There was a look on his gentle face she had never seen before, a look that made her heart stop for just a moment. "You must take Arlie and flee," he said, his voice low and grim. "Go south and seek shelter with Larazia. She will know what to do." Aunt Lyra, Arlie thought. It was true her aunt was wise and far more ancient than she let on, but Arlie wouldn't have considered the Dryad's forest a safe haven. Arlian perhaps, or one of the other major cities. "You're coming with us, right? You know I cannot leave my domain and the grove for long, Arlie. I am tied to this place by the bonds of mana. The grove is what gives me strength. I will stay and fight. It is what my class is for. I will send word when it is safe to return. I will take her, Orion. I will make sure Arlie is safe," her mom said, stepping closer and giving him a kiss. Her dad suddenly looked off into the distance. "They come, Eloin, you must leave. I love you both," he said and turned away. The ground shook and the forest began to move as towering beast-like elementals of wood and bark the size of small houses emerged from among the trees, her father's forest guardians. "Dad," she whispered, as her heart dropped like an anchor into a stormy sea, unable to shake the premonition that he was saying goodbye. "Be brave, little bug," he said, turning and smiling at her. "I'll try," she said, speaking around the heavy lump in her throat, and then he flew off. The thunderous roar of the crash of elementals shook the enormous oaks to their very roots. Arlie found herself still staring at the green sparkles fading between the dark trunks when her mother tugged insistently at her hand. "Come, Arlie, we must go." On and on through the dark forest they ran, her mother's golden wings buzzing to help them over fallen branches and gnarled roots. 3 tiny orbs followed along, bobbing among the branches above, shedding their sparkling light to illuminate the path. The relentless urgency from the hand that guided her vanished, and Arlie stumbled to a stop, bent over with her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. Her trembling legs had become liquid fire ever since her mom had run out of potions. She was not made for running. She raised her head, finding herself in a familiar clearing. Oak trees towered around the perimeter like battlements protecting a town. Stars twinkled overhead in the perfectly clear night sky. And right beside her stood a massive obelisk of smooth, polished black stone, silent and steady, an ancient sentinel watching over the grove. Vibrant green runes glowed, etched all over the stone surface, sending waves of familiar, soothing energy billowing from it to wash over Arlie and fill the grove. The shrine. It was here that she would unlock her experience, and here that she would finally choose her class. "Something is here," her mother whispered, making a silencing gesture with a finger to her lips. The golden orbs flickered out, dismissed. Arlie huddled closer, taking what little comfort and security she could from her mother's presence and the massive stone artifact, and held her breath. An ominous silence fell across the grove, and Arlie realized she could no longer hear the distant rumble of her father's forest guardians. The nightlarks were silent. She could hear neither the bubbling water from the nearby flowing stream, nor the breeze rustling through the trees even though the leaves still moved. Over at the far side of the grove, the darkness shifted. A tall, gaunt figure emerged, sliding eerily across the ground. Crimson enchanted robes billowed, spilling a roiling black miasma upon which it floated. Dark hands from heavy sleeves clasped together just below the sternum, withered index fingers pointing upward in a strangely mystical gesture. A crimson blindfold covered with silvery runes wrapped around a withered, decaying face, so dark it seemed to devour even the starlight. As it approached, a wall of dread and fear smashed into Arlie's mind, far more potent than the Death Knight. Her entire being quivered, rooted to the spot. The barriers her mother had installed within her mind creaked and groaned under the sheer weight of the monster's presence, shooting jagged cracks and sparks of pain through her mind. Her breathing raced faster and faster. Run, her mind screamed, hide, but her feet betrayed her. Her legs refused to answer her call. A hissing spectral voice echoed across the grove, an insidious resonance that crawled its way through her soul and mind. "Ah, Eloin, so delightful to see you again." In the terror and quaking of her mind, a single coherent thought blared out. "How does this thing know my mother?" Nevin Eld, her mother stepped forward and spoke with an incomprehensible calm. "So it was you." Her mother's hand found hers again, and a prickle of energy surged through her skin. The creaking, fragile wards within her mind suddenly thickened, firmed, and the awful weight of the monster's presence was forced back just a little. "Of course," he said, "I am not one to abandon those who help me ascend. I need you, Eloin, your mind and your magic. Think of the mysteries we could unravel together. With my power and your unique golden arcane magic, the secrets of the very foundation of the realms should be ours to wield. I will not submit myself to the will of your dark gods. You are a Lich, Nevin. I am a guardian of the realm just like you. We should stand together, Eloin. You have destroyed Dalmara. I will forever regret assisting you with that title. If I had known your intentions, the misery and suffering you have caused, I would never have agreed. You were always far too enamored with the pursuit of personal power, and now you have let it corrupt you. You ignored Arta's ruling and the will of the Council of Kings, and you have trampled the ethics of scholarly pursuit required by the Council of Archmages. You have become a monster. Come with me, submit willingly to the judgment of the Council of Kings. Even now it is not too late to atone, to find redemption." Eloin stood staring down the Lich with fire in her eyes. "Ah, the beloved rulers of Dalmara, paragons of wisdom and heroes in their own time," Nevin said. Arlie couldn't make out the expression on his face, but she could clearly hear the sneer in his voice. What a bunch of incompetent and narrow-minded fools. They could have had everything, and they chose to turn their backs on progress. Arta and his friends were just playing at being kings and emperors. They had no idea what they were doing. And the Council of Archmages, they're even worse, continually bickering about inconsequentialities, banal rules and limits. They merely get in the way. Her mother's question sent a sudden chill of premonition racing down Arlie's spine. The blind Lich simply raised a bony hand above a shoulder, making the rings on his finger glitter in the starlight as he beckoned. And at his call, 3 figures emerged from the forest, and as they passed into the open grove, Arlie gasped, recognizing them. The 3 kings, but not. In the middle stood a human warrior dressed in heavy dragon-scale armor. Flame flickered from his fingertips and danced upon his sheathed sword, but Arta Dragonsworn was no longer human. The skin on his face and arms had darkened and withered. His eyes were rotted away, replaced by dancing flame. and by his side stood Bragny Doomhammer, similarly dead, and yet walking, the heavy hammer of the dwarven heroes hanging easily in his undead grasp. Hovering behind them, his body rendered translucent by his transformation, was the wraith of Thaldorian Stormshaper. They refused to see reason, so now they serve me in death, Nevin said. You're a monster, Nevin, her mother said. You have no idea what lies out there, Eloin, beyond this realm. There are beings through the rifts that beggar the imagination. Power to consume this realm in an instant, rifts that you tore through the veil in your selfish pursuit of power. This realm needs a true guardian worthy to take on the mantle of the title, and you would trample anyone to get it. So what if it costs the lives of thousands of worthless lower beings? They could never matter anyway. Not for any conflict of significance. With your magic I can become more powerful than even the gods, and then this realm will have its guardian. I refuse. I do not offer a choice, Eloin. I do not require your consent. You will join me. You don't mean that, her mother said, stepping back with widening eyes. Oh, if you had chosen, I would have entertained the farce for a decade or two, but you will serve me like them. At that, Nevin Eld gestured to the 3 undead kings beside him. Playing at consensus is wearisome, and my undead cannot question my will. Alive or dead, it matters not. I will have your magic. Ollie reached for her mother's hand, finding her fist clenched and trembling. But she responded with a surge of power, and a dense golden barrier snapped into place between them and the blind Lick and his undead underlings, lighting the entire grove. Very well, Nevin's sepulchral voice sneered, suddenly devoid of any remnants of its previous fake civility and politeness, leaving chilling echoes in Ollie's mind. You are just as short-sighted and narrow-minded as they were. He thrust a gaunt, withered hand toward the golden barrier, and a dense ball of black energy sprang up over the outstretched palm. The energy sucked at the surroundings, drawing in the light, spinning as it grew. The grass around the hem of his ornate robes began to wither and blacken as the energy pulsed like an undead heartbeat. And then it shot forward, striking the barrier in the center with a deafening detonation. To Arlie's horror, she saw a spiderweb of cracks burst outward through the golden wall from the force of the impact. A chilling hissing filled the grove. How long do you think you can last with just a barrier? We both know your class is not suited for combat. As the broken shards of the golden barrier fell tinkling to the ground, Arlie realized he was laughing. Arlie's mother stumbled, pain and intense effort written plainly on her face. You will not get what you want this day, she managed between clenched teeth. Arlie stared, horrified, as the powerful energy began to form above his hand once more. Her mother had spent so much saving her from the Death Knight, she had nothing left to give. Without thought, Arlie leapt forward, putting herself between the blind Lick and her exhausted mother. Her mana came easy to her, manifesting itself as a small sliver of golden glowing arcane energy. With a thought, she crystallized it and launched it at the Lick's face. Arlie, no, her mother screamed. His dark energy vanished as his hand snapped up and caught the golden sliver. He raised it, grasped between 2 bony fingers, as if examining it through the crimson blindfold. And then he crushed her arcane cantrip, the brittle construct shattering into tiny motes of mana that drifted away, dissolving into the air. Arlie stared at the motes, a mute hollowness filling her. What was she thinking? He had shattered her mother's barrier. Her magic was nothing to a monster like this. The Lick's head slowly turned, and his blind gaze fixed on her with an intensity that set her mind reeling. Eloin, you never told me your daughter inherited your magic. You will not lay a hand on her. Her mother's low voice carried powerful determination and resolve, but her face had blanched to the color of Arlie's white t-shirt, and she suddenly realized she had made a terrible mistake revealing her magic. Another golden barrier appeared, but this one was far smaller, and seemed to hang in the air with a strange fragility. The Lick released dark energy from his hand, and the golden barrier exploded into a shower of shards. His chilling laughter hung in the air. And you will stop me how? Look how powerless you are, kneeling on the ground in front of me. Your magic is defeated. I will come with you, Nevin. Just promise you will not harm Arlie, her mother said. All signs of fight had left her eyes as she sat sprawled on the ground at his feet. I no longer need you. She will prove far more amenable to my teaching, Nevin said. And another ball of dark energy shot out towards her unprotected body. No, Arlie launched herself desperately toward her mother. Her precious library book, forgotten in her panic, flipped end over end, flying through the air. But she was far slower than the blind Lick's death magic. Suddenly everything stopped, an instant, frozen in time. Even the color leached from the world as Arlie tried to blink, but she couldn't move, her mind filled with the whispers of powerful magic. Her body was frozen in place, stretched towards her mother, The lick was unmoving. The ball of intense energy was pinned in place, not moving at all. Behind the lick, a leaf hovered mid-fall. Her library book, runes now faded to grey, hung frozen in place a few centimeters above the ground. "What, Alejandra?" her mother spoke, slowly rising to her feet, exhaustion etched upon her face. She alone had color. "I know you can hear me, but you will be unable to speak. It is okay, just listen. Nevin Eld has exchanged his humanity to gain immortality and power in service to his dark gods. He must never have you. I'm sorry, he is too powerful for me to fight off. This is the only way I can protect you. Please do not hate me." The grey world around them flickered, and the lick vanished, replaced by a scene with ghostly people standing frozen in the grove while a grey sun shone in the sky above. Several birds hovered in the air, their wings frozen in mid-flight. Ali's mother walked up to her, the only thing moving in this strange frozen world, and reached out to cradle Ali's face with gentle, warm hands. "I wish this moment could last forever." "Mom," Ali struggled to speak, to return her mother's touch, anything, but her efforts were in vain. The hands touching Ali grew translucent. Tiny motes of golden light floated up out of them, drifting slowly towards Ali. A sphere of golden energy began forming around her, encasing her entire body. More and more of her mother's body grew transparent as her energy drifted out and merged with the powerful magical construct. And within the sphere, the magic grew inward, crystallizing the entire space. She could feel the powerful mana slowly seeping into her body and crystallizing within her. Around her, the grey world flickered again, restoring the night sky and the frozen forms of the lick and his undead servants. The only color in this bizarre world was her mother, and the golden energy drifting from her, slowly forming the sphere around her. She couldn't blink, she couldn't cry. All she could do was watch as her mother slowly faded. "Always remember that I love you," her mother said, as she finally dispersed into golden mana and the spell snapped into completion. Ali's heart screamed her pain as her mother faded into nothingness, and the last remnants of her magic solidified, the last sounds of her voice faded into silence. A sudden, shatteringly loud gong sounded, its reverberation felt through the crystalline magic that held her, and then it sounded a second time. "Realm, Eloin Amariel, guardian of the realm, has cast the legendary spell. An instant, frozen in time. Realm, a guardian of the realm has fallen." Everything restarted, the leaf fell. The book clattered to the stone path. The black energy smashed into the golden sphere, protecting her body, and dissipated harmlessly into the air. Nevin Eld roared silently in fury in the grey world outside her sphere. The only thing that didn't restart was Ali. She couldn't move, she couldn't hear. She could only see what was directly in front of her through the golden barrier. Her entire being crystallized within the glowing magical construct, held apart from the strange grey world and the monster intent on her destruction by the magic her mother had conjured. Lightning flickered across the sky and rain fell on her barrier. Nevin Eld and his Death Knight minions silently raged and vented their fury against the unyielding magic for what seemed like an eternity. But all Ali could see was the memory of her mother's face, and all she could hear was her last words. The world shifted in flickers. The sun appeared suddenly in the sky. The lick and his minions disappeared. The sun jumped forward across the sky while birds and animals vanished. Ali struggled to grasp what was happening, her heart empty and desolate with grief. With all her being, she desperately wished for her mother's touch or the sound of her voice. The flickers came quicker and quicker, the sun crossing the sky in sudden discontinuous jumps. Night fell and passed in several snapshots, and suddenly the sun was high in the sky again. The entire mountainside before her suddenly exploded, crashing down on the forest and covering the vast canopy with tons of rock and earth, blocking the sky and leaving her alone in a vast cavern of darkness. As her consciousness faded, she wished only that she could cry. Chapter 4. Ancient Shrine. The choice of one's class has such a fundamental and enduring impact upon the individual's future that it can drastically affect the entire community around them. And yet the so-called natural path to class acquisition is heavily biased in favor of the most generic, common, and broadly applicable classes available. This effect has proved to be persistent across history, culture, and race among the sentient peoples of our realm. It is for this reason that basic classes such as warrior, laborer, farmer, cook, or guard predominate in populations without access to a class shrine. This explains why so many people are forced into inefficient or unwanted classes by the default selection of this natural path. The class shrine is an artifact that affords vastly more control and choice over the process of class acquisition. Evidence shows that activities within the window of time between unlocking class experience and earning the first class level have a disproportionate influence upon the class offered. By controlling the timing of this experience unlock, the shrine allows for the practice of undergoing a formal class trial, wherein the applicant may focus entirely on activities appropriate for the desired class, often overriding unfortunate experiences of youth or childhood. Upon earning sufficient experience, the Natural Path class will be offered at Level 1. Accessing the class shrine a second time before it affixes often provides one or more alternate class choices in addition to the Natural Path. Again, this access to a wider array of options and choices has the potential to substantially improve the quality of classes across a given community. Originally a product of high-level sentient dungeons, class shrines were incredibly rare, requiring a competent adventurer group to delve deep into the bowels of the dungeon just to gain access, placing them far out of reach of the vast majority of the population. However, here at the Cyrodiil Academy, in conjunction with the Council of Archmages, we have learned to unravel the secrets of the class shrine, allowing them to be crafted, thus removing dungeons from the equation entirely. While artificial class shrines have certainly had their impact, substantially raising the average quality of classes acquired, they introduce a host of other problems. Due to the difficulty in their construction, they are still rare. And given the nature of their power, access to class shrines has become fraught with restriction schemes reflecting political or financial ambition. Wars are fought over access to shrines, and due to their soulbound nature, the most common method of ownership transfer has become murder, assassination, or dynastic succession. Nathaniel Sunstrider, Archmage, Scholar and Guildmaster of the Elven Pathfinder Guild, discussion on the value and impact of class shrines. Aleandra Crack, the sudden sound shattered the blissful blackness of her drifting awareness like a rock striking a pane of glass. Where her mind recoiled at the sudden jagged sharpness stabbing into her. Pain, the word drifted across the haze of her mind. She grappled with it for a while, certain she should know it, but the distant, vague recollections that lurked in her awareness appeared and vanished like apparitions in the mist. She had not felt pain, anything, in such a long time. Aversion. She knew only that she did not like this sensation, this interruption breaking the long dream. She struggled fitfully against the pain, but nothing in her world changed. She remained there, standing where she had always been, frozen in place, encased by the glowing crystalline magic of her prison. The radiant golden light illuminated the stone path before her, but everything beyond was grey, fading to impenetrable darkness. The scene flickered in the greyness, but that too was unchanging, a cycle of a few dozen flickering pictures as fleeting as her own intangible memories. Her mind seemed sluggish, as it had always been, but somehow this time something was definitely wrong. She didn't know what it should feel like, just that this wasn't right. She struggled again, finding herself unable to move to escape the pain. Crack, another bolt of jagged sharpness stabbed deeply into her mind. This time a tiny, jagged line appeared, splitting the golden glow and spilling a fracture of color out into the gray world beyond. A tiny mote of golden light separated, escaping through the jagged crack and slowly drifted upward. She watched it, unable to look away, feeling an inexplicable and infinitely deep upwelling of sadness within her heart. Unbidden, a memory surfaced, a warm, kind hand touching her face, offering comfort. Another tiny golden mote escaped, drifting upward, and her memories came crashing back. Mom, gentle eyes gazing upon her, golden motes of mana spilling from the hand that reached out to comfort her. And then she faded away, leaving only, suddenly, the spectre of death loomed large in her mind. A dark, withered figure wearing spelled robes and a crimson blindfold, wielding death from gaunt, skeletal fingers as his mocking laughter sent shivers running through her soul. Nevin Eld. Her mother had given her life to save her from him, and now she was gone. Unable to wince or cry out, she endured another jolt of pain. Another fractured line of jagged color spilled out into the world, a crack in the impervious magic that held her fast. Her memories came faster now, crashing through her, a rapid cascade of painful images. The frantic flight from the library, Mary, a runeweaver sliding off a sword, Armand, her father asking her to be brave. The death knight at the gates to Dalmara. The motes of mana drifted upwards, more and more of them joining to create a pillar of floating lights as the magical shell around her slowly cracked and splintered, pieces dissolving into the air. But Ali's heart ached. left with only the profound weight of loneliness and the powerful need for her mother's touch and the crinkle of a smile in her father's eyes. She cried out in pain as the crystalline magic, the legendary spell bought by her mother's sacrifice, suddenly exploded in an enormous burst of golden energy and shattered shards. She fell, hitting the stone path below with a bruising crash. The grey world flickered rapidly as colour and vibrance flooded outward. Helpless, she lay on her back amid the still glowing shards of her mother's magic, staring upward as the pillar of golden motes slowly drifted away, fading into the darkness beyond. Her body did not move, could not move. She lay there for ages, her heart frozen with grief and sadness, her body limp and unresponsive. Slowly her mind cleared. There were no stars in the darkness overhead, and she suddenly remembered the vision of an exploding mountain and the landslide that had buried her. A cavern. She shuddered, struggling with a sudden bout of claustrophobia at the memory of uncountable tons of rock bearing down upon her. What if she had awakened entombed in stone? Where is the blind lick? What about the death knights? Where are the skeletons? She struggled, fear coursing through her in waves as she lay helpless on the cold, uncaring stone, unable to even turn her head to look for danger. She willed her hand to move. Nothing happened. Too much, she thought, as a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Am I alive? She breathed. After a time, she decided she must be, and she resumed her efforts, bending will into moving just her finger, and after a few minutes she felt a twitch. Exhaustion surged through her body, and for a moment she just lay prone. Droplets of golden liquid mana pooled on her skin and trickled down like glowing sweat as her body slowly expelled the remnants of her mother's potent spell, staining the ground around her with a sparkling light that soaked into the earth. What can I even do? She was obviously in mortal danger, exposed to any monsters that still lurked nearby. She was weak and far too exhausted to even move. She did not have Armand's strength or scales or her father's summoned monsters. Her mom had always told her that any problem could be solved with applied reason, but the little voice in the back of her mind reminded her that her mother had probably never woken up helpless in the dark, fearing that at any moment an undead monster would run her through with a rusty blade and raise her corpse as one of the walking dead. Just like poor Armand, but she clung to the remembered wisdom for dear life. There was no other choice. She still wore her white cotton t-shirt and shorts, and her arms and legs were already tingling with goosebumps in the chill, dank air. Her library card and Maria Runeweaver's book should be somewhere nearby, perhaps when I can move. With a thought, she opened her status, a task that thankfully did not require her body to move. The image of the intangible book appeared in her mind, vibrant green leaves etched into the cover like living plants. It hovered there, clearly visible, and yet it had never interfered with her vision. But something was different this time. The leaves seemed denser, as if the plants depicted on the cover had somehow grown. When it snapped open to her status, the parchment seemed darker, aged somehow, and she caught the faint, musty scent of books that had languished in some forgotten storage for far too long. Still, the glowing golden script was as clear as ever. Name: Aleandra Amariel. Race: Fey. Titles: Ancient. Class: Lock. General Skills: Reading Level 7, Linguist Level 4, Identify Level 5, Arcane Cantrip Level 4, Plant Growth Level 4, Memorize Level 4, Scholar Level 6, Sculpting Level 2, Aptitudes: Languages: Ancient, Dalmaran, Elvish, Dwarven. Mana: Affinities: Arcane. Nature: Tiny. Racial: The effects of strength and vitality are reduced by 50%. Magical. Racial: The effects of wisdom and intelligence are increased by 50%. Mana: Sense. Racial: You are sensitive to nearby mana attributes. Vitality: 5 strength, 4 endurance, 5 dexterity, 10 perception, 11 intelligence, 21 wisdom, 14 health, 25 stamina, 250 mana, 210 for the first time in her life. She found no joy or pride in her scholar, reading, or linguist skills as she scoured her abilities for something, anything. If one of the Death Knights, or worse, the Blind Lick, was still around, she knew that on her own she would be blown to bits, vaporized before she even had the chance to blink. But her skills were all suited to her dream of magical research, and everything she had learned would be of far more use in the library than out here in the dark. Her passion had always been for books and learning. Fighting, she had always said, was something for the bigger races, until some skeleton tries to take your head off. She focused on her arcane cantrip skill, still hunting for inspiration, and the book still hovering in her mind, obliged by turning the page, revealing the details of her general skill. Arcane Cantrip Level 4. Mana: Create a small solid magical construct out of arcane mana. Arcane Intelligence: She channeled a small amount of mana into the skill, a little surprised to find that it flowed comfortably and easily considering her state. Her mana coalesced into a small golden blob hovering above her face. She shaped it, applying her will and the proficiency of many long hours of study and practice, clutching at the one thing she could actually do. The blob morphed into a tiny golden butterfly hovering in the air, slowly flapping its wings before she tired and released the mana sculpture to flitter away into the darkness. But while her skill allowed her to act, the arcane cantrip was a simple spell taught to Fey children gifted with early affinities to help them learn to control their mana. And as she had discovered, it was woefully ineffective against a lick. "I'll slay it with a golden mana butterfly, yay, go Alejandra." At least her sarcasm still worked. She turned to the description of her next skill. Identify level 5 mana, discern information about a creature or item up to level 5 class plus skill. Synergizes with any relevant perception, knowledge, or information skills. Knowledge, perception for all its vaunted worth. Identify would simply tell how badly she was going to die before it happened. She moved on quickly, finding nothing suitable for her predicament. Plant growth, level 4 mana. Sense and influence the growth of nearby plants. Nature, wisdom. Aunt Lyra had taught her plant growth in her first melding with her dryadic tree. The skill had been a constant source of joy, and Arlie had spent many happy hours with her father growing plants in the grove. The sensation of plants responding to her mana, the experience of growing with them was so soothing, she had always likened it to meditation, or the quiet repose of listening to beautiful music. Considering how she might twist her magic to violence made her suddenly shudder in disgust, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. She tried to move her finger again. This time it responded almost immediately. Encouraged by the lack of instant exhaustion, she set her mind to moving the others. It would be so much better if I had a class, she thought, her mind returning to her skills, or lack thereof. She had been so close to unlocking her class before everything had exploded in her face. Who am I kidding? She had been set on earning a scholarly or research-oriented class. There was no way her dream class would have had an answer to the undead skeletons. She slowly closed and opened her hand and began to work on her left. Her eyes were curiously drawn to her aptitudes, noticing that the sections seemed different than she remembered. They changed so rarely that she seldom looked anymore. Common language changed to Ancient Dalmaran, and there was a new title called Ancient, which seemed vague and ominous. Just how long was I inside that barrier? Her memories of her time frozen in the spell felt vague and elusive. It might just as easily have been centuries or just a day. The unchanging golden glow and the strangely flickering grey cast to the world had fallen away, leaving her here. She was certain she hadn't moved an inch, however long it might have been. She could even see the shrine from where she lay, but everything else was gone. The beautiful grove her father tended with its giant oaks and pretty wildflowers had vanished, leaving only looming dark shadows and what felt like damp moss carpeting the ground. The air smelled musty and dank, an ancient decay instead of the vibrant sense of growth and nature she loved so much. Even the stars were gone, blotted out by the mountain that had crashed down upon her, somehow forming a cavern. She was just grateful for whatever force was keeping the stone and rock up there, and that her mother's magic hadn't released her into the crushing embrace of a rocky prison. She continued working on her body, and slowly her feeling and control returned. She sat up slowly in the dark cavern. There was some faint, dim illumination in some directions, but the only sources of light she could actually make out were the glowing runes etched into the stone obelisk of the shrine, and the still glowing remnants of the explosive destruction of the barrier that had protected her body. Carefully she summoned a small disk of golden light that matched the shards of magic embedded into the stone beside her. She had been so proud the first time she had cast this spell, realizing that her magic matched her mother's distinctive golden mana. But the light showed little of anything. The cavern had to be large. She couldn't find any sign of a roof or even walls from the dim conjured illumination. But beside her, lying on the pristine circle of stone left by the evaporated magic of her mother's spell, was her library book, dropped in the terrifying altercation with the lick. Her library card was still inside. She reached out to grab it, but to her horror it crumbled to dust at her touch. Arlie slowly struggled to her feet and shuffled towards the only other thing she could see, the shrine. The glow of her golden disc illuminated ancient, blackened stumps and trunks of long-dead trees. Tiny mushrooms, some of which glowed faintly, pushed up their caps amid the damp moss growing upon the dead wood. Placing her hand against the shrine, mostly to steady herself, she used her identify skill on it. Shrine of the Ancient Grove, an ancient mystical shrine of unknown origin. Offers advanced class features and attunement of latent mana affinity. Owner, Aleandra Amariel Mana Siphon Active Mana. Unlock class experience mana. Unlock or enhance latent magical affinities mana. Unlock alternate classes locked. Requirements not met. Owner's mana. Recharge the shrine's mana reserve. 358,045 125,000 quality. Unique shrine artifact owner. The word struck like a dagger to her heart. With an agonized groan, she slumped against the obelisk, her weakened body struggling to hold her up. This had been the center of her father's domain, and the shrine was his offering to the entire city of Dalmora. She remembered his pride and sense of duty towards the youth of the city, conducting the class ceremonies that were effectively their final induction into adulthood. She had been looking forward to her father performing her ceremony ever since she had been old enough to understand, and now the little detail of her name instead of his told her that her dream had been ripped away, just as surely as his life. Her forehead pressed against the cold stone, deriving some small comfort from the connection. While her grief remained, her sense of shock and helplessness eventually ebbed enough for her to examine the shrine once more. The last line caught her attention. It had never been visible to her before, and likely meant it was only available to her as the soulbound owner. 1.25 million. Ali's mind simply couldn't comprehend the sheer enormity of the mana storage the shrine possessed. Even at less than a third of its capacity, it still held more than 350,000 mana. Ali looked at her status sheet again. She had 210 mana, and she had been called gifted by everyone who knew. She was blessed with an unusually high wisdom attribute, and her racial aptitude enhanced her mana by 50%. She did a few quick calculations in her mind. If she did nothing else, it would take her more than a year to refill the shrine. Carefully she channeled her mana into the shrine, watching the counter increase quickly. Half her mana brought the total up to 358,150. She stopped, feeling this isn't going to help me right now, yet it felt so wrong to leave it so empty like this. I could unlock my own class, she realized. Indeed, as the owner of the shrine, she could activate each of the abilities and then simply use them on herself. She caught herself looking around as if she expected someone was going to catch her in the act. There's nobody left to complain that you're not qualified. The only problem was there was nobody around to help her with her trial. While not strictly necessary, the purpose of the trial was to guide experience gained toward the traits needed to unlock a preferred class. On the other hand, her choice might very well be between dying unclassed versus surviving with some class, regardless of what she unlocked. And if that was the case, the sooner she unlocked the ability to earn experience, the sooner she could earn a useful class. She agonized over it for a while, but in the end, there was not much of a decision to make. Any class was better than no class if she came face to face with a skeleton in the darkness. Carefully she channeled a little of her mana into the shrine, choosing the feature that would unlock her own class experience. The stone artifact hummed softly, and the runes on its surface briefly brightened. Runes she suddenly noticed were now gold and green, matching her affinities. Class experience unlocked. Shrine of the Ancient Grove. Once you have earned enough experience, a class will be offered based on your choices, abilities, and actions. You can unlock additional class choices at the shrine. Ali lingered over the surprising messages. She recognized the initial message as a normal one, but the second message had come directly from the shrine itself. She checked the shrine again, finding that the mana total had decreased by 100. That seems like a reasonable cost, she thought, looking curiously again at the enormous total. No answer seemed forthcoming, so instead she checked her status, finding that the class line had updated to reflect the change. Class unlocked. There is another option I can use, she thought, studying the shrine and the enticing option that offered to enhance or unlock mana affinities. It sounds useful. Ali already had 2 mana affinities, nature and arcane. Enhancing them seemed like something she might need. She channeled mana to activate the shrine's latent affinity function. The shrine began to glow and hum as she gave it her mana, but it rapidly grew brighter and more powerful, sending a thrum of power deep through the ground under her feet. Her skin began to prickle as if an unseen energy were flowing through her body, and all around her, an intense green aura began to shine, blasting back the darkness. Shot through the green light, she could see streamers and symbols of intense golden energy slowly drifting around, looking very much like the runes inscribed on the shrine itself. Ali held back a scream as the rush of power tore through her body and mind until it suddenly ceased, dropping her to the ground for the second time today, leaving the startling echo of several chimes in her mind. Shrine of the Ancient Grove, reserved mana reduced by 50,000. Your affinity with nature mana has been enhanced. Your affinity with arcane mana has been enhanced. Slowly she got back to her feet, stunned at the unexpected display of power, but to her surprise she actually felt a little more alert and energized than before. Ali placed her hand on the shrine once more. Owner's mana, recharge the shrine's mana reserve. 308,051.250000. Ali gulped. She had decided to use the shrine on a whim, and it had burned 50,000 mana in an instant. No wonder it was so powerful, she thought, feeling somewhat guilty at having used so much of the shrine's precious mana reserve. But the guilt faded quickly. It wasn't much, but it seemed to be a useful step forward, even if she didn't know what she had accomplished. Far better than helplessly cowering in fear from the lick or fleeing from the skeletons. As the auras of the lingering magic faded, darkness returned to the grove and the shrine within it. Loath to linger alone in the darkness, Ali summoned her arcane magic light once more. This time, however, the magic manifested with a snap and shone brightly in the darkness, significantly brighter than she had ever seen it. Did it get stronger because of the shrine? It seemed logical, but Ali had not expected such a dramatic change. Her considerations of her magic were suddenly interrupted by a shuffling and scratching in the darkness beyond the circle of light cast by her spell. Something moved, something large and ominous hiding in the shadows. Ali's overworked fear returned in a rush, and with a trembling hand she raised her small glowing spell to shine more light around her. Reflected back at her from the darkness, she saw two shining black beady eyes staring at her, full of hunger and malevolence. Scarcely breathing, she cast Identify at the shape lurking in the darkness. Sewer Rat Level 3 Chapter 5. The street rat and the mana butterfly Malika shot bolt upright, awakened by a powerful pulse of energy coursing through her body, leaving golden glitter-like sparkles dancing along the wooden beams of the carpenter's trash pile she had been sleeping under, and all along the walls of the dingy alleyway. Bursts of visible golden magic shot up from below, shards and flames that passed clean through the pavement, and on up through the buildings like they simply weren't there. It was as if someone had detonated a vast magical explosion far underground, but Malika knew for certain that no mage in this godforsaken town was even nearly that powerful. Myron's Keep was far too miserable a place for that. Heart racing, she huddled in the corner among the broken boxes and discarded offcuts as the enormous energy of the blast, which had somehow failed to hurt her, began to fade to golden motes of light that drifted upward into the sky like a cloud of fireflies. What the heck was that? She was certainly no expert, but she had never heard of golden magic like this. Nor could she even fathom a spell of such power and energy that had yet passed through the pavement, and whatever rock lay below, buildings and even herself, without effect. I'm not hurt, am I? A loud crash followed by swearing startled her, suddenly snatching her attention from the lights. Shit, Adric and Edric. She instantly recognized the voices of the twin enforcers of the town watch and instinctively knew that they were looking for her. Distracted by the bizarre phenomenon, she had not even noticed them approaching. Her mind and heart raced as her body flooded with a surge of adrenaline. She ducked and rolled out of the wood pile and made a break for the end of the alley, sprinting as fast as she could. There was a rush, a crash, and a burst of pain as a heavy weight slammed her into the side of the building. Her head cracked painfully against the brick and she blacked out briefly. When she came to, she found herself choking, barely able to breathe, hoisted off her feet by a powerful hand gripping her throat. That would be Edric. She could always tell them apart. Edric was the one who enjoyed inflicting pain, at least more directly than his brother. Did I just imagine that, or did the whole town just leap 2 feet into the air? The golden explosion had seemed so real, and yet both brothers seemed entirely oblivious to it. She saw stars across her vision as she struggled for breath, but all she managed was the ineffectual scrabbling of her heels searching for purchase against the wall. "Got you, little rat," he gloated, never missing an opportunity to shove the street rat title they had forced on her in her face. "Where'd you think you were going?" she screamed. Malika had long since abandoned her dignity in these shakedowns. If there were guards nearby and they heard her, there was a chance she would escape with fewer bruises and broken bones. Unfortunately, with his hand clamped around her windpipe, it came out more like a croak. He casually slapped her across the face, making her head slam painfully into the wall again. That's for trying to run, he said with a vicious sneer. You know you bring this on yourself. He punched her in the stomach, winding her. And that's for trying to scream again. I told you last time to take your punishment quietly. His grip released just a little and Malika took a ragged breath, struggling for air. Mr. Hawkhurst runs a respectable business, he said, drawing in close and subjecting her to the rank caress of his breath along the side of her face. That means you lift items and money for us so we can pay off the debt he so generously lent you. Hand it over. Now his voice grew progressively angrier and louder as he spoke, ending with him yelling in her face with spit flying. While most of the town believed Jax Hawkhurst to be a savvy businessman, owner of the Hawkhurst Trading Company, and an upstanding member of the town council, Malika knew the uglier truth from personal experience. The Town Watch and several other organizations in Myron's Keep were secretly under his control, used to keep his name and reputation pristine even while carrying out the shadier, and sometimes downright illegal, parts of his business dealings. If Jax caught wind of Edric invoking his name in public like this, he would certainly have words with Kieran Morey, and then Kieran would have Edric flayed. Of course, the only time she had ever tried to report the twins, she had woken up a week later with a hefty new chunk of debt from the healers. Adric and Edric were awful, but Kieran Morey was truly evil. Malika retrieved a small pouch of coins from inside her shirt and handed it to Edric. She knew from painful experience that if she didn't give him something, he would start breaking things until she did. He snatched it from her and tossed it to his brother. "Where's the rest?" he said, shaking her hard enough to make her teeth rattle. She had hidden the rest in the wood pile, but she wasn't about to give that up. Without some money, she wouldn't be able to afford the donations at the Temple of Lunare to get herself patched up. "That's all," she managed, her voice not working quite right. There was a flicker of red light as he activated a skill, and a surge of pain shot through her side as he punched her. 2 or 3 of her ribs cracked audibly and she gasped at the sudden shock of pain. "Hey, don't kill her," Adric said. "Besides leaving a mess, Mr. Morey won't be happy." "You always interrupt my fun," Edric complained. Through the haze of pain, Malika saw a most improbable sight. A glowing golden butterfly flitted between her and the thug while he was looking away, coming briefly to rest on her cheek before flying off once again. She blinked in confusion, wondering if she had been hit too hard in the head again. That's too pretty to be a dream, isn't it? She stared after the exquisitely detailed butterfly as she struggled to reconcile the delicate beauty with the violence of the explosion earlier. "Who sent you?" Seeing that Edric was still distracted with his brother, Malika took aim and punched him in the side of the head with her left hand, channeling every ounce of the martial arts training she had received in her youth. He rounded on her with a glare of pure fury. "Did you forget I have a class, you moron?" His backhanded slap across her face left her ears ringing. "You can't even scratch me, what the fuck are you thinking?" The return strike slammed into the side of her head. "Or did you think your daddy's precious martial arts are actually worth anything?" His straight punch snapped her head backward, cracking her nose. "Oh, that's right, he's dead," he continued with a cruel laugh. A warm rush of blood streamed down her face and her vision blackened before returning in a rush of light. A soft chime filled her mind and 2 lines of glowing blue-white script appeared floating in her field of view. "Requirements met. You have gained 1 primary class slot." Malika groaned and blinked as her mind reeled from the impact, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. She had bitten through the side of her tongue. But the notifications lingered, glowing words in her mind that beckoned for her attention, visible even when she blinked. "Stop playing with her," Edric said. "I found her stash." Without a word, Edric flung her to the ground and spat on her, glaring down with a look of undisguised contempt. The twin thugs sauntered off without a backward glance, Edric tossing and catching the small pouch of her hard-earned money in his hand, while they chuckled among themselves, leaving Malika lying in a heap in the dirty alley. She stared in disbelief at the blue-white glowing words floating within her mind, but the tiny sliver of hope kindled by the notification flickered defiantly within her, refusing to die. "If they find out, they will force me to take a pickpocket or thief class." She dreaded the thought of being beholden to these parasites for the rest of her life. They had already taken so much from her, first forcing her to evolve Identify into Appraise so that she could gauge the value of items in the marketplace, then training under the gentle ministrations of Edric's whip to unlock the lockpicking and pickpocket general skills she so despised. And then the street rat title that forever branded her as untrustworthy to anyone who used Identify. "Will they take everything from me?" She stared longingly at the notification once more. If I could just, she hesitated, as if the very thought would cause the twins to return. If I could just get a real class. Maybe then I could stand up to those thugs. Her thoughts drifted back to her previous life, her parents' dojo and her childhood dreams of earning a martial arts class, of making her parents proud, of being respectable, if only they were still alive. Blinking back sudden tears of years-old grief, she shoved the memories and dreams back into the box they had escaped from with the proficiency of years of practice. There had been talk in the market earlier today of a class initiation ceremony, to be held in the town hall, as usual. If she wanted even the remotest chance to avoid her fate, she needed to be there. She crawled over to the wood pile and levered herself to her feet, spitting the blood out of her mouth and wincing at the pain radiating from her side. She wiped the blood from her face and pushed back her unruly black curls. What I wouldn't give for a haircut. Or enough money for a haircut. Then she chided herself. If I had money, I would be at the temple getting healed. Shit, I will need money for the initiation. If it hadn't been for Adric and Edric's shakedown, she would actually have had enough. There were countless rituals to influence the natural path of class acquisition among the ordinary folk. Prayers and incense offered to the ancestors or the gods of the local people of this kingdom, rites of cleansing, special food, the list was endless. However, Malika knew them all to be no better than superstition. And besides, she had prayed to the ancestors as a child, and they had forsaken her to this miserable life. No, if she wanted a good class and a better shot at life, she would definitely have to take it for herself. The only thing that worked was a class shrine, and that was not available to the riffraff refugees, the poor, a street rat like her. Gingerly she bent over and began rummaging through the trash, eventually finding a rag that was not completely soiled. Taking her treasure to a puddle, she dipped it in the water and dabbed the blood still leaking from her nose. She flinched at the painful touch, but her nose didn't actually move, so it probably wasn't completely broken. With her beauty regimen taken care of, she stopped to consider her options. Can I do this? She needed to get to the shrine in the town hall and find money to pay for it, and that was if she could even convince them to let a bruised and bleeding street rat in. All of that, and she still needed to avoid Adric and Edric, and whatever terrifying sorcerer or monster was lurking in the sewers below the town, spewing powerful magical discharges and mana butterflies. Don't be silly, she thought, chiding herself. The worst things down there are rats and spiders, although she had heard rumors of a kobold or two. Dangerous, yes, but nothing like what her overactive imagination had conjured. I'll just have to figure it out as I go. She limped down the alleyway and out onto the main street that ran adjacent to the poorer slum districts of Myron's Keep. She received a few worried and scared glances, but most people seemed to be scurrying away, fleeing, no doubt, from the sounds of fighting, or perhaps the crazy magical explosion from earlier if they had even heard it. She still couldn't quite tell if she had imagined the whole thing. I probably looked terrible. At least her skin was naturally dark enough that the blood and bruises wouldn't be too obvious at a distance. The cuts and bruises didn't worry her too much, but Edric's last punch left a lingering dizziness, and she could tell he had broken her ribs again by the way they shifted painfully as she walked. Malika hurried along the street, making her way towards the town hall, hoping against hope that Adric and Edric hadn't made her miss it. I can get a healer later. As she drew closer, the worries ever lurking below the surface of her mind bubbled over again. She had been forced to do a lot of petty thievery for the town watch and their crooked thugs. What if I don't get any good class choices? She practiced her martial arts diligently every day. Well, some days after Edric and Adric come, I can't even stand. But what if that wasn't enough to offset the skills that had been forced upon her, the title? She just had to believe her bloodline and her persistent practice would be enough to give her at least one good class choice. Just one, please, she sent the thought out. She didn't believe the ancestors actually listened, but for this, she was willing to try anything. Malika reached the town hall without further incident. It was one of the few original buildings that remained. Most of the rest had been torn down, burnt, and rebuilt many times over the years. You could tell by the superior craftsmanship, the way the heavy granite blocks had been seamlessly fused into a structure that had weathered the worst this town could throw at it, emerging unblemished. Malika approached the doors and was stopped by the guard with a gruff, "You can't go in, street rat, they're busy." Am I too late? If she couldn't choose her class today, she was certain Adric and Edric would figure it out and choose for her. Heart in her throat, she forced herself to speak, to sound confident despite the blood in her mouth and her swollen tongue. "I'm here for the class initiation." She grimaced at the rising inflection at the end that turned her confidence into a question. "Oh, you're a little late, they started already," he said, throwing her a concerned look. "Are you okay? It's nothing," Malika said, averting her broken face. "I tripped," she trailed off as her voice quietened, the lie twisted in her gut. "Ah, right," the guard said and opened the door. "Well, go in quickly, the mayor usually takes a while with his speech." Malika blinked and looked up at him, her heart jumped. His small kindness was so unexpected that she stumbled on her words. Thanks, she managed and rushed in. Malika had never seen the inside of the town hall before. It was enormous, easily able to hold over 200 people, but with all the milling about and the gear stashed on the floor, it felt crowded. The early morning sun streamed in through large windows and lit up the polished wooden floor. Most people, the humans at least, became eligible for class advancement a little before the age of 20, so it was quite easy to pick out the applicants from among the family members and friends who had come to support them. Standing in front of the crowd, Malika recognized the mayor, William Turner. He was a portly middle-aged man with a reddish flush to his face, but he still looked quite imposing dressed in his impressive official robes of office. Next to him were several official-looking people she assumed to be the various guildmasters presumably looking to recruit. Malika quickly found a spot to one side and tried to ignore the disapproving glances of some of the nearby people. Surreptitiously, she wiped the blood that was still slowly leaking from her nose on her ragged sleeve and tried to pass it off as a sneeze. And then she saw it. On display upon the table behind William Turner stood a 2-foot-tall obelisk of polished stone, an artifact of obvious magical power. Its surface was polished to a gleaming smoothness and elegantly etched with runes. Malika surreptitiously used her appraise skill on the artifact, shrine of the second Parthan artifact of elvish construction. Offers class experience and an alternate class choice. Owner, William Turner mana. Unlock class experience mana. Unlock an alternate class owner's mana. Recharge the shrine's mana reserve. 5,000 created by Nathaniel Sunstrider. Quality, rare value, soulbound shrine, artifact no value. That was a surprise. Assessing value was the point of appraise. But perhaps her skill wasn't leveled high enough to tell, or perhaps it was because this was the first soulbound artifact she had ever seen. Malika turned to focus on what the mayor was saying. "I am glad to see so many of you taking your civic responsibilities seriously and stepping up to acquire a class. This is your first step to becoming a productive member of our town. I am aware of how much work it will take to complete your trial once I unlock your classes, so I want to thank you for your commitment and wish you all good luck in unlocking the best classes." The guard at the door, it seemed, was spot on. The mayor liked the sound of his own voice. Malika tuned him out again, and while he continued his speech, she scanned the crowd, quickly picking out her mark. Her information told her she would need 2 large silver pieces to pay for the use of the shrine. It was an unreasonably cheap price for a class initiation. She had heard that most towns and cities with access to a shrine charged more than a gold piece for the service, sometimes far more. The underground rumor mill held that the mayor had defied the nobility to keep the prices down, but even with such a gesture, the price was still way out of reach for most of the poorer townsfolk, many of whom would be forced to accept whichever common class that fell to them by chance instead of having a choice. Malika could not afford to leave this to chance. Quickly, she slipped through the crowd, bumping into the elegantly dressed merchant who seemed to be the father of one of the applicants. "Watch it," he snapped at her. "Sorry," she mumbled, using her pickpocket skill to deftly lift a small money pouch that he had tied to his belt, her street rat title making her actions just a little less obvious to those standing nearby. She had picked him because he seemed wealthy enough to have some money, but not rich or smart enough to secure his coins inside a magical storage item. Her gut wrenched at the necessary theft, and the irony of using her despised pickpocket skill to try to avoid a thief class was not lost on her. Retreating to the edge of the crowd with her loot, she worried once again that her actions may have tipped the balance of class selection irretrievably into the realm of thievery and a life of crime. "If you are here seeking a crafter or merchant class, please step forward one at a time. Once I enable the shrine for you, simply channel your mana to unlock class experience. Then you may find your guild master or mentor," the mayor said, indicating the masters standing behind him, "and you will be given the details for your respective experience trials." As the crowd milled about, trying to organize, Malika appraised her pilfered money pouch. By the weight and her skill, she could tell she would just barely be able to cover the price. but the heavy tension bearing down on her shoulders eased up a bit. As each non-combat candidate stepped up and placed their hand on the shrine, a brief flash of light illuminated the runes on the granite surface. One by one, they gathered into groups behind each guild master. There are quite a few merchants and blacksmithing apprentices, she observed, wondering how hard their trials might be, but such was not the path for her. Once the guild masters had their new charges organized, the mayor wished them good luck, and they all filed out of the town hall. Returning his attention to the now much reduced crowd, the mayor's expression grew far more serious. For the rest of you, acquiring a combat class carries an enormous risk. You must survive several fights against real monsters before you earn enough experience to gain your class. Most likely, some of you will not survive this trial. In the silence as he paused, Malika could easily hear the soft sounds of people breathing nearby. On the other hand, as you're well aware, the benefits of a good combat class are exceptional. You will become strong, and Myron's Keep will grow with your strength. I will remain here for the rest of today. Once you are notified that you have unlocked class choices, return and I will make the shrine available for you to select your class. I'm sure I do not need to remind you what a privilege and advantage it is to be able to choose your own class. The garrison is offering immediate positions for anyone choosing a military class, and Commander Gerald Brand will be present to advise you. Also, I should let you know that the newly formed Adventurers Guild is now accepting members under Guildmaster Vivian Ross. She will also be present at your class selection later should you be interested. Because of the necessary danger, I will only permit groups of at least 5 candidates to undertake the combat trial. If you do not have a pre-arranged group, please find others to group with now. You will need to rely on teamwork to ensure your mutual survival. Even facing a level 1 monster unclassed is extremely dangerous. Immediately there was a hubbub and lots of shuffling around as people grouped up. Here then was Malika's greatest problem. What law-abiding citizen would willingly group up with a street rat? Her stomach churned as her eyes darted across the crowd, seeking people foolish or desperate enough to consider teaming up with a lowlife like her. Most of the candidates already had friends and groups planned, so the noise quietened down quickly before she could even take the initiative. Malika found herself ignored as usual. Clearly, nobody wanted to associate with the obviously foreign refugee from the wrong side of the border. Just as she was mustering up the courage to step forward, 2 boys walked over, a beastkin and a half-elf. The misfits and outcasts flocked together, she thought. The non-humans were probably being avoided just like she was. She no longer had identify, but their races were plain for anyone with eyeballs to see. The beastkin boy was broadly built, sporting a shock of reddish-brown hair and tannish skin. He was dressed in well-used leather armor and carried a short mace at his belt and moved with a confident power. The word hirsute seemed to have been made to describe him. Whatever his heritage, it was large, hairy, and very strong. The half-elf, on the other hand, had a lithe, athletic build and carried a longbow. His unkempt white hair was worn long and loose, seemingly intended to disguise his characteristic pointed ears. "Hey, I'm Marto and this is Callan," the large boy said. "How about we group up?" His direct and familiar manner put Malika immediately on guard, but she couldn't afford to pass up this approach. She wasn't exactly swimming in offers. "Sure," she answered, trying to keep her tone neutral. She was not particularly good at friendly, after all this time spent surviving in the dark alleys and criminal underworld of the town. But it didn't look like the 2 of them had many people clamoring to take the trial with them either. Necessity really did make the oddest allies after all. "Great," he said, scanning the crowd. "Now we just need to find 2 more. How about him?" Malika pointed to a tall boy with a sword and brand new armor standing by himself, apparently not interested in finding a group. By his stance and posture, she could tell he had been trained. And his gear, well, it radiated quality and extreme value, making her appraise skill quiver when she used it. Everything was enchanted. Everything, Malika thought, doing a double take. "Crap, how rich is this guy?" Marto grimaced. Donovan Asterford, self-important jerk and bully." Anyone but him. Malika was certain the 2 boys had had some rather turbulent history to warrant such a negative reaction. However, even she recognized the noble family name. She was not usually allowed into the noble district, but the name Asterford was synonymous with wealth and power in Myron's Keep. From behind her she heard a soft female voice say, "Can I join you guys?" Malika turned and her heart jumped as she immediately recognized the town watch badge the girl displayed on her plain black cloak. She wore her brown hair cropped short and wore dark brown leather armor and 2 sheathed daggers at her waist. A pair of furry ears poked up out of her hair, and her cat-like green eyes gleamed as she stalked over with a lithe feline grace. It's just a coincidence. They couldn't have found me already. Malika tried to quiet her racing heart. I got this far, don't let anything spoil this. I'm Tala, she said when Marto introduced the rest of them. Malika fervently hoped she was just trying to get a class like herself and wasn't here to hunt her down on behalf of Adric and Edric. The watch has new recruits too, they're not all trying to get you, she thought, trying to reassure herself. Mayor Turner looked across the room. Donovan. Why don't you join that group and we can get started, he said, pointing over at their group. Donovan's thin, angular face took on a haughty expression which seemed like one he practiced, in front of a mirror. In a strident voice he complained, I won't go with the beastkin, he's uncouth and boorish, I refuse. I'm fully capable of killing a few monsters on my own. With a sigh, the mayor responded, you either group with them or you can wait for the next class initiation. The council agreed to these rules and I won't break them. Not even for you, with a sneer Donovan retorted, fine, but my father will hear of this. His arrogance was shocking, leaving a ripple of whispers through the crowd. He was speaking to the mayor after all, noble father notwithstanding, but Donovan turned and stalked over to the group. I guess you guys can join me, he said. Glancing at Malika, he wrinkled his nose. Who invited this beggar, street rat? She's not even wearing any gear. Bristling, Marto interposed his bulky body between them, growling, are you looking for another fight, Donovan? Donovan just rolled his eyes and snapped, of course, Marto's standing up for the strays again. Malika's anger flared instantly. I don't need your pity. And I don't need your protection, she snapped at the two boys. Whatever, Donovan retorted, I'm the leader of this group, let's go. He strode off toward the mayor and the shrine without even a backward glance. Malika swallowed her anger. I can't afford to create a scene here, she chided herself, annoyed she had lost her temper. But Donovan was really creating a horrible first impression. His contempt rankled, and she certainly did not need a boy to fight her battles for her. After all, her experience in the alleyway this morning showed she could get beaten up just fine on her own. Great, what a perfect day. Sharing wary glances with one another, the rest of the party followed Donovan, and Malika found herself walking beside Callan. Sorry about that. His voice was both soft and gentle. Marto used to stick up for me against Donovan's bullying when we were younger, so there's no love lost between them. To Malika's surprise, she found only genuine sincerity and concern in his expression. Hopefully we can work well enough together today and all get our classes, he added. Somehow, as if by magic, she felt all the shame, embarrassment and anger dissolve in his straightforward, honest gaze. Sure, okay, she managed. He seems way too nice for this crappy town, she thought. He must get taken advantage of a lot. Malika stood alongside her new companions while each of them used the shrine. Once it was her turn, she dropped her stolen silver pieces on the table. Putting her hand on the cool granite surface, she sensed a resistance to her mana. The mayor did something, and suddenly the shrine accepted a small infusion of her mana, and she heard a chime sounding in her mind. Class experience unlocked. Shrine of the Second Path. Once you have earned enough experience, a class will be offered based on your choices, abilities, and actions. You can unlock an additional class choice at the shrine. With a sudden rush of excitement, she checked her status. The blue-white glowing text appeared instantly, hovering there, a personal illusion conjured within her mind. It was, as always, invisible to everyone else unless she chose to share it, but she only ever did that when Adric or Edric threatened to kill her. Everything was written there in those softly glowing words. Her commitment to her meditation and martial arts, and the thieving skills she had been forced to learn. Even her title, Street Rat. There was one change, though obviously this was what she had wanted, but she had been suppressing her excitement, as if certain that at any moment someone would leap out and stop her. But the change to her status was undeniable, and her rush of excitement threatened to bubble over. The mayor spoke once more. Now that everyone has unlocked their experience, Commander Brand has assigned a garrison guard to guide each group to a suitable area for your trial. Good luck, and please be careful out there. The danger is real, and we do not want any of you to die. In the gap of silence that followed his pronouncement, the mayor's eyes surveyed the hopefuls, hesitating briefly when they met hers. Malika quickly diverted her eyes, a habit drilled into her over years of needing to be inconspicuous. On that somber note, all the candidates began collecting their packs and weapons and saying their goodbyes to their family and friends. Malika took comfort in the fact that their assigned guard was the same one who had shown her kindness at the door. Sewers or forest? The guard asked them. Rats and spiders or wolves and bears? Which is more popular? Donovan asked. The forest for sure, the guard answered. We'll take the sewers then, Donovan decided. Malika raised her opinion of Donovan a little. It was a smart decision. In the less popular area they wouldn't need to compete with the other groups and they would be able to finish quickly. She firmly dismissed her worries about improbable cults of rogue sorcerers lurking in the sewers. We already have a rat after all, Donovan added. Malika frowned, but she held her tongue. As they followed the guard, Marto muttered, He thinks he can just take over. I really want to rearrange his face. Callan, looking a bit concerned, placed his hand on the bigger boy's shoulder and said, Not a good time, Marto, just let it go. As they left the town hall following the guard through the city, Malika felt her mood begin to improve, the potentially volatile group dynamic notwithstanding. She had actually done it. She was on her way to her trial. Feeling cautiously optimistic, she followed her new teammates. A sheltered, far too nice half-elf, a possible town watch spy, an arrogant noble and a grumpy beastkin, one comment away from a brawl, and a street rat. What could possibly go wrong? Leading them to an alleyway, not unlike the one she had slept in last night, the guard unlocked and removed a heavy iron grate covering a hole in the ground. The vertical shaft of aged brick descended into the darkness, and the damp stench of the sewers slammed into her face like a wall of filth, making her gag. No wonder it's not popular, she thought. I bet the forest smells better. Ready? Asked the guard, offering a few lit torches. Glancing at each other briefly, they nodded to him. Malika took one of the torches, tucking it carefully under one arm, and began to climb down into the sewer using the rusted iron hoops stapled into the ancient and crumbling brickwork. When she reached the bottom of the ladder, Malika found herself in a small damp chamber, the sound of dripping unnaturally loud in the dim torchlight. Moss lined most of the crumbling, water-stained brick walls and floor, making everything somewhat treacherously slippery, while trickles of water ran out through the one open archway. Donovan immediately strode toward the open passage. Shouldn't we have a plan? Malika asked, her voice echoing a little in the dark chamber. I'm not interested in your plan. You didn't even bring a weapon, Donovan shot back. Just follow me and kill the monsters and we can all get out of here. Biting back her retort, she followed the group, irritated with their self-imposed leader's disregard for her or any kind of prudence. But she was an outsider in this group, and she only had to put up with them until she earned her class. Suddenly she jumped, startled as a large hand gently settled on her shoulder, wincing in pain as her movement displaced one of her snapped ribs. It's not very powerful, but you look like you need it, Marto said. She stared at him in confusion for a second before she saw the small vial in his enormous hand, stretched out and offered to her. The clear glass container was stopped with a simple cork, and the red liquid sloshed a little inside. Minor health potion level 1 consume, gain 50 health over 3 minutes quality, normal value, 1 silver created by Morwyn Fizzlebang. Wounds begone, potion. She hated that he was right and worse that she would owe him, but she wasn't going to be a whole lot of use in combat if she was doubled over in pain every time she moved. Thanks, she said quietly, and downed the expensive potion, feeling the warmth flooding her body as its potent magic began to work on her injuries. Chapter 6. Spiders and rats. Malika wrinkled her aching nose in vain against the overpowering stench of the sewer, but the soft, soothing pulse of the healing potion's magic was rapidly erasing her scrapes and bruises. She followed the group, hanging back and letting the more adventurous and better-equipped members take the lead. The flicker of their torches brought a dim, dancing warmth and light to the crumbling, damp brick walls. The dank tunnel reeked of decay and filth, and the slippery floor underfoot was covered in moss and decades of accumulated grime. Sluggish, fetid water sloshed quietly as it ran down the middle of the tunnel and off into the darkness, barely contained within its channel banks, but by the chest-high stains on the walls, it seemed clear that flooding was a rather common occurrence. No surprise here, half the town used the sewer tunnels as a dump, and even the storm drains and the river overflow emptied into these tunnels. I'll probably need to take a dunk in the river after this. The anxious silence immediately pressed in on the group, clearly evident in the lines of tension and hypervigilance of her companions. Some tried to play it off as nothing, bravado perhaps, but this was a combat trial and they were all jumping at shadows. Malika tried to distract herself by studying her companions. The mayor had made a point of stressing teamwork and cooperation as the way to survive their combat trial, but Malika was skeptical. Perhaps the pre-organized teams would have had a better time, but she had never met any of her companions before today, and it was highly improbable that teamwork would be their strength. Case in point, she thought. Blunt and direct insults followed subtle and sophisticated barbs as Marto and Donovan's bickering echoed from up front. Malika would not be entirely surprised if the two boys started a brawl, heedless of the dangers sure to be lurking down here. Donovan was an entitled noble, but Marto seemed particularly aggressive, and the two of them got along like oil and fire. She reflected on what little she knew of her companions. The beastkin boy confused her. On one hand, she didn't trust his aggressive behavior or his overly familiar manner. On the other hand, he was the only one who had noticed her injuries, and the refreshing magic of his healing potion was still working to heal her much-abused body, an unexpected kindness and generosity. Malika had a wealth of experience with injuries and being beaten up. Under normal circumstances, it might take about an hour to regenerate her mana and stamina, but health required rest. Serious injuries such as bleeding wounds and broken bones require proper healing. As if on cue, she winced at the pain of one of her ribs snapping back into place under the influence of the healing magic from the potion, but tried to pass off her reaction as a stumble. Tala seemed to be on edge, constantly looking around furtively and always touching her daggers. Malika made sure to stay far from the cat girl. Of all her companions, she trusted Tala the least. She knew it was the association with the town watch, but still she kept a sharp eye on her, and something about her felt shifty. It was nothing overt or even something she could explain, but her hard-won experience had taught her it was far better to trust her instincts. The half-elf archer Callan was the only party member she allowed behind her. He brought up the rear, and apart from the few brief words in the town hall, she hadn't heard him speak. Malika had already identified him as too nice and too shy to be a problem. At least they all have decent equipment. Tala's daggers were of exceptional quality, and every item Donovan owned was masterwork quality or better. He must be wearing at least 100 gold worth of gear, and none of it was the overly ostentatious bejeweled crap nobles tended to prefer. Nearly every item on him glittered and sparkled as appraise lit them up, drawing her attention to the magical enchantments. Malika glanced at her stained and torn brown cotton shirt. "I'll have to be careful when we fight." She knew she was woefully unprepared for this adventure, but armor and weapons cost money. And any money she earned quickly found its way into the greedy hands of Adric and Edric, no matter how hard she tried to hide it. Click, click, her heart kicked into high gear, racing at the sudden sharp, irregular skittering noises from the darkness up ahead. Donovan raised a hand in the flickering light, both he and Marto falling instantly silent, their bickering forgotten as everyone froze. Malika crouched, silently propping her torch up against the wall where it could shed some light into the tunnel, freeing up her hands for fighting. She quietened her breathing and strained her eyes to make out anything in the gloomy darkness up ahead. Slowly, a dark shape emerged, somehow crawling along the curved brick of the tunnel roof despite its weight. It had a rounded bulbous body with 8 slender black shiny legs ending in blade-like talons that clicked against the brick as it crawled towards them. 8 shiny eyes fixated on their group as it paused. "Level 2 giant spider," Callan said quietly from the back. "We all have identify, idiot," Donovan said. "I don't," Malika thought, grateful for Callan's information, but she remained quiet knowing that Donovan already saw her as a liability. The spider's body was about the size of a large dog, and with the broad span of its legs, it appeared quite a bit larger. Marto and Donovan both leaped forward at exactly the same time, jostling each other in the process. "Watch out, you oaf," Donovan shouted as he pushed Marto to the side and swung his sword upwards. His blade bit into the black carapace, raining dark ichor from the wound. The spider screeched, tucking in its legs, and it dropped down directly on top of him. Donovan let out a high-pitched squeal of pain as the spider's fangs sank into his neck, avoiding his armor entirely. "They're going to die." The thought sprung into Malika's mind as she stared dumbfounded at the clumsy, botched attack. Not that she cared too much about either of them personally, but their dying here would make it infinitely harder for her to gain experience. And to gain experience, she needed to survive. With a sharp, low swing, Marto's mace thumped against the spider's head while it was busy biting Donovan. It recoiled, releasing the noble boy as it hissed in pain. Suddenly it charged at Marto, making a clicking scramble as its many legs clattered against the stone. Marto immediately backed up against the tunnel wall, wielding his mace in short, powerful strikes. Malika had spent many hours watching high-level fighters drill and train in her parents' dojo. many of whom were vastly experienced at fighting monsters. Marto's deft manipulation of the spider showed her that he either had a deep understanding of the role of a melee fighter, or he simply had great instincts. With his position back against the sewer wall, Callan would have a clean shot at the creature and Malika could easily flank it. She took a deep breath and, mindful of the slippery floor, charged in behind the spider. She lashed out with her fist, a compact strike that cracked painfully against the tough chitinous thorax of the monster. She winced, redirecting her efforts, using a couple of quick kicks to strike the back of a more vulnerable leg joint, and she was rewarded with the sight of the spider stumbling briefly. Movement flickered to her right, and with surprising speed, Tala buried one of her daggers to the hilt in the monster's abdomen, a broad grin bordering on ecstasy appearing on her face. On her left, Donovan appeared, seemingly unbothered by his wound. He slashed with his sword, surprising Malika with a competent stance and an efficient strike, at odds with his first attack. The sword bit through the carapace, spraying green ichor across the side of her face and shirt. She wiped it out of her eye with the back of her hand while delivering another kick to the spider's leg, careful to leave room for Callan's arrows. It wasn't a pretty fight, nor was there much in the way of coherent strategy among them. She managed to break two of the spider's legs, making it sluggish and list to the side before the accumulated damage from the others finally caused the monster to collapse in a puddle of leaking gore. But the fight had taught her a lot about her companions. Your group has defeated Giant Spider, Level 2. The soft chime resonated in her mind as the monster died. My first monster kill, she thought. That could have gone a lot worse. I didn't even break my ribs or nose again. Marto poked at the corpse as if daring it to get up and go for another round. He was bleeding from a couple of puncture marks on his shoulders and arms, but the sturdy beastkin seemed to be able to ignore his wounds. How serious is that bite? Do you need a potion? Callan asked him. No, it wasn't venomous, Marto answered. I just need a few minutes to recover my stamina. Donovan rummaged through the pack he had dropped and retrieved a potion, downing it quickly and discarding the vial into the sewer channel. See how easy it is, he said triumphantly. Did you see how I took it down from the roof? Tala, stifling a snicker, turned Donovan's expression into a scowl. But despite the noble's arrogance and bravado, his skill with the sword was undeniable. Clearly, he had been properly trained, and his armor had turned what might have been a debilitating injury into a minor scratch. Before Donovan could get upset, Malika asked, How many of these do we need to kill? I heard you need enough experience to gain 1 level before you are offered any classes, Tala said. Everyone knows that, Donovan retorted, still glowering grumpily at Tala. Ignoring the emotional theatrics, Malika wiped her hands on her pants to remove the spider ichor. Her clothing was already stained with her own blood from earlier, so it wasn't like she was ruining them. She found a relatively clean and dry spot and sat down to meditate while the others collected their arrows or rested in their own way from the battle. Meditation was Malika's pride, learned early on under her father's strict tutelage. Even though she had only been able to level it to 3, it still allowed her to regenerate her stamina and mana nearly twice as quickly as normal. Meditation, Level 3 Focus. Enter a meditative state during which mana and stamina regeneration is increased by plus 80%, 35 plus skill x 15. Movement or using an active skill cancels your focus. Wisdom. While she meditated, Malika reflected on the battle. She had expected it to be much harder, but with the spider focused on Marto the entire fight, it hadn't really mattered that she wasn't wearing armor. I guess team fighting really is effective. Her only regret was that she hadn't been able to punch through the spider's armor. Maybe with a class and a weapon, she was certain that fighting the spider by herself would likely have been suicide, or at the very least, an extremely dangerous undertaking. 10 minutes later, Marto stood up. I'm ready, let's find some more, he announced with a grin. About time, Donovan replied, picking up where their bickering had left off. Grabbing their packs, torches and equipment, they headed off down the tunnel. Donovan and Marto nearly came to blows, arguing about who would take the lead. All of Malika's thoughts on teams making combat easier would come to naught if those two couldn't cooperate. But a little of the edge of the group's tension had blunted after the successful first encounter. After about half an hour, the tunnel they were following widened into a broad open area on the left side of the water channel. This room seemed particularly decrepit, with piles of rubble and decaying trash in the corners. Large cracks ran through the brickwork of the floor and walls, and giant dusty cobwebs hung in drapes from the ceiling. Prowling the room were 3 oversized rats rummaging and sniffing through the piles of trash, their noses and whiskers twitching. Shit 3, she thought, glancing back at Callan in the hope that he would identify them again. Each rat stood as tall as her waist. Sharp yellowed teeth flashed in the darkness as they rooted about in the muck for food, with their mangy matted fur bearing testament to a life lived in filth. Donovan immediately drew his sword. "I'll take the one on the left," he said, and with a loud battle cry he charged straight into the room, drawing the attention of all 3 rats simultaneously. "He's going to die," Malika thought, staring stupefied at the brash disregard for any sort of strategy or planning. She crouched, ready for anything. But much to her surprise, Donovan's efficient and straightforward sword technique drew sprays of blood and angry squeals from his chosen rat, while the claws and teeth of the others mostly scraped harmlessly against his expensive leather armor. Marto, despite his continual bickering with the other boy, saved him from being mobbed by the other 2 rats. With 2 controlled swipes of his mace, he split the group, dragging the remaining 2 rats over to the wall, just like he had done with the spider previously, so it wasn't a fluke. Once the 2 rats were under his control, Malika chose her moment to engage, using the same flanking strategy as before. As soon as she had chosen her target, Callan's arrows began striking the same rat. He has a decent eye for strategy too. Tala, on the other hand, chose to attack Donovan's rat, effectively splitting the team's damage. Malika bobbed and weaved, aiming her kicks at the vulnerable joints. She might not have weapons, but a kick to the knee was still effective. With 2 rats attacking him at the same time, Malika could tell that Marta was struggling, his body already bleeding from numerous bites and claw marks. He blocked one of the rats trying to bite his leg, but the second one managed to bite his exposed arm. The rat Malika was kicking lashed out in a blur, its wicked-looking claws catching Marto on the thigh and spraying crimson blood against the damp brick wall. Seeing Marto being pressured, Malika shifted her position and unleashed a rapid kick combination to her rat's neck and shoulders, hoping to distract it from Marto. She succeeded, a little too well. The rat twisted around and snapped at her, catching her leg. The vicious yellowed teeth sank into her calf, grating against the bone. She wrenched her torn leg from its jaws, trying to dodge the rat that now seemed intent on savaging her instead of Marto. A sudden sharp crack echoed through the chamber, and Malika stumbled as the ground quivered. Confused, she tried to catch her balance and heard an even louder report echoing off the walls. She could not afford to fall with the rat still attacking her. Tiny cracks and fissures raced through the brickwork. With a sudden lurch that she felt in the pit of her stomach, the entire floor gave way under her feet in an explosion of dust and stone shards. Rock, rats, and people fell. Reflexively, Malika leapt, ignoring the pain in her injured leg, twisting her body upwards in a desperate flip, her acrobatic skill carrying her above the rat she had been fighting. Everything landed in an enormous crash, a chaotic, discordant roar of noise, rock, dust, and bodies. Something snapped and squashed sickeningly under her as her breath was punched out of her lungs by the painful impact. "Your group has defeated Sewer Rat Level 1. She blinked away the stars in her vision, ignoring both the notification and the pain as she focused on trying to breathe. Rapid scurrying and scrambling noises carried over the confusion and dust as the remaining 2 rats bolted out of sight. Wincing, Malika raised her head, searching around in the dimly lit rubble for her companions. Marto lay groaning and coughing on a nearby slab of the fallen floor, his body covered with dust and blood. Her torch was lost and extinguished. "Everyone all right?" Callan's voice echoed down from above. Looking upwards, Malika saw both Callan and Tala still in the hallway above, staring down over the shattered edge of what had once been the sewer floor by the flickering light of the one remaining torch. Shaking her head to clear the lingering ringing in her ears, she answered, "Yes." Slowly she got up and went to check on Marto. "How is Tala still up there?" Callan, she understood, he had been far at the back shooting his bow, but she could have sworn Tala had been right behind Donovan when the floor fell. "You okay?" Malika asked, quickly checking Marto for serious injuries. Marto groaned, conscious but obviously hurt. "That took half my health." "Never mind the rats," Malika thought. "There are easier and stupider ways to die down here." A rope snaked down from the sewer above, and a few moments later both Callan and Tala shimmied down, joining them on the pile of sharp, shattered brick and stone. Callan immediately retrieved one of their valuable minor healing potions and fed it to Marto. In moments, his more serious wounds began to close as the magic took effect. Malika carefully checked herself, but aside from the bite to her leg, she seemed surprisingly unhurt. losing only a few points of health and being winded from the precipitous fall. Her eyes rested for a moment on the crushed corpse of the rat that had cushioned her, and she realized just how fortunate she had been, not that the wiry bundle of filthy muscle was much of a cushion, but it had probably saved her life. The dust began to settle, and Malika took stock of her surroundings. They had fallen almost 15 feet, landing on a rise near a rough wall of natural rock. Many tons of sewer brick, crumbling mortar, and foundation rock had collapsed down into what appeared to be the edge of a vast underground cavern, leaving a gaping hole in the darkness above, and the giant pile of rubble on which she had landed, crushing the rat. Dust covered everything, turning her skin and clothes a uniform grey. The sewer channel they had been following now formed a brand new, disgusting waterfall that cascaded down onto the back of the rock pile, its fetid smell blending uncomfortably with the thick stench of ancient decay that infused this place. Beyond her precarious perch, the cavern floor dropped away precipitously, opening out into a vast space filled with giant blackened and long-dead trees, some of which must have been over 300 feet tall, that extended upward into the rock and stone of the roof. Meandering through the center of the cavern, Malika could make out a sluggishly moving river, complete with stagnant bends and ponds, and even though the entire space was dimly lit by bioluminescence, her eyes failed to make out the far end. A little beyond the river, a dimly glowing pillar of swirling golden light shone out in the darkness, as if marking that particular spot. Wow, that's big, Marto said, getting slowly to his feet. Suddenly, Tala called out from the other side of the rock pile, "Well, I guess our fearless leader is gone." With an ominous premonition filling her with certain dread, Malika quickly scrambled over to that side, finding a pair of boots sticking out from under a rather large slab of stone, a sickening dark stain on the mossy dirt of the ground. Malika turned away, stomach churning. While she had seen death many times and had found Donovan to be a self-important jerk, it was still a gruesome sight. The casual, almost happy sound of Tala's voice announcing the death replayed in her mind. Malika shook her head trying to clear the ugly thought, but she couldn't shake that last image she had of Tala being right behind Donovan before the floor dropped out from under her. "I need to keep an eye on her. We should go back to town," Callan said. "No, why?" Tala said. "We're not done yet." "Shit, I can't go back," Malika thought as debate sprung up around her. "Donovan was by far the strongest fighter in our group," Callan said. "We are too weak without him." "We didn't need him anyway," Marto snapped, fixing Callan with a deeply pained look. But his arms were folded around his body, and he shot several uncomfortable glances at the boots poking out from under the rock. "Besides, I'm a better fighter. Try being objective for once, Marto." Donovan had the best armor, a fantastic sword, he was loaded with potions, and he actually had decent training, Callan said, echoing nearly to the word precisely what Malika had concluded. Marto looked away a little sullen, but he remained quiet. "We should at least try and get Donovan's gear then," Tala said. "How exactly are you going to move all that rock?" Callan asked. Callan's point was well made. Their group would be vastly weaker, and they didn't even know what lurked down here in the darkness. But Malika had a far different worry on her mind. If she returned to town without a class, she was certain Edric would finish up her trial by forcing her to rob everyone they could find and denying her access to the mayor's shrine, practically ensuring she gained the thief class. "I think we should stay," Malika said, her mind running furiously. It was clear she couldn't use her real reasons, but she had an idea that might convince them. "If we return, William Turner will not let us back down here with only 4 people, and there are no other candidates. If we don't finish up our trial now, they won't let us, and by then it will be too late. Likely we will get a far weaker choice because we didn't finish the trial properly." "I agree with the street rat," Tala said, a shade too quickly. "I mean Malika," she said, correcting herself. "I like that argument too," Marto said, perking up just a little bit. "What do you think, Callan?" Marto's manner surprised Malika yet again. Even though he had clearly been hurt by Callan judging Donovan to be the better fighter, he still wanted to ask the half-elf's opinion. She filed that tidbit away for later. "It's a good point," Callan said, his eyes thoughtful. "If the rest of you want to continue, I will come too. But I think we should camp here and rest fully." Aleandra, the darkness loomed huge and vast, dwarfing the tiny bastion of light shining from Ali's arcane spell. Within the golden circle, the grove was still and quiet. Beyond it, however, a shape moved, shuffling and scratching, the sound somewhat muted and muffled, lost in the darkness and all the more terrifying for it. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her legs were weak and trembled, her body still sluggish and slow. A shiver shook her body as the rat emerged from the darkness, testing the light. Yellowed teeth were bared, and it hissed while fixing her with a malevolent gaze. It crept one step closer, wickedly sharp claws slicing easily through the damp, moss-covered ground. And as more of it emerged into the light, Arlie's breath froze in her throat. It stood taller than her at the shoulder, with matted black fur covered in dirt and muck. It had to weigh many times more than she did. She stood, rooted to the spot as the reek of rot and decay washed over her. The rat took another step forward, snout raised, sniffing at the air. Go away, she thought, panic driving her heart to racing. But the monster was not about to abandon easy prey. It hissed loudly and sprang toward her, jaws opening wide to bite and tear. Arlie screamed and fled, and for a few brief moments she felt a desperate hope that she might outrun it. But it was all dashed in seconds as the heavy bulk of the monstrous rat slammed into her back, smashing her body, face first, into the ground. The weight vanished as soon as it had knocked her down, and the rat rolled past her, its scrambling claws tearing up clods of dirt and moss as her tiny frame entirely failed to halt the momentum of her attacker. Arlie scrambled to her feet, struggling to make her still sluggish body move, and took off in the opposite direction, heading for the dark outline of a downed rotting tree trunk outlined by the light of a few small glowing mushrooms. Her ragged breath rasped deafeningly in her ears. Her heart hammered so hard she feared it might burst. She had almost reached the dubious safety of her cover when a surge of pain drove her to the ground as the rat's jaws clamped down on her shoulder. She screamed again as her own blood splashed warmth onto her neck and face and flowed down her body. Her head rattled as the rat viciously shook her. In desperation, she reached for her mana, creating a small golden sphere with her arcane cantrip and flinging it blindly at the monster. The shaking and panic conspired to make her miss, but the rat flinched reflexively, releasing its hold on her. Not knowing quite how, she rolled free and scrambled to her feet, taking off at a dead sprint. The rat shot past her as she slipped and stumbled on the still glowing remnants and shards of her mother's barrier magic, and she finally reached the cover of the stone shrine. Looking around frantically, she found the dark, mangy rat scrambling to its feet and turning toward her. Arlie cast around through the magic of her plant growth, trying to find something, anything that might help her. Below the ground, her senses found some roots, and as the rat charged, she poured out her mana, making them grow. Roots extended, bursting out of the ground, reaching and tangling. But the magic was slow, and the few roots that did grasp the rat's feet were ripped aside by its powerful charge. Arlie summoned a small disc of her arcane magic, throwing it into the path of the oncoming monster, and she turned and fled into the darkness. While her magic was definitely much more powerful than she remembered, it was no match for the ferocious rat. With a snap of its powerful jaws, her magical construct shattered into fragments, and the rat pressed its attack, closing in on her with terrifying speed. "I can't," despair welled up in her heart at the sight of the relentless monster bearing down on her. She was not made for fighting. She never had been. "I'm too small, too weak." She just wanted to hang out in the library and lose herself in an interesting book, not this nightmare of facing terrifying monsters alone in the darkness. Suddenly she saw her own mother's face as she had last seen her and heard her last words while her body faded into mana. "Remember, I love you." Her mom had not had a combat class, and she had held off a death knight and foiled the lick. In that instant, Arlie's panic and fear evaporated, replaced by a cold fury, a rage that filled her heart. Her mother had given her life to save her from that dark and terrifying lick. Her father had left without hesitation to fight the Death Knight and buy them time to flee. And I'm just going to give up, to die to a mangy rat, to throw their sacrifices away. Arlie screamed all her frustration and rage at the charging monster, all her powerlessness and grief, her sudden and terrifying loneliness. Its bulk slammed her to the ground, knocking the wind from her lungs, while its claws raked her body, and its teeth found her soft flesh once again. Its fetid breath blew warm on her face, and its little squeals of joy as it tasted her flesh echoed out across the grove. "Now you're not moving," she thought, wrapping her tiny arms around the rat's body and hanging on with all the strength she could muster. She cast deep into the ground with her plant growth spell, coaxing the roots to grow up and tangle the rat while it was wholly focused on biting and tearing at her flesh. Arlie gritted her teeth against the raging pain, furiously hanging onto consciousness while she poured her mana recklessly into her magic growth spell. The roots snaked up past her legs and coiled around the rat, rapidly thickening and twisting as they grew with unnatural swiftness urged on by her nature magic. Suddenly, the rat released her and began to thrash and struggle. A loud crack sounded in the darkness, followed by a pained squeal from the rat as its struggles grew more frantically desperate. But it was already too late, and roots, some as thick as her arms, coiled tighter and tighter around the struggling rat. There was another crack, followed by a thrashing that left bloody furrows from its claws tearing through her skin like paper. One final crack, louder than the others, a sickening crunch, and then silence as the rat slumped in the embrace of the thick and gnarled roots twisted around its body. A soft chime sounded within Arlie's mind. "You have defeated sewer rat. Level 3 plant growth has reached level 5. She slumped to the ground, completely drained, her breathing ragged with pain and exertion. "How am I still alive? Health, 425 stamina, 840 mana, 2210. Arlie stared uncomprehendingly at the numbers for a few moments, realizing just how close her reckless gambit had been. If she hadn't stopped running, her plant growth would never have been able to tackle the rat, but the cost had almost been her life. Slowly she sat up, holding a hand to her shoulder, trying to stem the flow of blood from one of the bite wounds. She looked around and immediately froze. Out in the darkness of the cavern, several pairs of glowing red eyes shone, hungrily observing the aftermath of the battle, sizing her up. A piercing howl split the silence. Starving wolf, level 13x4, and then a larger shadow appeared, looming behind the wolves. Starving alpha wolf, level 5. She stared, unable to move or think, overcome by the harsh unfairness of her situation. As if to underscore her fate, her health ticked down from 4 to 3 as her amber blood continued to fall unstaunched from her many wounds. She didn't even have enough mana to make another light. Chapter 7. Wolf Packet was probably mourning above ground, but such things did not have much meaning down here in this dark and dead underground forest. Callan rose to his feet from where he'd been keeping watch and began making the rounds to wake his companions. They had camped for a little over 2 hours, more than long enough to regenerate stamina and mana, but some things took more than regeneration and potions to recover. His gaze lingered on the pile of rocks Marto had heaped over Donovan's exposed boots. Malika was awake, sitting cross-legged and meditating, and her eyes sprang open before he even reached out to touch her. Marto and Tala had fallen asleep, catching a little more rest while he kept watch. He quickly woke them, eager to be on his way. If nothing else, it would take them away from the growing pool of sewage forming under the waterfall. "We're very lucky we didn't lose anyone else," he thought soberly, glancing up at the rope still dangling from the great hole in the sewer floor so far above, deciding it was safe to leave it there. It was quite a fall, and he could still vividly recall Marto's injured body lying on the shattered rubble. "I don't think I could have survived that," he thought. And what if the rats had stuck around to fight? Callan glanced over at his friend. Marto was rapidly refilling his pack and securing his mace to his belt. He seemed fine now, but it had taken one of their precious potions to heal him. Callan's mother had insisted on buying him a few for the trial, even though he was certain she couldn't afford them. Not with her being forced to break ties with the Guild of Tailors for the crime of trying to start up her own private business in Myron's Keep. But she was never one to take no for an answer, and now Callan was grateful for her insistence. Ever since they were young, he knew how impulsive Marto could be, and though he was certain his friend could hold his own against the kinds of people who used to bully them, monsters were an entirely different kind of danger. Callan rubbed the skin at the back of his neck. Ever since he had climbed down that rope and into this cavern, he had felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation, a little like an imagined itch right beneath his skin. It set him on edge in the same way a premonition might. There was just something about the environment down here that made him uneasy. Perhaps it's the darkness and the enormous space, he thought, trying to shake the sensation. His gaze shifted to his other companions. Malika was stretching off to the side. He had been unsure of her at first. She had no equipment and was obviously from the shady side of town with such a painfully obvious street rat title. Shadier side, he corrected. You could find corruption and crime throughout most of Myron's Keep. It was a good day when you didn't stumble across a corpse in an alleyway, or someone being mugged or robbed, often in broad daylight. Malika was athletic and dirty and had clearly run afoul of some thugs before she had arrived at the town hall. Her curious blue eyes were strikingly intense against her dark skin and black curls, features that identified her as having been born in the northern reaches of Toria, the kingdom currently at war with New Daeria, perhaps even descended from the Arn Ken people. He had supported her joining their group only because Marto had a knack for picking honest and trustworthy companions. He had to admit, though, that she had proved to be a competent fighter, She had excellent situational awareness, an instinctive understanding of her companions, and a sure grasp of strategy. While Donovan had shown solid sword skills, he was a noble and had access to the best training money could buy. How did a street rat like Malika learn to fight so well? She must have had some decent unarmed combat training somewhere, but he didn't expect she was the kind of person to share her story. Still, if she had some decent gear, she could be a powerhouse. As it was, she seemed to be holding her own beside Tala and himself, with nothing more than bare fists and a ragged t-shirt. He wasn't so sure about Tala, though. She was clearly quite competent with her daggers, but something about her seemed off and he just couldn't place it. He had been trying to figure her out since the moment they had entered the sewers. Perhaps it was the calculating, almost cruel cast to her eyes or the edge of suppressed anxiety. He was certain there was something between her and Malika, because Malika seemed wary of her and was obviously avoiding her. Well, Malika is wary of everyone, he thought. But it was especially obvious with Tala. As they finished breaking camp, he picked a path down the scree-strewn slope and into the vast space of the cavern. They kept a slow pace, given the unfamiliar terrain, and having no idea what might be lurking in the darkness just beyond sight. Callan carried the group's last remaining torch, providing light as they trudged along the damp, springy ground. The dirt underfoot was mostly overgrown with moss and the occasional bioluminescent mushroom. Everywhere he looked there were old and decaying tree trunks, with piles of bones strewn about like snowdrifts, none of which were helping him with his sense of unease. It all stank of slow decay. After a while they began to encounter monsters, mainly wandering spiders and prowling rats. They fell into something of a rhythm, Marto picking them up first, and then the three remaining members taking it apart from behind. But whenever he spied a group of monsters traveling together, he alerted the others to instead take cover behind a massive tree or a pile of bones. There were more than enough solo monsters to satisfy the requirements of their trial without taking unnecessary risks, in his opinion. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream split the darkness of the cavern. Was that a person? They all locked eyes with each other for a moment. It came from over there, Marto said, already turning to go. The scream had come from up ahead, towards the far edge of the cavern, and they immediately began to run. They rushed through the darkness at a reckless pace, greatly increasing the chance of stumbling into a patrolling group of monsters, but all he could do was frantically scan the shadows, searching for danger. About a minute later they heard another scream, definitely a person, and the ominous howl of a wolf. Rushing around the bole of a massive dead tree, he suddenly stopped. A rat hung in the air, dangling from thick gnarled roots, seemingly crushed to death, and not too long ago either. Lying crumpled on the ground, covered in amber blood and dirt, was a tiny person, struggling to crawl away. She was almost 3 feet tall, with a petite build and slender features. Small elfin ears protruded from the long, matted and blood-soaked green hair that clung to the sides of her face. Her large golden eyes stared wide-eyed in shock and terror at an advancing pack of snarling wolves. Could she be? Without even thinking about it, he used Identify on all of them. Fae Ancient, holy crap, a real live Fae, down here. Starving Alpha, Wolf, Level 5 Starving Wolf, Level 13x4 Callan stared aghast at the scene playing out in front of them. The 5 monstrous wolves were focused on the Fae girl, fanning out to surround her. He had always heard that the Fae were supposed to be these powerhouses of magic, but even though she had the ancient title, inexplicably she was unclassed. She doesn't stand a chance. Callan knew it instantly, taking in the extensive injuries and enormous amount of blood already soaking the ground around her. It was a wonder she was even conscious at all. This real live Fae was about to be really dead really soon. And then Marto shouted, "She's going to die." He charged into the fray, heedless of the danger. Damn it, Marto, this is not a schoolyard brawl, Callan thought, his heart immediately beginning to race at the nightmarish prospect of tackling 5 monsters at once, one a level 5. But there was no heat in his thoughts. He knew this was who Marto was, for as long as they had been friends, Marto had never been able to leave someone who was injured, weaker, or being picked on by bullies. No matter the odds. This is going to get you killed one of these days, he thought, drawing his bow and fervently hoping it would not be today. Both of us, he amended, realizing he was equally unable to let either Marto or the unknown girl die while he stood by and did nothing. At a glance he scanned the wolves' approach, studying their formation. Marto's loud shouting and charge had already been noticed, and some of the wolves were peeling off to deal with his intrusion, but not all. He aimed and released, firing his arrow right past Marto. It struck one of the wolves mid-leap, knocking it sideways and barely saving the helpless Fae from its snarling fangs. Now I'm part of this insanity. As he drew a second arrow, Malika sprinted by, diving into the fray to back Marto up. It took a moment before her solo charge toward the monstrous wolves sunk in. "Where's Tala?" He glanced around urgently, but there was no sign of her anywhere. With a sudden sour taste in the back of his throat, he realized the truth. She abandoned us, and in the middle of the most dangerous fight too. Later, he thought. He couldn't afford to worry about it now, but it continued to gnaw at him in the back of his mind. How can we survive with just the three of us? The alpha howled, and the entire pack rounded upon Marto. Even the one Callan had hit got back up and started attacking. The wolves immediately shifted formation, allowing the alpha to attack Marto head-on, while the lesser wolves moved to flank him. Natural coordination born of instinct, perhaps. Malika arrived shortly after, and her presence took a bit of the pressure off Marto as two of the wolves turned to her instead. Callan kept firing steadily, but the wolves were coordinating their attacks, and Marto and Malika were already bleeding from several bites. They can't keep this up for long. Marto has 3 wolves on him, and Malika does not have armor. Callan looked around desperately, searching for anything. To the right, hidden in the shadows of the rock wall, was a darker shadow indicating an opening. "Marto," he yelled, "cave on the right." He fired a shot at the wolves attacking Malika, hitting one in the neck and burying the other arrow deep into the second wolf's flank, earning a yelp of pain. Snarling, both wolves turned to chase after him. Knowing he wouldn't be able to shoot effectively if he let them get close, he sprinted for the shadowed hole in the rock wall, trying to keep his distance while struggling to fire his bow accurately on the run. Even though Malika bled profusely from several nasty bite wounds, she still ran back and scooped up the injured Fey girl before sprinting for cover. Arriving at the entrance first, Callan squeezed through the narrow crack, spun around, and began firing off arrow after arrow to cover the others as they fled, heedless of how many he spent. Malika punched the wolf trying to reach Callan, knocking it sideways just enough to save him from the rending fangs, and she fell past through the entrance with the Fey. Marto struggled out in the open by himself, playing tag with the alpha and the 2 remaining wolves. He almost tripped as they tried to hamstring him, and he scrambled back, drawing them into an ugly running battle across the mossy ground. Arriving at the entryway, he somehow managed to maneuver the wolves so that they blocked each other, and he finally squeezed his large frame through the opening, despite a wolf trying to turn his foot into a chew toy. He kicked it off with a curse. Marto turned, blocking the doorway with his body and his mace, while Callan fired past his shoulder. Suddenly unable to flank them or attack more than one at a time in the narrow entrance, the balance shifted markedly in their favor. He fired into the crowd of snarling wolves jostling each other as they tried to cram their way through the narrow cleft. Strange, spongy roots sprang from the ground to grapple and tangle the wolves' paws. Glancing briefly down at the floor, he found the Fey girl had her hand outstretched towards the wolves, apparently casting a spell. However, she soon collapsed, spent, breathing shallowly. It took hectic minutes of messy fighting with both him and Malika holding off the wolves at the entrance until Marto muscled a boulder across the entrance through sheer strength, and the wolves finally retreated, howling in frustration. Well, that was great, he thought. We didn't even kill a single wolf. Callan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least we're alive. Malika, however, was not nearly as calm, rounding on Marto, her face livid. What the hell was that? You can't just charge in, putting us all in danger. Marto drew himself up to his full height, chin jutting forward. Here it comes, Callan thought. Marto was his closest friend, and after all this time he had gotten used to his impulsiveness, but even he was sympathetic to Malika's position. This had been an unreasonably dangerous fight, and Marto really had just jumped in without thinking. Healing first, he thought, choosing to stay out of the argument for the moment, while he rummaged through his pack for potions, handing one each to Marto and Malika. She would be dead if we hadn't charged in. Marto's response was predictably upset and emotionally charged, but as much as Malika's anger resonated with him, Callan could see Marto's point too. The little Fey lay in a slowly growing pool of blood with glazed-over eyes and rapid shallow breathing, obviously beyond pain and only semi-conscious. It was clear she would likely have died if they had hesitated for even a few seconds. She might die right now, he thought, quickly kneeling beside her and raising her head so he could drip the crimson potion between her pale lips. You'd be dead if I hadn't risked my life to save you. Malika wasn't letting up one bit. The potion was working quickly on her, and some of the more obvious wounds were visibly closing. Without any armor to protect her, the wolves had savaged her badly, and she had been severely injured. Even her flimsy clothing was almost completely shredded. Callan wasn't sure how she had even managed to run back to the cave. "I knew I could count on you," Marto said. "With the four of us, I was sure we could do it. That was not your fucking decision. You're both alive, aren't you?" Much as Callan hated getting involved in arguments, this did not seem like it would resolve itself, and they were still in extreme danger. "You realize Tala abandoned us, right?" he interjected into the pause that followed. Both of their heads snapped around to stare at him in shock. First time they noticed, he thought. As they stared at him, he continued. "We're trapped in this cave with only 2 health potions left, and I can still hear the wolves outside. We're going to need to work together to have any chance of surviving this." His attention was drawn once again to the Fae lying beside him as she began to stir. Her eyes fluttered and opened, darting around in confusion. "How are you feeling?" he asked, sensing Marto and Malika's attention shift to the Fae girl, their argument forgotten for now. The Fae girl looked at him for a long moment, and then answered something unintelligible in a language Callan had never heard before. Callan shook his head and shrugged. The girl tried again, this time using something that sounded like an ancient Elvish dialect, and for the first time, Callan regretted disowning that side of his heritage. The girl frowned, trying again with the guttural speech of the dwarves, but all Callan could do was glance helplessly at his companions, entirely unable to communicate. "I don't think she knows Common," he said. Not only did that seem to be true, but she was growing progressively more and more frustrated. "I guess we do it the hard way." "Callan," he said, pointing to his chest. "Malika," he pointed to her. "Marto," he pointed at him. Then he pointed at the Fae and waited. She cocked her head to the side for a moment. "Aleandra," she replied in a soft, exhausted voice. "Aleandra, is it over?" Ollie slumped back against the cold, rough stone of the dark cave, her mind grappling with the bewildering array of fragmented memories. She had killed the rat, somehow, and then the eyes in the darkness, the howls of wolves. Everything after that seemed to be a blur. She had definitely blacked out at least a few times. This new cave was quite small, seemingly formed from a single massive slab of rock that jutted diagonally from the ground, supporting a surprisingly dry open space beneath it, behind the narrow entrance. A few glowing mushrooms grew in the corner, and lying beside her on the ground was an empty glass vial that might have been a healing potion. Her eyes found the half-elf Callan, who had clearly fed her the potion and saved her from bleeding out, and who, frustratingly, did not seem to understand Elvish. He sat nearby, chatting quietly with his companions, their words so close to familiar, and yet always just far enough from her understanding as to defy comprehension. Perhaps linguist is helping me. She had never encountered full immersion in a new language, so it was unclear what was simply familiarity with phonemes and what was her passive skill prodding her knowledge, but she began to memorize their conversations, hoping that it might help her to learn faster. Linguist Level 4, you have enhanced proficiency with understanding and learning languages. Knowledge, intelligence. The unfortunate truth, though, was it would likely take a month or more. She loved languages, but her trying day and the sheer exhaustion had pushed her beyond the point of frustration already, and her brain was struggling to keep up. Somehow in the time she had been encased in her mother's spell, her home language had morphed from Common into ancient Dalmaran, at least according to her status. That, along with the strange, ancient title she had somehow earned, hinted at something her mind could scarcely believe: time enough for a language to evolve. That had to be the answer. A sudden surge of loneliness struck like a punch to her gut. She forced her attention back to the conversation, listening to the big beastkin boy, Marto, speaking in a surprisingly deep voice. She had several flashbulb memories of him charging the wolves and laying into their snarling faces with the blood-smeared mace that was now fastened to his belt. Shouting and bleeding, it had been him standing over her while the largest wolf charged. Why did he save me? It and the 1,000 other questions that barreled through her tired mind had to go unanswered. She couldn't ask them, couldn't even make herself understood. The dark-haired girl with the uncannily brilliant blue eyes spoke then, and another flashbulb memory popped into Ollie's mind. Malika. Blood pouring from grievous bite wounds, she had still rushed back, like an angel from one of her beloved hero stories, swooping down to carry her away from the ravening wolves. She had been barely conscious by then, everything rushing by in a blur, but what she remembered were the teeth gritted against pain, the determination in her eyes. And the blood, so much blood. Her companions seemed to reach some form of consensus, and Malika rose to her feet, relocating to the blocked entryway and sitting cross-legged to face it. The other two settled down to rest. At last, as the conversation faded, Ollie slowly slumped over, her mind and body finally succumbing to exhaustion. She must have fallen asleep because next she knew Malika gently shook her awake. Drawn by the sounds of loud grunting and groaning, primarily from Marto, she sat up and stared. Over at the entrance, the two boys were busy stacking some rocks. Puzzled but unable to ask, she simply watched as they worked. After a lot of pushing and shoving and generally sweaty work, they had shifted some heavy boulders to create a small wall near the still-blocked doorway. In the distance, beyond the cave, Ali could hear the chilling sounds of wolves howling. What are they doing? Are they going to fight the wolves? Soon the half-elf walked up to her and gestured for her to back away from the entrance. Callan. She repeated his name in her mind. She limped along after him, and her worst suspicion was quickly confirmed as he readied his bow and indicated a rock for her to stand behind. A chill of fear touched her spine and she suddenly shivered. Callan left her standing there with a few words, delivered in a kind-sounding tone, and headed over to join the others. With some obvious effort, Marto shifted the boulder blocking the entrance to the side, and Callan slipped through into the darkness beyond. Time seemed to crawl by in a tense silence broken only by the sounds of their breathing. A wolf suddenly yelped in an outburst of pain. Several howls echoed from outside. Ali's breath caught in her throat. Suddenly, Callan burst back into the cave with the howling wolf pack hot on his heels. Just as he hurdled the low wall of piled stones, Marto deftly stepped in, fearlessly interposing his bulk and his mace to block the entrance. Then Malika darted in, weaving and ducking around the boulders they had placed, jabbing and kicking at the bunched-up wolves. What do I do? They had not been able to share their strategy with her, nor could she tell them her abilities. Not that she had any combat abilities to speak of. Ali puzzled over their strategy while her heart began to race, fueled by a growing rush of adrenaline that had nowhere to go. Nearly all her mana had regenerated while she slept, but she could only cower behind her boulder while the others risked their lives. It gnawed at her. She had only been able to watch while Armand had been cut down trying to protect her, and now it was happening again. Suddenly, Malika dove back into the cave with an agile flip, drawing one of the wolves in with her. Ali's eyes widened in surprise as instead of blocking it, Marto let the wolf slip past him, keeping his attention on the rest. Callan drew his bow, squinting in the dark, and their plan finally became clear. They mean to draw them in, one at a time, she thought, realizing that Marto was buying Callan and Malika time to take out the isolated wolf while he blocked the rest at the narrow passage into the cave. And she found something she could do. A little thing, but it was far better than cowering in this corner. With a simple flash of mana, she conjured a small orb of golden arcane energy and tossed it up near the roof. And dim though it was, the light from her magic filled the cave. Callan said something quick and short, a quick grin lighting his face as his shots suddenly grew more rapid. For all the panic and frenzy of actual real combat, their strategy seemed to be working quite well. But right then, Marto's urgent yelling drew her attention to the entryway and the terrifying sight of a wolf leaping over his head. One of Callan's arrows thumped into its chest, but it still crashed to the ground, knocking Malika sprawling, and the wolf she had been fighting wasted no time, lunging fangs first at her exposed neck. No, reacting by pure instinct, Ali threw a disc of crystallized arcane energy at the wolf. It was a tiny thing, no larger than the saucer of a teacup, and yet it materialized right between Malika's neck and the sharp fangs. The fangs snapped shut with an audible crack, and her creation shattered in the wolf's mouth with a tinkle like fine glass, making the mana dissipate into the air in a cloud of golden sparks. Malika's reactions were incredible, dodging out of the way in the small window of time she had created, scrambling away and bouncing back onto her feet. Ali released the breath she had been unconsciously holding. Heart still racing from the close call, she searched underground with her plant magic. She did not find any roots in the soil of this cave, but she did find moss and mushrooms. To her relief, they reacted to her nature mana all the same, mycelium thickening and bursting from the ground to tangle wolf paws. Her skill was anything but powerful, so she directed all her focus onto one of the wolves, and as soon as she had some traction, Malika backed up from the struggling monster, drawing the other wolf away. The wolf thrashed and bit at her delicate plant magic, but Ali doubled down on her focus, spending more and more mana to keep the moss and fungus growing, tangling the wolf's paws as quickly as it tore the growth to shreds. but she was spending mana furiously and wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. Ali was so focused on keeping the wolf immobilized that she failed to notice when Callan and Malika killed the first one. She jerked back, startled when Malika rushed past her, and Callan's arrows began whizzing past her head as they both switched to attacking her wolf. With nearly 2/3 of her mana depleted, she released her control over the plants and took a break while Malika and Callan took over. A big crash preceded a yell ringing out from the cave entrance. The heavy alpha wolf rammed into the makeshift wall of rock, knocking it over, before slamming into Marto with the sheer force of its body weight. Marto stumbled under the impact, knocked sprawling to the ground, and all the remaining wolves burst into the cave in an explosion of chaos. Ali could only stare, rooted to the spot as a huge snarling wolf bearing large razor-sharp fangs bounded over the tangled pile coming straight for her. Desperately she threw arcane magic into its face, but it shattered instantly, not even slowing the huge beast down. Just then, a flying kick slammed into the side of its head as Malika sprang into its path. Fletchings buzzing, an arrow buried itself deep into its flank, but the wolf had so much momentum it carried right past Malika, smashing into the ground and careening into Ali, knocking her flying into the back wall of the cave. The impact drove the air from her lungs, making her see stars for a moment. She gasped, winded, struggling to crawl away from the ferocious, snarling wolf trying to have her for a snack, but right at that moment, Malika leapt in front of it and unleashed a vicious kick to the knee of its left front leg. Once she had its full attention, she stepped back, drawing it away as a second wolf tried to circle around and attack her from behind. Relief welled up inside her at the sight of the ravenous wolf turning away, but it was followed instantly by guilt as Ali realized Malika had chosen to get bitten on her behalf. Two wolves were far too dangerous to handle without armor, but Malika simply downed a healing potion and unleashed a storm of blows while the magic visibly repaired her wounds. A few punches and arrows later, one of the two wolves dropped and lay unmoving. Ali levered herself up using the wall for support, her breathing still ragged and rough from being winded, but slowly recovering. Miraculously, she was alive and nothing was trying to eat her. Malika and Callan were still busy with one wolf, but Marto stood with his back to the wall over at the far side holding off two, one of which was the huge, muscular alpha wolf. Blood streamed from several serious bite wounds and gashes on his body, and he was obviously struggling, his movements slow and stumbling. He needs help. She didn't have a whole lot of mana left, but if she could just distract it a little, maybe that could help. Marto certainly needed something, and soon. She conjured a disc of arcane magic right in the mouth of the alpha wolf. Reaching below ground, she found the fungal mycelium again and twisted that around the paws of the lesser wolf. The alpha attacked again, a savage bite aimed at Marto's face. Ali repeated her distraction, causing splinters of gold to burst from its mouth as its fangs snapped shut a hair's breadth from Marto's neck. The alpha snarled its frustration, but Marto did not waste the opportunity. With a deft motion, he retrieved a healing potion from his belt, uncorked it with a flick of his thumb and tossed the crimson liquid down his throat. And as combat resumed, ferocious as ever, his wounds began to close, his vigor returned, and soon he was trading blows with the alpha. With a swish and a thump, an arrow flew past her, striking one of Marto's wolves, and suddenly Malika leapt into the fray. How do they still have energy? Ali was wheezing, her injuries ached, and she was very nearly out of mana. Glancing back, Ali saw 3 wolf corpses lying sprawled on the cave floor. With Marto hitting it with his mace and holding its attention, Callan and Malika had free rein to unleash their full power on the last of the lesser starving wolves, and it quickly dropped to the ground, mangled and bleeding, with several arrows sticking up out of its neck and back. One left, Ali thought, but it was the alpha. And to her dismay, the dramatic healing of Marto's wounds began to slow. Callan yelled something and Marto shouted a response. Something was wrong, and Ali didn't need to understand the language to tell what it was. The alpha was a level 5 monster, and nobody was producing a healing potion. The giant shaggy wolf lunged forward, still agile despite the blood running from a half-dozen arrows sticking out of its flanks. As its mouth opened to bite and tear, Ali summoned her arcane magic, recklessly burning her dwindling supply of mana without hesitation. The disc shattered in the wolf's jaws, blunting the attack just enough to leave Marto with only shallow scratches. It howled, shaking its head in fury, and then lunged at Marto's legs, but this time Ali had her mycelium grown around its hind leg. The power of the monster tore the fungus right out of the ground, ripping it with ease, but its momentum was blunted just enough to cause its powerful jaws to snap shut on air. With her heartbeat pounding deafeningly in her ears, she focused on the alpha, watching for the next attack. When it came, it was fast and powerful. Ali summoned another disc of arcane energy, but this time all she got was a tiny golden sparkle that popped in the air as her mana pool ran completely dry. Oh no, she desperately tried again, but her magic was spent, and the alpha wolf's fangs sunk into Marto's thigh, ripping flesh and spraying crimson blood. Marto screamed, but his mace came down with a brutal crack on the back of the alpha wolf's head. He pulled it back while Malika and Callan took advantage of his stunning attack to get in a couple of kicks and arrows, and then the mace came down a second time to the sound of bone crunching. As the alpha wolf dropped, a chorus of chimes echoed within Ali's tired mind. She saw the book appear in her mind and heard the rustling as the page turned. Bright golden text shone on the page. Ali simply stood there, staring in disbelief at the blood and unmoving corpse of the alpha wolf, her body trembling in shock. Is it really dead? Marto sank to the rocky ground, holding his wound closed with a bloody hand. The other two went to check on him, but their voices seemed calm, at least calmer than she would have expected if he were dying. Finally, she turned her attention to the golden notifications waiting for her. Your group has defeated Starving Wolf. Level 3, your group has defeated Starving Wolf. Level 2, your group has defeated Starving Wolf. Level 1, your group has defeated Starving Wolf. Level 3, your group has defeated Starving Alpha Wolf. Level 5 requirements met for class advancement. Primary class slot available. Experience threshold reached. Class Arcane Scholar unlocked. This class will be permanently assigned in 1 week. Ali stared at the glowing words, frozen in surprise. She shut her mouth and swallowed hard. So many times she had dreamed of this moment. So many nights waiting for sleep she had imagined how it would feel. And suddenly, without warning, it was finally here. Slowly, she became aware of the excited voices of her companions. They must have gotten theirs too. She studied the notifications, going over them all one more time. Arcane Scholar, her natural path class. It was as she had expected, even what she had told Mary, a Runeweaver. A common arcane magic research class would be a fine starting point for her. And without the shrine, she would have been able to build it up with hard work and study. Although her dream of having her father conduct her class ceremony would never come to pass, she had inherited his shrine, and that meant she could finally offer something to these strangers who had selflessly risked their lives to save her. Carefully, she levered her tired, bruised, and battered body up and got to her feet. Come, she said, grabbing Malika's hand and pulling. Seeing the blank look followed by confusion, Ali repeated herself, pulling her hand again. There was a flurry of unintelligible speech among the others, and eventually Malika got to her feet. When the others remained sitting, Ali repeated the gesture with them too. This is really annoying, she thought, pinching her lips together and digging deeper for just a little more patience. Being unable to talk was the worst. At least they understood her quickly enough, and soon she led them out of the cave and towards the grove where the shrine waited. It was not very far, and with the wolves dead back in the cave, Ali was certain they would be safe. However, her eyes never left the shadows, searching them relentlessly for danger. Chapter 8. Soul Monk Tala darted down the street, hugging the walls to dodge the broad patches of moonlight. Her soft leather boots barely made a sound as her feet fell lightly on the rough stone pavement. She may have grown up in the slums of Myron's Keep, but that didn't mean she could be careless. On the contrary, it merely made her far more cautious of the denizens that prowled the streets after dark. But while her eyes and ears were constantly searching the darkest corners and the most likely ambush spots, it was with a breathless lightness that filled her chest. A thrill that had begun when she had watched Donovan Asterford falling into that dark hole and heard the cascade of notifications that had echoed in her mind, clear despite the roaring crash of rock and stone. Dagger Rogue was a fantastic natural path class, but her heart was set on something a little stronger. She dodged out from her hiding spot and dashed across the rest of the street, through an alleyway, and then emerged onto the main thoroughfare. "Hey," she called out, keeping her voice low as she announced herself to the two armored figures standing guard at the town hall. "Class candidate returning for the shrine. It's late to be out," one of the guards said, calling attention to the obvious danger, but then he shifted his feet. "Successful, I hope." "Yup," Tala said, plastering a grin on her face that did not even need to be faked. "Congratulations," the other guard said, inclining his head. "Go on in, they're still in there waiting for the stragglers." "Thanks," she said, walking up between them and opening the doors. Head snapped around as she stepped into the town hall and eyes instantly glued themselves to her. Despite her best intentions of showing confidence, she froze on the spot. "Oh, Tala," the mayor William Turner said, rising to his feet. He let out a deep sigh and then beckoned. Come, we're so glad to see you. I was beginning to worry, is the rest of your group?" He trailed off, his eyes flicking briefly to the still empty doorway behind her. This was a question she was prepared for. Her body straightened up and she stepped forward as her habits kicked in. "We split up when we got back to town," she said, as smoothly as she could manage. They didn't want to risk the streets at night. It was an obvious lie, but one they wouldn't figure out until later, and by then it shouldn't matter, hopefully. She nodded politely to the others sitting at the table, the idealistic guildmaster of the nascent adventurers guild, and the suspicious eyes of Commander Brand's aide. But the mayor ushered her up to the table, and the stone shrine prominently displayed in the center. Now let's see if Kieran Morey lives up to his reputation. She remembered just how terrified she had been when she had first met him. The sense of his presence had overwhelmed her, leaving her trembling and shaking. It was a common reaction from the unclassed towards certain high-level classes, but she had never experienced it quite so intensely before. But when she had pitched her proposal to him, he had agreed to take her under his wing, setting up some easy marks for her. He claimed he knew how to force an assassin class, and was confident enough to stake his offer on her getting one. If this shrine offered her the class when she touched it, she would have a mentor and a job, and access to all the accelerated experience that came with it. And if she didn't, well, she could make do with Dagger Rogue. It would just take longer to reach her goals. "Okay, Tala, it's ready for you," the mayor said, gesturing toward the stone artifact, inviting her to use it. "Thanks," she said, putting her hand on the cool stone surface. She channeled just a little mana into it as she had been instructed, and the shrine lit up with glowing purple runes. Shrine of the Second Path, reserved mana reduced by 3,500, alternate class found, natural class. Dagger Rogue available, alternate magic combat class options. Silent assassin Tala enjoyed the crisp air on her face as she sprinted effortlessly across the slate rooftop, with her stealth and concealment skills both active. She was effectively invisible even in the moonlit night. No longer were the footfalls of her soft leather boots merely quiet, they were entirely silent. She couldn't even hear her own breathing. Silent assassin. The name still caused her heart to flutter with excitement. It was just about the strongest assassin class she could have unlocked, and well beyond her reasonable expectations, beyond even what Kieran Morey had promised. Kieran Morey's plan had been remarkably simple: a few easy assassinations before embarking upon the class trial as a regular combat candidate, and finishing it with a few monster kills. With the experience earned from those assassinations already under her belt, she was expected to unlock her class faster than the other candidates. Tala hadn't fully trusted Kieran Morey's confidence, despite his sheer presence and reputation. However, his trial had clearly worked. That and killing Donovan, she thought. Donovan had been a rather perfect stroke of luck. He had been standing right in front of her, stunned by the suddenly collapsing floor in front of them. And while he would have been fine where he had been standing, it had been so easy to push the entitled prat into the hole as the sewer disintegrated. All it took was quick thinking and resourcefulness. She hadn't even needed to bloody her daggers. Why dirty your hands down in sewers slaying monsters when you could simply take the experience from the people who did? The only reason she had stuck with the group from then on was that she wanted to stab that street rat girl in the back during a fight. She frowned at the memory. They had had several fights, but Malika had an uncanny awareness of her surroundings, and try as she might, she had not been able to create an opportunity. She had just resolved to switch her target to that beastkin boy Marto, before he went charging off into an unwinnable battle, condemning himself and his friends to death, trying to save some dying fae. Fucking bleeding hearts. Dying had the unfortunate property of killing you, and then all your experience and hard work was gone, taken to feed whoever killed you. There was no way she was going to risk that for anyone, certainly not a stranger in some undiscovered cavern underground. No. And now that she had her class, it was she who would be at the top of the food chain, preying on the stupid or the unprepared to fuel her own growth. While she was still somewhat terrified of Kieran Morey, at least he had his priorities straight: experience and growth at all costs. Class levels meant power, and with power came the only reliable way to choose your fate. Nothing less from the man who had earned the title sudden death. Allying herself with the town watch and taking Kieran Mori as her personal mentor was the fastest path to growth, and with her class she could now ensure it. The money would be good. Kieran had allowed her to keep 20% of any loot she found on her assassinations. Too bad Donovan was buried under a rock, she thought. He had been wearing some expensive gear and she could always use some more coin. She hopped across to the next building, making the jump easily with her class bonuses to agility, heading further into the abandoned and rundown warehouse district where the town watch had set up their headquarters. It had been remarkably easy to fool the mayor with her fluttery-eyed excitement about choosing her dagger rogue common class. And as soon as she had announced that Commander Brand's aide had lost all interest in her, dagger-based melee classes were not well suited to manning battlements, and Tala well knew that dagger rogue did not even boast any scouting skills. The new guildmaster, Vivian Ross, had seemed rather disappointed when she had turned down her offer of guild membership, but there was no way she was going to join any guild like that. What was she thinking anyway? Myrin's keep will eat her guild and spit out the pieces. It didn't even matter that she was one of the few 3-mark people in town. Kieran was too, and he was far more dangerous than any do-gooder adventurer. Besides, there was a sense of brokenness that followed the woman like a faint miasma, a stark contrast to the sheer raw power that radiated from Mori. She shook off her thoughts, coming at last to the nondescript building that was the de facto headquarters of the town watch. Tala had done her research. The town watch was no mere local guard operation for some 2-bit town. If it were, there would be no reason for someone like Kieran Mori to run it, nor would someone like him be content to remain there. It had taken a significant amount of digging, but learning that the entire outfit was secretly the tool of the Hawkhurst Trading Company had been the final detail that sealed her decision. Even though he had not said as much, she knew that taking Kieran Mori's offer would expose her to far more opportunities than she had initially imagined. She hopped down from the roof, marveling at the perfect silence of her landing, and crept forward using the cover of trash and broken walls to sneak closer, reveling in her new skills. Just as she was about to drop her concealment skills and stealth, and announce herself to the guard standing before the nondescript door in the middle of a decrepit wall covered with graffiti, it swung open on well-oiled hinges. Tala froze. A man with a stocky frame, wearing a professional smile and an expensive tan business suit stepped out. "What is he doing here? He never gets his hands dirty. I thought that's what he used Mori for." Tala had seen Jax Hawkhurst only a few times, mostly at town council formal events, but she instantly recognized him. He stepped into the street, not even looking at the guard now standing at attention, and then the leather-clad figure of Kieran Mori emerged, his steps speaking of restrained power and his presence radiating into the alleyways. The guard by the entrance flinched. Kieran dismissed him and he fled inside the building. And then a third figure appeared, making Tala's heart jump to her throat as blood drained from her face. The elegantly dressed man walked up to Jax and shook his hand. "Bastian Asterford." "Thank you, Jax," Bastian said. "Good doing business with you as always. Know you can count on the Asterford family's support in this matter." Tala knew him, as did everyone in the town. He was the head of the Asterford family and one of the royal representatives on the town council, one of the most powerful nobles in Myrin's keep. Fuck, I just killed his son. Obviously, she had known who Donovan Asterford was, and she had no compunctions about killing the entitled son of a noble. But she hadn't been aware that his father was Jax Hawkhurst's secret business partner. If Jax found out what Tala had done down in the sewers, not only would her job with Kieran Mori be forfeit, but likely also her life. He was not a man with a reputation for mercy or understanding. It wouldn't matter one bit that she had no way of knowing their clandestine dealings. If she was discovered hurting his business or allies, she would find herself, like so many others, floating down the river in many pieces, or forced to cripple her class and be sold off to the next Keldaran caravan. She stood rooted in the shadows, her mind racing with half-baked plans of running away, her jaw clenched to the point of cramping. A discreet unmarked carriage appeared and Bastian left. Jax spoke a few words to Kieran, who simply nodded, and then Jax vanished using some magic teleportation spell. "What are you doing?" Kieran Mori still faced away from her, but he was clearly addressing her directly. There was nobody else in the newly deserted alley. She dropped her stealth immediately. "Practicing my skills, sir," she said quickly, hiding her relief that her voice hadn't betrayed her fear. "Your stealth is too good for assassin," he said. There was no question in his flat and unemotional tone, and Tala knew instinctively that she was treading on treacherous ground. "I got Silent Assassin," she said, not willing to risk making up a lie. "It's an uncommon class with a further stealth specialization. I get Advanced Stealth and Concealment, Dagger Specialization and Ambush." He turned slowly and fixed her with a piercing gaze while she squirmed under the pressure, trying desperately to appear calm. Taking initiative on class choice was strictly prohibited in his organization, and he brutally enforced the rule, but this was a significant upgrade, so she hadn't expected him to be angry. Nor had she even been offered the assassin class he had told her to take. "Good," he said finally. "Do not mention what you saw to anyone, not even other members of the watch." He spun on his heel and entered the building, clearly expecting her to follow. She scrambled into motion, racing to catch up with his long stride. "I have your first job already," he said. "Kieran Mori offers his patronage." Tala's eyes widened suddenly as her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She instantly accepted the contracted tithe enchantment of his patronage, without even pausing to see the details. Tendrils of magic settled within her chest, a vaguely nauseating discomfort, like runes inscribed directly upon the parchment of her soul. Malika lowered herself gingerly to the damp, mossy ground beside the corpse of the massive, shaggy alpha wolf, caring nothing for the blood and dirt she was sitting in. She hurt everywhere. The fight had been exactly as dangerous as she had feared, and now she was covered in bite wounds, cuts, and gashes, many of which were still bleeding. In fact, the only thing she had not predicted correctly was the astonishing fact that, despite all odds, she was still breathing. Facing monstrous fangs in a tattered cotton shirt is not a recipe for a good time, she reflected wryly. Without that last healing potion, she would certainly have died mid-battle. She had literally used the full duration of the slow, pulsing tick of its healing magic to outlast the wolves tearing at her flesh. For all that she was sitting in pain, drenched in her own slowly drying blood, she was simply glad to be alive. "Your group has defeated Starving Wolf, level 13x4. Your group has defeated Starving Alpha, Wolf, level 5 Tough Bastards." The starkly simple notifications listing what had died seemed woefully inadequate to convey just how close it had been. Even in death, the Starving Alpha seemed to exude raw strength and power. Fighting a level 5 monster without a class was a recipe for suicide. Anyone would agree, even with all four of them. As she reflected on the fight, her notification chime sounded once again, surprising her with several new messages glowing bluish-white in her mind. Requirements met for class advancement. Primary class slot available. Experience threshold reached. Class Thief unlocked. This class will be permanently affixed in 1 week. Additional class options may be available at a shrine. While she had been expecting it sometime soon, she still recoiled from the notification as the bile rose, burning in her throat. Thief, her shoulders slumped at the sight she had been dreading for so long, dragged down by a sudden heaviness that seemed to hang from her neck. 10 years of indentured servitude to the town watch mattered more than her family, her passion growing up, and her very sense of self. That single notification at once defined her by her actions, and simultaneously ignited a deep, frustrated anger within her heart. While she had expected something like this, she was still terrified that when she used the shrine back at the town hall, her second choice would be revealed to be just as awful. Her natural path, the thief class, was just about the worst possible option for her. A non-combat class focused on burglary, clearly coerced by the appraise, lockpicking, and pickpocket skills she had been forced to learn. Adric and Edric would be so happy. She could already hear their gloating in her mind, and that alone was plenty of reason to hate the class. The biggest problem was that she would identify as thief to anyone who bothered to use identify on her, a skill possessed by at least a third of the town, which meant she would be shunned from normal society. Far more than even the distrust she was afforded from just her street rat title, and would require the support of an organization just like Kieran Mori's town watch to shield her. No decent person picked thief unless they had no choice. Unfortunately, that happened all too often in the slums of Myron's Keep. Why must I be defined by them? The rest of her life's direction hinged on whatever was available at that shrine, and the sheer terror threatened to overwhelm the small spark of hope in her heart. She felt within her the powerful need to shift her fate, but it felt as hopeless as trying to push a mountain aside. "Did you?" she began. "I got a class," Callan spoke quietly. "Yes," Marto announced, his excitement echoing loudly in the small cave. They all spoke over each other in a rush. Her stomach twisted at the sight of their grinning faces, and perhaps uncharitably, she envied their excitement, but she chose not to share her private anxiety over her class. That fight must have been worth a lot of experience, she thought, realizing that they had all earned their classes at the same time. Tuning out the excited chatter of the two boys, she glanced again at the wolf corpses strewn across the cave, recalling the wild struggle of the fight and the odds stacked against them. It has got to be worth at least a warrior class, she told herself, driven by a powerful need to control her anxiety. I get one more shot. Malika deliberately steadied her breathing. Hopefully the ancestors have a sense of fairness, she thought, ignoring the fact that she had stopped praying to them precisely because of the unfairness of her life. If she got any decent class, she would finally be able to work her way free of Adric and Edric and the rest of the despicable town watch, pay off her debts and earn an honest living. Now all I have to do is make it back to the town hall, avoid Adric and Edric and get lucky with a good class, and then avoid them for long enough to get some levels. That's all, no big deal, right? It was with a small sense of rekindled hope that she looked up curiously at Alejandra, now standing before her, speaking in her strange language. Did she get a class too? Of their little improbable group, she looked the worst. Amber and red blood mingled, drenching her tattered clothes and matting her long green hair. Her eyes still held a dazed wideness as she tried to speak yet again, probably still in shock. As Malika tried to make sense of her strange lyrical words, the Fey girl reached out and took her hand, tugging insistently. Malika studied the delicate frown, and the huge earnest eyes peering out from behind the mask of dried blood that caked her face, trying to decipher her meaning. Her kind were rare, far rarer than the stories would have you believe, and Malika had never seen a Fey in person before. Her long green hair was so vibrant it almost seemed luminous, with natural golden highlights that matched her eyes. And those eyes, she'd be so pretty without all the dirt and blood. Even the tiny golden wings that were twitching with suppressed emotion as she struggled to make herself understood were stunning, glowing a soft golden hue. Why didn't she just, oh, she can't fly. The wings were tiny even on her frame, and if she could have just taken to the air, she would never have been trapped fighting those wolves. Alejandra spoke again and pulled. It was the tired pull of a tiny person almost entirely spent. Slowly, Malika stood up. What do you need? She asked. It was clear that Alejandra wanted her to follow but was unable to tell her why, and it's more important to her than resting. As soon as Malika began to move, Alejandra repeated her gesture with the boys. I think she wants us to go with her, Malika told them. Whatever she wanted, it seemed important, but not the kind of urgency that told of imminent danger. Can't hurt to see what she wants, Marto said, grunting as he heaved himself to his feet. His voice was back to his usual friendly self, and Malika frowned briefly. She hadn't forgiven him for getting them all into this mess in the first place, but for now she was willing to let it slide. And probably once she returned to town and figured out her class, she wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. She limped out of the cave, careful to avoid the patches of blood-slicked stone, grimacing as she was forced to put weight on her more injured leg. That one will definitely need proper healing, she thought. The deep lacerations inflicted by the sharp wolf canines would probably require a trip to the Temple of Lunare if she didn't want to be permanently crippled. And that meant she would need to find money, she sighed, another problem for later. She followed the tiny barefoot Fey out of the cave and on into the ancient dead forest, her thoughts for once not consumed with possible danger. Instead, her mind raced, running in incessant circles like a dog chasing its own tail. Hope and the promise of deliverance from her miserable existence at the hands of Adric and Edric, if the shrine showed her a good class. Despair at the inevitability of another class like thief, surely it would give her something worse. Around and around her thoughts spiraled, like muddy water circling the drain of despair. We just need to get back to town safely, she thought, trying to quash the maelstrom within her through sheer power of will. With no potions, she added, maybe then life will stop kicking me in the teeth. It was easy to follow Alejandra in the darkness, and Malika's injuries appreciated the slower pace. Golden light shone from the tiny disk of mana that hovered above her head, and from the short, stubby wings that jutted out, protruding from the back of her torn t-shirt. Just like that golden butterfly, the thought popped right into her head, along with an inexplicable pang of sadness, a sudden juxtaposition of freedom and clipped wings. What happened to her? And yet Malika could not help but marvel at the floating construct. It was rare for people to have a mana affinity, let alone before they earned their class. Even though Aleandra's magic seemed fragile and delicate, Malika owed her life to that Fey magic. Somehow, Aleandra, a person of such tiny stature that Marto's biceps were probably bigger than her torso, had managed to turn the tide of the battle at the most critical moment. She had courage, that was for certain. Their winding path took them around ancient fallen trees, thick trunks lying taller than houses, with piles of shattered bones nestled up against the dark and blackened wood. Black mushrooms and fungus grew everywhere, adding to the ominous sense of death and the stench of decay. Somewhere during the fight, Malika had lost her shoes. Not that they had been particularly sturdy or secure in the first place, but she felt the transition as her feet left the squishy damp earth and found purchase on a stone pathway hidden beneath a thin layer of dirt. A path. Suddenly they rounded a massive decaying blackened stump, bigger than most they had passed so far, and emerged into a large clearing. Malika stopped and stared. All about the dead grove, golden glowing shards sparkled brightly in the darkness, embedded into trees and stone in a radial pattern around the epicenter of what must have been an enormous explosion. Aleandra's magic faded, unneeded in the bright glow, and Malika couldn't help but notice that it had been exactly the same golden color. The same color as the explosion that had woken her up in that alleyway. What happened here? It was clearly the aftermath of some tremendously powerful arcane event, and yet she couldn't fathom what it might have been. Did she do this? She wondered, glancing at Aleandra. But the profound sadness etched upon the Fae's face told her in an instant that it was something infinitely more personal. This place held a deep meaning for their strange companion. "Look," Callan said, pointing, his voice hushed. Raising her head, Malika found a tall obelisk of black stone looming up out of the darkness beyond the shattered golden shards. It was smooth, the surface highly polished, and it stood far taller than even Marto or Callan. With a black so dark it stood out even against the darkness of the cavern, seeming to consume every trace of light. Faintly glowing markings covered the surface, runes etched in soft green and gold. "Is that a shrine?" she thought, suddenly struck by the similarity to the artifact William Turner used back in the town hall. Once so impressive to her, the small artifact she had used to unlock her experience seemed but a toy beside the immense construct looming before her. Even as she stepped forward, she sensed the pressure radiating from it, a tangible force prickling against her skin. "Is this why she brought us here?" "It looks like a class shrine," Callan said, moving up to stand beside her, his eyes glued to the stone. Even though he echoed her own thoughts, Malika struggled to believe it. "If that's a class shrine, we would still need the owner to activate it for us," she said. The mayor's class shrine had remained worthless, inert until he had specifically activated it for her. "I don't think that will be a problem," Callan answered. "Look at the owner," she used a praise. "Shrine of the Ancient Grove, an ancient mystical shrine of unknown origin. Offers advanced class features and attunement of latent mana affinity. Owner, Aleandra Amariel Mana Siphon Active Mana. Unlock class experience mana. Unlock or enhance latent magical affinities mana. Unlock alternate classes owner's mana. Recharge the shrine's mana reserve. 308,051-250000 quality. Unique value, Soulbound Shrine artifact by the ancestors, she whispered, her feet forgetting how to walk in the moment as she stared open-mouthed at the monumental artifact. "She's the owner." Malika glanced over at Aleandra in surprise, finding that she had turned and was watching her as if waiting for her response. As soon as she met her eyes, Aleandra made an inviting gesture towards her and pointed to the shrine. Malika turned back to study the shrine carefully, her heart beginning to thump within her chest as a mix of apprehension and anticipation spiked within her. It's got a lot more options than the town shrine, she thought. It was the second time she had ever appraised a soulbound item, the first being William Turner's shrine, and the first time she had ever seen something of unique grade quality. And what's with that insane amount of mana reserved? Even without language, Aleandra's intention was clear, and Malika knew she was procrastinating. Wrestling with nerves that threatened to spiral out of control, Malika stepped up and placed her hand on the cool stone surface of the shrine. "Please, please, a good class, just one." She channeled her mana into the shrine, taking the option to unlock an alternate class, and a sudden chime sounded in her mind. Shrine of the Ancient Grove, reserved mana reduced by 350,006 alternate classes found, natural class, thief available alternate non-combat class options, pickpocket smuggler con artist swindler available alternate combat class options, assassin thuggo fuck. The world dropped out from under her as she stared at her options. The nightmare she had dreaded had come true. All her available choices were related to her last few years of forced crime and larceny. She stared dumbfounded at the crushing reality. She hadn't even realized this shrine would unlock more than one alternate class choice, but even so, every single one of her choices was equally awful. Clamping down on the powerful urge to cry, she lowered her head, trying to hide her shame. I'm not even worth a single common warrior class, not even for all that blood and pain. Even if she refused the choices, the thief class would be forced on her, and then she would be stuck, forced unfairly into a life of crime. Perhaps it's not entirely hopeless, she thought, trying desperately to believe it. The assassin class would at least identify as a rogue, but the thought of taking a class that was best used for murder filled her with a wave of nausea as her guts twisted into a knot. She looked at the thug. At least it's a combat class. She tried to make it seem better, but she was absolutely certain that this was a Drick and Edric's class. Just as she was about to break down, a tiny hand shook her by the shoulder, a small touch that reached through her shame, insistent that she notice. What does she want? Malika tried to focus on Alejandra, who was speaking quickly and showing a hand with 2 fingers raised in a V and gesturing urgently to the shrine. She repeated the gesture several times, clearly frustrated with her inability to communicate. What are you trying to say? Malika's frustration and despair crept out into her voice. I think she's saying the shrine has 2 options we can use, Callan said. 2. Surprised, Malika looked again. Sure enough, there was a second option. It had been there all along, and in her focus and anxiety about class choices, she had not even seen it. Struggling to prevent an irrational surge of hope, she let a little of her mana flow into the mysteriously worded option for latent magical affinity. Shrine of the Ancient Grove, exposing latent magical affinities may permanently alter your current and future class choices. Proceed. I have nothing to lose, she confirmed the choice. The shrine hummed and a deep resonant gong sounded within her mind. Sudden power thrummed through her body, and she felt the hair stand up on the back of her arms and neck. The entire clearing flared into noon brightness as her body began to emit a powerful bluish-white light that seemed to burst out from within. Her ears filled with a roaring like a powerful waterfall crashing down around and through her. The energy coursing through her tore through her body, mind and soul, raising her like a ragdoll several feet into the air, blasting open hidden doors within her mind, doors to places at once familiar and simultaneously entirely foreign to her. Suddenly the power vanished, and the shrine fell silent once again. She dropped to the ground in a heap, her legs momentarily unresponsive as darkness returned to the clearing. Shrine of the Ancient Grove, reserved mana reduced by 50,000. You have gained an affinity for soul magic. Your aptitudes have been updated. New class options are available. Her hand shook with the aftereffects of the rush of power and no small amount of nervousness as she touched the shrine once again to see how her class choices might have changed. Shrine of the Ancient Grove, reserved mana reduced by 95,000. 2 additional alternate classes found. Natural class. Thief available. Alternate non-combat class options. Pickpocket con artist swindler available. Alternate combat class options. Thug available. Alternate magic combat class options. Soul assassin. Soul monkit changed. She clutched at her heart, holding her breath against the flutters that exploded in her belly. It had changed, but was it enough? It seemed she had lost the smuggler and assassin class offerings, and in their place she had gained 2 magic combat class choices, presumably based on her newly discovered latent affinity for soul magic. In trepidation, she opened the first new offering, the soul assassin class, but immediately discarded it as simply a more powerful version of the basic assassin. With a trembling hand touching the cold stone of the shrine, she opened her final class choice. Soul Monk. The Soul Monk walks the 9 paths of the ancient Arn Ken, striving for balance both within and without. Proficient at controlling her energy, she is confident, facing even the strongest enemies without balking. Holding body and soul in harmony, she fights with clarity and power. A master of the styles of unarmed and unarmored fighting. Requirements: Arn Ken bloodline, soul magic affinity, meditation skill, fought multiple enemies unarmed and unarmored, used martial arts and acrobatic techniques in combat, saved a companion's life in combat, has received extensive training in martial arts attributes, +10 per level traits, soul. Bloodline, combat, melee, defense, healing, dexterity, wisdom, but she could find nothing. She was looking at a rare martial artist class with the backing of soul magic rooted in her ancestral heritage. The 9 paths. She had never even seen the sacred texts, but the elders spoke sagely of the wisdom contained in their pages. Moments ticked away while she stared, scarcely believing what she was being offered. Memories of her childhood in the dojo flickered through her mind, practicing her forms and drills, listening to her parents' instruction and dreaming of the future. The years since the destruction of her hometown and her family had been harsh, brutally crushing her dreams and grinding them to dust. In this one moment, all her hopes and dreams reignited with an intensity that made her heart race, and for the first time in 10 years, she did not instantly squash them. Quickly, before something else changed, or the unbelievable glowing words vanished back to wherever they had come from, she confirmed the class choice. You have gained the class, Soul Monk. Soul Monk has reached level 1 plus 10 attribute points. You have lost the general skill, Basic Martial Arts. You have lost the general skill, Acrobatics. You have lost the general skill, Pickpocket. You have gained the Relentless Aptitude. Malika stumbled away from the shrine, landing on the stone of the path as her new class absorbed all her hardened combat skills in a wave of vision-blurring dizziness that made her queasy. But the chimes continued, heralding the brightly shining lines of blue-white script that marched across her mind's eye, a relentless searing song of change that burned itself into her very soul. You have gained the class skill Martial Artist. Martial Artist level 1 requires, unarmed. You are proficient with unarmed and acrobatic martial arts fighting styles. Your reaction speed is enhanced. Stamina. Deliver a melee attack with any part of your body. Attack damage is increased by plus 42.7%, 40 plus skill plus dexterity /10. Physical melee attack mastery dexterity. You have gained the class skill Soul Strike. Soul Strike level 1 mana. Enhance a melee attack with your soul magic, striking directly at the life energy of your opponent. A portion of this health is returned to you. Your attack gains plus 54%, 40 plus skill plus wisdom, additional soul damage. Range, touch, soul, melee support, wisdom. You have gained the class skill Healing Mantra. Healing Mantra level 1 mana. The connection between your body and soul is strong. Instantly regenerate mortal wounds and restore health to anyone you touch. Range, touch, soul, melee, healing, wisdom. You have gained the class skill Perfect Body. Perfect Body level 1 mana. Your endurance, wisdom and dexterity are increased by plus 42.3%, 40 plus skill plus base wisdom /10. Reserve 20% soul buff wisdom. You have gained the class skill Soul Armor. Soul Armor level 1 requires, no body armor or shield equipped, mana. Your soul reinforces your body, increasing your armor by plus 7 skill ×7. Reserve 10% soul melee defense endurance. You have gained the class skill Enlightened Evasion. Enlightened Evasion level 1 requires, no body armor or shield equipped, stamina. Your martial arts grants insight into avoiding physical attacks. While unencumbered by armor, your evasion is increased by plus 7 skill ×7. Reserve 10% physical melee defense dexterity. She sat in the middle of the path, overcome with emotion, letting the tears of joy and relief spill unnoticed down her face. Through the haze of her vision, she could make out a concerned expression as Alejandra hovered nearby. Thank you, Malika said, giving words to the upwelling surge of gratitude in her heart, and reached out her hand, knowing she would not be understood. If it had not been for Alejandra's shrine, she knew she would be up in the town hall trying to decide which of her initial class choices was the least awful. As soon as her fingers touched Alejandra's hand, she used her new healing mantra skill. A surge of energy flowed through her, passing through her hands and into the Fey girl, and with a flash of bluish-white light, instantly erased the scrapes and bruises she had sustained in the fight. Wow, that is incredible. She had just healed someone instantly, and all it took was a little of her mana. Even Alejandra yelped with surprise, examining her now unblemished skin. She channeled her mana a second time, this time healing herself. It cost significantly more mana, and she felt the burning energy searing through her own body as her wounds closed and her health recovered in a rush. The sudden lack of pain was almost shocking, her mind seeming to refuse to believe it for a moment, but when she rose to her feet, she could walk without limping. Quickly, she healed Callan and then Marto. For all his jovial and friendly outward attitude, the beastkin had been severely injured, and he took even more mana to heal than she had spent on herself. Thanks, he said with a straightforward, honest smile. You were hiding some serious wounds, she said. You should have said something. Given what she had sensed from her skill, he must have been ignoring an enormous amount of pain. Not much use complaining, he answered with a shrug. We were out of healing potions. Malika finally found a large flat rock and sat, landing heavily, her head spinning with all the new information and changes. I need a minute. Closing her eyes, she settled herself with her meditation skill for a few moments. With her new, calmer perspective, she reviewed all the changes, trying to get an overall sense of what she had unlocked. My class has a strong focus on martial arts and unarmed combat. Everything Malika had dreamed of was wrapped up in her new martial artist attack skill. She would put her training to good use and develop her technique and style. Soul Strike seemed to be a powerful support skill that could turn any kick or punch she made with her martial artist skill into potent attacks, enhanced with her new soul magic. But the ability to recover health on each attack was extraordinary. She couldn't think of one example of a fighting class that started with such an ability. I have a heal, an attribute boost, and 2 defense skills for dodging and armor. She continued her cataloging, slowly forming her overall impression of what she had gained. An unarmed martial artist with a magic damage strike and healing, but I can't use armor or weapons. Malika considered the implications carefully. She didn't quite know how, but she felt that this class really resonated with who she was, almost as if it had been created for her. Perhaps it's more about who I've allowed myself to be, she thought soberly. Suppressing her dreams for so long might just be the reason she had been offered classes that were so antithetical to her view of herself. Those classes had been offered to the person she had allowed herself to become. It had to have been her actions in that last fight that finally resulted in a class that matched her heart's desire. The street rat would have run, cementing her path forever. But she had thrown herself into an impossible fight against a wolf pack to save Alejandra, and somehow she had reconnected to the core of herself, her hopes, dreams, her identity, and her life before Myron's Keep, all rolled up into one. It was the first time she had put her life on the line and used her martial arts training to save someone. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Looks like I will need to invest in dexterity, wisdom, and endurance mostly. Considering her rough day and the advice her parents had always given, she spent 2 of her 10 attribute points on vitality. Then she put 4 into dexterity and 2 each into wisdom and endurance. That looks like a good start. She smiled as she looked over her status, finding the familiar blue-white floating text to have dramatically updated. Name, Malika. Race, human. Titles, Street Rat. Class, Soul Monk. Level 1 Martial Artist. Level 1 Soul Strike. Level 1 Healing Mantra. Level 1 Perfect Body. Level 1 Soul Armor. Level 1 Enlightened Evasion. Level 1 Locked. General Skills Meditation. Level 3 Dancing. Level 4 Calligraphy. Level 3 Lockpicking. Level 4 Appraise. Level 5 Aptitudes. Languages, Common Bloodline. Arn Ken. Dormant Mana. Affinity. But I'm so much more than that. I'll never suppress my values or dreams again. She had a lot to think about. Relentless. Her class had given her quite the extraordinary aptitude, enhanced stamina regeneration, and the ability to substitute stamina for mana would mean quite a lot of flexibility in using her skills. She continued down the sheet, examining each detail. One of the primary traits for her Soul Monk class was defense, and it seemed this manifested in her Soul Armor and Enlightened Evasion skills, both of which were passive defense skills. I guess they're not precisely passive skills, she thought, her eyes drawn to the mana and stamina reserve cost for each respectively. Will they stay on as long as I set aside that resource to power them? How does this even work? She recalled the description for her soul armor to her mind, prodding the glowing blue-white words that appeared, trying to dislodge a hint or two, but nothing was forthcoming. No instructions. The skill clearly indicated that it needed mana, but the entire reserve concept was new to her. Maybe it works like Appraise or the Shrine. Both of those had taken mana to power them. She cleared her mind and focused on the glowing text of the description and tried to shove a little mana at it. Nothing happened, but what was that? It wasn't the text, but she had felt something hidden seemingly beyond it. She refocused on whatever that was and fed it a little mana. In a sudden surge that filled her body, that something shifted, and a sizable chunk of her mana vanished, diverted and drawn into whatever it was in an instant. Reserved mana has increased by 13. You have gained soul armor. Pale blue-white runes shimmered across her skin, soaking in and quickly fading away, leaving her feeling somewhat denser. She flexed her arms, but her movement felt the same as normal. She poked herself with a finger. Whoa, that's different. Instead of giving like normal, her skin and muscle seemed to resist the pressure of her finger, refusing to bend. Excitement mounting, she tried Enlightened Evasion. Instead of mana, she fed it stamina, but besides that, she found the skill quickly, and just like soul armor, it consumed a big chunk. Reserved stamina has increased by 14. You have gained Enlightened Evasion. A bit pretentious, this one, she thought. Only the ancestors, or perhaps some of the elders, could credibly claim enlightenment. But her thought vanished at the sensation of the runes once again alighting on her skin and imbuing her body with their power. This time, as they faded into her, she sensed responsiveness rather than denseness. She waved her arm back and forth, trying to capture the feeling of what had changed. She wasn't exactly faster, but the movements definitely seemed to come easier. As her skills turned on, her mana and stamina available for other skills decreased by the amount reserved. 10% reserve each, she thought, confirming her understanding of how the cost worked. Turning the skills on and off seemed intuitive enough now that she had figured it out, but then an idea occurred to her. Relentless should work for soul armor, right? It does cost mana. She found it surprisingly straightforward to switch her soul armor from using mana to using stamina instead. Reserved mana has decreased by 13, reserved stamina has increased by 14. She switched it back to mana. I probably need stamina more, she thought, considering that she would likely always be using her martial artist skill, spending stamina to empower her training, and the reserve is slightly smaller for mana. Satisfied that she understood her defense skills, at least in principle, she moved on to her perfect body skill. This looks strong. She remembered her lessons stressing the importance of increasing your skills by investing in the appropriate attributes. This skill would increase all her attributes and it would grow as she leveled. Curious, she activated the skill. Her skin flickered briefly with the glowing runes that gently faded away after a few moments. Her body immediately felt lighter and faster. She opened her status once again to see the effects. The first thing she noticed was a new line that had appeared right below her street rat title. Name: Malika race, human titles, street rat active buffs, perfect body, soul armor, enlightened evasion, so they do stay on, she thought. Her eyes strayed down the much longer list of text to find her attributes. Attributes: vitality, 10 strength, 7 endurance, 19 plus 5 dexterity, 24 plus 7 perception, 10 intelligence, 9 wisdom, 18 plus 5 armor, 7 physical damage reduction, 20% evasion, 7 dodge, 20% health, 100 stamina, 89 190, 19 reserved mana, 64 180, 54 reserved. That's incredible. No wonder she felt lighter and faster. Her endurance, dexterity and wisdom were indeed significantly higher with the skill activated, just as the skill description indicated. As a result of the attribute increases to endurance and wisdom, her maximum stamina and mana had risen to 190 and 180 respectively, although the available totals were shown as lower because of the cost of running her perfect body, enlightened evasion, and soul armor simultaneously. The reservation costs for her defense skills had risen proportionally too. Additionally, every single skill that was tagged with one of the boosted attributes had presumably improved because of it. Well, apart from perfect body, but she felt it made sense that the skill wouldn't boost itself. It's also the only skill that says it scales off the base wisdom attribute. Her status sheet had been updated to reflect the effects of her 2 defense skills now that she was using them. From her training, she knew that her dodge and damage reduction percentages represented her abilities versus an attacker of the same level. The effectiveness would decline against higher-level monsters or against skills that were designed to oppose her defenses. However, always-on skills like hers had substantial advantages over crafted armor. It would not be possible to avoid her armor with accuracy. For example, unlike the leather armor Mato was wearing, which necessarily left some portions of the body exposed to attacks, and hence vulnerable to precision strikes or area damage. It felt a little like being in math class all over again, but this time the numbers would mean the difference between life and death. Soul Monk was far better than anything she could have hoped for. Feeling uncharacteristically whimsical, she gave herself a good, hard pinch just to check she wasn't still asleep on that wood pile. Damn, it's real. One day she might even have a chance to settle the score with Adric and Edric. Right, back to business. I will be fighting with a 10% stamina deficit and a 30% mana deficit, and in exchange I'm much harder to kill, she summarized for herself. The big picture made more sense to her than the details, but she was happy she had made herself understand the specifics too. Who knew when she would need to change something in an emergency? I'll worry about the rest of the details later, she thought, deciding that the seemingly expensive total reservation costs were easily worth it for what her skills gave her. She got up and moved through several kicking and punching drills to get a sense of the enhanced speed and how it would affect her. Her grin grew as she flew through the drills faster than she had ever moved, and with more precision than she believed possible. The remainder of her abilities would have to wait for an enemy before she could test them properly, so she sat and watched her companions using the shrine, resonating with the excitement on Callan's face as he lit up the entire clearing with an intense pure white light, and Marto's joyous exclamation as his latent mana affinity turned the space into a green glowing aura with ethereal floating leaves. While most scholars believe that the system makes a clear delineation between the two, there is a vocal minority that argues the boundaries are much more fungible. On one side, the system itself categorizes class offerings separately, one of which is a category called combat. On the other side, scholars point at the many, often unethical experiments showing that a farmer or blacksmith hitting monsters for long enough will eventually be offered skills that do damage. This author argues from a position of pragmatism. In the real world, such crossovers are so rare as to be unimportant. Crossover usually hamstrings a class's potential. While it may be technically possible, it is unlikely we will ever see a legendary farmer slaying monsters with a hoe, or a powerful librarian smiting all with their books. Excerpt from How Experience Affects Class Skills. Journal of Magic, Rislet et al. Alejandra, even though she couldn't understand what they were saying, the excitement each of her companions showed as they took their turn at the shrine was palpable and contagious. Even Malika, who had obviously seen something personally horrifying the first time she used the shrine, was now so clearly happy that Ali's heart soared just to see her transformation. This ancient shrine was her only remaining connection to her family, ownership having somehow passed from her father to herself upon his death. It stood as an anchor of stability amid the unfamiliar, warped, and terrifying world she had found herself in upon waking. Even the glowing shards, remnants of her mother's magic explosively embedded in the stone of the shrine, served only to remind her of how she had been saved. Offering this shrine to these three who had put their very lives in danger to rescue her felt right, a way for her to give back, and at the same time to grasp a little control of the headlong rush of danger her life had become since that fateful meeting in the library. After activating the shrine for each of them in turn, she finally turned to her own class choice, curious to see what she might choose to become. The shrine of the ancient grove was running very low on mana, but she had already used the affinity enhancement option, and she was confident there would be enough mana remaining for her to choose her class. If she were honest with herself, she had felt a pang of worry when Malika had needed to activate the shrine twice to get her class choices, but the second activation had used substantially less mana, leaving Ali with just enough to get her own class. Shrine of the Ancient Grove reserved mana reduced by 350,006 alternate classes found, natural class, Arcane Scholar available alternate non-combat class options, Librarian available alternate magic non-combat class options, Arcane Analyst Runic Sage available alternate magic combat class options, Arcane Mage Phytomancer available hybrid magic domain class, Grove Warden combat classes. The bewildering array of choices offered by the shrine left her stunned and somewhat confused. She had expected she would be offered only non-combat classes. Having spent so much of her earlier years studying and preparing for her class choice, she already knew all the non-combat class offerings without even needing to look. However, she had never seen herself even being offered a combat class. Ali had definitely not expected that her clumsy and terrifying battle with the rat, and helping her rescuers against the wolves, would earn her an entirely different set of directions. She shook off her surprise, resolving to study each option, no matter how unlikely she was to pick it. Arcane Scholar and Librarian were both classes she was quite familiar with. Arcane Scholar in particular would help her with her job hunt. I don't have a job search anymore, she reminded herself somberly. Arcane Analyst, an uncommon class, was one of the typical paths to the scholarly Archmage, and one of her favorite backup choices. But that was before she had lost everyone. Everything was different now. Her eyes came to rest on the Runic Sage, and her hand pressing against the cool surface of the shrine trembled slightly. Mary, a runeweaver, had told her not to expect the rare class of her dreams, and yet she had still offered to train her for it. But even without the trial, Ali had still unlocked it. Unable to keep hold of her emotions, she opened the class amid the crescendo of her own anticipation, anxiety, and hope. Runic Sage. The Runic Sage lives and breathes the inscribed, written form of magic. Using her deep attunement to her magic and her passion for the written forms, she is able to unravel any arcane secrets and understand the broad reaches of the infinite magic tapestry. The runic sage wields her knowledge, mana, and pen with precision and confidence, breaking new ground in the development of magical spells, research, and item creation. Requirements: arcane magic affinity. Any second magical affinity unlocked a magic general skill, extensively studied the theory of magic, experienced a rare magic, proficient in multiple languages, scholar skill, reading skill, memorize skill, able to accurately reproduce 10 or more runes. Attributes: +10 per level. Traits: arcane knowledge, runic magic, inscription, analysis, crafting. Ali's heart soared as she read the description. This class was everything she had ever wanted and more. With it, she would become one of the most prominent researchers of magic in all of Dalmara. She imagined how her colleagues would react when she shared her class with them, how she would spend all her time in the library advancing the understanding of magic. And then, the dark cloud of reality suddenly crushed her joyous fantasy. Dalmara is gone. She didn't even know if the library still stood, but the massive landslide of the mountain falling down and burying this entire place must have left an irreparable wake of destruction. The events of that fateful night replayed in all their horror, still terrifyingly fresh within her mind. Her home and family had been brutally ripped from her, and at the hands of a self-professed magical research genius, Nevin Eld. Even though she could not choose a path like his actions still cast a pall over her pristine dream of magical research. How could he twist it so badly? Even if she chose her dream class, what good would it do without the library and all her research colleagues to support her? Instead, her own powerlessness replayed relentlessly within her mind, the precious little she was able to do against the wolves, the terror and rage of facing the rat. The sight of Mary, a runeweaver, sliding off the blood-drenched blade, Armand and the gruesome spray of blood, and the truth of her inability to protect her mother against the power of the Lick. I was nothing to him, no more than a resource to be consumed like the Council of Kings he turned into Death Knights for his convenience. The anger and rage she had experienced facing the rat slowly mingled with the sense of powerlessness and grief she had been subjected to in Nevin Eld's presence, and it crystallized into something resembling resolve. She wasn't certain what exactly, but she didn't want to be powerless anymore. Her mind shuddered at the thought of facing Nevin Eld again, this time without her mother to protect her. With her new sense of purpose and no small amount of trepidation, she began studying the combat class offerings carefully. She would not rush in until she had read and understood everything she was being offered. Arcane Mage was a common mage class with a somewhat uncommon affinity. She would have access to a balanced set of offensive and defensive arcane magic. It echoes how I used my arcane cantrip, only it would add some real power. Phytomancer focused on her affinity with nature magic. It seemed to be a clear extension of how she had used plant growth in combat to defeat the rat. A mage class focused heavily on offensive plant magic. Seems powerful, but only outdoors, she thought. Perhaps a little like Aunt Lyra or her dad's magic. Both of the classes looked quite practical, and the uncommon Phytomancer even looked like it would be extraordinarily powerful, but Ali was saddened reading each of them. If she had to choose one of them, she would be giving up everything she was passionate about, other than the ability to actually wield one of her mana affinities to defend herself. Finally, she examined the last class. Ali had never heard of a hybrid class before, so she opened it with some curiosity and surprise. Grove Warden. The Grove Warden has a strong commitment to her home. She uses a domain-bound class founded upon the power of her arcane and nature magic, along with runic knowledge to exert control over her domain. She emphasizes a balance of combat magic, knowledge, and learning, enhancing her powerful magic to protect her home and friends. While a domain-bound mage is weaker outside of their domain, within it they reign supreme. Requirements: defeated a higher-level enemy in solo combat, defeated multiple enemies without combat skills or spells, remained committed to the same area for over 3,000 years, arcane magic affinity, nature magic affinity, used magic in combat without a class, defended the sacred shrine within your family's ancestral grove from monsters. Strong commitment to study and understanding magic. Attributes: +10 per level. Traits: arcane nature, knowledge, defense, domain, intelligence. Quality: unique. Class: hybrid. Would you like to change your class to Grove Warden? Tears spilled down her face as she read the class and the requirements that she had met in order to unlock it. Everything was there: her struggles, her heartache, her grief, and her passion. She knew in an instant, deep in her heart, that this was her class, but she still forced herself to reread it carefully, 3,000 years. It was the first thing that leapt out to the analytical part of her mind after wiping her tears from her cheeks. I was locked away for that long. No wonder the language changed. She glanced at the dead, blackened trees, realizing just how immense their magical energy must have been for them to have been preserved for so long. On a sudden hunch, she pulled up the strange, mysterious ancient title she had been somehow awarded in her long slumber and focused on it to see more details. Ancient, you have been alive for more than 1,000 years. You are more noticeable to perceptive people. This effect increases with age, title more noticeable. It seemed a little worrisome, especially as she wouldn't be able to dismiss the effect or discard the title, and until she earned a new one, it would even show whenever someone identified her. But her title and age worries faded in the face of larger problems. Liches are immortal. It was her first thought after fully grasping just how long she had been sequestered by her mother's magic. She shivered, realizing just how scared she was of him, how much he had hurt her. Gathering her thoughts, she considered the class carefully. Her father had used a domain-bound class, tied to this very forest that now stood in ruin and decay. Aunt Lyra, too, as a dryad, had been domain-bound to her enormous forest that lay to the south of the city. Lyra had often visited, but had to return after a few days. Ali assumed that this class would be similar, bound to an area but not entirely limited in travel. Examining her feelings, Ali found she had no strong desire to leave. In fact, her desire was to restore this forest and find the remains of the Grand Library. The class reminded her a lot of her father, especially with the references to the shrine and the ancestral grove that had been his responsibilities until they passed to her. The memories of her father brought back the crushing sadness, and she teared up for a while. But the sadness and the aching of her heart seemed to crystallize her resolve. She would restore the forest and grove to its former glory. She wouldn't let her home remain decayed and ugly, trampled on by monsters. She would get stronger, and when Nevin Eld returned, she would be supreme within her home, just as her class said. She just hoped it would be a while because he had been stronger than everyone she had ever known. She would need to grow before she could ever think of facing him, and that journey would take ages. I need this, she thought. Every journey needed a first step. She accepted the class. You have gained the class, Grove Warden. Grove Warden has reached level 1 plus 10 attribute points. You have lost the general skill. Linguist, you have lost the general skill. Arcane Cantrip, you have lost the general skill. Plant Growth, you have lost the general skill. Memorize, you have lost the general skill. Scholar. Ali reeled at the sudden headache caused by the skill losses, but the flurry of notifications did not abate. You have gained the class skill Grasping Roots. Grasping Roots mana. Summon tough roots to hold, impede or crush your target. Range 25 meters. Nature ranged. Intelligence, you have gained the class skill Arcane Bolt. Arcane Bolt mana. Fire a small arcane bolt that accelerates and curves towards your mentally chosen target. Duration 120 seconds. Arcane ranged channeled. Intelligence, you have gained the class skill Barrier. Barrier mana. Summon a small arcane barrier shield. The barrier is a freeform arcane magic surface that resists physical and magic damage. Arcane, Defense, Intelligence, you have gained the class skill Deconstruction. Deconstruction mana. Release the mana from an unresisting or inanimate target, learning about its structure and retaining some in your own mana pool. Requires continuous uninterrupted focus and the target is destroyed. Range, Touch, Arcane Knowledge, Intelligence, you have gained the class skill Runic Script. Runic Script, you are proficient with runic magic. Languages, Ancient Dalmaran, Elvish, Dwarven mana. Inscribe a runic circle with your mana. Reserve, by level, Arcane, Knowledge, Intelligence, you have gained the class skill Sage of Learning. Sage of Learning, your ability to learn languages, history, and similar academic knowledge is significantly enhanced. You have enhanced memory for the content you have studied. Arcane, Knowledge, Perception, Intelligence, I have 10 attribute points to spend. She considered the long list of complicated skills she had just been subjected to. My class seems to mostly use mana and intelligence, she realized on a quick scan. That works well with my racial aptitudes. She decided to split her points between wisdom and intelligence. Wisdom will give me more mana, and the intelligence trait on my skills will make them stronger the more I have. Name, Aleandra Amariel. Race, Fey. Titles, Ancient Class, Grove Warden. Level 1 Grasping Roots, Level 1 Arcane Bolt, Level 1 Barrier, Level 1 Deconstruction, Level 1 Runic Script, Level 1 Sage of Learning, Level 1 Locked. General Skills Reading, Level 7 Identify, Level 5 Sculpting, Level 2 Aptitudes. Languages, Ancient Dalmaran. Elvish, Dwarven mana affinities. Arcane, it was in fact one of the most actively researched subjects in magic. Most of the scholarly arguments disagreed, sometimes violently, over whether the factors influencing skills were experience, actions, need, or even genetics, or some combination thereof. Her own research led her to the conclusion that all of these were contributing factors, which was why so many of the experiments were not reproducible, even though there were tantalizing correlations. True or not, it seemed way too much of a coincidence that her first 3 skills represented significant improvements over the ways she had used her magic in combat prior to unlocking her class. Grasping roots appeared to be a powerful way to crush enemies with roots using plant magic. Her memory helpfully supplied the gruesome image of the rat she had crushed by expending her entire mana pool. Arcane Bolt seemed to be the answer to her throwing arcane magic at enemies, only now it would actually do damage, and Barrier definitely matched her powerful desire to block enemies with her arcane magic. With her first 3 spells, she was satisfied that she was on her way to becoming a real combat mage, albeit a level 1 mage. However, she would no longer be powerless in combat, and these skills would only grow with experience. On a whim, Ali spent some of her mana on her new barrier skill, and a small 30-centimeter disc of transparent golden energy snapped into existence in front of her. All at once, nostalgia, pride, and grief slammed into her heart. Mom, her magical abilities were tiny by comparison, but this construct was clearly identical to her mother's powerful arcane barrier magic. She let the barrier dissipate, overcome with emotions and exhaustion. The enormity of the day finally crashed down on her. She had woken up in a world completely unfamiliar to her, unable to communicate with anyone, learning that everyone she had ever loved was gone. She had been in 2 fights with actual monsters, almost dying a couple of times, and now she had nothing left to give. She dragged herself over to where the others sat, and curling up next to Malika, she simply passed out from sheer exhaustion. Malika sat on the dirty ground near the now dark and depleted shrine, listening to Callan and Marto excitedly exchanging details of their new classes. Curious, she examined the shrine one more time, using her appraise skill to check on the mana reserves, a detail she deduced was normally only visible to the owner. Shrine of the Ancient Grove, an ancient mystical shrine of unknown origin. Offers advanced class features and attunement of latent mana affinity. Owner, Aleandra Amariel Mana Siphon Active Mana, Unlock Class Experience Mana, Unlock or Enhance Latent Magical Affinities. Locked Insufficient Mana, Unlock Alternate Classes. Locked Insufficient Mana, Owner's Mana, Recharge the Shrine's Mana Reserve. 8551-2500000 Quality. Unique Value. Soulbound Shrine, Artifact. We drained it, she thought, wondering if Aleandra had anticipated how close it would be when she had allowed all of them to go first. Feeling a small twinge of guilt at the depleted state of the shrine, she tried to feed some of her mana into the reserve, but it wouldn't accept her offering. Malika had been careful to not share too much about her new class with the others, admitting only that she had earned an unarmed combat class, which they could easily deduce now that she must appear as a monk to their identify skill. She also admitted to having a soul magic mana affinity. Callan had been sharp enough to guess it from the display at the shrine. It was already more detailed than she felt comfortable sharing. On the other hand, she had learned quite a lot about their classes, information freely flowing between the 2 friends, seemingly not minding that she could overhear their discussion. Callan had unlocked an archer class with a light magic affinity, and he demonstrated one of his skills by summoning a bright floating light that he could move about simply by focusing his mind. For such a small mote, it gave off an unreasonable amount of light, but it was certainly nice to be able to see clearly for a change. He also claimed it had the ability to dispel some stealth effects, which seemed quite useful. Marto had unlocked a druidic class with access to shape-shifting nature magic, which he excitedly demonstrated by turning himself into a bear, a form that amused Malika no end. Once she had seen his shapeshift, she couldn't unsee the resemblance to the bear even in his normal form. He really was just broad and furry, regardless of which shape he was using. The affinity for shapeshifting certainly seemed a natural extension to his beastkin nature, and he was obviously excited about the possibilities. What else can he do? His class seemed quite broad, and druids were widely known for efficient nature affinity healing spells, Suddenly, she felt movement within her space and saw Aleandra right next to her. Her heart raced as she snapped her guard up, but in that instant she heard Aleandra's soft, regular breathing. She's asleep. Aleandra had literally just curled up against her leg and fallen asleep on the spot. That kind of inattention could have been fatal on the streets. And not just for Aleandra, for herself too. How had she let herself get so tired that she had missed the Fae approaching? She struggled briefly within herself, the discomfort of allowing someone to be so close warring with the unfamiliar sense of being so trusted that the little Fae would let down her guard and sleep beside her. You had a rough day, she thought, finally deciding to allow the girl to sleep undisturbed. The warmth of her back pressed up against Malika's leg, and the soft rise and fall of her breathing were strangely comforting. Besides, failing to show kindness to Aleandra after the priceless gift she had just given would place her among the dregs of the town watch thugs, and she would rather die. I just have no idea how I can ever repay her, she thought, frowning as she slowly returned her attention to the conversation. We should test our skills on something, Marto said. We've been down here for quite a while, Callan said, shaking his head. My mother is going to be worried when everyone but us has returned. We're almost out of food and we also used the last of the potions in that battle. You're probably right, Marto grumbled. We should return to town, my parents will be worried too. Perhaps we can come back and fight stuff in a day or two, get some levels, but what are we going to do with her? Bring her to town with us, he gestured toward Aleandra, peacefully curled up against Malika's side. Malika's eyes drifted down to her sleeping companion as she considered her options. I'm going to stay here, she said, gaining glances of surprise from the two boys. I don't have family in town, nobody will miss me. In truth, she was afraid of running into the town watch and their army of thugs. She had a class now, and she wouldn't be able to conceal the fact that she had chosen differently than they would have insisted upon. While choosing a class did mean she was significantly stronger, she was still level 1, and as far as the rumors went, Adric and Edric had both passed level 20. They would easily kill her once they discovered she had abandoned her life as a thief. She was in more danger now than before she had unlocked her class, at least whenever she was in town. Is that safe? Marto asked her. The rats and wolves are safer than the people waiting for me up there, she said, deliberately vague about her associations. Surprisingly, Marto did not pry, simply taking her statement at face value. Callan glanced at her curiously but didn't seem particularly surprised, and he let it go without comment. Okay, Marto said, and you'll look after our little sleeping friend here, Malika nodded. I can move her to the cave, it will be a little safer there. All right, Callan said, pulling out a couple of apples, all that remained of the food from his pack. Handing it to her, he said, we'll see you at the cave in a day or two. Don't get too far ahead, Marto said with a wave as the two of them headed out into the darkness, the half-elf with a hovering mote of light following him, and the beastkin shifting into the form of a large, reddish-brown wolf. Malika got to her feet and carefully picked up Aleandra, trying not to disturb her slumber as she walked slowly back to the cave. She hadn't asked them to come back, and she still didn't entirely trust them, but it would be helpful to have proven allies at least, until she gained a few levels and learned how to use her own class. Once she was stronger, she could decide. Chapter 10. Sage Callan ranged out with his skills active, Marto loping almost silently beside him in the form of a disconcertingly large wolf. He was as tall at the shoulder as that starving alpha wolf, but there was far more bulk to his frame, and his reddish-brown fur wasn't matted and dirty like the monster's. It was rather bizarre to see his friend in this form, but it served only to emphasize the undercurrent of excitement he felt. He had finally earned his class, and it was a powerful one. He was an archer, of course, with two of his class skills focused on ranged damage and archery. Thanks to Aleandra's shrine, he had unlocked a powerful affinity for light magic, and a class that seemed ideal for him, taking full advantage of his higher-than-normal intelligence attribute and augmenting his archery with magical damage. Two skills were primarily scouting skills, and his new repertoire was rounded out with a decent stealth skill and a blessing that improved his attributes. Bobbing overhead was a small mote of light, one of his new skills, which cast a clear and pure light all around him. According to the description, the light he was casting had anti-stealth properties, which would, no doubt, require some extensive testing. The cavern with the ancient dead forest through which they walked was so huge that the light was lost in it, gobbled up by the brooding darkness. But where he stepped, and within their immediate surroundings, it was clear as day. He could easily make out the damp, mossy ground, the huge decaying tree trunks, and the abnormally abundant piles of bones that seemed to fill the endless expanse of the cavern. He was a little worried that the light would attract monsters, but the combination of being able to see clearly and their new attributes and skills allowed them to speed through the treacherous terrain, leaping piles of crumbling bone or mouldering wood, and skirting the slippery damp patches of moss with ease. Just how long had this enormous cavern lain sealed and undiscovered right below Myron's keep? A musty odor of age and slow decay filled his nostrils. Just the size of the gigantic dead trees implied it must have been hundreds of years, if not far more. An overturned rock the size of his fist caught his eye and he stopped. "Hold up, Marto," he said, crouching down to examine it. Other than the monsters, the only people who had disturbed this cavern were their own group, and this did not look like a rat or a wolf. He cast around carefully, finding a freshly snapped bone a little way ahead. With a thought, he brought up the description of one of his new class skills, one which he was particularly excited about. The neat white lines of text appeared in his mind, the same way they always did. One thing which had surprised him was that his newly unlocked light affinity matched the color of his interface, as if the system had always known. Does it always work that way? It would be hard to figure out, but Marto had always said his status was green, adorned with some sort of floating leaves, and he had unlocked a nature affinity, so it wasn't just him. Explorer Level 1. You have enhanced spatial perception and perfect recall for places you have explored. You can discern important details about the places you are exploring and the creatures that inhabit them. Stamina. Use your enhanced perception to track your prey. Knowledge. Identify, scouting, tracking. Perception. Explorer was a powerful perception skill that most certainly cemented his role as a scout. When he had unlocked it, his class had consumed his Identify general skill, producing a tracking skill that also served as an advanced identify for places and enemies. As with all advanced identification magic, there were some drawbacks. However, he had already verified that he could no longer identify the properties of his own bow. "I'll just have to rely on Marto to identify items in the future," he thought, turning his attention back to the scrapes on the ground and the overturned rock. "It's still a decent trade-off. Let's see how this works." He channeled a little stamina to activate his explorer skill, and instantly the outline of a small light footprint stood out against the ground, enhanced by the magic of the perception skill. Tala, he sucked in his lips. It had to be her, there was no other possibility, and the tracks were leading back up to the sewer, light and far apart, suggesting the Catkin girl had been sprinting at the time. The flood of information into his mind felt a little strange, like an enhanced intuition that instantly connected his memories of Tala with the tracks. His mind, presumably augmented by the magic of his skill, built a clear scenario of the speed, direction, and even the image of Tala rushing across the damp ground. Probably she was trying to avoid the monsters, he thought, examining a few more scrapes on the ground a little further on. "Marto," he said quietly. "These are Tala's tracks." His friend instantly ceased his prowling circuit, searching for monsters, and turned his large furry head toward him, holding his gaze for a moment with green eyes that seemed to glow softly in the darkness, reflecting his light magic. On silent pause, the wolf loped over to join him, his form rippling and twisting disconcertingly as he switched back to beastkin with his shape-shifting magic. "We should find her and have a nice little discussion," Marto said, his voice low and gravelly like the beast whose form he had just shed still lurked, growling within him. "I'll help track her," he said, and Callan watched the somewhat disturbing transformation reverse as Marto's body lengthened and twisted, shape-shifting back into the form of the wolf. In his new form, he was unable to talk, but Callan had known him long enough to guess his thoughts. Marto sniffed at the tracks for a moment and then took off in a loping run. Callan followed, easily keeping up now that his class skills boosted his dexterity. He continued trickling his stamina into his explorer skill to keep the tracking magic active, still able to pick out the footprints in the mud and mossy ground, enhanced as they were by his perception skill. But the longer he kept his skill active, the more a strange, uncomfortable feeling stirred in the back of his mind. What is this place? He had felt it before, the moment he had climbed down the rope from the sewers into this cavern, a strange prickle that made the hairs stand up on the back of his neck. After running for quite a while, the light of his floating magical moat finally illuminated the great pile of rock that had avalanched into the cavern from the sewer above, and the nasty waterfall of sewage that had been created in the process. He wrinkled his nose at the stench. The rope that had been hanging from the sewer above was gone, of course, and the tracks led right up to the stone slab that had crushed their former group leader, Donovan Asterford. Callan carefully checked the surroundings, but he found no signs of life. Tala had clearly left, taking the rope with her. "Over here, Marto," he said, crouching down to examine the tracks in the dirt. There were finger-sized furrows in the dirt under the stone and a deeper set of footprints. She must have tried to lift the rock. The cairn Marto had built to cover Donovan's protruding feet had been disturbed, and some monster had clearly stopped by to snack on him. There were no signs of his expensive, enchanted boots. Explorer has reached level 2. At the sound of the chime, the prickle in the back of his mind suddenly intensified, like the insistent knocking upon a door within his mind, a door he was unable to find. The tracks sharpened, growing far clearer, suddenly showing him the story of how Tala had tried several times to move the heavy boulder. Was she trying to steal his stuff? Marto asked, back in his normal beastkin form as he leaned over to see what he was examining. "I think so, but I don't think she was strong enough to move this." "She took his boots, though. Well, whatever else he had is probably crushed. Marto, I know you despised him, but I don't feel good about just leaving him here to rot. Are you strong enough to lift this?" Marto had shared that his class focused on the strength attribute and that he had already spent more points to make himself stronger. "I can try," he said in his typical direct manner. He strained and struggled against the weight, but to no avail. In Marto's defense, there was an enormous stack of stone resting on top of Donovan's corpse. With a last Herculean effort, Marto managed to shift the slab just a little, and with a crack and rumble, some stone from higher up the pile began to shift and slide. Callan darted in and snatched up the exposed pieces of Donovan's sword and dodged sideways before the rock crashed down, burying the corpse once more. He coughed several times, waving the dust cloud out of his face, and examined the sword he had recovered. It was Donovan's body, but the sword was distinctive and recognizable, even in 3 pieces. "It will have to do. I'll drop this off with the mayor," he said. "He'll know how to contact Donovan's family and maybe they will want to retrieve the body, what's left of it." "Hey Callan," Marto said, "perhaps don't mention the shrine to anyone. I'm worried that when word gets out, someone will want to take it from Alejandra." That's a good point," Callan said, suppressing a shiver. Left unsaid was the obvious fact that the shrine was a soulbound artifact, and the only practical way of transferring one would be to first kill the current owner. Perhaps I should have dropped this sword off with the mayor. It was going to be hard to conceal the fact that he had somehow earned a class without using the official shrine or waiting the week for the natural path to force his class selection. "Okay," Marto answered, "let's go." Callan pulled out another rope from his pack and knotted it to a fist-sized rock before lobbing it up into the dark sewer to wrap around the boulder he had used to anchor the first line. To his surprise, he managed to snag it on the first try, and soon he and Marto were shimmying up into the sewers where, strangely, the uneasy prickling in the back of his mind vanished. Callan dismissed his mote of light when the two of them emerged from the sewer tunnel into the dirty, run-down alleyway where they had originally entered. A once profitable merchant district that had grown progressively more dilapidated and abandoned over the years. Overrun with crime, many businesses in the area had been forced into bankruptcy by the prohibitive protection taxes demanded by the local militia organizations or had been gutted and looted by the criminal syndicates. In a way, Callan felt even more wary now that he was in the town after dark than he had been down in the cavern and sewers where he just had to worry about monsters. Disappointingly, Tala's trail had petered out in the alleyway, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Tracking someone over a hard stone pavement that was regularly used by the denizens of the town wasn't easy, even with the aid of magical tracking skills. It's still only a level 2 skill, he reminded himself. "I'll get some food and potions for supplies," Marto offered, as they began walking down the alley towards the better-lit main street, while Callan kept a sharp eye glued to the shadows for any signs of movement. "Remember, now that Malika has a heal, potions aren't as critical anymore. Get a few if you can find a good deal, they're good for emergencies. I'll see if I can get my mom to make some clothes for her and Alejandra, they're both wearing rags." "Good point," Marto answered as they reached the dubious safety of the larger main street. "I think Alejandra's wearing more blood than cloth." "How about we meet back here tomorrow to go back down, dawn?" Callan nodded. "I'll have Mom return this in the morning," he thought, glancing at the shards of Donovan's sword. With so many ongoing class trials in progress, the mayor would undoubtedly still be waiting, and it would be a simple matter to stop by the town hall and drop it off. With a quick farewell to Marto, he set off at a brisk pace towards his mother's house. She would be so relieved to see him alive. Tala sat quietly in the shadow of the stone chimney on top of the gutted shell of an old, abandoned building. She shifted her weight carefully to let a little blood flow to the leg that was growing numb. It was cold, and she was tired from keeping her stealth and concealment skills fueled with her stamina while she kept watch over the sewer entrance in the alleyway. It had been a great day by any reasonable account. Kieran Morey had worked her hard, expecting immediate results, and she had delivered. Her class, in conjunction with her general skills, meant she was ideally suited for covert assassination, but she had also learned that her skills worked just as well for secondary jobs in intelligence and espionage. Stealth, after all, was great for getting in and out of places without being seen. Although the information-gathering burglary had paid well, assassination was what she really excelled at. Every mark Morey had provided had died in a single strike from the shadows. As happy as she was with her amazing class, Tala simply couldn't get the image of Jax and Bastion meeting in that alleyway out of her mind. It haunted her, leaving her with a pall of darkness and a sense of impending disaster that had loomed over her all day. She could not allow word of her killing Donovan to reach the ears of Kieran Morey or Jax Hawkhurst. While she had been certain her previous teammates had been running headlong to their deaths trying to save that pathetic dying creature, especially without her help, now that the stakes were her own life and future, she could no longer afford to rely on assumptions. She couldn't shake the feeling that they may have survived somehow and would return to the town hall to choose their classes. Then her secret would come crashing down on her. She remembered the look Malika had given her right after the rockfall. She shook her head softly so as not to interfere with her stealth skill and give her position away while trying to put it out of her mind. I must be imagining it, she thought, but her mind refused to let it go. She knows. At least I leveled up today, she thought, firmly taking control of her errant thoughts. At level 2, her silent assassin should be more than a match for her unclassed former companions, which was why she was up here freezing her ass off while watching the sewer entrance all night. If they had survived, they would return to choose their classes, and then she would ambush them and her secret would be safe. Clink. Her head snapped to the side at the clear ring of metal against stone, taking in the sight of the sewer grate shifting and moving as it suddenly lifted. Two forms emerged from below, two forms that she recognized instantly, the beastkin and the half-elf. She waited in silence for Malika, but nobody else emerged. The beastkin carefully lowered the grate back into place, with much more care and silence than she would have expected. Guess she's feeding the mushrooms down there. It was when the two of them started talking and Callan turned that she suddenly saw it. Tucked into the half-elf's belt were the shards of Donovan's expensive sword. She felt the icy chill of fear as her worst nightmare began unfolding in front of her. They know. It was the only possible reason they had his sword. They would return it to the town hall as evidence, and then the mayor would ask questions. Questions she couldn't afford to have answered. It was all she needed. She rose from her hiding position and crept forward. I have to kill them and bury that sword. She carefully slipped two daggers from their sheaths on her belt. If she used her twin dagger mutilate from stealth and triggered ambush, she should be able to instantly kill the beastkin, and then the half-elf would be easy to overcome one-on-one. His skills were all in archery, and archers were vulnerable to melee classes like hers. As she was about to leap down, a snippet of their conversation reached her ears, causing her to freeze instantly. Remember, now that Malika has a heal, potions aren't as critical anymore. What? Malika is still alive. How the fuck does she have a heal? With mounting dread rising within her, she identified the two boys in the alleyway below, something she should have done right at the start. Druid, beastkin, level 1 archer, half-elf, level 1 shit. How do they have classes already? With classes came defensive skills, and while she was still a higher level than either of them, there was no way she could be certain of killing them both. And Malika is still out there somewhere. She crouched on the rooftop, racked with indecision, until eventually the two of them left, quickly heading toward the main road. Fuck. The only thing she had was the knowledge that they would be meeting here tomorrow and heading back down. I must find Malika and silence them all. I need a plan. Fast. Alejandra Ali woke to the sounds of a strange, dull thumping in the background. She sat up with a start, looking around at the unfamiliar environment for a few moments before she realized She had been moved back to the cave where they had fought the wolves. The corpses were gone, leaving only bloodstains and drag marks to tell the gruesome story of the battle. Her eyes scanned the dimly lit cave, searching for whatever was making the noises, but she didn't have to look far to find Malika practicing her kicks against one of the walls of the cave. Surprisingly, the rock and hard-packed dirt seemed to be worse off. Her eyebrows furrowed briefly as she considered the scene before Ali settled down, reassured that she was not in any immediate danger. I fell asleep halfway through reading my class skills. While she sat there, she pulled up the skill descriptions again and scanned through the first 3 quickly. Her 4th skill, deconstruction, seemed rather unusual. Ali couldn't figure out what it was really useful for. If it was a combat skill, it looked like a poor one. Deconstruction, level 1 mana. Release the mana from an unresisting or inanimate target, learning about its structure and retaining some in your own mana pool. Requires continuous uninterrupted focus and the target is destroyed. Range, touch, arcane, knowledge, intelligence. I cannot be interrupted. I can only use it on an unresisting target. What monster is going to stand there while I use my magic to turn it to dust? The skill seemed strangely restrictive. Perhaps it's just a way to restore mana. Ali was particularly curious about the phrase about gaining knowledge about magical structure. The skill was even tagged with the knowledge trait. Maybe it's a non-combat skill. Her class was an anomalous hybrid class, a unique ranked class like her mother's, with one of its main traits listed as knowledge. That had been one of the most important factors that had drawn her to the class in the first place, a combat class that didn't require her to entirely give up on magical knowledge and study. A problem for later. She moved on to her next skill. Runic script, level 1. You are proficient with runic magic, languages, ancient Dalmaran, Elvish, Dwarven, mana. Inscribe a runic circle with your mana. Reserve, by level, arcane, knowledge, intelligence. It made her immensely happy to see the runic script skill as one of her class skills. Ali had always been fascinated by the language and script of written magic. It was so versatile and beautiful. A well-documented but rare skill typically used only by archmages and scholars. It was clearly not a combat spell. Finding this skill as part of her initial set took much of the sting out of her decision to pass on the Runic Sage class. Runic script provided an avenue to pursue her passion, provided of course she could find a library and some magical books to study. I hope they still have good libraries. Her final skill, Sage of Learning, appeared also to arise from her years of study and her passion for research. It seemed exceptionally timely that she would learn a skill that might even help with her language issues. Sage of Learning was essentially a combination of her scholar and linguist skills, evolved and fueled by both her class and magical aptitudes. She couldn't wait to see how it worked. Sage of Learning, level 1. Your ability to learn languages, history, and similar academic knowledge is significantly enhanced. You have enhanced memory for the content you have studied. Arcane, knowledge, perception, intelligence. Given the profound frustration of being unable to understand her rescuers, she decided to try the skill immediately. Her first problem, though, was that the skill lacked an activation cost. Is it a passive skill? The scholar and linguist skills that had been absorbed to make this one had similarly lacked activation and were simply always on, but that didn't help her figure out how to use it. For a few minutes, she tried mentally shoving yesterday's memorized conversations at the skill. It felt like bumbling around in the dark, but something shifted within her memories. Or am I just imagining that because I want something to happen? She tried several other ideas, but nothing she could think of had any obvious effect. Shaking her head and frowning, she finally gave up, getting up and walking over to where Malika was still kicking the wall. Ali admired her remarkable persistence and patience, and the grace of her movement, watching in silence, not wanting to interrupt her intense focus. After a few minutes, Malika noticed her watching and turned to say something in a relaxed voice. This time, the twist in her mind was real. Something connected the sounds of Malika's voice to the memorized conversations, and the previously frustratingly familiar syllables actually conveyed some vague meaning. That was a greeting. Sage of Learning has reached level 2, mana drained from her mana pool in a rush, and her mind was filled with a brief disorienting feeling as if several important things had simply been rearranged in an instant. Her supposedly passive skill was consuming a disturbingly large amount of mana without her control. Will I be able to stop it? The sense of meaning had to be from the knowledge trait of the skill, and it seemed to be attaching the meaning to the memorized conversations as she heard Malika speak. It was a thoroughly disconcerting sensation, a little like the skill was rifling through her memories, and rearranging the library card catalogue of her mind on her behalf. Malika looked at her curiously and said some more words. Ali's mana drained again and a fresh sensation of meaning emerged, connected to what she heard. Food, that sounded like a question. Guessing that perhaps she was being asked if she was hungry, Ali cautiously nodded. Malika walked over to a pack one of the boys had left behind and produced an apple. Ali happily accepted a few slices from her and sat down. Not only was she excited that she had guessed correctly, but she found she was also ravenous after all the strenuous activity from the day before. Her stomach produced a ferocious growl that made the dark-haired woman beside her chuckle. Ali met her sparkling blue eyes and then burst out laughing too. She's not quite so scary when she's not crushing walls. Then Malika began talking to her. Ali wasn't sure why she was talking, knowing Ali couldn't understand, but perhaps she just wanted some company. At once, the magic kicked into action, providing a difficult-to-follow flurry of meaning, all the while her mana drained into the voracious skill. Sage of Learning has reached level 3. After about 20 minutes, and about 100 mana consumed, she noticed she was even burning a few stamina points. Ali wondered curiously if perhaps there was something to the idea that mental activity made a person physically tired. Her skill reaching level 3 seemed to create a sharper sense of clarity in her mind, and the flow of meaning became immediately fuller, somehow richer. Malika seemed to be talking about something to do with skills and classes, but the abstract meaning derived from the knowledge-based skill was still exceptionally difficult to understand, certainly at the speed of normal conversation. Malika said something else, and the disconcerting magic connected it with a memory of Marto shouting something during the wolf fight. As if a key piece of the puzzle had been unlocked, the connection set off a cascade of memorized snippets of conversation shuffling and interconnecting within her mind as all the memorized conversations, and Malika's one-sided monologue, condensed into some vague semblance of order. A clear, soft tone sounded within her mind as 2 new notifications appeared. Sage of Learning has reached level 4. You have learned the common language. The greedy Sage of Learning skill eased up, slowing the magical restructuring to a much more comfortable level. The torrent of mana consumption died down to a small trickle as she suddenly heard Malika's previously unintelligible words snap into clarity as her new language aptitude activated. All these skills, so what do you think? Malika said. Then she sighed, I wish you could understand me. Ali's rudimentary command of the common language wasn't quite good enough yet to pick up the words as clearly as she seemed able to. However, her Sage of Knowledge was still burning some of her mana, so it was presumably still filling in the many gaps in understanding. Ali tried. Holding up the slice of apple, she spoke carefully. Thank you. Malika whipped her head around and she fixed her with a look of incredulity. You can talk, Ali answered. I learn. Her Sage of Learning skill bent her memories again. This was the only description of the feeling that made any sense. She tried again. I learn common language. Wow, that's incredible. Your proficiency with the common language has improved. Her command of the new language was atrocious, but she had to marvel at the power of her new skill. Sage of Learning had, for the mere cost of almost her entire mana pool and a handful of points of stamina, done what would previously have taken her about a month of studying to achieve. Basic, very basic proficiency in a new language. While she couldn't see any combat use for Sage of Learning, Ali was nevertheless enormously pleased with her powerful new skill. Excited to have overcome the frustration of not being able to communicate, she looked at Malika's surprised face. Thank you, save me. Her speech was still broken, but she was nonetheless convinced she was being understood. The other girl smiled at her. You're welcome. Thank you for sharing your shrine. Ali smiled back at her, a soft warmth filling her heart at her first real conversation since waking up. Chapter 11. Rat Redux. Ali sat chatting with Malika for quite a long while, initially just happy with her new ability to communicate. Sage of Learning still took a point of mana here or there to fill in some missed meaning while she was listening, but it proved significantly harder to speak. Stumbling frequently with her language proficiency, she began to tell Malika a little about her life and how she had grown up in the great city of Dalmora, but before long she found herself circling the great well of sadness and fresh grief at the center of her heart. Whenever she approached the subject of the last day, she found herself diving into a tangent. For her part, Malika proved to be a great listener, sitting patiently, asking occasional questions, and simply letting her find her own way. When she finally found herself describing her and her mother's escape from the city under attack, it was like a dam burst deep within, and she could only watch from the dark recesses of her mind, powerless to stop the words as her story burst forth. It just came out, words falling over each other as she relived her terror and weakness, the horror of facing the Nevin Eld and his death knights, and the heart-wrenching grief of her father and then mother sacrificing their lives for her to survive. When she came to her mother's final words, Ali choked up, unable to continue. Surprisingly, Malika did not tell her how it would all be okay or offer any other platitudes. She simply sat a little closer, and staring off into the distance, she began to fill the silence with her own story. Unable to speak, Ali simply listened, shocked at both the horror of the story and the unemotional delivery in which it was shared. It was a rogue dungeon, Malika began. When the dungeon break happened, hundreds of fire salamanders were ejected into the surrounding area. There was nothing anyone could do. My entire hometown was burned to the ground. She continued in a flat, clear voice, describing waking up in the heat and flames and fleeing in terror while choking in the billowing smoke, as if she was discussing a trip to the bakery. When she described how her parents had died, her voice did not change in the slightest, but Ali's heart broke in sympathy with the tears that spilled unnoticed down Malika's face. I barely escaped with my life, hiding in a fleeing merchant wagon, and that's how I ended up across the border here in Myron's Keep. The pain has never really gone away, Malika continued. I've spent the last 10 years indebted to the Hawkhurst Trading Company's loan sharks, being forced into a life of crime with the town watch. But with your help and the shrine, I have a new purpose. I want to become someone they would have been proud of, you know, a strong martial artist able to do some good in this world. I think they would have liked that. She finally noticed the tears and wiped them with the back of her hand, turning her face away, as if she were trying to hide her embarrassment. She's been dealing with all that for 10 years. How can she even continue every day? They both fell silent, sitting side by side for a long while, each with their own memories. For me, it was yesterday, Ali said miserably. I miss them so much. While it did nothing to diminish her emotions, Ali felt somewhat better for having shared with Malika. If nothing else, she felt there was one person in this horrible world who understood what she felt. Slowly her heart quieted, and her mind began to return to the present and the situation she found herself in. Her home was gone. In its place was this monster-filled dark underground mockery that smelt of death and decay here, where she had taken the almost unthinkable step into the unknown by choosing her class, a hybrid class with combat abilities. I don't know how to fight, Ali said, finally admitting to Malika and herself that she felt woefully out of her depth. People studied for years to prepare for a life with a combat class. There were entire schools devoted to training the tools needed to survive and succeed, and she had none of it. A little overwhelmed, she wished for a return to her previous life, a now unreachable life of safety and study. What do you mean? Malika looked a little surprised. Callan and Marto said you identify as a mage now. I spent my entire life preparing to be a scholar and researcher, Ali answered. My mom was one of the preeminent researchers on the nature of magic itself. And she always said I might surpass her someday. In truth, she had been beyond excited to embark upon that journey, learning from her mother and the other prominent researchers and sages. All of that must lie buried in the sands of time or long relegated to the pages of history by now. Well, now my home is gone, overrun with monsters, and I have combat spells, but I have no idea how to use them. I know my way around a library, but out here I'm just scared, she finished awkwardly. You were going for a non-combat class? Malika asked, an incredulous expression on her face. You had no combat skills to speak of earlier, and you killed that rat by yourself, Ali nodded. She knew it was perhaps an unbelievable thing, but it had happened. Through fortune, good luck, or sheer willpower, she had won against a monster. It's not like I had much of a choice. Do you think you can teach me? Ali asked. Malika was so confident in battle, she always seemed to know what to do. Ali just remembered feeling lost and confused or terrified most of the time. I don't know much about mage classes, Malika answered, and I just got my own class, so I'm hardly an expert. Ali's disappointment must have shown on her face because Malika quickly continued. I don't mind helping you test your skills, and we can discuss some strategy ideas. How about you share your combat skills with me? I mean, if you feel comfortable sharing. Ali got the distinct impression that it was Malika who would feel more uncomfortable sharing, but she didn't mind. She smiled and brought up her status book in her mind, opening it to her class skills. and then chose her first 4 skills and sent the descriptions of each to Malika. I don't know what the last one is for, she said, referring to her deconstruction skill. My 2 remaining skills are non-combat skills for study and magic. They're how I was able to learn to speak so fast. Malika studied the skills for a moment. It looks like you have all the bases covered with the first 3. You have a damage skill, a defense skill, and a control skill. Malika's demeanor had changed instantly, the vulnerability replaced with a certain confidence and the reappearance of the self-assurance Ali had observed earlier. There are categories. Ali was truly out of her depth. The defense category was easy. That must be my barrier skill. What is control? She asked. Don't both of my other skills do damage? Your grasping roots is a control spell, Malika said. It does do damage, but the most useful effect will be preventing the monster from moving. That way it can't get to you. Think of it this way, you can use your roots to bind the monster and then you or your team whittle it down until it dies. You have your barrier as a backup in case it breaks free. Oh, okay, Ali said, nodding. That sounds surprisingly straightforward in theory. I'm not sure I could have held that starving alpha for long, if at all. Your proficiency with the common language has improved. Ali hadn't been bothered by the disorienting shuffle of memories in her mind for a while, but it seemed her sage of learning was still ticking away in the background, improving her understanding of the language as she practiced more. Okay, Malika said, getting up. Let's test your skills. Ali stood up, uncertain what to expect. What should I do? First, let's see your barrier, Malika said. Feeding a little mana into the skill, her disc of golden magic materialized right in front of her, hovering in the air about the size of a dinner plate, a human-sized dinner plate. The beautiful transparent construct shone with the golden radiance and tugged at her heart once more. Mother, Malika poked at it. Then she pushed it with increasing power, but the magical construct refused to budge. Can you move it? She asked after a few moments. Ali tried moving it with her will and with her hands, but nothing worked. To the best of her admittedly meager power, the barrier seemed fixed in space, anchored right where she had created it. Okay, let me hit it. Malika drew back a fist and threw a powerful punch connecting with the magical barrier with a loud thwack. Not bad, she said, shaking her probably bruised hand for a moment to ease the pain. Malika's skin suddenly flared with white glowing magical runes that quickly faded. I have a skill that increases my attributes, she grinned. She threw another punch and a crack appeared in the barrier disc. Her third punch flashed with the light of a magical skill as her fist slammed through the barrier, shattering it with a tinkling sound. The barrier shards dissolved into the air as the mana powering it dissipated. Ali looked forlornly at the shards. What good is it if it breaks? How fast can you make another one? Malika asked her. Instantly a second barrier appeared, taking only the time needed for her to will it into being. Oh, now she felt silly and small. She really knew nothing, didn't she? That looks like a really good defensive spell, Malika said approvingly. It took my full power and 3 skills simultaneously to break it. It's much better than the spell you used on the wolves yesterday. The class change consumed that skill to give me this, I think, Ali said. She pictured her mother's kind face and sent a quick thought of gratitude for the powerful magic she had inherited. Now why don't you try out your damage spell? Malika suggested. Shoot me. What? Ali exclaimed in shock. Is she out of her mind? How are we going to figure out how much damage it does? Malika asked. Besides, I have a healing spell. It will be okay, just stop if I ask. Obviously, I'm not powerful enough to really damage her. All right. Confirming twice that Malika was ready, Ali tried her arcane bolt spell. She had seen mages casting firebolts and ice lances and similar combat spells a few times, so she set her feet wide on the ground, tentatively thrust a hand forward pointing at Malika and tried to push mana into her skill. Obviously, she didn't want to really hurt her new friend. Nothing happened. She pointed her finger instead, but once again her magic failed to materialize. Shoot, she declared. Why is this so hard? She cleared her throat uncomfortably and tried again. Fire cast, summon arcane bolts. A flush crept up to her cheeks as she realized she was prancing around like a child playing mages and sorcerers. It didn't help one bit to see Malika grinning at her. The instant she turned her focus to Malika, the mana she had been failing to shove into arcane bolts suddenly rushed out, like water draining from a bathtub the instant the plug was removed. A tiny golden orb of energy a little larger than a marble appeared in front of her hand and shot off with a soft thwip and a whoosh, accelerating rapidly as it curved toward Malika. Her mana flowed, channeled continuously into the arcane bolt spell. Another orb materialized, and then another, firing off 2 more bolts in rapid succession. Eep, she squeaked, fumbling with her skill in a desperate attempt to cancel it, while the bolt struck Malika in the chest with a staccato thud, thud, thud. With a wrench, she stifled the flow of her mana and the spell stopped, but she stared in abject horror at the thin wisps of smoke rising from 3 small, cauterized holes punched through Malika's tattered shirt and skin. She had just shot her new friend 3 times in half as many seconds. "Are you okay?" she gasped, running over to her. "Looks like 15 damage," Malika said, "so about 5 per bolt, that's not too bad." Malika's body flashed with a sudden bluish-white light and the holes in her flesh vanished. She calculated that, Ollie thought, still struggling a little to move past the fact she had just shot her friend. Oh, that makes sense. Plus, that must be her healing skill. While Malika had not chosen to explicitly share her skills, Ollie's curious mind and fascination for magic were rapidly forming a detailed picture of her friend's skill set. She had already seen the healing magic when Malika had used it on her. "I would die in less than 5 seconds, Ollie said. "That's quick. I hope we don't fight anything with magic." "Ooh," Malika exclaimed, eyes suddenly widening in surprise. "Is your health really that low?" "It's 25, Ollie answered, suddenly worried that she might have messed up something important. "You need to invest in vitality," Malika answered. "I have 100 health, you're definitely going to need more." "Are you sure?" Ollie asked. "I get only 5 health per point because of my race. I get a penalty because I'm small." She frowned. It had bothered her since she was old enough to read it. The aptitude was even called tiny. "I get 15 mana per wisdom instead." She had spent all her attribute points on intelligence and wisdom already, trying to make the best of her racial aptitudes and her class skill traits. "Yes, definitely," Malika answered without hesitation. "Adventurers get hit, you can't always block everything. If your health goes to 0, you're dead and none of your other attributes or skills matter. If you have enough health to survive, you earn more time to escape or cast your barrier, otherwise you will die from the first surprise attack." She smiled grimly. "Dying tends not to be recommended," Ollie grimaced. "I see, I really don't know what I'm doing." She had simply chosen her attributes based on what had the largest effect. However, Malika's point showed the glaring flaw in her logic as clear as day. What use is mana if I'm dead? What she had thought of as a simple task, assigning attributes, had suddenly become a complex balancing act where her life was at stake. "Okay, shoot me some more," Malika insisted. Ollie was still extremely uncomfortable with this approach, but she did as Malika requested, firing her magic in short, controlled bursts, and eventually found she was glad she did. Testing her skills was much like practical research. She learned a lot about how the skill worked. It turned out that her skill let her fire the arcane bolts in almost any direction, and provided she kept Malika fixed in her mind as the target, the bolts would arc around in the air and home in on her position. "Guided missiles have a lot of tactical potential. You have a great attack spell." Malika seemed quite excited about her magic. "Okay, now let's try your roots." Ollie used her plant magic on Malika. Thick, gnarled brown roots sprung up from the ground, tangling Malika's legs rapidly, the air filled with grinding and the scent of fresh wood and sap. Ollie quickly realized that there was no comparison between her new spell and the plant growth skill her class had absorbed. For one thing, she didn't have to find roots in the ground and encourage them to grow with her mana. The spell created the roots. The second difference was the sheer power and durability of the constructs. There was no contest between this combat-grade magic and her previous cantrip. Malika seemed to be struggling against the roots, trying to break out by punching them with her magic, and still it took her some time. "Maybe I could get away now." Her thoughts returned to her first traumatic experience fighting the sewer rat, wondering just how different it might be now that she had grasping roots. "It doesn't do a lot of damage compared to your arcane bolts, but it's strong," Malika pronounced after she finally freed herself from the grasp of Ollie's plants. "You could definitely do some damage while your enemy's trying to escape if you use both your skills." Ollie smiled, happy that her combat toolbox was coming together. It was a good idea to test them, she thought, appreciating Malika's help more and more. And she was having a lot of fun with her magic. "Maybe now I won't be so useless after all." What did she mean by calling me an adventurer? Is that what I want? "Okay, what was your last one?" Malika asked. "Deconstruction," Ollie answered. "I'm not sure what this is for. It destroys stuff but requires focus." She trailed off. It really was a confusing skill, and for the life of her she couldn't figure out how to use it. "Show me," Malika asked. "It says destroy, right? How about we test it on that patch of moss first?" "I'm not sure how." "How about you try prancing around like before?" Malika asked with a grin. "HMPH. Ali imbued her glare with the full weight of just how unimpressed she was with that idea, which only made Malika grin more, although maybe it works the same way as Arcane Bolt. It says it has a range of touch, she mused, reviewing the skill's description. Ali reached out toward the moss, resting her fingertips on the springy surface while she focused her mind on it just as she had when she had figured out her other skill. Deconstruction instantly activated, taking a surprisingly tiny amount of mana. A ring of glowing golden runes appeared, settling onto the patch of moss around her fingertips. Slowly, the moss began to glow with a softly pulsing radiance, emitting tiny golden motes that floated upwards. Many of them evaporated in the air, but those few that touched her skin were absorbed. Is that mana? It was incredibly rare for mana to manifest visibly, and Ali's eyes widened at the sensation of it being absorbed through her skin with every soft touch. At the same time, her mind filled with an enormous influx of information that was somehow shuttled off somewhere unseen. This effect lasted a little more than 10 seconds, and when the spell finished, the moss had completely dissolved into light and dispersed. I recovered quite a lot more mana than the skill used, she realized, still trying to puzzle out what it had actually done. Yeah, I see, said Malika. Let's skip that one for combat. For now, I think whatever is attacking you won't wait patiently for you to do that. Not sure what you're going to use it for, but it seems really good for cleaning stuff, she said, pointing to where the moss had been. The stone looked pristine and entirely undamaged, with only the moss completely removed. It restored almost 20 mana, Ali said. That could be useful, Malika said. Okay, let's talk strategy a bit and then go find a rat to test your skills on. Ali glanced at her nervously. Seriously, does she want to find a rat on purpose? She still felt rather traumatized by her first encounter with the giant sewer rat. A live one. It'll be okay, I'll help you if you get in over your head, Malika reassured her. Plus, I need to try out my skills too, and I need to earn some experience. Before Ali knew it, and in her opinion entirely too soon, she found herself standing next to Malika outside in the dark cavern staring at another huge mangy rat, her legs a little wobbly with remembered fear. Being an adventurer was such a terrible idea, but if it made her stronger, sewer rat level 2 it hadn't seen them yet, but she could almost hear the hiss and screech that it would make and smell the reek of decay on its breath. Her last time facing a rat had almost killed her. You can do this, Malika encouraged her. There's a world of difference between having no class and being level 1. That's right, I have a class now, she thought, but her fear didn't much care for the distinction, especially considering neither of them had tried their new classes in combat before. For all Malika's confidence, Ali was acutely aware that they were both equally inexperienced with their skills and classes. You go first, I'll just stay back here. The grey sewer rat scrabbled and scraped around in the dirt and among the piles of old bones with its sharp claws, presumably searching for something to eat. The sharp yellowed teeth and beady eyes gleamed in the dim light, reminding her all too clearly of her first encounter. Ali glanced nervously at Malika, who smiled back at her. She was beginning to understand Malika's insistence on vitality. 25 health points felt far too little facing a monstrous rat bigger than she was. Suddenly the rat looked up, nose sniffing the air, and it turned its head sharply, fixing its eyes on Ali. With a screech it charged. Ali stiffened up in panic as her heart hammered in her chest. First use roots, then shoot, Malika's calm voice cut through her fear. Hanging onto the calmness in Malika's voice as if it could save her life, Ali cast her grasping roots. Her mana poured into her skill, and an explosion of thick, gnarled brown roots erupted from the ground, winding themselves around the rat's legs, bringing its charge to an abrupt halt. It hissed loudly, shaking its head as it tried to bite the roots binding it. Whoa, that worked. She sucked in a deep breath and reminded herself why she was doing this. She was going to get stronger, strong enough to recover her home and never feel helpless again, even facing Nevin Eld. She was taking her first step forward. You can do this, Ali, she urged herself. Her determination returned. Carefully fixing the rat in her mind as her target, just like in their practice, she used her arcane bolt skill. The tiny golden bolt of energy catapulted away from her, accelerating to the rat even as another formed, and then another. The rat let out a loud pained squeal, almost breaking her concentration, but she held onto her stream of conjured flying bolts. After several seconds of rapid bolts slamming into the rat, it broke free and charged, leaping straight for her. Crap, the pain made it stronger. Before panic overwhelmed her, Ali summoned her backup magic. The barrier disc snapped into existence right in front of her face, golden light pouring out over the mossy ground. With a heavy crash, the rat slammed into the barrier, its teeth screeching across the surface as it slid to the ground, dazed. Following Malika's suggestion, she recast her grasping roots on the momentarily stunned rat, and it immediately started thrashing frantically. Ali jerked backward, desperately dodging flailing claws and snapping jaws, and tripped over a rock, landing with a bone-jarring thump on her behind. Breathing heavily, she scrambled to her feet and fled the furious monster she had just trapped. Once she reached a safer distance, she created a new barrier in front of her. Angling her spell above the barrier, the golden bolts flew skyward, accelerating as they arced back down to slam into the rat's back. She kept firing for a few seconds until the rat once again broke free and charged her. Her bolts simply readjusted their direction to track the rat as it came on like a mangy juggernaut full of pain and fury. She saw its face looming through the transparent magical barrier, jaws agape and ready to attack, when suddenly it collapsed to the ground right at her feet, followed immediately by the sound of a soft chime in her mind. You have defeated Sewer Rat. Level 2 Grasping Roots has reached Level 2. Arcane Bolt has reached Level 2. Barrier has reached Level 2. Oh, that was it. She just stared uncomprehendingly at the corpse on the ground and the notifications for a while, breathing hard. Well done, you did great. The excitement and happiness in Malika's voice clashed with the remnants of panic and fear still gripping her. I was scared, she told Malika with a frown. I panicked. If you hadn't said something at the start. I mean, that was terrible. That's fine, Malika interrupted as she trailed off. Being scared is okay. This is your first time doing this on purpose, right? Besides, you stood your ground and you killed the rat without letting it get to you. Ali looked up, her face relaxing into a little smile, some of her confidence trickling back at Malika's encouraging words. She has a point, Ali decided. Her last encounter with a similar rat had almost killed her, but this time, even though terrifying, she hadn't even been hit. I did panic, but I recovered and finished it by myself. That has to count for something, right? I love my magic, she thought. It may not be the class she had dreamed of, but the golden magic was most certainly hers. And as she stared at the rat she had just killed and the friend that had helped her, a little of the fear in her heart faded. Malika had never told anyone her story. She had only done so because Alejandra sounded so lost and alone. It had been almost 10 years since that day, and she had had to bury her feelings deep inside to survive the harsh life on the streets of Myron's Keep. The only time she had cried in front of Edric had earned her a swift concussion and a few broken ribs and an expensive trip to the healer. She had been woefully unprepared for the surge of unleashed emotions that hit her like an avalanche when she had opened up to Alejandra, and even now she still felt like her heart was trembling within her. She disliked the feeling of weakness and vulnerability. A feeling that would get her hurt, beaten, or worse, but the feeling refused to go back into the room she had banished it to all those long years ago. She sat and waited while Alejandra recovered her breath from the fight. The Fae clearly came from a soft life and was woefully unprepared for even the rats and wolves down here, to say nothing of the monsters in her story. And yet, Malika saw something within her that refused to give up. It was that tiny spark of unbroken will that spoke to Malika. As different as they were, the spark that refused to be snuffed out resonated so powerfully with her that her heart clenched within her chest. A connection with a person that she hadn't felt in forever. She shook her head, dismissing it all as sentimentality. I'm just unsettled by my memories, she thought. At least working with Alejandra on her skills and teaching her the basics of strategy felt productive and satisfying, even if she wasn't nearly qualified to help. Seeing Alejandra's quick grasp of her magic and how to use it under pressure was almost as exciting as her anticipation of trying her own class out, but connections with people. That was a vulnerability a street rat couldn't afford. I wonder if I would have her courage if the rats were as big as me. She was still shocked that Alejandra had faced down and killed a level 3 monster with nothing but cantrips. The way she described her previous 2 spells, they sounded like the kind of skills you would use as a teaching aid, something safe for children to play with. Eventually, her little companion looked up. I used up almost all my mana in that fight. It'll take me an hour to fully regenerate. Why don't you use your trash disposal skill? Malika asked with a grin, teasing her to try and lighten the somber mood. You said it recovers mana. It's not trash disposal, Alejandra retorted. I'm just not really sure what it's for. Her pout looked way cuter than Alejandra had probably intended. Tactfully, Malika declined to point it out. Instead, she said, whatever it is, it restores mana, right? Why not use it on the rat and see how much you get? It can't resist anymore, so it should be a valid target. Trash cleaner or corpse disposal duty. She does not look amused. Malika looked on curiously as Alejandra used her unusual spell on the corpse of the rat, slowly turning it into particles of light, and it dissipated into the air. It was a rather strange magic, and she didn't have the faintest idea of how to help Alejandra figure it out. That got me a lot of mana, Alejandra said, openly startled. I'm ready to continue. Did you get any skill increases from the fight? Yes, 3, Alejandra said, grinning brightly. Wait, you did? No, I didn't do anything in the fight, so I probably didn't even earn any class experience, Malika answered. Technically, she might have been a contributor. She was actually reducing the risk simply by being there and acting as the lookout. Is that really how it works? Did I reduce her experience too? If she had earned some small amount of experience, she had no way of knowing. Oh, did you want to find a rat too? Alejandra asked. Yes, I'd like a chance to use my skills, Malika said. This time, can you stand to the side and jump in if I get in trouble? Okay, Alejandra answered. She sounded more than a little uncertain, but her eyes and the set of her mouth conveyed an inner determination that somehow Malika found easy to trust. I'll do my best. You know, with your skill, you could probably get a job in Myron's Keep as the town cleaner, or maybe chief rat disposer. Alejandra pouted again. I'm not so sure about this skill anymore. Malika led the way through the darkened cavern, careful to avoid any groups of monsters that may be beyond their abilities. It didn't take long before their patience paid off. The rat looked like the one Alejandra had defeated, just a little scabbier around the muzzle, and she felt a surge of anticipation as she studied her foe. What level is it? Malika whispered. Level 2, Alejandra said. Why don't you have identify? No, I have appraise, Malika said, keeping her reply simple and to the point. There had been enough sharing for one day. Quietly, she gestured to Alejandra to wait and keep watch as she approached the rat. She turned on her skills in preparation for the fight. Perfect body, which enhanced her attributes and her defensive skills. Enlightened evasion and soul armor, which would hopefully protect her from excessive damage. Her body reacted to the surge of magic, becoming faster, nimbler, and yet significantly tougher. It was an exhilarating feeling. Remember to watch the cost. With all her enhancement skills enabled, she was reserving a substantial amount of her mana and stamina, but she had already decided she would simply have to learn how to manage her resources efficiently. Turning off any of her defensive skills at this stage seemed a terrible idea. At least her relentless aptitude gave her the flexibility to pay the reservation for soul armor and perfect body with stamina, instead of mana if she chose. For now, though, her experiments suggested that reserving mana would be better. The bulk of her attacks would come from martial artist, and that could only be fueled with stamina, so she decided to prioritize that. The rat caught her scent and whirled, charging at her with a shrill, grating screech. As she stepped up to meet it, the rat reared up and hissed at her furiously, swiping with its sharp claws. Malika's faster and more agile body easily dodged the first swipe, but she took the second on her right thigh. A small trickle of blood ran down her leg from the shallow wound. Soul armor, she thought. Her skin seemed unnaturally tough, and the claws had simply not penetrated nearly as deeply as she had expected. Not only that, dodging the first attack had felt natural and easy, but she knew it had been faster than she would have been able to dodge yesterday. Still, it got me. I need to be sharper. As the rat recovered from its initial attack, Malika unleashed a punch she had practiced since she was old enough to stand in the dojo, but this time she empowered it by feeding a bit of stamina to her martial arts skill. Even from the initial twisting in her torso and the flexing through her feet, she could tell it was the most powerful punch she had ever thrown. As her fist flew, she found that the knowledge of how to use her Soul Strike support skill came to her intuitively. She linked Soul Strike to her martial artist attack with a brief pulse of mana, and a bright aura of blue-white energy sheathed her fist as she connected solidly with the side of the rat's neck. The power of her blow knocked the rat back several feet, skidding onto its haunches, and she immediately felt the warmth of her magic returning a few points of health, about half of what she had lost to the rat's claws. That is going to add a lot of survivability. She would gain a constant trickle of health so long as she had the resources to use her Soul Strike. She was beginning to understand the other half of her relentless aptitude. More stamina regeneration meant she could keep going for a lot longer. Shaking its head, the rat scrambled to its feet. Malika immediately pressed her attack. Charging forward, she traded blows with the creature. She dodged one claw swipe with an uncanny precision that must have been the result of her enlightened evasion, taking the second hit on her shoulder, feeling the force of the attack again being blunted by her reinforced body. Her punch connected flush with its ribs, and again she felt the small but welcome trickle of regained health from her soul strike. The tough rat whirled, grappling her with its claws and tearing into her side and shoulder with unrestrained ferocity. Malika went to the ground with it, her left arm wrapped around its neck while punching it repeatedly with her right fist, causing flickers and flashes as her soul strike lit the dirt and rocks nearby every time she struck. Unable to escape from her headlock or defend against the relentless tide of her fists pounding its head, the rat quickly expired, dropping limp in Malika's choke hold. You have defeated Sewer Rat. Level 2 Soul Strike has reached Level 2 Perfect Body has reached Level 2 Soul Armor has reached Level 2 Martial Artist has reached Level 3, +2. Not a pretty fight but effective. She checked the bite wounds on her shoulder and side, but they weren't nearly as deep as she had feared. Most of her injuries had already healed over from her repeated use of Soul Strike, and with just a small flash of her healing mantra, the remaining cuts closed over, returning to unblemished, healthy skin. The first monster experience earned with my new class. She watched the glow of the floating blue-white notifications hovering in her vision slowly fade, leaving a heady sense of achievement. Aleandra came running over, gasping and wide-eyed. "I'm fine," she reassured her. "I just healed the damage, and I should be ready to go after a few minutes of meditation to restore my stamina." So much easier than yesterday, she thought happily. My class is awesome. Suddenly, her worries about the town watch thugs and a life of crime in the alleys began to fade. Her stubborn insistence on maintaining the daily discipline of the dojo, secretly training her martial arts no matter how many times she was beaten, seemed to have finally paid off. Even though her opponent was just a level 2 sewer rat, the contrast between her power yesterday and today was like night and day. "If I work at it, if I train hard, I can definitely get stronger." She sat to meditate and recover her mana and energy while Aleandra deconstructed the corpse of the rat she had just killed. Chapter 12. Wolves' revisited intelligence is the premier attribute of the mage. Known variously as intellect, mind, or spell power, intelligence provides all that, and more. The most sought-after effect is that intelligence scales most magical damage or spell potency. However, it also provides benefits in learning languages, improved memory, and the ability to focus on more things simultaneously. Excerpt from the Adventurer's Guide. 3rd edition. Aleandra Ali watched Malika's fight closely, admiring the other girl's efficient and graceful movements. She had to admit she found the fluid way she moved and the obvious power in her attacks to be fascinating. Finding beauty in a fight seemed unnatural to Ali's entire life experience, and yet it felt like she was watching a performance, a ballet of punches, dodging and kicks. Only the stakes were much higher than the theater. Malika was currently beating up a level 3 rat they had found rummaging through a giant pile of ancient bones. Ali felt her assessment was on point. Both of them had been somewhat cautious and uncertain in their first fights, but with experience came a certain confidence. Malika dominated this fight, and even Ali could tell the rat had no chance despite its violent counterattacks and sheer physical size. It wasn't just Malika. "I feel stronger too," she thought, reflecting on the battle in front of her and all the changes that she had experienced over the hectic couple of days since she had woken up. "I have my class, and I've fought monsters and gotten stronger." While her class was somewhat complicated and confusing, Ali was growing to really like what she could do. The fear that had felt so debilitating was receding in the face of her new experience. Ali glanced about, taking her assigned role as lookout seriously, as she continued taking stock of her current situation. Her turns as lookout gave her some mental downtime to think. Malika seemed to be overly cautious, trusting others only when there was no other choice. Seems understandable, Ali thought, considering the small snippet of her harsh life story that she had shared. Ali didn't mind though. She already considered Malika to be a friend, and she was happy to be patient and let Malika figure things out on her own. "I'm lucky to have met her," she thought, wondering how she would have fared on her own, even if she had been able to survive the wolves. The simple strategy Malika had suggested for her with her skills worked incredibly well. She found that rooting the rats in place and shooting them from a distance suited her way more than having the monsters bite and claw her face. Honestly, who would want that? And she was noticeably stronger now, Her grasping roots and arcane bolt spells had both leveled up, and even just one skill level made an enormous difference to their effectiveness in battle. The rats took noticeably longer to break free, and her pretty but deadly arcane bolts were killing the monsters significantly faster. She looked down at her tattered and blood-stained t-shirt, now almost unrecognizable as clothing given the great gashes and rips torn by the monsters she had faced. She was still running around fighting monsters barefoot. I hope I can find some real clothes soon. Her gaze returned to Malika's elegant punches as she fought her rat. They discussed skills and strategy between battles, and now Ali was beginning to be able to follow Malika's strategy. Also, the rats don't seem quite so scary anymore. That helps a lot. While Malika had been the one to personally rescue her, Ali had noticed she kept her distance from the boys within the group of rescuers too. It's not just me she has a hard time trusting. Initially, Ali assumed that she was the most unapproachable of the group, but as soon as she started talking with her, she found Malika to be eager to help. Particularly with combat and training, she seemed to thrive on finding the perfect angle for a punch, or exactly how to place one's feet for maximum power. Ali didn't understand physical combat very well, but Malika seemed super passionate about it, her eyes lighting up with excitement every time Ali showed interest. Suddenly, Ali's reverie was disrupted by a rustling behind a nearby fallen trunk, and three gaunt, dirty brown furred forms slunk out of the shadows, eyes intently focused on Malika, not noticing her in her hiding spot as the lookout. Starving Alpha Wolf Level 5, Starving Wolf Level 23x2. Malika. Wolves, Ali shouted and simultaneously cast her grasping roots on the weakest of the three. In their downtime strategy discussions, Malika had stressed the importance of picking a good target. The lowest level monster would take the longest to break out of the roots, giving them more time to deal with the others. A little surprised that she was able to recall the strategy in the heat of battle, Ali focused on the chaos, trying to figure out her next move. Immediately, the other two wolves swung towards her, while the bound one struggled and thrashed in a vain attempt to free itself from Ali's binding plant magic. Malika spun on her heel, ignoring the rat she had been fighting, and charged toward the group of wolves. Her magic flickered and flashed as punches lashed out at the alpha and unbound wolf. For a few seconds, that old terror at the sight of the two huge snarling wolves coming for her froze her in place, but she breathed her relief as they reacted to the more immediate threat of Malika's punches. Then, the forgotten sewer rat rushed in and slammed into Malika's back while she was focused on the two wolves. She's struggling. Ali could only watch while Malika stumbled from the impact, desperately trying to block and dodge three monsters simultaneously. Distracted by the rat, Malika failed to block the alpha, and it sunk its teeth into her shoulder, staggering her as it tried to drag her off her feet. Her crimson blood sprayed into the air, staining the moss and bones on the ground. Judging by the frenetic pace of Malika's punches and the rapid flickering of her magic, Ali knew she was burning through her stamina and mana at an enormous pace. She's not going to last. I have to help her. Quickly, Ali focused on the biggest threat, the level 5 Alpha Wolf. Just as she was about to fire her bolts, she recalled Malika's strategy advice. She's expecting you to follow the plan. Switching her focus, Ali targeted the most injured monster, the rat. Her high-speed stream of arcane bolts lit up the area as they raced across the battlefield, smashing into the rat in a flurry of thuds and scorched flesh. It screeched in pain. Malika had stressed the importance of focusing on the weakest enemy. Eliminating an attacker quickly, she had said, was the most reliable way to turn the tide in a battle. At the time, Ali had thought Malika was being overly cautious in trying to plan for every eventuality, but now, in the middle of the fight with her heart pounding and her breathing ragged, with the monsters snarling and screeching all around her, Ali reached for the security of that plan and clung to it for dear life. Malika is counting on me. Her heart pounded while her adrenaline coursed through her veins. Everything faded except for her focus, channeling her arcane magic to kill the rat and ease the pressure on Malika. Lost in the intensity of her purpose, Ali missed the wolf breaking out of the magic binding of her grasping roots. A sudden snarl, and the wide-open jaws bearing wickedly sharp fangs, startled her out of her casting, and her magic failed as she tripped and fell to the ground. Acting out of panicked reflex, she threw up a barrier, and the wolf's face made a sickening thud as it collided with the impervious disc of magic. Snarling savagely, it attacked the unexpected obstacle at once. Desperately scrambling away, Ali tried to cast her grasping roots again as the wolf sidestepped the barrier and charged. Her magical conjured roots exploded from the ground, trapping the wolf a little less than a meter out of reach. She tried to calm her breathing as she scrambled away from the snapping jaws. Too close. Focus, Arlie. Determined to do her job properly, she refocused on the rat. Only this time she created a barrier nearby between her and the trapped wolf, just in case. She poured her mana back into her arcane bolt and resumed her attack on the rat on the other side of the battlefield. This time she kept glancing anxiously at the struggling wolf, trying to gauge when it might break free. Splitting her focus between her target, casting her bolts, and checking on the wolf was challenging, but Arlie was not going to be surprised like that again. Fortunately, the chimes soon sounded and the rat dropped to the ground. Arlie took the opportunity to recast her root spell and to open a little more distance between her and the wolf. Resummoning her barrier to her new position, she focused back on the battle. Malika's magic was coming slower and slower. She must be running low. I need to be careful too. Arlie had been spending her mana furiously to keep up the sheer number of spells she needed to survive, and she was also beginning to run low on mana. Arlie focused her magic on the weaker of the two remaining wolves that were still attacking Malika. Her bolt stream made a graceful arc through the air as her mana drained to fuel it. She kept an anxious eye on her mana but continued to channel her attack spell. Remembering the trapped wolf, she paused to refresh the roots. I won't make the same mistake again. As her attention returned to the wolves, Malika finished off the weaker one, leaving only the alpha and the wolf trapped in her root spell. I only have enough mana for a few more spells. Arlie shot her bolts at the alpha continuously until she had to refresh the roots once more. She let her barrier drop to conserve mana, only one more. Suddenly, the alpha knocked Malika to the ground as her magic faded. Her punches were no longer powered by her skills and her wounds were no longer closing to the light of her magic. Malika. Without thought for the cost, Arlie emptied her remaining mana into her arcane bolt spell, sending the golden magic hurtling toward the snarling and biting wolf that was tearing at Malika as she struggled on the ground. Please be enough. The bolts flew in a continuous stream until, without warning, she ran out and the spell sputtered and died. The three remaining bolts flew through the air, striking the wolf in the chest. Thump thump. As the second last one struck, the alpha collapsed, landing heavily on top of Malika. The final bolt smacked into the dead alpha and Arlie ran toward Malika. Help, I'm out of mana, she shouted. The roots would break any second, releasing the final wolf. A wolf which was certainly very upset with her. Malika struggled out from under the heavy alpha corpse. I need stamina, she said simply and sat facing the last struggling wolf. Arlie cast around for something she could do. Her eyes lit on the corpse of the rat and suddenly she remembered her deconstruction. Do I even have enough mana? Trying the skill, she found she had regenerated barely enough mana to fuel the tiny cost to start her strange mana recovery spell. Focusing on her magic, she cast deconstruction on the rat. The spell took focus and about 10 to 15 seconds, and she was highly aware that the wolf would break free at any moment. As her magic took hold, the corpse of the rat glowed for a few seconds. With a loud snarl, the wolf tore itself free and charged. Arlie's panic rose, threatening to break her focus. No, I need more time. Malika was empty, sitting with her head down, and the enormous wolf was bounding toward them. Arlie could cancel her magic and run, but she would be unable to fight. Just a few more seconds. Malika, watch out, she called out. At the last possible moment, Malika powered her body into a rising punch. She shouted as her bright magic rekindled and her punch connected under the angry wolf's jaw. With a flash and a crack, the wolf tumbled to the ground, thrashing and yelping. Malika's magic faded and the wolf got to its feet, snarling, approaching with more caution. Shifting her stance, Malika moved to block the wolf from bypassing her and attacking Arlie. She's guarding me, without any of her magic. Whatever brief flash of magic she had used was gone now, but the wolf still circled cautiously, growling deep in its throat. Arlie's deconstruction spell finished in a flash of dissipating motes of energy and a rush as mana flooded into her mana pool. Instantly, Arlie cast her arcane bolt and emptied all her mana into it, while Malika acted as her personal barrier, until the wolf finally dropped under a relentless barrage of strikes. Arlie's knees grew weak, and she slumped sitting on the ground, heedless of the damp and dirty moss. Relief welled up in her as the reality of the outcome slowly worked its way through her mind. We won. The bright sound of chimes rang in her mind. Your group has defeated Sewer Rat. Level 3, your group has defeated Starving Wolf. Level 3, your group has defeated Starving Wolf Alpha. Level 5, your group has defeated Starving Wolf. Level 2, Grove Warden has reached level 2 plus 10 attribute points. Grasping Roots has reached level 3, Arcane Bolt has reached level 3, Barrier has reached level 3, Deconstruction has reached level 2. Arlie stared at the notifications, her close call quickly forgotten. I leveled up, she exclaimed excitedly. Malika, I leveled up to 2. Arlie looked at her friend sitting exhausted on the ground in a pose of quiet meditation. I did too, Malika said with a smile. In the aftermath of the battle, Arlie deconstructed all the monsters and then walked beside Malika in sober silence as they returned to the relative safety of the grove and the stone shrine. Arlie felt completely spent, and by the looks of things, Malika wasn't far off herself. She had healed herself while Arlie was busy with the monster corpses, but something about expending all her mana in a battle to the death was exhausting on another level, and Arlie was sure Malika was feeling that too. Sitting down with Malika next to the dark and depleted shrine, Arlie asked, "That was pretty close, wasn't it?" "Yes," Malika responded thoughtfully. "I ran out of stamina and mana. I had to heal myself a lot at the start when there were 3 of them attacking me. Your roots at the end gave me just enough time to meditate. I recovered barely enough stamina for 1 soul strike, and then you finished it off. I ran out of mana too. I needed those few seconds to finish my deconstruction, otherwise I would have been helpless." She reflected on the battle and how close it had been. If Malika had not been willing to put herself in the wolf's path, Arlie would have been unable to help. Suddenly, she realized just how much Malika must have trusted her in that moment. "Thank you for having my back out there," Malika said, smiling at her. "I know you're new at this combat stuff, but you really stuck to the plan." In the heat of battle, that can be very hard. Arlie looked down, her mistake gnawing at her while Malika offered praise that she felt she didn't deserve. "I forgot about my rooted wolf, it nearly got me." The mistake was so obvious now in hindsight when she was safe, but it could have so easily gotten them both killed. Malika smiled. "It's okay to make mistakes, you pulled through and that's what counts. I made mistakes too. I could have managed my stamina better and we wouldn't have had such a close call at the end." Arlie glanced over, surprised by her calm and level assessment of even her own mistakes. "It's hard to keep track of more than 1 spell at the same time," Arlie admitted. "There were a few times I felt I wouldn't be able to keep my barrier and shoot accurately at the same time. Perhaps invest a few more points in intelligence soon." It's not just for making your spells hit harder. Many battle mages say it helps with splitting your focus among several things simultaneously. I'm not that familiar with mages, but it could be worth a try. Also, practice should help a lot, suggested Malika. Arlie felt a little better about her performance in the battle after Malika shared her opinion and advice. Turning her attention inward, she decided to assign 4 attribute points to each of Vitality and Wisdom, leaving 2 points to try out Malika's intelligence recommendation. As soon as she had assigned her points, she felt something shifting within her. She definitely felt the increase in her mana, but there was something else. Her mind felt just a little sharper and a thrilling vigor coursed through her body. Curious, she flipped open the status book in her mind, focusing on the bottom. Health 45-45, stamina 50-50, mana 285-345. Stamina remained unchanged, but her health was no longer a meager 25. The 4 points of vitality had bought her almost double her health. It just seemed a little frustrating that a human like Malika would have gained twice that much for the same investment. On the other hand, she had the advantage when it came to mana. 4 points of wisdom had increased her mana capacity by 60 points. She grinned inwardly, watching for a bit as her mana began to slowly tick up. Maybe my Fey heritage isn't so bad after all. She and Malika sat together in silence for a while. Arlie focused on what she had learned from the fight, trying to turn the battle over in her mind for how she could do better. After Malika's kind words, her attention shifted from worrying about what she had done wrong to more productive thoughts on how she could improve next time. Beside her, Malika's hand reached out to rest on the shrine for a few moments before she spoke, but to Arlie's surprise, it was not about fighting. "Aleandra Amariel," Malika said softly, "you have an unusual name." Arlie looked up in surprise but immediately relaxed, seeing Malika's thoughtful expression. "It's Dalmaran," Arlie answered, "from my home city." She fell silent for a few moments, dwelling on her thoughts of home before adding, "Ancient Dalmaran now, I guess. My family pronounced it Amariel, but it's more than 3,000 years ago now and even the language has changed." "I'm not surprised it sounds strange. It's pretty," Malika said, falling silent again. Arlie could tell there was something on her mind, so she simply sat quietly and waited, giving her friend some space with her thoughts. "The Arn Ken, my people do not use family names," Malika finally broke the silence. I'm just Malika until I awaken my bloodline. She stopped again, brow furrowed as she stared off into the darkness. Ali simply waited for her. Usually, people awaken their bloodline shortly after earning their class, and then their parents pick an awakened name. There's a small set of awakened names that represent the most powerful ancestors, and your awakened name is chosen to be a guide or an anchor to help connect you with the ancestor most suited to your personality. It's considered a very personal thing, shared only with close friends and family or sometimes with a foe you recognize as honorable. Are you worried that you'll have nobody to give you a suitable name when your bloodline awakens? Ali asked, realizing that while this issue seemed important to Malika, it felt more like the other girl simply needed to connect and share, and she hadn't done it for so long that she felt awkward. Malika paused, again seeming to be preoccupied, before answering somewhat obliquely. I haven't paid my respects to the ancestors since they took my life away from me. I'm not sure they would be happy to share one of their names with me. She seemed sad, Ali thought, watching Malika for a while as she struggled with her inner thoughts. You can call me Ali, she said, breaking the silence, if you like. It's the name my friends and family used most often. Malika looked over toward her, a little more present, perhaps a little surprised. Ali, she said, trying it out. I thank you. Ali smiled at her. That last fight had been scary, but even when they had come close to dying, Malika hadn't abandoned her for even a second. Ali, do you think the ancestors really are looking out for us? Ali considered the question, wondering what she was getting at. I've never followed the ancestors or the gods of the other races myself. There don't seem to be any face-specific deities that I remember. The human and elf gods always seem to care most for their own races, or at least their temples and churches were not that welcoming, and most of the dwarves seemed to worship a sentient rock. The only people I knew who followed their ancestors as patrons were the troll races, and they're even more unwelcoming of other races, considering everyone else to be inferior. Why do you ask? My class feels like it was made for me. It specifically requires the Arn-Ken bloodline. I unlocked a soul magic affinity, just like my mother's, and my class requires that too. It provides defense and attack skills based on martial arts knowledge. I just can't see how anyone other than me could satisfy the requirements. How can that be unless the ancestors created it? So that's what a magic is, Ali thought as Malika began sharing some of the details of her class. Her question, though, had been the subject of many lectures at the Dalmaran University of Magic, and Ali had personally spent many long hours researching it in the library. My class seems just as specific, Ali said eventually. I got a unique hybrid class, half my skills are combat skills, and the other half are research or knowledge skills suitable for a scholar class. Malika inhaled sharply. Yes. My class is domain-bound just like my father's. It mentions the shrine and even requires that I have remained here for more than 3,000 years. It's how I even know roughly how long it's been. 3,000, no wonder, Ali opted to shrug. The title says ancient, I'm an antique. They shared a chuckle. So the university had a lot of research on this subject. My favorite theory is that any time we are faced with a turning point, a risk that needs to be taken, a crucial decision, a battle, a discovery, or something created, we gain experience, even when we don't have a class. And experience comes with traits similar to the traits listed in your class and skills. Traits like melee, magic, creation, helpful, physical, harmful, defensive, aggressive, arcane, etc. When the system assigns classes, it matches your experience and the most prominent traits to whatever classes are present. But sometimes it creates a new class based on your balance of experience and traits. That's most likely what happened to both of us. You seem to know a lot about this, Malika answered. Researcher, Ali replied. The class decision was one of the most important decisions in anyone's life, and she had had access to the best library in the world. Of course, she had researched the heck out of it. I'm just glad I don't need to go and apologize to the ancestors. I don't know much about belief and the ancestors, Ali said. But I'm happy to be a friend and listen if you need someone to talk it over with. Malika gave a small snicker, shifting her mood. I'm not sure I even remember how to be a friend. I'm sure you could do a lot better than a street rat. You're my only friend, Ali whispered awkwardly. After a moment she added, I was kinda hoping that the boys wanted to be friends too. What happened to them? Callan wanted to check in with his mother and let her know he survived. They said they wanted to come back and level up with us, so you could probably try when they get back. You could try too, they seem nice enough, Ali answered. That beastkin is frustrating and annoying, Malika said, wrinkling her nose as if smelling something nasty. He has a good heart, Ollie countered. You're just saying that because he saved your life. True, so I like my life. What about the half-elf then? Callan, I'm not sure I trust a boy who is prettier than me, Malika answered with a quirky smile. You're pretty, Ollie noted. Are you kidding? Have you seen us? Malika said, with mock incredulity, indicating her own ruined, blood-stained clothing. Not quite ready for the ballroom party and fine dining? Ollie asked, setting both of them to gales of laughter. Name, Alejandra Amariel Race. Fey titles, Ancient Class, Grove Warden Level 2 Grasping Roots, Level 3 Arcane Bolt, Level 3 Barrier, Level 3 Deconstruction, Level 2 Runic Script, Level 1 Sage of Learning, Level 4 Locked General Skills Reading, Level 7 Identify, Level 5 Sculpting, Level 2 Aptitudes Languages, Ancient Dalmaran. Elvish, Dwarven, Common Mana Affinities, Arcane. Nature Tiny Racial. The effects of strength and vitality are reduced by 50% magical racial. The effects of wisdom and intelligence are increased by 50% mana sense, racial. You are sensitive to nearby mana attributes vitality, 9 strength, 4 endurance, 5 dexterity, 10 perception, 11 intelligence, 28 wisdom, 23 health, 45 stamina, 50 mana, 345 Chapter 13. The street was deserted, all the normal merchants, crafters and townsfolk having retreated to the relative safety of their locked doors and barred windows. All that remained was the litter and trash strewn about from the day's busy activities. Under normal circumstances, he would not have attempted to cut across town in the dead of night, but with the stealth provided by his class skill, he should be safe enough. As he rounded the corner onto Artisan's Row, he froze at the sight of a figure robed in white suddenly looking up sharply and glancing around suspiciously, before vanishing into the dark alleyway. Whoever it was moved very rapidly, but Callan's sharp eyes did not miss the sigil of the town watch emblazoned on the ornate robe. He ducked into a shadowed doorway and waited, not daring to move a muscle. His stealth skill was powerful, but it obviously hadn't protected him from being heard. Who was that? His instincts screamed at him to flee, but he forced himself to remain still. Are they still there? This might not be the most dangerous part of town by any stretch of the imagination, but at night, anything had been known to happen, and this area was certainly not patrolled by the guards with nearly the frequency of the noble quarters. After several tense, drawn-out minutes hiding in silence waiting for whoever it was to return, he finally decided it was safe to approach, but when he did, he wished he hadn't. In the dark alley, he found a shattered bottle and the overpowering odor of strong alcohol. 2 long trails of blood were smeared across the pavement. Lying at the end of the trails was a body. Dressed like a lower-class merchant, the man had been impaled by several long lances of white ice, one piercing the thigh and the other through the back of the knee, emerging grotesquely from the front, still leaking blood. He had obviously turned over to face his assailant because the third ice lance had punched clean through his hand and embedded itself deep into the center of his chest. Dead, extremely dead, he grimaced. It was not the first dead body he had run across in this street, and probably it wouldn't be the last. But this unknown and unfortunate man had not been mugged for whatever meager possessions he might have had. He had been murdered, and for what reason, Callan couldn't discern from the slowly forming puddle of water and blood and the crumpled form of the body. Returning to the shadows, he continued onward with redoubled caution, leaving the body to the authorities. I wish Mom hadn't bought on this street, he thought for the 100th time, but he knew that she couldn't afford anything better, now that she was no longer affiliated with the Guild of Tailors. Nor was there anywhere in the town that would have been much safer, even if she could afford it. If the white-robed assailant had really been with the town watch, they would be immune to any prosecution or investigation the town authorities might muster. He finally arrived at his mother's new store and apartment. The building had been gutted when his mom had first moved in, and the previous owner had vanished. The rumor on the street was that the prior merchant had skipped out on their loan payments, or perhaps hadn't paid the watch. Callan didn't know, he just knew he could still see the burn marks on the outside of the building from the fire, extending all the way up to the apartment that was on the 2nd floor. He stopped right before the door. That's new, he thought, looking at a freshly painted sign that read Lydia's Allure Boutique Clothing. He smiled at the sight. If nothing else, his mother definitely had an eye for style. The sign looked like it belonged hanging outside a store frequented by the nobility. Carefully, he unlocked the door and disabled the magical alarm before slipping inside and locking everything behind him. Callan, he jumped, startled by the sudden voice in the dark. But it was just his mother, sounding tired and a little stressed, sitting in the guest chair in the waiting room of the storefront. "I told you not to wait up for me," he said with a sigh. "Did she get any sleep while I was out?" "I was worried about you," she said, getting up and stumbling in the darkness. With a thought, Callan dropped his stealth skill and instead summoned his mote of light, turning the inside of the small tailor shop that took up the entire ground floor into something akin to daylight. "Oh," she said simply, and then hugged him. "I'm glad you're safe. Why don't you sit and tell me what happened?" He had long ago given up on understanding why his mother insisted on waiting up for him like this. His having reached adulthood had never seemed to factor in at all. He sat calmly beside her as she activated the runes to warm up some tea. "I unlocked an affinity for light magic and a class called Archer of Light," he began, and then proceeded to tell his mother everything that had happened, from the town hall to saving Alejandra and using the shrine in the cavern deep under the town. "You left the girls in that dark cavern with the monsters." Tusk, no excitement about his class or questions about his magic. It was not that surprising though, his mother had a strong sense of propriety. It probably wouldn't matter to her that Malika could probably take him in a fight with her street experience and martial arts training, especially now that she had her monk class, but he had to try. "Mom, Malika is very strong, and she grew up on the streets. I'm pretty sure I couldn't have made her come even if I wanted to. It's still not right. Besides, you'll never get a girlfriend if you leave girls in dark and dangerous caverns underground. Mother. I wasn't looking for a date, we were fighting monsters to earn a class." She always found the most inappropriate ways to remind him he was still single. "Why not? Both of those girls sound strong and capable. They could maybe keep you on a better path than I apparently can. Maybe even get you to come home at a reasonable hour." He almost missed the little twitch at the corner of her mouth that marred her near-perfect deadpan. He sighed. She always knew exactly how to tease him and make him feel the most awkward. "I'm happy to see you too, Mom," he answered, getting a chuckle from her as she released her stern facade. "Here, why don't you have some tea?" she responded. He took the heated cup gratefully and then used his prepared distraction. "Alejandra was still wearing a torn cotton t-shirt when I left, and Malika's clothes were mostly rags even before we started." "Your distraction won't work on me," his mother answered quickly. "You should have brought them with you if you wanted me to help them out. They would have been safer here." "I found another body outside," Callan answered, getting a grimace from his mother. "Murdered by ice magic. I'm not so sure it's safer up here than down there." "True enough," she said. "Very well, what are their measurements?" "You did get their measurements right. Malika is about here and Alejandra about here," he said, holding his hands to indicate their approximate heights. "So this tall and this wide?" she asked, spreading her arms. "No, normal," Callan said. "Normal, nice. Mom." He could already feel the flush rising to his cheeks. "Malika's not a boulder, she's a little shorter than you and skinny. And Alejandra is a fae, she's smaller than a gnome. You're hopeless," she sighed. "You know you need to actually look at the girls if you want a girlfriend one day." "Yes, I know," he answered, rolling his eyes. It certainly wouldn't be the last time she teased him about this topic. "I'll make something, just please apologize on my behalf for the fit not being right." She then looked at him thoughtfully. "You said Malika seemed to be from the rougher parts of town." He nodded. "Tell her it's a thank you gift from me in exchange for saving your life," she said. He was puzzled. They had all saved each other's lives down there, but he knew his mother wouldn't explain her thinking. He also knew that she was almost always right about stuff like this, with some kind of uncanny sense for people, so he simply filed the particularly specific request away for when the time came. Alejandra Ali sat beside Malika on the stone path where she had first awakened into this dark future world. With the shrine depleted, the only real source of light was the soft golden glow of several small circles of mushrooms growing nearby, and the fading remnants of her mother's shattered spell. Ali was getting used to keeping her barrier nearby to create a little extra light to see, but the golden magic still tugged at her heart every time she used it. She had mostly been ignoring the sadness, covering it up with the all-consuming focus that only lots of adrenaline-fueled, life-threatening combat could demand. But now, in the moment of quiet, with no immediate threats apparent, the infinitely deep well of pain and sorrow bubbled over into her heart. The loss of her family and the shock of uprooting her entire life, and even her era, loomed sudden and enormous, threatening to consume her entirely. She hovered there in numb contemplation of the giant void gripping her heart, desperately waiting for the tears that wouldn't come. The strain left her feeling stretched out, thin and brittle inside. Her parents, her old life, her friends, and her dreams were all long gone thousands of years ago, but her brain insisted that she had experienced it just yesterday, feeling all too immediate and utterly raw. Her thoughts turned to her nascent resolve to reclaim her home and the strangely defiant rage she had somehow kindled by standing up to the rat, a monster that still hung suspended in the roots she had created off to the side of the shrine. I want to reclaim my home. I want to set things back to the way they were. I want my apartment with my bed and my books. I want to be strong enough to stand up to Nevin Eld. I want my family back. Her thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, her resolve shrinking down to a tiny flickering candle over the abyss of darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. Why me? Almost everything she wanted was impossible. More than anything, she felt lost. Her beautiful world had turned dark, damp, and filled with monsters trying to kill her. This was a horrible mockery of the peaceful forest that her father had tended so lovingly outside the glorious underground city of Dalmara. All destroyed by the rampaging undead for some inscrutable purpose of the power-hungry blind Lich. The only people she had met so far were strangers. Malika seemed nice, but she barely knew her. She never would have imagined choosing a hybrid class with combat skills of all things, but she had. And though she didn't exactly regret it, a necessity of circumstance, she hardly knew how to use it. 3 of her skills were directly related to combat, an activity she had no experience or understanding in, and deep inside she mourned the loss of Runic Sage and the dreams of her youth. If only she could leave the nasty rats to the dwarves or elven guards as she had her entire life before this. 2 of her skills seemed exciting, relating to the world of magic and study she loved, but how would she ever learn to use runic script if she couldn't find a library? After 3,000 years, did the Grand Library Arcana even stand? Or was it long gone and decayed, crumbled into dust like Mary Runeweaver's book when she had awoken from her mother's spell and touched it? And my last spell is a cleaning spell. Brilliant, she frowned. Maybe the universe is playing a joke on me, a dark and cruel joke. You seem deep in thought, Malika's voice intruded on her downward spiral. Ollie considered her state for a moment, trying to get a handle on what it all meant. I don't really know what to do. I want to put things back to the way they were, and now I have a class, but... She trailed off, staring down at her hands, clasped together, white-knuckled in her lap. Hard to figure out where to start? Malika asked. Yes, Ollie looked up at Malika sitting beside her, radiating a strangely quiet calm. This girl had lost everything also. Even though many years had passed for her, she still struggled against the world, reaching for her dream. Why can't I be like her? Malika gazed off into the darkness for a moment. I want to be a powerful warrior and do some good in the world. Maybe I can become an adventurer and help people with monsters or clear out dungeons to make the world safer, she said. But I can't be that tomorrow. I need to train, so I plan to kill more rats and level up. Your situation is more complex, but I think you can start with the simple stuff and figure out the rest as you go. What do you mean? Malika's way of looking at the world seemed curiously clear and straightforward, a strong contrast to the uncertainty and confusion that bubbled up within Ollie, threatening to overwhelm her. Well, Malika said, you can't restore anything if rats are roaming around in it. She gestured out to the large, dark cavern. And we can't do much at level 2, so how about we work on that first? This is a great training ground, we can both get stronger. Getting stronger will help everything. You'll help me. Her surprise at Malika's unexpected implication diminished some of the loneliness eating away inside. Of course, I mean if you want. Malika seemed happy, such an incongruous emotion down here in this monster-infested cavern. I think we make a good team, it will be good for both of us. Let's ask the boys to join when they get back too. It will be much safer to tackle the wolf packs with 4 of us. Slowly, Ollie unclasped her hands, massaging her fingers to restore the color and blood flow. Also, another thing you can start on, Malika said. Look at the mess this shrine is in, and you happen to have a trash disposal skill. Her deadpan delivery was marred by an evil grin that snuck in at the end. Ollie frowned at her teasing. Come on, I'll help, Malika said, leaping to her feet energetically. It will be good, you'll feel better after we do something productive. I'll gather some of the broken wood and branches. Why don't you clear the moss off the stone path and the shrine? She's right, I could clean up the moss and old dead wood easily enough. The shrine might be the only connection to her previous life that hadn't been warped beyond recognition by the passage of time. Even if cleaning seemed overwhelmingly mundane and trivial, it struck her as wrong to leave it in such a state. Malika's energy and excitement were contagious. As she began dragging broken dead wood and discarded bones off the stone path into a pile, Ali got up and focused on the shrine and all the thick green moss growing around it. Her magic required her focus, but even with concentration she found the activity to be quite therapeutic. The golden glowing patterns of mana dispersing into the air and leaving behind pristine cleared stone gave her quite a disproportional sense of satisfaction, a sense of purpose. Even if it's just a cleaning spell, it is quite pretty. Ali worked her way around the shrine, clearing the stone in a broad circle. As the path slowly emerged from under the moss and dirt, it began to resemble her memories of the grove more and more. She's right, I do feel better doing this. After about 20 minutes, Ali had restored most of the stone of the shrine and the surrounding path, but she was starting to feel uncomfortable. A strange pressure built inside her head, a sensation of fullness, like the feeling of eating a little too much, but in her mind, not her stomach. Am I overdoing it? Ali didn't know much about how the spell worked, only that it mentioned learning about mana structure. Perhaps I should take a break. She looked over her work so far, decent. I'll just finish that last piece and then rest. She admired the beautiful golden light display, as the tiny runes dissolved the moss, emitting motes of mana that floated into the air, slowly fading. The mental pressure increased sharply along with the sense of incomprehensible knowledge being absorbed and shunted off somewhere unseen. As the magic completed and the last of the moss dissolved, Ali heard the surprising sound of her notification chime. The pressure suddenly coalesced into a dense kernel of energy somewhere behind her eyes, throbbing with the intensity of a headache from concentrating for way too long. Ouch, that's not good. 2 lines of golden writing appeared on the parchment of her mind. Deconstruction has reached level 3 imprint, verdant moss completed. Imprint, golden light and streamers of green suddenly burst from her still outstretched hand, swirling together and coalescing into a vaguely rectangular shape. The light slowly faded to a soft magical glow emanating from a small book that floated above her outstretched palm. I made a book. But how? It was a rather small book, bound in what looked like green leather with a golden trim but was clearly entirely magical. Ali reached out, and as she touched the warm surface of the book, it sprang open. With mounting curiosity, she peered inside, turning the pages. There were just 3 pages. At the top of each page, she found the runic symbol for a chapter number inscribed. There was nothing else written. The entire book, what little of it there was otherwise blank. Ali blinked in confusion. It's magical and shiny, but I hope there's more to it. There was a rough clatter of wood as Malika dropped what she was carrying and rushed over. Are you okay? I think so. Suddenly, the chime sounded again, and a flurry of golden notifications appeared in her mind. Requirements met for skill evolution. Deconstruction skill known. Runic script skill known. At least 1 imprint completed. The class skill deconstruction becomes Grimoire of Summoning. Hold on. But the lines of golden text spilled out across the parchment page, heedless of her wishes. Faster and faster, until she found herself staring at a completely unfamiliar skill shining from the page of the class tome in her mind. Grimoire of Summoning, level 3 mana. Release the mana from an unresisting or inanimate target, learning about its structure, and retaining some in your own mana pool. Requires continuous uninterrupted focus, and the target is destroyed. Range, touch, mana, manifest a magical grimoire storing the runic imprint of any object you have fully understood. You may create or summon anything imprinted using the grimoire as a focus. Summons cannot exceed your class level. Reserve cost is reduced by 3% per class level higher than the summon. Arcane, nature, minion, channeled knowledge, intelligence. What was that? A skill evolution. Breathlessly, she reread the description she had skimmed through. The first part of the new skill was simply the same deconstruction, cleaning magic, from before. But the second part was clearly what had made the book manifest. It must be related to the imprint thing. Ali examined the first chapter header in the book, and the still intense pressure behind her eyes intensified as if collecting into a point. Realizing the connection instantly, Ali willed the pressure toward the book's first chapter, hoping she knew what she was doing. Immediately, a storm of golden and green runes exploded from her body. The pressure inside her head released as if the dam wall of her skull holding it in had suddenly vanished, and whatever had been trapped within her suddenly began draining from every part of her skin. The runes swirled like a storm in the air, slowly drawn in by the conjured book, and finally alighting on its pages. The magical vortex rapidly began inscribing the tiny, dense runes into the book. Each time a page was filled, the book created a new one in a sparkling flash and continued filling it at a breakneck pace. Her mana rushed from her in a powerful torrent, mirroring the draining pressure in her mind as the book consumed the sudden eruption of runic magic. Runic script was active, but the sheer volume and speed of the flying runes, and the dense and mind-bogglingly complex interconnected web of spells being rapidly inscribed, instantly overwhelmed her ability to understand anything. As abruptly as it had started, it all stopped, and the light dimmed, leaving the glowing grimoire floating quietly in the air before her. Runic script has reached level 2. Almost half her mana had vanished into that powerful storm of magical energy. Ali, she realized that Malika was shaking her by the shoulder. You all right? Hold on. Let me just, barely able to breathe. Ali tentatively reached for the grimoire, but when her fingertips brushed across the page, runic symbols and inscriptions lit up, leaving slowly fading trails of magic in the wake of her touch. With a growing sense of awe and wonder, she paged through the densely inscribed chapter of softly glowing runes, her skin prickling as it reacted to the vibrancy of the most complex magical construction she had ever seen. This is going to take forever to understand, she thought, excitement bubbling up within her at the prospect. The chapter title had been updated to read Imprint, Verdant Moss. What the heck is that? Malika's voice echoed the surprise she had felt. I have a spellbook, Ali exclaimed. She couldn't help it, she was excited. She didn't care, she had her very own grimoire. She shared the details of her new evolved skill with Malika. That makes a little more sense now, Malika said, scrutinizing the floating tome. It's not for cleaning, it's for collecting things to put in your book. Ali grinned, still on a high from what had just happened. Well, go on, try it out, Malika said. Grinning from ear to ear with barely contained excitement, Ali poured some of her remaining mana into the imprint in the book. The process turned out to be just as intuitive as using her other skills. As her mana flowed into the pages, the runes lit up and glowing copies of them floated off the pages, swirling and connecting in the air. In a more sedate reversal of the chaotic storm, the stream of magic runes flowed to where she had focused on the damp ground, and everything coalesced there. The entire process took several minutes before it shut off with a snap, and a patch of moss the size of a small rug sprang into existence. Ali marveled at her creation. The moss seemed vibrant and full of life. Excited, she created several more patches of moss, growing the size of the original one as much as she could until she ran out of mana. Glancing around, she saw the large pile of decaying wood and bones Malika had collected. Rushing over, Ali deconstructed the pile and then returned to her moss growing with a freshly filled pool of mana. You carry on, Malika said, smiling. I'll be over here training my skills for a bit. Ali continued playing with her new skill for almost an hour, creating a broad swathe of green moss carpeting the ground alongside the shrine and stone pathway. She found she could summon and dismiss her grimoire at will, and even after an hour, the sight of the magical book springing into existence still triggered her sense of wondrous excitement. Toward the end of an hour, the sense of pressure building returned, until her notification chimed again. Imprint, wood completed, another one. Her grimoire automatically manifested and opened to the second chapter, as if suggesting she might choose that one. Good book. She sent the imprint towards the suggested blank chapter and the process repeated itself. This time it didn't take quite so many pages, but Ali still froze, breathless, to marvel at the beautiful and complex magic dance once again. Grimoire of Summoning has reached level 4. As the notification chimed, the book glowed briefly and grew slightly wider. Quickly paging through it, Ali found that a new blank chapter had been added at the end. This is nice, Malika said, sitting down on Ali's new moss carpet. She patted the moss with her hand. It feels vibrant, almost more alive than before. How about we camp here? I can keep watch while I meditate. Ali sat beside her on the moss-covered ground and experimented with her new wood imprint. Every time she used the imprint, it would create a branch or stick of a random size and shape, mostly in a state of decay, like the ones she had deconstructed. Try as she might, she couldn't influence the size or shape. Maybe I can use it for firewood, or perhaps I can block a doorway or something with it. Give those wolves something to chew on rather than my leg. Ali woke to the soft chime of her notifications. She sat up slowly and looked around, finding everything just as she had left it. She sat on the soft bed of moss she had grown. The earthy scent of growth and nature filled her nostrils, and she was transporting at once to a moment when she had sat here, very nearly in this exact spot, surrounded by her father's burgeoning grove, practicing her newly learned plant cantrip while Aunt Lyra smiled on encouragingly. Malika sat with her legs crossed, hands resting in her lap, meditating with her back to the large, haphazard pile of wood they had made. "I can keep watch now," she said, quietly letting Malika know she could take her turn to sleep, and then she directed her attention to her status. 2 notifications awaited her. "Your domain has been established. You have gained the domain aptitude." Her mouth pursed in puzzlement. What did I do? She had been expecting something would create a domain since she had chosen her class knowing a domain would be an important part of it. She just had no idea what had triggered it or how it worked. What she wouldn't have given to speak to her father right now, searching for clues, she opened her status and looked up her aptitudes, finding 2 new entries at the bottom of the list. Domain class, your mana increases with the size of your domain up to plus 100% domain, minus 10% maximum health per day domain withdrawal. You have domain sense. The note about domain withdrawal looked somewhat scary, but her dad's class had had the same restriction. She had always enjoyed hearing him explain his magic, so it felt familiar. Her maximum health would decrease the longer she was outside of her domain, but it would recover quickly when she returned. "The only problem is, I don't know where my domain is or how it works." There was the cryptic reference to some kind of domain sense in the new domain aptitude, but she had no idea what that was or how it might be accessed. It would be crucial for her to figure it out. As Aunt Lyra and her dad had both explained, a domain was an area of magic, often permanent, imposing a class-specific magical structure or order over a space. Often it greatly enhanced the potential of the class skills used within it. What all happened yesterday? She thought, trying to recall anything that might have been the trigger for her domain to suddenly appear. Quite frankly, yesterday had probably been the second craziest day of her entire life. She had gone out hunting. She had fought monsters on purpose. She wasn't a 4-armed Naga warrior like Armand, but she had survived and leveled up. She had even cleaned the shrine, evolved her skill, and earned her precious grimoire in the process. "And I made a whole bunch of moss." She studied the mossy ground beneath her, a suspicion taking hold. Curious now, she got up, walked over to the edge of her moss carpet, and stepped out. The moment she passed about a meter beyond the edge, something subtly shifted. It felt different outside, but she couldn't immediately pinpoint the source of her disquiet. "What is that?" She crossed the strange border several times, and then suddenly insight dawned. The sense of vibrancy, of life, that she had noticed when first planting the moss. She could feel it when she entered the area. Outside, however, there seemed to be a potent sense of death and decay, which grew progressively stronger the further she got from the shrine and her moss. And she had only noticed it now because it was entirely absent within her little patch of green. "I can literally grow my domain, and if I understand the aptitude right, I can use it to increase my mana." Ali brought up her status once more and examined her mana and wisdom. She had increased her wisdom to 23 already, and when she had gone to sleep, she had had 345 total mana. Her race's magical heritage gave her a 50% advantage over most other races. She earned 15 mana per point of wisdom. However, her mana now showed a different number. "Mana 363.60, I have 15 more mana," as if she had 1 more point in wisdom. Ali's excitement grew. All her skills used mana, and she had already experienced how devastating running out in the middle of battle could be. Now she could plant moss and her domain would help her increase her mana pool. "Up to double if I'm reading the domain aptitude right. That would be an enormous boost." Eager now and full of energy, she set out to expand her patch. Ali had more than doubled the moss-covered area by the time Malika woke. "What are you doing?" Malika asked, looking curiously at the new area of moss. Ali quickly explained what she had discovered about her domain. "It takes a couple of hours and I have to plant it near the existing domain, but once it connects, my mana pool grows." "That's wow," Malika gasped. "You can literally grow more mana." Ali was a little surprised at how interested Malika seemed to be in her skills, but she was excited too, and happy to have someone to discuss the details with. "The only downside I can see is that someone could burn it, and you'd lose your mana," Malika said. That's true, Ali hadn't considered that her moss could be damaged, but fortunately the rats and wolves aren't going to burn it. They settled down to share a light breakfast. Very light, the last of their food consisted of splitting an apple between the two of them, but Ali didn't need much, and Malika claimed she was used to being hungry. "I think we should try some team tactics today," Malika suggested. "We should be able to fight more monsters if we work together." "Okay," Ali answered. Teamwork sounded fun, but more monsters sounded scary. "It's not as if I can grow moss at them." Chapter 14. Summoner. After breakfast, Ali followed Malika out into the darkness as they searched for monsters to test themselves against. The transition as she stepped out of her mossy domain around the shrine and into the larger cavern was jarring, going from invigorating and vibrant to death and decay in the space of just a couple of steps. Ali shivered involuntarily and summoned a small barrier for light, trying not to breathe quite so deeply through her nose. As her magic skill leveled up and she invested more in her intelligence attribute, she sensed her control and proficiency with her barriers improving dramatically. It was just yesterday that she required intense focus to place the barrier, and little to no control over how it appeared. Now she could summon the constructs easily, placing them one at a time for illumination, and with just a little more attention, she could even limit the size of the barrier substantially to conserve her mana. It seemed that her and Malika's efforts yesterday had eliminated most of the nearby monsters, and so it took a fair while to walk to an unexplored area. Either the monsters had territories, or they simply hadn't noticed the gaps yet. She took the opportunity to really look around at what had become of her home. Many of the ancient oaks still stood, trunks wider around than houses, but they were blackened and dead, slowly succumbing to decay and the predations of the ever-present mushrooms and fungi. It was still astounding to her that they had survived intact for so many long centuries. The terrain, too, had changed, transformed beyond recognition. What had once been gentle forested hills with beautiful streams and trees, filled with birds and wildlife, was now muddy moss, boulders, decaying wood, and scattered bones. As they moved further and further from the shrine, the pretty glowing mushrooms grew progressively scarcer, replaced by pitch-black fungi that infested the dead wood and bones. The reek of decay and rot quickly became cloying. The piles of bones grew progressively more common, and stacked up higher and higher till they appeared at a distance like dunes or drifts of gruesome, horrifying snow. It seemed as if the shrine itself had been standing as a beacon, the last bastion holding back the darkness and decay as the ages ravaged her father's old domain. The air hung heavy with an oppressive stillness, broken only by the distant howls and screeches of the monsters that lurked in the foreboding gloom, steeped in the ancient lingering remnants of the blind Lick's touch. That skin-crawling chill of his mana seemed to emanate from the very ground, just like the prickling premonitions she had felt on that awful day on the way to meet Maria, turning the once vibrant grove into a crypt. Nevin Eld. She could only imagine what he must have done to turn the thriving city of Dalmora and the verdant life of her father's forest into this. Over there, Malika whispered, halting their advance. Up ahead, rooting around among the bones and dead trees, she saw 3 sewer rats. Despite all the practice from yesterday, Ali couldn't quite quell the anxiety that rose within her. This would be the first time they were going to try to tackle a group together, at least on purpose. Sewer rat level 23x3. She called out the levels for Malika's benefit. Okay, Malika said. You can use your roots on the level 2 rat. I will tank the others while you shoot from the back and act as lookout. What is tank? Ali didn't understand the unfamiliar term. She still struggled occasionally with her new proficiency in the common language of this time, but Malika's usage hinted at a more specific meaning, something that eluded her. I keep forgetting you didn't have any combat experience or training growing up, Malika said. Tank is adventurer jargon for getting hit, or being the person who puts themselves in front of the monster to get hit. I will go over and annoy the rats so they hit me instead of you, that way you are free to shoot and control the other rat. That sounds unfair, Ali frowned. I will fight too, I even put points into vitality like you suggested. I don't want you to have to do all the hard work because I'm weaker. Is she looking down on me because I'm not as tough as she is? It didn't help that Ali didn't think she was all that tough herself, and Malika certainly had experience with a rather rougher life. Malika stopped and turned to face her, a serious expression appearing on her face. I already know you're brave, she replied, but think about what each of us is good at. I have more than twice your health, I have an armor and a dodge skill, a heal, and I can only attack from close up. Your arcane magic can dish out some serious damage, but you can't use it if you're being eaten by a rat. I'm not trying to be condescending. I really think this is how to get the most out of both of our classes. Oh, I didn't think of it like that, Ali said, a little chagrined at her snap judgment. She had often enjoyed optimization problems, and when Malika put it like that, it really did make sense. So you're trying to get the most out of us specializing? Yes, exactly, she said, smiling. You provide control, lookout and damage, I'm the tank and healer. It's called teamwork. Smiling uncertainly at the obvious attempt at a joke, Ali asked, "Is that always going to be my role?" "No, it will change depending on who is in our group and what we are fighting," Malika answered. "Though you're unlikely to ever be the tank." "Tiny tank? Tada, surely she could be the best tank under 1 meter." She was certainly cuter than any gnome warrior she had seen. Malika paused for a moment and then added, "Just remember, I'm doing this by what I was taught. I am just as inexperienced as you. If you think of a better idea, then we can definitely try it." "Okay, I'm ready," Ali said. She liked Malika's honest and open manner, and having her share her thinking and admit her own inexperience made Ali feel a lot better. Also, having names for the roles made it sound very official. While she knew it was a trivial thing, Ali liked the sound of her roles. "Okay, begin with the roots," Malika said. "I'll attack as soon as they notice us." Shifting forward until she was close enough to use her spell, Ali cast her grasping roots on the weakest rat. It was like dumping a stink bomb into a crowded cafe. As soon as the roots erupted from the ground trapping the rat, chaos erupted with screeches, hisses, and the mad scramble of sharp claws. The 2 free rats turned toward her and charged in a blur of scraggly fur and bared teeth. Fear surged through her at the sight of the monstrous rats bearing down on her with clear killing intent in their black eyes. She gritted her teeth and stood her ground through pure willpower, using a little mana to create a barrier in front of herself just in case. "I'm still not over that first rat. Malika, where are you?" As if summoned by her terrified plea, Malika dashed in from the side, intercepting both rats. Her magic flickered, bright blue-white coronas of energy that flashed with every impact as she danced among the monsters, delivering kicks and punches with grace and precision. Reminding herself of Malika's careful plan, Ali held her position with a calmness she felt in no bone of her body, waiting until both rats were fully focused on her friend. It was far harder than she had thought. Gleaming claws slashed at Malika's ribs, yellowed teeth snapped at her face as a snarling brawl erupted. Through it all, Ali had to stand there and watch the blood fly. "Come to think of it, perhaps tanking isn't my thing." "Okay, now," Malika yelled. Ali picked the closer rat and fired. Her arcane bolts arced over her barrier and lanced into the rat's back and shoulders, landing with a sequence of quick thumps eliciting pained screeches and leaving thin wisps of smoke rising from the points of impact. Ali took her rolls seriously. Trusting the bolts to do their work, she made sure to scan the surroundings for any extra monsters that may have heard the ruckus, and then she double-checked her root magic just in case. Her attention swapped back to the battle, and she immediately saw why Malika had assigned her the lookout role. Malika was dodging and weaving around the rats so much that it was unlikely she had any decent awareness of the surrounding area. She sent another volley of bolts at the rat before she recast her root magic, keeping the frustrated third rat well out of the way. Ali's heart raced. When they had been discussing the strategy, her 3 roles seemed easy, almost trivial. Now, in the face of 3 furious, snarling monsters, their success depended on her doing her part, and she found it to be infinitely more challenging. She scanned the area again and, finding nothing, fired another volley of bolts. Much to Ali's surprise, the rat slumped to the ground in a heap. "Good job," Malika shouted, a little breathless from dodging so quick. She took a second to scan the battlefield, taking stock of the fight so far. To her surprise, she realized she had been able to maintain her arcane bolts, even while taking on all her other tasks simultaneously. Malika was right. The extra points in my intelligence attribute definitely improved my control. Malika's magic flashed as she healed herself, and then a kick lashed out with enough power to send the other rat sprawling. Ali immediately responded, adding her arcane magic to the fight, making sure to maintain her vigilance on the surroundings and refresh her roots. It's working, and she hadn't even needed her barrier magic yet. Everything seemed to be going according to the plan. Even though her heart was racing, it didn't seem to be out of fear, not anymore. "Am I excited?" Even though she wouldn't describe her feelings as happy, Ali decided she could begin to understand the term thrill of battle. The second rat died to a brutal glowing kick to the side of the head, and 3 of Ali's golden bolts slamming into its back. At once, Malika charged over to the rat Ali had been keeping trapped for the entire fight. With a withering flurry of punches and kicks, and Ali's gracefully arcing arcane magic, the final rat collapsed, and the battle was suddenly over as silence descended once more. Ali remembered to scan the area again before she ran over to check on Malika. While her clothes were mostly in tatters, she didn't have a scratch on her. "Are you okay?" Ali asked, a little breathless. "I healed myself, Ali," she said. "Oh, of course, it went well, don't you think?" Ali asked. It had felt like it went well, but she wasn't exactly certain when it came to combat. Yes, Malika said, that was perfect. No surprises and everything went well. Let's regenerate our mana and then go find some more rats. Ali quickly deconstructed all 3 rats and waited, while Malika restored her stamina and mana using meditation. For the remainder of the morning at least, Ali chose to think of it as morning. They hunted rats. The unrelenting darkness down in the cavern was beginning to mess with her sense of time, but Ali was filled with a sense of purpose as she rapidly grew in her understanding of combat as a mage. Not all the fights went quite as smoothly as the first. Occasionally, her roots would break earlier than expected, and she would have to react with her barrier to regain control. Once, an extra rat had tried to ambush Ali from behind, and it had been only Malika's timely warning that allowed her to save it with a barrier. It had been chaos for a while, but she had managed to cast a second grasping roots, barely managing to hang on to both spells, but as soon as Malika had managed to secure 3 of the rats, things had stabilized. Tank sounds so weird as a verb, Ali thought, but she was making an effort to adopt the proper terms, and she understood the intent of the word clearly now after having seen Malika take the role time and again. As they headed back to the shrine, Ali reflected on her upbeat mood. She hadn't expected combat to require such specialization and teamwork, but in hindsight, and with the experience she had gained, it made a lot more sense. With a teammate like Malika helping her with strategy, fighting felt much less crazy and uncontrolled, and when things did go poorly, Ali was becoming much more adept at reacting to the ever-changing situations with effective responses. Ali paused as she entered her little patch of moss around the shrine, stopping to take a deep breath and savor the sudden feeling of vitality and energy she sensed from her domain. She and Malika had been fighting all morning with little downtime, but somehow, she wasn't nearly as tired as she expected. I'm not getting injured as much anymore, she reasoned, and I feel a lot less stressed. Sitting down on the moss near Malika, Ali scanned through the notifications from their morning of rat hunting. Your group has defeated Sewer Rat, level 23x8 Grove Warden has reached level 3 plus 10 attribute points. Grasping Roots has reached level 4 Arcane Bolt, has reached level 4 Barrier has reached level 4. It seemed crazy that they had defeated so many rats. Even though it had taken at least 3 or 4 hours, it was still more than she ever imagined she could survive. I got to level 3, she exclaimed. Congratulations, Malika smiled. I just got it on the last fight too. That's decent progress, Ali. What should I do with my points? More vitality. The intelligence has been helping a lot and I hardly got hit today. There were a few close calls, Malika said thoughtfully. Like when we got that ad. It took Ali a second before she recalled that Malika liked using the term ad as a shorthand reference for additional monster, more adventurer jargon. When they had inadvertently attracted an extra sewer rat mid-combat, things had become unstable really quickly. She had been quick enough to save the situation with a barrier before Malika could grab the attention of the rat, but it could have so easily gotten so much worse. Just a small lapse in focus caused by pain or fear could have caused the entire fight to spiral into disaster. That's true, Ali replied. It's a balancing act that only you can decide. Intelligence makes your spells hit harder, making the fights shorter and safer, so it's valuable too. But my dad always told me, this is not the legends or the stories where the gods can reach down and give you a second chance. If you must misjudge your vitality, you would much rather have too much than too little. Ali fell silent for a while, considering the trade-offs. My racial aptitude reducing my health is really problematic, she reflected, realizing now why so few Fae had chosen combat classes, even given their powerful magical talents. The risks are all too real. Eventually, hoping that she was being smart, she decided on 6 points for vitality, splitting the remainder between intelligence and wisdom. I do get 50% more damage per point of intelligence, she thought, reasoning that the flip side of her racial aptitude somewhat mitigated the cost of spending fewer points on intelligence. Seeing that Malika had settled into her meditation, and not wanting to disturb her, Ali got up and headed to the edge of her moss patch, intending to work on expanding it a little bit. For a few minutes she busied herself deconstructing a pile of bones and dead wood, enjoying the sense of her mana flowing through her body, and the idea that she was slowly cleaning up the space. When she was done, she filled the newly vacated area with fresh moss, and then moved off to start a new section nearby. Right beside her she found her first rat, still strung up and bound by the roots she had so desperately grown to defend herself. She walked over to inspect it, and suddenly wrinkled her nose in disgust as the reek of death and decay assaulted her nostrils. A mass of something white and crawly writhed within its open mouth, and somehow the black fungi had already begun colonizing its back, sprouting up out of the fur. That fight had been terrifying in a way that had left a lasting impression on her. She remembered her helplessness, the blood pouring from her wounds, and her rage at the unfairness of the world. "You're not so scary anymore, are you?" she thought, considering how she had spent the entire morning hunting rats just like this one on purpose, taking on 3 or sometimes even 4 at a time. That's the power of a class and combat skills, she thought. She had always known having a class would make an enormous difference, but it was something else to experience it so directly. Don't forget, there are far more dangerous monsters than rats out there. At least this was something she could clean up. Stretching out her hand, Ollie channeled her deconstruction magic, and the sight of such a terrifying foe dissolving into golden motes of mana was profoundly satisfying. Like she was simultaneously deconstructing her trauma and fear, proof that she had stood her ground and grown from the experience. As soon as the corpse disappeared, Ollie felt the familiar pressure behind her eyes. Imprint, sewer rat completed, sewer rat, I did not want that. Ollie's grimoire popped into existence, opening itself to the first empty chapter automatically. What happens if they're all full? She had noticed that it seemed to grow an extra chapter every time the skill level increased, but it seemed plausible that she might run out of chapters if she wasn't careful. For now, though, she had space, so she committed the knowledge to the pages of her grimoire, once again watching the light show of the inscription with rapt fascination. She was just about to try the new imprint when she suddenly stopped cold as she considered what it actually was. "Malika," she called out, "I got a new imprint, but it's for the sewer rat. I want to try creating one, but I'm not sure if it will attack us. What do you think?" Malika sprang to her feet. "You should totally try it," she said. "One rat should be easy for us to handle now, even if it's hostile." Confirming that Malika was ready, Ollie sent her mana into the imprint. The light and runes were bigger than when she created moss, and eventually it all coalesced into the familiar shape of a rat. Ollie felt a pull from where she normally felt her mana draining when she used skills connecting to the rat. "Your reserved mana has increased by +15. Grimoire of Summoning has reached level 5. In front of her stood a huge greyish rat, just like every sewer rat they had fought, though a little cleaner and less smelly on account of having been freshly created. It shuffled about and sniffed the air, gazing around. It looked at Ollie for a moment and then stared at Malika, sniffing at her too. Their tense standoff continued for a while before the rat lost interest and resumed its shuffling about. "Sewer rat level 2, it doesn't look hostile," Malika said. Ollie was shocked to see Malika poking the creature, but the rat had no overt reaction to Malika trying to annoy it. "Is it waiting for something?" Ollie considered the situation. "Can you make it do anything?" Malika asked, clearly coming to the same conclusion. "I'm not sure," Ollie said. Turning to the rat, she commanded, "Sit." The rat looked up at the sound of her voice, but quickly lost interest and continued meandering about. It doesn't understand common," Malika mused, then added a smirk that made Ollie flush. She tried again in each of the languages she knew, but the results were the same. She puzzled over the problem for a few moments before an idea occurred to her. Mustering her will, she visualized her intention, in much the same way as she focused on a target for Arcane Bolt, but an action instead of a thing, and sent it out along the mana connection she had felt when she had created the creature. "Sit," it promptly sat. "Oh wow, that's cool," Malika exclaimed. "I didn't expect that to work," Ollie said, rather surprised. "It seems to respond to mental intention and mana somehow. What else can you get it to do?" Malika asked excitedly. What followed was a series of rat gymnastics and track events as they experimented with various ideas. The rat could follow surprisingly sophisticated commands such as "follow Malika" or "run to that rock and come back." Ollie quickly learned that the vocalization of the command was not even necessary, just her intent. "I got some strange notification about reserved mana," Ollie said, eventually tiring of coming up with crazy ideas for the rat to do, and instead recalling the unusual message she had received when she created the rat. Pulling up her status, she showed Malika her mana pool. "Mana 385 400, 15 reserved. I have a few skills that do that too," Malika said. "You have 400 mana, but 15 is set aside for the skill." "I see. What happens if I take the mana back?" Ollie asked. "For me, that just turns off my skill," Malika answered. Ali reached for the place where she felt the mana connection and pulled. Suddenly, her mana snapped back to normal, and the rat instantly screeched and attacked Malika. "Sorry," Ali yelped. Desperately, she tried to shove the mana back but quickly discovered that it was futile. The unreasonably erratic and frenzied rat tried to maul Malika, but she simply blocked and dodged most of the attacks, returning powerful, magic-enhanced punches. In the end, Ali was forced to fire her arcane bolts at the rogue rat, and soon enough the creature died. "Your group has defeated Sewer Rat Level 2. Ali apologized again, but Malika just seemed amused. "I guess your mana is what controls the creature," she said. "It seemed crazed when you let it go." Ali deconstructed the corpse, recovering quite a bit less mana than the creature had cost to create. "I think you're a summoner, Ali," Malika said. "Summoner." Her mind was suddenly filled with memories of her father and his creatures of nature magic. "My dad was a kind of summoner too," although Ali's little rat was nothing compared to the 7 or 8-ton elementals of wood her father could make. "Do you think we can try using it to fight something?" She had no idea if this would work or was even smart, but her father had used creatures for battle, and there was a little spark of hope within her that she might be like him someday. "That's a great idea, Ali," Malika answered. "I think I saw some spiders over by the edge of the cavern. We could go try it on those." A little surprised by Malika's enthusiasm for her experiment, especially after she had just created a monster that turned on them, Ali channeled her mana into the imprint once more. "Your reserved mana has increased by +8 Sewer Rat, Level 1. The Level 1 monster is quite a bit cheaper." Ali observed that other than the level difference, the rat behaved in much the same fashion, and it was easy to get it to follow them as Malika searched for a suitable fight. Eventually, Malika found them a spider. Giant spider, Level 2. The spider had a bulbous round body, spindly legs, and a sleek shiny black carapace. Its hissing screeches set her teeth to clenching and her skin crawling. Malika immediately rushed forward and punched it, and Ali tried to get her rat to attack the spider too. It took only a few tries to realize that she could target the spider mentally, the same as when she used her arcane bolt spell. When she did that and visualized attacking, the rat immediately sprang into action. Ali studied it as her rat hissed and bit the spider's legs while Malika punched it from the front. Malika wasn't struggling, so Ali decided to experiment further. Formulating her intent carefully, she sent the instruction to defend Malika. Obviously, she had to use the image of Malika rather than her name, but the rat immediately interposed itself between Malika and the spider. Quickly, Ali rescinded the order and returned it to attacking normally, potentially useful but not when Malika is tanking, or maybe to give her a break. The battle drew out far longer than normal because Ali was not using her arcane bolt magic, but she learned she could position the rat to flank the spider opposite Malika, and she could even pick targets, such as attacking the left back leg or the abdomen. "Your group has defeated Giant Spider Level 2. I learned a lot," Ali told Malika after the battle while she deconstructed the spider. Malika had to meditate for longer because the battle had taken more of her resources to keep going, but as Ali explained what she had tried, Malika encouraged her to experiment more. "The more you know, the stronger you can get," Malika said. Ali found that this resonated well with her. "I want to try targeting with my arcane bolt and commanding the rat simultaneously next time," Ali said. "Well, I'm ready," Malika responded. "Let's find another one. You like this far too much. I like staying alive." For an hour, they fought spiders while Ali fine-tuned her new ability. Her role in the battles had just gotten a lot more complex. However, the fights became a lot more reliable and quicker as soon as she figured out how to control her rat and shoot at the same time. And Ali was thoroughly enjoying learning. "Why don't you make a second one?" Malika suggested while they sat between fights. "Controlling two might be a challenge," Ali said thoughtfully, but in her heart she welcomed it. It was really a matter of focus and concentration, one of the few things in this new world that Ali felt she had a good handle on. Channeling her magic once more while Malika meditated, Ali created a second rat. "Your reserved mana has increased by +15 Grimoire of Summoning, has reached level 6 Sewer Rat, level 2. Checking her status quickly, Ali confirmed she was now reserving 23 mana for her 2 summoned rats. She tried a few test commands to get familiar with using 2 creatures. They took down the first lone spider so fast that Malika began attacking groups instead of waiting for spiders that were wandering on their own. It was an explosion of chaos. With multiple enemies, 2 rats and her own spells to contend with, Ali was nearly overwhelmed, but then she figured some things out. For one, she could hold a single target in her mind and send the same command to both rats simultaneously. And she could leave the rats with fairly simple commands, such as attack that spider, and they would figure it out on their own. It seemed their combat instincts remained intact, even though they were freshly summoned monsters. And then she figured out she could share the target for the rats and her arcane bolt, and that made a whole lot of things easier. But it wasn't just Ali experimenting. Malika had decided she should learn to heal the rats mid-combat, and that greatly extended their life and usefulness. Ali was getting a headache and mental fatigue after several hours of killing spiders while controlling her creatures, so when her notification chimes eventually went off, she suggested they stop for the day. Just like her, Malika had reached level 4, but she waited till they returned to the shrine area to read the notifications. Your group has defeated Giant Spider. Level 1, your group has defeated Giant Spider. Level 3, Grove Warden has reached level 4 plus 10 attribute points. Arcane Bolt has reached level 5. Barrier has reached level 5. Grimoire of Summoning has reached level 7. Imprint. Giant Spider completed. I guess that was predictable. Ick. She added the Giant Spider imprint to her next open chapter, grimacing a little as she did. Ali wasn't particularly fond of spiders at the best of times, and these were bigger than she was, with ugly snapping mandibles. At least they're not venomous, but she wasn't going to ignore a new imprint either. Especially now that she knew she was a summoner, adding another creature, even a spider, to her grimoire was far too good of an opportunity to squander due to squeamishness. Ali followed the same plan as before, dividing her attribute points between vitality, wisdom, and intelligence. The extra intelligence might even help me direct my monsters simultaneously. When she reviewed her status, she noticed that, curiously, the reserved mana had dropped from 23 to 22 when she had leveled up. She quickly pulled up the skill description, confirming that there was indeed a small discount for the reserve cost each time she leveled, something she hadn't understood and therefore forgot when she had first gained the skill. This time, Malika chose to sleep first. Ali gave her 2 rats the command to guard them, and then opened her grimoire, and began to study the complex formation of delicate runes inscribed in it. With her newfound proficiency in runic magic due to runic script, she even managed to puzzle out several new runes she had never seen before. But she was still far from understanding the whole structure of the magic, especially given how tiny the runes were, and the sheer, dizzying variety of them covering the pages, aside from which at least half of them appeared to be in some language she didn't even understand. Yet, runic script has reached level 3. There we go, that should help decipher some of this puzzle, she thought, digging in for some serious study time. Name: Alejandra Amariel. Race: Fey. Titles: Ancient. Class: Grove Warden. Level 4 Grasping Roots. Level 4 Arcane Bolt. Level 5 Barrier. Level 5 Grimoire of Summoning. Level 7 Runic Script. Level 3 Sage of Learning. Level 4 Locked. General Skills Reading. Level 7 Identify. Level 5 Sculpting. Level 2 Aptitudes. Languages: Ancient. Dalmaran. Elvish, Dwarven. Common. Mana. Affinities: Arcane. Nature. Tiny. Racial: the effects of strength and vitality are reduced by 50%. Magical. Racial: the effects of wisdom and intelligence are increased by 50%. Mana. Sense. Racial: you are sensitive to nearby mana. Domain. Class: your mana increases with the size of your domain. You have domain sense attributes: Vitality, 20 Strength, 4 Endurance, 5 Dexterity, 10 Perception, 11 Intelligence, 33 Wisdom, 27 Health, 100 Stamina, 50 Mana, 409 430, 21 Reserved Grimoire, Imprints: 1 Verdant Moss, 2 Wood, 3 Sewer Rat, 4 Giant Spider, 5 6 7 Chapter 15. This had been his room for as long as he could remember, even before his older brothers had moved out. Perhaps it's time for me to find my own place, he thought. Something out in the forest like his brothers would suit him fine, somewhere away from the ugliness of town life and a little more connected with nature. To be surrounded by the rustling leaves of the oaks, the scent of earth, the calls of birds and the forest animals, he sighed softly at the thought of such a peaceful image. Even though he had been considered an adult for several years now, with the unlocking of his class, his official status in the Kingdom of New Daria had just taken a huge leap forward. He would be afforded significantly more respect from here on out, and the freedom to choose his own path, at least officially. This is still Myron's Keep, he reminded himself. There was not a whole lot of respect to go around in such a place, and he had inherited his father's beastkin genes, so he would likely always be viewed with some hostility or fear. That's their problem, he thought, reminding himself that he didn't care. He would forge his own path with his strength if he had to. Still, he wasn't about to let such things bring him down today. He dismissed the negative thoughts, returning to the reason he had woken up in such a great mood. I'm a shapeshifter. He cleaned up and dressed quickly, heading downstairs to the kitchen, and opened his class status again, still not tired of seeing it. The huge oak he visited in his mind when he viewed his status had grown substantially larger, burgeoning with the growth of his class and experience. The branches were thicker, reaching wider and higher, rooted in a swirling cloud of glowing translucent green leaves. As it always had, the bark on the tree's trunk rippled, drawing aside to reveal the glowing green writing within. Name: Mato Bar Race, Beastkin Class, Druidic Shapeshifter, Level 1 Arboreal Sanctuary, Level 1 You emit a spherical sanctuary aura of nature magic centered on yourself. Range 10.3 feet, Mana, you can redirect damage from anyone to yourself. Range: Sanctuary Nature Domain Area Wisdom Swipe, Level 1 Stamina, a slashing attack with your weapon that hits all enemies directly in front of you for weapon damage plus 24% skill plus strength. Physical Melee Area Strength Brutal Restoration, Level 1 Mana, enhance a physical melee attack with additional nature damage. Gain plus 1% 10 plus skill /10 of the supported attack's damage as health over 30 seconds. Nature Melee Healing Support Wisdom Bear Form Level 1 Stamina. Shapeshift into a bear form. Your hide provides plus 49 class x12 plus skill x12 plus endurance natural armor. Granted skills. Charge Nature Shapeshift buff. Endurance Wolf Form Level 1 Stamina. Shapeshift into a wolf form. Your perception attribute is increased by plus 42% 40 plus skill x2. Granted skills. Hamstring Pack Tactics Tracking Nature Shapeshift buff. The more you are hurt, the more your primal rage takes over to destroy everything around you. For each point of health lost, your physical damage is increased by plus 1% nature. Melee Mastery Vitality Locked General Skills Identify Level 4 Cooking Level 4 Wilderness Lore Level 5 Aptitudes Languages Common. Leaving the cavern with its monsters and returning to town when all he had wanted was to let loose with his new skills had been hard. But Callan was right. His mother had been so relieved to see him alive. He stepped into the family kitchen and inhaled deeply. The air itself seemed to carry a subtle hint of comforting aromas, a delightful medley of spices, herbs, and the lingering smell of roasted coffee beans, the heart of the home. With a small injection of mana, he lit the sconces, filling the room with a soft, warm glow, and then crossed the sturdy granite-tiled floor with a spring in his step and bent over to peer into the oven. That looks just about perfect. He opened the oven, and the aroma of freshly baked bread billowed out to fill the kitchen. He disabled the timer and heating enchantments he had set last night before he went to bed, and pulled the bread out, setting it on the large oak dining table that dominated the center of the kitchen. Large enough for a family of 7, it was steeped in nostalgia and the memories of him and his brothers hanging on every word of his dad's epic stories, while his mom sat smiling happily beside him. His father was out visiting his brothers, and so breakfast today would be a small affair, just him and his mother, and she would likely be up soon. If she wasn't already stirring, the scent of the fresh bread wafting upstairs would certainly wake her. He opened the pantry, remembering to refill the preservation enchantments with mana, before pulling out some eggs, fruit, cheese, and coffee. The coffee he set to brewing beside the hearth, and then, with the ease of years of practice, his hands automatically set the heating runes and he began preparing some eggs, scrambled with a sprinkling of grated cheese on top, just as she preferred. Keeping an eye on the eggs, he sliced up some fruit onto the white ceramic platter with the blue trim while his mind drifted back to his new class and the events of yesterday. Aleandra. It was thanks to her and her shrine that he had uncovered his powerful affinity with nature magic and unlocked his druidic class, but the fight to save her from the wolves had been brutal, far worse than anything he had imagined. Monsters are something else. Any fight that you walk away from is a good one, he reminded himself, echoing one of his father's favorite quotes. The fight had been insane, but they had done it. Malika had been a bit of a stick in the mud, telling him off afterward, but she was no slouch in combat situations. Mato had known it the instant he had seen her standing, recently beaten up in the town hall. The way she carried her admittedly poorly fed body told him all he needed to know about her fighting skill. Maybe I should feed her, he thought, looking at the breakfast that was rapidly coming together in the family kitchen. She might loosen up a bit. His mom had always kept snacks in the house in case Dad got grumpy, and for a long time he had been sure his dad would fake grumpiness to get extra. But will that work on human girls too? She did seem half-starved and that just wouldn't do. He resolved to pack some extra food when he headed out. He wasn't quite sure which form he preferred. His class had offered him two shapeshifted forms, wolf and bear. Probably the wolf, he thought, perhaps a little ironic given his heritage. The bear was huge, heavy and slow, but it had a lot of armor and an admittedly exciting charge ability which would leverage his momentum for more damage. But the wolf form was sleek and powerful, and it looked like it would do a lot more damage to monsters. Damage is king, he thought, again recalling his father's stories and anecdotes about his old life as an adventurer. I'll just have to try both. Of course, the different forms could have advantages against different monster types. The status sheet and the skill descriptions had lots of numbers, and while Callan would be all over that with his notebook and calculations, Marto much preferred to ask questions with his fists, as it were, or fangs and claws now. He would have his answers the first time he fought with his new skills. Primal Rage, though, he already knew would be his favorite skill. Following in his father's footsteps, his rage ability was a druidic version of one of the many variants of berserker skills. And his version seemed exceptionally powerful. He was certain it would turn his shapeshifted form, whichever one he decided to use, into a powerhouse on the battlefield. All through his youth, he had been accused of having a temper, getting into fights too easily, and having a short fuse. Now he would turn that inner rage into his personal power. There seemed to be a great deal of implied synergy in his class that he wanted to discuss with Callan. He assumed Arboreal Sanctuary would allow him to take damage on behalf of his friends, protecting them while at the same time fueling his primal rage. His personal heal, Brutal Restoration, was based on how much physical damage he dealt out, which again would benefit greatly from primal rage. He caught the creak of footsteps on the wooden stairs and turned off the heat, pulling out a couple of plates. "Morning, Marto, you're up early." His mother greeted him warmly as she came and sat down at the table. "Thank you," she said as he set a plate in front of her and then joined her at the table. She pulled a ribbon from her pocket to tie back the thick red hair he had inherited as part of the human side of his heritage. "I'm going to meet up with Callan in a bit, and then we were planning to go down and do some monster hunting to gain a few levels today." "With the two girls you mentioned, Alejandra and Malika?" she asked. "Yup." His answer was muffled by a mouthful of food, earning him the raised eyebrow of disapproval. "Marto," she said, clearly switching to a more serious mood, "I want you to be careful with that rage skill of yours." "I'll be okay, Mom," he answered. "It's not that different from Dad's skill. You forget I was there all those years of adventuring, healing him when he screwed up. I remember just how long it took him to learn to use it well. He loves to tell a good story, but the truth was sometimes far rougher than he seems to remember, if he remembers at all." Marto glanced up in surprise. He had never heard her be so blunt before. Typically, she never spoke of her days as an adventurer, preferring to let his father tell the stories. "Okay," he said. "I'll be careful." "Good," she said, and her smile returned, her green eyes crinkling, full of warmth. "You have a good heart, Marto. Here, I want you to have this." She placed a thick green leather-bound book on the table and pushed it toward him, an introduction to druidic magic. His eyes widened. Books were generally quite expensive, but ones about magic were far beyond his family's means, or so he had thought. "I earned this from a quest a long time ago, and it has helped me with my class more times than I can count. I want you to keep it with you. It might not be useful right at the start when everything is exciting and the skill levels grow fast, but as you advance your class and your abilities, it might be just what you need to help direct your growth. I know you're not one to enjoy studying like Callan, but please trust me on this, okay? I'm not a kid." He wanted to protest, but something in her manner stilled that response. Instead, he simply nodded, picking up the book carefully. He was sure it was worth a fortune in gold, easily worth more than everything in the house combined. "Thanks, Mom," was all he could manage in the face of her extraordinary gift. "My pleasure," she said. "Now off you go and enjoy monster slaying with your friends, and thanks for making breakfast." Marto finished his breakfast and pushed his chair back, rising to his feet, pausing only to run the dishes through the cleansing enchantment and fill his pack with food. "Be safe, okay?" "Yes, Mom," he answered automatically and gave her a goodbye kiss before heading out the door. Callan was already there when he arrived at their agreed meeting spot. It was the same sewer entrance they had used the first time they went down, and Callan was leaning up against a wall reading his favorite book. The Unexplored Lands by Lionaru Silverleaf, Elven Pathfinders Guild. Marto knew it by sight, considering Callan must have read it about 100 times. Even though Callan's unnaturally pale skin, slender build, and the pointed ears almost hidden beneath his silvery hair were all unmistakable signs of his half-elven race, his friend relentlessly ignored everything about the elven side of his heritage, everything except for Lionaru Silverleaf. Callan idolized Lionaru, the legendary pathfinder and elven archer, and he voraciously consumed everything he could find related to her adventures. It was said that half-breeds were universally hated by everyone, but Callan had never talked about it. His race had always been a magnet for bullies and thugs, and Marto had earned a large number of bruises standing up for his friend. Marto was not viewed much better, also being a half-breed, but he was generally bigger and stronger than most. He had his father's bare beastkin genes to thank for that. And while Callan preferred to back down and escape, Marto approached all conflict head-on. He had come to appreciate it was simply a difference in approach between the two of them. "Hi, Callan," he greeted, getting a nod from the shadows for his effort. "Did you get everything done?" Callan put his book away in his pack with care and then answered. "My mom said she'd deliver the sword to the mayor later today." Marto frowned. He had always despised Donovan Asterford for his self-important, entitled noble attitude, regularly getting into fights with him over his irritating habit of talking down to everyone. However, as much as he disliked him, he would never have wished for him to be crushed in a rockfall. A punch to the face was good enough, maybe more than a few. He leaned down to help Callan lever the grate up so that they could descend into the dark sewer below. As soon as they reached the bottom of the rusty iron ladder, Callan summoned his light, setting something scrambling off into the shadows. Alert for a moment, both of them waited, but nothing emerged to attack, so they headed off down the smelly, damp tunnels. "Callan," Marto began. "Can you help with some of my skills?" His question immediately got a curious look from his friend, so he shared the details of his brutal restoration, primal rage, and arboreal sanctuary skills, explaining his thoughts on how they might synergize. "Do you think it will work that way?" he asked, hoping that his friend would agree. Callan preferred to downplay his intellect, but Marto knew from experience that he was extraordinarily smart. Callan remained silent for a while as they continued down the dark sewer passage, with just the soft plinking of dripping water breaking the silence. Eventually he answered, "Yes, it should work like you say. They should all benefit each other." But Marto could tell that Callan had more to say but probably wouldn't share unless prompted. "Marto, I think your primal rage is a dangerous skill." Marto sighed. "Why does nobody like my most powerful skill? It's really strong." Surprisingly, Callan stopped walking and continued. "It's a passive berserker skill, Marto. You won't be able to turn it off. I'm just worried you will lose control." "I'll be fine. I'm used to being angry in fights." Marto pressed his lips and frowned, bristling a little inside. "Everyone thinks I can't handle it." So far, everyone he had shared his skill with had warned him about it. First his mother and now Callan too. "I know what I'm doing. Besides, it's the same as my dad's skill." While Callan didn't seem to be happy about it, he didn't press the issue, for which Marto was grateful. "What do you think of the bear and the wolf forms?" Marto asked. "Those both seem quite powerful," Callan said. "I think you should use the bear for now, until we have someone else to tank for you. Your wolf's pack tactics and hamstring will synergize better with a bigger group." They continued in companionable silence, their footsteps echoing through the dank tunnels as Callan's magic held back the darkness. He guessed they were probably halfway to the rockfall before Marto finally broke the silence again. "How are you liking your class?" "It's really strong," Callan answered thoughtfully. "Eclipse seems like a powerful stealth skill, but I'm struggling to figure out how I will use the rest of my skills with it. Everything I have involves light magic, which breaks stealth obviously." He pointed up at the mote of light that floated up near the roof of the tunnel, silently following along with them. "I'm sure you'll figure it out," Marto answered. "You always do." "That's no help," Callan responded. "At least people will notice you with all the light magic," Marto quipped. "You're on your way to becoming as legendary as Lionaru." Callan sighed and Marto grinned. Marto couldn't help teasing him, but in truth, he was happy Callan had unlocked a class that seemed very powerful. It would do him good, and having a problem to focus on typically was what made him happiest in the long run. Marto was still chuckling to himself when he turned a corner to find a lone spider roaming the tunnel, startling both of them. "Giant spider, level 1 hostile, spider," Marto called out, alerting Callan while he triggered his shapeshift. His body twisted and warped, pulling his muscles while his limbs changed shape. It wasn't a painful experience exactly, but having your bones twist and grow while still inside you wasn't exactly comfortable either. His body grew heavier, pressing down upon the slick brick floor as the denser muscle and thicker bone of his new form settled onto large, clawed paws. As soon as he assumed the form of his bear, he used his charge. Heavy though he was, an exhilarating sense of unstoppable power coursed through his body, accelerating him to an unbelievable speed as he tore across the broken, crumbling brick of the sewer toward the shiny, black giant spider. It screeched as he smashed the spider into the wall using the full force of his weight and the momentum of his charge. Pain burst through his shoulder as the spider lashed out, sinking its black fangs into him, but he simply ignored it, his fur and heavy hide sufficient to blunt the damage significantly. He channeled a little stamina into his swipe skill and lashed out with a heavy paw. Power and energy rushed through him, accelerating his claws into a horizontal sweeping attack. A satisfyingly loud crack echoed off the damp brick as his paw smashed into the spider with chitin-crushing force. A spray of dark ichor drenched the side of his face. He shook it off, grinning as he shifted a little to the side to give Callan a clearer shot and attacked again. This time, as he spent his stamina to power a second swipe, he also spent some mana on his brutal restoration skill, attaching the healing support skill to the swipe. He didn't have a better explanation for how he did it, only that it felt intuitive, like asking the second skill to enhance the first. A brief flicker of green light burst out from where his claws connected, lighting up the tunnel and reflecting off the shiny carapace. His claws tore through the chitin armor easily, ripping through it with sheer physical force and the additional burst of nature magic. As soon as the strike landed, warm magic flowed back through his body, beginning to heal the bite. Hissing loudly, the giant spider lunged forward and sunk its sharp mandibles into his shoulder again. His thick hide and fur prevented it from penetrating far, which was a little disappointing. It felt like he could sense a little increase in power from his primal rage, but it wasn't particularly noticeable yet, and his restoration magic was quickly erasing the damage anyway. He frowned, looking for some way to use his arboreal sanctuary to power his primal rage, but Callan wasn't taking any damage, so there was nothing to steal. Doesn't matter, he thought, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of power that came from stacking his swipe with brutal restoration, and how tough he felt with the additional armor and weight of his shapeshifted bear form. A blindingly bright streak of light shot down the sewer tunnel, followed rapidly by a second and a third, as Callan joined the fight, firing arrows lit with magic that punched into the side of the spider. It didn't last too long after that. Your group has defeated Giant Spider, level 1 swipe has reached level 2, that was much easier, he said after shifting back to normal, recalling the first time he had faced one of these spiders. Yes, Callan agreed, a hint of a smile playing across his reserved face. He checked quickly but found that his brutal restoration had continued healing him, albeit slowly, and now that it was over he was back to full health already. Well, that's handy. It certainly would cut down on recovery time between fights. Curious about the change he had seen with Identify right before the fight, he pulled up the description of his skill. Identify level 4 mana, discern information about a creature or item up to level 5, class plus skill. Synergizes with any relevant perception, knowledge or information skills, synergy languages. Identify can display disposition for beasts, knowledge, perception that explains it, he thought, realizing it was his new beast language that had come with his class that was providing additional information on his Identify skill. Spiders were beasts. Does that mean I could learn to talk to them? He wondered. Although, how intelligent could a level 1 spider that lived in the sewer really be? Callan, that was far easier, Callan thought, his eyes lingering on the ichor and crushed chitin of the black spider, before searching the darkness up ahead for anything that might have been attracted to the noise. Quickly, he extracted his spent arrows from the corpse, wiping them clean of viscous green goop before returning the undamaged ones to his quiver. The rest he tucked into his pack for later repairs. The contrast between this fight and the last battle they had fought in the cave against the wolf pack stood starkly in his mind. Yesterday he had barely survived, and today with a new class he hadn't even gotten winded, let alone hurt. It was really no contest. With Marto taking the front line and tanking and even healing himself, all Callan had to do was make sure his skills were all properly aligned and powered, and that he was using them correctly. It wasn't even tough to use both radiant archery and arrows of brilliance simultaneously. The spider had died faster than he had expected. One of those wolves was level 5, though he warned himself soberly, and it led a group. This had been a solo level 1 spider. The true test would come later when they faced a similar challenge together, but still, Callan was excited. His class fit him, in some indefinable way he couldn't really articulate. Up ahead, Marto began to move on down the dark tunnel, but Callan hesitated, frowning a bit. That berserker skill, it hadn't seemed to be a problem in the fight against the giant spider, so perhaps Marto did know what he was doing. Still, it didn't sit easily with him. He stepped forward, putting his unease away for later, and followed his friend down the sewer tunnel, tracking the path by memory. It was a marvel. Explorer's description simply said he had an enhanced spatial perception and perfect recall of the places he had explored. But the experience of it was something else. He could see the sewers as if he was studying a map in his head, a perfect map with depth and color, one he could mentally traverse in an instant. If he had his notebook and pencil, he was certain he could transcribe it in detail. So it was that when he turned the next corner, he knew exactly where he was. The chamber with the cracked and crumbling floor that had collapsed out from under them in the middle of the fight against the rats, dumping them into the undiscovered cavern below. With a simple application of his will, he sent his mote of light on ahead, diving down through the hole to illuminate the rope still dangling there, and the trickle of foul sewer water pouring down onto the rock pile below. As he followed Marto down the rope, that same prickling sense of unease returned, only stronger now. What is that? He had dismissed the sensation before as simple anxiety or unease at the dark cavern, but there was definitely something uncanny or strange in this space that had not been present in the sewer above. Something like a premonition, though he didn't usually put much stock in things like that. It must just be the sense of age and decay. His foot reached the rocks below and he released the rope, and on his next step the sound of a chime startled him. Explorer has reached level 3. What's wrong? Marto asked, shifting alertly as if reacting to some unseen danger. I'm not sure, he answered. I have a strange feeling down here. Yep, it's weird, all right. Nature seems screwed up in here. It's not just me. Still, he saw nothing obviously out of place, so Callan dismissed it for now, instead turning on the tracking ability of his explorer skill, happy to find their own tracks from before. Marto shifted into his wolf form beside him, and then they headed out into the cavern with his magic lighting the way. He kept his bow at the ready, eyes searching the vast darkness beyond the light, always ready for monsters or danger. Explorer has reached level 4. He gaped at the notification. What's making it level up so quickly? He stopped, scanning his surroundings once more, but other than an enormous pile of bleached bones near a blackened stump, he couldn't see anything that might shed light on his conundrum. He scratched his head and studied the tracks. As expected, they had grown more detailed and clearer with his skill level rising, but other than the prickling premonition growing similarly stronger, nothing seemed to be amiss. Just as he was about to continue, his chime sounded again. Explorer, you have entered a dungeon. He felt a sudden ice-cold chill as his premonition crystallized. Marto, I figured out what it is. This is a dungeon. His eyes darted back and forth, scanning every single dark nook and cranny he could see, searching for the monsters that surely lurked just beyond his sight. Marto's body warped as he shifted back to his beastkin form. So, Callan stared at Marto blankly. Does he not know what this means? What do you mean so? Dungeons are extremely dangerous. Yes, they have monsters and stuff, Marto answered, standing nearby and studying their surroundings before turning back to look at him. I don't see why you're worried. We already know this place has monsters. I'm not surprised it's a dungeon. Callan pressed his lips together, keeping his thoughts to himself. There were some things Marto was simply not interested in, and when he got like that, there was no convincing him. In Marto's mind, the terrifying revelation that they were in a dungeon seemed to be a non-event, and Callan knew he would not be able to convince him otherwise. He probably just sees it as more monsters to fight. Callan continued, following the map in his head, and the tracks and landmarks across that dark cavern, deep in thought. He glanced at Marto, but the wolf seemed to move with a barely contained energy, almost like he was excited. Who can I tell? Likely this discovery explained many of the frequent monster attacks in town, the kobolds and spiders, and sometimes slimes or rats that would appear somewhere in town, or the outlying farmlands, and cause chaos and destruction until someone found a high enough level person with a combat class to exterminate them. Nobody had figured out where they were coming from yet. Also, wasn't there something about the excess mana from a dungeon affecting nearby people? He shivered. They approached the small cave where they had sheltered from the wolf pack without further incident, but as they approached, Callan could clearly see that it was deserted. The dirt by the entrance was busy with a multitude of crisscrossing tracks. That's weird. There were quite a few tracks that must have been Malika and Aleandra coming and going. Aleandra's tiny feet were quite obvious, but there were also monster tracks mixed in among them, fresh claw marks from the large sewer rats, and Callan couldn't figure out which was hunting which. Looks like the tracks head to the shrine area, Callan said, letting Marto know what he had found. Keep alert, there are some rat tracks too. His friend nodded and shifted back to his wolf form, and they headed out toward the shrine. As soon as they entered the grove area that contained the shrine, they were greeted with a hiss and a screech, and two monstrous sewer rats charged. Sewer rat level 12x2 Explorer category, minion threat level, normal monster type, beast damage, physical. Callan blinked away the additional notifications. Not now. He grabbed his bow, aiming at the nearest rat while Marto growled and rushed forward. Oh no. Sorry, the light voice that cut through the imminent battle had a strange melodic accent and sounded familiar. To his astonishment, the two rats immediately stood down and retreated to flank Aleandra, who stood near the shrine, her bare feet upon a new lush carpet of green moss and a chagrined expression on her face. Callan stood on guard for a few moments, but the rats stubbornly refused to attack anyone. Lowering his bow, he stepped forward. Explorer, you have entered a dungeon. Why is this skill so noisy? I'm sorry about that, Aleandra said, allowing him to connect the source of the unusual accent. How did she learn to speak so quickly? Must be a skill. You can talk now, little one, Marto growled as his form changed back to beastkin, echoing Callan's thoughts. Yes, I can. The reply was accompanied by a frown. And I'm not little, you're just huge. Marto simply burst out laughing, a response that was so typically him that Callan almost rolled his eyes. The loud belly laugh startled both girls, but soon they were grinning too. I like you, I'm Marto, glad to finally be able to meet you properly. Callan had lost Identify when he had affixed his class, the general skill subsumed by Explorer, but he could still identify people by using the more advanced class skill. Mage Ancient Fey Level 4 Explorer Race, Fey Threat Level, Normal Damage, Arcane Naturemonk Street Rat Human Level 4 Explorer Race, Human Arn-Ken Threat Level, Normal Damage, Physical Soul. Now this looks useful, he thought, studying the new notifications. Must have happened when Explorer leveled up. There was some variation. The information his skill provided was a little different for the sewer rats. They had a category and a monster type. Hopefully, it doesn't get too distracting in battle. Callan put his pack down on the clean mossy ground and pulled out the two bundles his mother had given him when he left earlier. He handed one to Aleandra and then the other to Malika. What is this? With a look of suspicion flickering across her face, Malika opened it to reveal the shirt and pants his mother had crafted from a dark brown rugged cotton fabric. I can't accept this, she said, trying to hand it back. I have no money to pay you. Ah. He had sort of expected something like this after his mother's strange suggestion. Doesn't like being in debt, or just dislikes charity. My mom is a tailor, and she insisted on making you two something as a small thank you gift for helping me survive the trial. She was very worried about me. The hard expression on Malika's face immediately softened, and she looked again at the clothing in her hands. I'm supposed to apologize that I can't guess your sizes, so the fit is probably off. She wanted to invite you to stop by the store when you're in town and she can make a better set. This is really well made, Malika said, running her hands over the stitching as she admired the craftsmanship. And then in a much softer voice, perhaps not intended to carry, she added, expensive too. It's not like you have much choice, Marto chipped in with his blunt directness. What you're wearing is about to fall off. And Aleandra's shirt is more dirt and dried blood than cloth. The last remnants of reticence evaporated, and he and Marto turned around and sat on the moss so that the girls could change behind the shrine. It was while he sat talking with Marto that he realized the strange discomfort and sense of premonition he had when he had entered the cavern had somehow magically disappeared. It didn't take long for Aleandra and Malika to change. The fit was clearly too big, particularly on Aleandra, but they both emerged with smiles on their faces, happy to have clean clothing that wasn't hanging in tatters. Aleandra had simply put a big knot in the shirt so that it didn't hang below her knees, and Malika had turned up the hem on her pants to shorten the length a bit. Ouch. That's why I am not a tailor. So what happened? Callan asked, his curiosity burning inside him. At the surprised looks, he elaborated. How can you control rats? How can you talk now? Where did all this come from? He pointed at the moss they were sitting on. And you reached level 4 already, Marto added. He was smiling, but Callan could tell his excitement for them was tinged with just a little jealousy. Ali is a summoner, Malika supplied, and Aleandra nodded. Ali, Callan glanced at Aleandra in surprise, wondering how the tiny fae had managed to bypass Malika's impregnable defensive walls, getting on friendlier terms in such a short time. I summoned these two, Aleandra said, patting the rat that was following her around like a puppy, albeit a giant one that was nearly taller than she was. Then she sat and began to explain a little about her class and all that happened, filling in the details of how she had gotten here, which Callan noticed Malika seemed to already know. Chapter 16. First Hunt. Marto paced back and forth, his excitement growing by the moment, while Callan and Malika hashed out the details of their plan. He was going to test his skills in a real battle. I can't wait. So Malika is our tank and healer, me and Marto are damage dealers, and Ali is our support mage, Callan asked, confirming their final arrangement. Sounds right, Malika answered. I'll go get us some wolves. And with that, she sprinted off past a rather enormous pile of bones to where they had spotted the roaming pack. Marto's adrenaline surged at the piercing howl that echoed through the darkness and the sight of Malika sprinting back to where they waited with the entire pack of wolves bearing down on her. Quickly he switched forms, his body twisting and warping into the form of a wolf, pleased to find that he was larger and heavier than the oncoming starving wolves. Only the alpha was bigger than him. Starving wolf level 13x4 hostile. Starving alpha wolf level 5 hostile. With a creaking groan and a strong scent of fresh oak, thick gnarled roots sprang from the ground, reaching for the paws of the smallest wolf, bringing up the rear. As they tangled around its feet, the wolf yelped and was suddenly jerked to a painful halt. That's a nice skill, he glanced approvingly at Ali. Reaching a clear patch of ground, Malika stopped running, wheeled about and confronted the remaining wolves, lashing out with punches and kicks that flickered with short bright flashes of light as they struck. Rising battle fury surged, a near-palpable emanation coming from Ali's pair of sewer rats as they rushed across the mucky ground to separate a second wolf from the pack. Their intentions popped into his mind as clear as day, a complex combination of visible body language, direction of charge, scent, tone of hissing, and a strange extrasensory perception for their emotional state that culminated in an intuition that had to be a blend of his pack tactics and the beast language aptitude provided by his druidic shapeshifter class. Marto howled and charged. The plan called for him to pick a wolf, and Callan and Ali would help him take them down one at a time. But the wolf pack had already encircled Malika, and they were darting in and out, chipping away at her whenever her back was turned or she was flanked. They would weaken her slowly, taking advantage of their numbers and speed. The strategy flowed naturally through his mind, an instinct like he had been born to it. His pack was stronger, and he would turn their strategy against them. Marto picked the weakest of the three right as it dodged back away from Malika and snapped at its hindquarters with his sharp teeth. Mana and stamina flowed through him in a rush as he wove brutal restoration into his hamstring skill and ripped through flesh and tendons. The wolf yelped in sudden pain as warm wetness and the metallic taste of blood exploded into his mouth. The wolf stumbled, its movements suddenly hampered, and Marto's lip curled back in a savage grin as the rhythm of the wolf pack's attacks began to crumble. The gentle, slow pulse of soft spring warmth, new growth, and shoots reaching for life-giving sunshine filled his body as brutal restoration infused him with continuous healing. But the rich flow of new senses pouring into his mind was not limited to his understanding of beasts or pack fighting. Marto's mana flowed outward across the battlefield like an extension of himself, establishing his territory, his domain. It was small, barely more than 10 feet in all directions, but through it he could sense the life energy of Malika, the two rats nearby, and most of the wolves, arboreal sanctuary. As the alpha wolf lunged in, fangs bared, Marto knew it would strike. Malika was already forced to block the other two wolves, and their attacks had forced the opening. As the jaw snapped shut on Malika's shoulder, Marto fed a tiny pulse of mana to his skill and substituted his life for hers. Like a ghostly apparition, unseen teeth tore through Marto's shoulder, ripping through skin and muscle with ease and sending his blood fountaining outward to flow down his side and mat his fur. Malika, however, was entirely unharmed. As the pain of the stolen attack tore through Marto's mind, a simultaneous rush of power and new energy surged within him. He snarled, baring his fangs. Stupid wolves. A dim red mist swirled around his face, coloring his vision, and he lunged forward to sink his fangs into the wounded wolf before him. Magic surged within him as he instinctively unleashed his skills, and bones snapped between his teeth with a satisfying crack. His enemy wheeled about and bit him instead of Malika, finally acknowledging his power and ripping another wound in his leg. The soft pulse of his healing steadily knit the wounds together, slowing the flow of blood, and the thick red mist began to ebb along with the diminishing of the heady rush of power coursing through his body. More, eager for the rush, he stole the vicious bite that snapped down on Malika's wrist. Again, pain and power surged through him as he bled on her behalf. He had no idea how it worked, nor did he care. He ignored the incessant buzzing of golden bolts and the annoyingly bright arrows shooting past his head and bit down savagely, eager to unleash his power, and he gloated with fierce satisfaction at the sight of the weakling collapsing at his feet. He growled, searching for fresh prey. He showed the rats what he wanted, and they moved, allowing him to flank the wolf they were fighting. This time he stole an attack on the rat beside him, building his power. With a guttural snarl, he lunged in and bit, using his hamstring and brutal restoration combination to savage his foe. The annoying arrows and bolts followed him, slamming into the wolf struggling in his jaws. "Mine, my prey," he snapped again, filling his mouth with the taste of blood, and took attacks from both Malika and the rat at the same time, eager to finish his enemy before the arrows stole his kill. In an intoxicating surge of power, he bit down on the wolf's throat, reveling in the crunching and tearing of flesh. Movement off to the side caught his attention, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a solitary sewer rat wandering by, near a low pile of bones. Without a second thought, he dropped the dying wolf and bounded off, eager for more blood to satiate his need. "Marto, stop!" Annoying, he ignored the shouted distraction, focusing his mind on the combat as the sewer rat appeared within the reddish haze. His mind roared with triumph as his teeth found his prey and blood spilled across his face. Bright arrows and the tiny golden bolts chased him like annoying gnats. He snapped at one, "Find your own." "Mine." His jaws finished the rat far too quickly and he wheeled about, searching for more. The annoying girl stood alone facing the alpha, the strongest of the pack, his rightful prey. Jealousy coursing through him like the power that spilled out as a red mist, he charged. His fangs tore into the larger wolf as he instinctively used his skills to flank it. Reveling in the rush as the wolf yelped in pain, he reached for more, transferring damage from Malika. He barely felt the pain as his power surged yet again. Suddenly she attacked him. An open hand slapped him on the shoulder. He snarled, snapping at it, but an intense rush of burning power tore through his body, stitching his wounds shut and staunching the flow of blood. The red mist diminished. "Why am I snapping at Malika?" He could smell the anger emanating from her. As his wounds closed, his power began to wane. Desperately, he transferred another bite to himself as fury rose unbounded within him. "She's weakening me. She wants the kill for herself." With his power suddenly rising once again, he unleashed his attacks, tearing repeatedly at the alpha wolf until finally it collapsed before him, vanquished by his power. His body twisted as he released his wolf form, and he stood there panting from exertion, red mist still seeping from his pores and clinging to his body. "What the fuck were you thinking?" Malika yelled at him. His anger flared at once and he shouted back at her, "I was fighting and saving you by taking your damage. You got another monster in the middle of the fight that is risky and dangerous." Malika stood her ground. "I even had to heal you." "Don't heal me so much," Marto roared. "It reduces my power. My primal rage needs damage. Your skill makes you stupid," Malika said quietly as she stepped up, and faster than he could react, she punched him in the stomach. Marto felt the same burning rush of healing magic surging through his body, and suddenly, his mind snapped clear, and the redness in his vision lifted. "You stopped healing yourself halfway through the fight," she finished. "You need to be more careful." Marto blinked in surprise as the truth of what she had said hit him like a brick. "Let S of Callan get the next group," Malika suggested, her voice calm but her eyes still hard and angry. "Marto, use your bear. You said it has armor that should help, and make sure you're always using your healing." Shaken by her words, and yet still trembling from the aftermath of his rage and anger, Marto turned away, checking his notifications. "Your group has defeated Starving Wolf. Level 13x4. Your group has defeated Sewer Rat. Level 2. Your group has defeated Starving Wolf Alpha. Level 5. Druidic Shapeshifter has reached level 2 plus 10 attribute points. Arboreal Sanctuary has reached level 2. Brutal Restoration has reached level 2. Wolf Form has reached level 2. Primal Rage has reached level 2. Marto puffed out his cheeks. Decent, but Callan's words from earlier came back to haunt him. What if I really do lose control? What if I turn on my friends during battle? Callan sat quietly with his back to a worn, half-buried boulder, waiting for his mana to regenerate before they continued onward. With nothing better to do, he watched Ali using her strange magic on the corpses of the wolves, turning them into tiny sparkles of light and mana that drifted away as they faded. But not even that display could distract him from wrestling with the implications of what had just happened. It was worse than he had feared. Marto had become unreasonable and aggressive, and he had endangered himself and the entire group by attacking a passing monster in the middle of a big fight. A monster that on its own would likely have passed them by without getting involved. He had also forgotten to heal himself, and he had even snapped at Malika. This is not like him, he thought. Callan and Marto had been close friends for years. What had just happened was not normal. Marto had never lost control or endangered his friends in all the time Callan had known him, and that included many brawls. No, it was especially true when he was fighting. In fact, time and again he had witnessed Marto's fierce loyalty and commitment to his friends and family coming before even his own health and happiness. That was simply who Marto was. He glanced up at the sound of footsteps and found Malika approaching, a frown creasing her forehead and a hard glint in her eyes. This was the second time she had gotten angry with Marto, and she was definitely not happy. Honestly though, Callan could sympathize with her feelings. Your friend has a berserker skill. It wasn't a question. Yes. He half expected Malika to yell at him too after the scene he had witnessed, but she just sighed. Can you remind him to heal himself? I think he will be more likely to listen to you in the heat of battle than me. You could heal him too, it snapped him right out of it, Callan said. I can stay close to him during the fight and heal him if it gets out of hand, but my heal is touch range and I'm tanking, Malika said. I can't be chasing after him if he decides to run off again. Thank you, Callan said. Unfortunately, she was right. There were seldom opportunities for someone tanking to run around. I'll keep an eye on him too and remind him to be more cautious. I hope he doesn't get us all killed. Callan glanced over to find Marto sitting by himself staring at the ground. He's not normally like this. You may need to get used to the new version, Malika said soberly. Unless something changes, that's his skill. If he can't learn to control it, he's going to be a liability. Callan opened his mouth, needing to defend his friend, but he shut it without saying anything. Malika's assessment was exactly what he had feared the moment Marto had shared primal rage with him. Berserker skills had a reputation for a reason. Berserker skills were extremely powerful, and for that reason, some people were drawn to them. However, they were essentially skills that surrendered will and reason to the fury and rage, the call of battle. They were notoriously difficult to control and often caused ugly situations. Many groups, guilds, and organizations outright banned berserkers for exactly that reason. Too many would inevitably lose control and hurt or kill their allies. Having grown up with his father, Marto had never learned to fear the berserker's rage. When you've recovered enough mana, could you bring the next group of wolves here? Malika said, breaking his dark thoughts. This is a good open spot, and if we fight in the middle, we can probably avoid drawing any stray monster adds again. Got it, he answered, activating his Eclipse stealth skill. As he faded into the shadows, Malika turned and headed back to the others. Callan placed his feet with deliberate care, following the tracks while trying not to breathe or make even a hint of a sound. His eyes darted back and forth, searching the decaying wood, rough boulders, and shadows for even the slightest hint of movement. Mana trickled slowly into his stealth skill, Eclipse. The shifting shadows that played across his body were quite a reassurance, working hard to make his form virtually impossible to see, but he was still walking around alone in the darkness of a dungeon, tracking monsters. The advice he had read so many times upon the pages of Lionaru Silverleaf's book lingered, never far from his mind. Stealth was not foolproof. If the wolves caught wind of his scent or heard his footsteps, his stealthy cloak of shadows would be worthless. The pawprints led a meandering path around the dead wood and strewn bones. They were not exactly lit up by magic, but they may as well have been, given how clearly they stood out on the ground, lit up by his powerful new perception skills, and they were fresh. He took a slow, steady breath and then held it as he snuck quickly around a big tree trunk that stank of wet rot and fungus. There on the far side he saw them. He shrank back quickly, cozying up to the tree trunk and the deeper shadows around it. There were 5 wolves in the pack, slowly stalking along a clear path, just like the group they had fought earlier. The larger alpha walked in the center, head up and eyes alert, while the smaller starving wolves scouted the terrain, sniffing and searching for something. He studied them carefully for a while. It was easy to tell that this slowly decaying underground cavern was not normal wolf territory, and yet he still couldn't figure out if these were simply dungeon monsters, or if they had somehow found a way in and were hunting rats or something else in the darkness. And if they are dungeon monsters, the legendary Pathfinder's warnings about the dangers of dungeons loomed larger in his mind. With silent, practiced movements, he unslung his bow. He pulled an arrow from the quiver slung on his back beside his small pack and knocked it to the bowstring, drawing it all the way back to his cheek. He sighted along the shaft, aiming at the alpha wolf, the biggest target. If he drew the alpha into chasing him, the pack was certain to follow. He channeled a tiny sliver of mana into arrows of brilliance, imbuing his arrow with the power of his light affinity magic. The arrow, still knocked on his bowstring, flared with intensely brilliant white light, a radiance that shone out, spilling across the slimy black fungus and tree trunks and reflected off the heaps of grey-white bones. The wolves all froze, their heads snapping around toward him. The howl of the alpha wolf echoed in the sudden daylight. Shit. Callan didn't typically like swearing. He preferred retaining his composure, but he had just dispelled his own stealth, giving away his position with his ammunition enchantment skill. Amateur. He hastily released the arrow, sending the bright shining light hurtling out into the darkness, but thankfully, his magic startling the pack hadn't wrecked his aim. His arrow lodged itself low in the alpha wolf's left shoulder as it sprang forward to charge him. More howls broke the silence, but Callan simply turned and fled. Stamina bled from him as he pushed his body to its limit. Suddenly immensely grateful, he had decided to sacrifice the steep mana cost required to reserve Blessing of the Dawn and boost his dexterity. With the howls and snarling of an angry pack of wolves breathing down his neck, he turned the corner into the clearing at a dead sprint. Malika stood at the ready, bouncing on the balls of her feet with Marto already in his bare form beside her. He hurtled across the clearing, releasing a mote of light into the air above Malika and Marto as he passed between them. Only when he reached Aleandra, peering through her golden barrier with an expression of pure focused determination, did he stop and turn. His mote hovered above Malika, tanking the alpha and another starving wolf, shedding clear white radiance across the battlefield. Marto was roaring as he swiped at a third wolf. Out near the perimeter of his magical light, one wolf struggled against the thick roots binding it to the ground, while another snarled and snapped at Aleandra's two summoned rats. Callan took a deep breath, trying to steady his frantically pounding heart. When he had first met Ali, she had been on death's door with only a few measly scholarly skills. Struggling for their lives in that cave against that first wolf pack, he had been astonished at the outsized influence she had brought to bear on the battle with such ineffective tools. Now, with proper control skills, she was taking care of nearly half the wolf pack by herself and still able to deal damage. Beside him, golden flashes burst in a rapid staccato as a stream of magical bolts launched from Aleandra's palm, arcing up and over her barrier to slam into the wolf that Marto was fighting. Callan drew his bow, aiming for the same wolf. He used arrows of brilliance again, wincing at the intense flash of light as his arrow flew out, but the sudden clench in his gut eased as he realized all the wolves were properly controlled and he could unleash his magic freely. He fired several shots into the starving wolf before the combination of his arrows, Aleandra's magical strikes, and Marto's claws dropped it. This would be much harder without our magic affinities. Magical affinities were supposed to be fairly rare, with estimates ranging from 5 to 10% of classes having one. People blessed with an affinity typically unlocked access to powerful specialized abilities and skills, just like his eclipse and arrows of brilliance. His mother did not have an affinity, but somehow all four of them had received an affinity from the shrine. That can't be normal. What else might our little fey friend be hiding? Marto lunged forward, his paw lashing out with great power from within the red mist that was growing ominously dark and dense. The wolf peeled away from Malika, spinning about and snapped its jaws, tearing a deep bloody gash across Marto's shoulder. Callan's eyes narrowed as he suddenly realized he couldn't see the telltale green flickering energy of Marto's nature affinity. "Marto, use your heel," he shouted. The angry bear roared furiously and lashed out again with a brutal strike of his heavy forepaw, but Callan's sharp eyes noted the little flicker of green as his claws struck. He breathed a sigh of palpable relief as the dense red mist began to slowly dim, and he raised his bow, adding a stream of arrows to Alyandra's magic. It seems he will listen, Callan thought. If Marta could take guidance during the fight, then the situation with his berserker skill should be manageable. Maybe. He did have to remind Marto to heal several times through the battle, but each time he responded by activating his healing magic and diminishing his powerful rage skill. By the time the last wolf died, much of Callan's anxiety had faded. Marto had listened, and he had not attacked anyone, nor had he rushed off on his own again. As soon as the battle concluded, Callan headed out to hunt, trusting that the others would be ready by the time he returned. They continued hunting wolves in this part of the cavern for several hours, each of them growing more used to working with the abilities and personalities of their teammates. To his great relief, there were no more issues or squabbles, and even Malika's suppressed ire seemed to have faded. He had to admit, though, that Marto's skill was every bit as crazy as its reputation claimed. The power with which he unleashed his claws upon the monsters was unreal. When the red mist was dense, he was a force of nature, tearing through monsters like they were made from tissue, with the unfortunate downside of messing with your mind. I could never pick a skill like that. Although for Marto it hadn't been a choice, it had been one of his first 6 class-assigned skills. Weary but tentatively happy, they returned to the now moss-covered shrine area, and the clearing which Alyandra had explained was part of her domain. As he sat to recover, Callan checked the results of the day's battles. Your group has defeated Starving Wolf, level 3. Your group has defeated Starving Alpha Wolf, level 5. It was a surprisingly long list of kill notifications. Callan browsed them all, studying them carefully, but then he reached the end and stared at the final set of messages. I leveled up. Excellent. Arch of Light has reached level 3, +2, +20 attribute points. Radiant Archery has reached level 3, +2. Arrows of Brilliance has reached level 2. Motes of Light has reached level 2. Blessing of the Dawn has reached level 2. Eclipse has reached level 3, +2. The gains for the day's hunt were impressive. He had gained 2 levels and settled into a comfortable flow with the group. His biggest limitation seemed to be running out of mana and being forced to wait for it to regenerate. His class seemed to lack an effective mana regeneration skill like Malika's Meditation or Ali's Deconstruction. I'll put some of my points in Wisdom, he decided, hoping the increased mana pool would offset the regeneration problem and the cost of reserving so much of his mana for Blessing of the Dawn. He pulled out his pen and notebook from his pack and began calculating the new costs and damage values for all his skills, given the level increases. Apart from his mana issues and the conflict between his light magic and his stealth, the biggest problem he could see was his defenses. His dodge rating, now that he had reached level 3, had dropped from 30% to 12.5%. Technically it hadn't dropped, he still wore the same leather armor, but the effective dodge rating was relative to monsters his own level, and he was basically 3 times higher in level now, but he still noted that replacing his armor with something higher level was an urgent priority, and getting some mana potions. Name: Callan Avery. Race: half-elf. Active buffs: Blessing of the Dawn. Class: Archer of Light, level 3. Radiant Archery, level 3. You are proficient with a bow and ranged combat. Stamina: attack with your bow. Your damage and accuracy are increased by +80%, 40 plus skill plus dexterity. Physical attack, ranged, dexterity. Arrows of Brilliance, level 2. Mana: imbue your arrow with additional light damage. Light, ranged, intelligence. Motes of Light, level 2. Mana: you can summon up to 1/1 plus skill /10 motes that emit clear light and can dispel stealth effects. You can freely control the motes of light anywhere within your range. Duration: 12 minutes. Range: 530 feet. Light area: Intelligence Explorer, level 4. You have enhanced spatial perception and perfect recall for places you have explored. You can discern important details about the places you are exploring and the creatures that inhabit them. Stamina: use your enhanced perception to track your prey. Knowledge: identify, scouting, tracking. Perception. Blessing of the Dawn, level 2. Mana: your dexterity, perception, and intelligence are increased by +43.7%, 40 plus skill plus base intelligence /10. Reserve: 20% light buff. Intelligence. Eclipse, level 3. Mana: you have stealth in shadowy or dark places. This effect ends when you take an action that draws attention to yourself. Light, stealth, illusion. Intelligence. Locked. General skills. Bowcraft, Level 4 Wood Carving, Level 3 Cartography, Level 4 Aptitudes Languages, Common Mana Affinity, Light Perceptive Racial, +11 to Perception Quick Racial, +5 to Dexterity Timing Class. You have an innate sense of timing attributes Vitality, 14 Strength, 9 Endurance, 10 Dexterity, 37 +11 Perception, 40 +12 Intelligence. It was simply far too powerful to pass up the improvements to his primary attributes, Dexterity, Perception, and Intelligence. Even though his blessing reserved a whopping 24 mana at this point, he knew it was far too good to ever turn off. Already he found himself regularly using the improved dexterity to outrun wolf packs and improve his accuracy with his bow. Better than being bitten in the butt, right? He grinned to himself. Still, it did so much more than that. Dexterity improved his reaction speed and his damage too. Intelligence improved the damage he did with his arrows of brilliance light magic enchantment, and any improvements to his perception attribute fed directly into how sensitive all his senses were, and improved his explorer skill. Happy with his improvements today, he carefully laid out all the arrows he had retrieved on the moss in front of him, studying them carefully for damage, and settling in to repair the ones that needed some work. His general skill, bowcraft, looked like it might just be his most financially savvy skill investment ever, certainly if he regularly needed to fire the sheer number of arrows he had today. Alejandra Arlie sat on the moss with her companions at the end of a long, but surprisingly productive day hunting wolves. She had been careful to choose a relatively dry spot, hoping to avoid dirtying her awesome new brown pants and beige t-shirt. They were both clearly too large, but she didn't care. Rolling up the legs a little and tying a knot in the shirt had worked perfectly, and it helps that I didn't get hit and bleed all over my new clothes for a change. Initially, fighting the monsters had been just as terrifying as always, but after so many fights, her fear had finally accepted that Malika and Marto would prevent the wolves from eating her, and for the ones they couldn't catch, she had her roots and her rats. She had barely needed her barrier the entire day, and even when she had, it was mostly precautionary, a backup in case the rest of their team's defenses proved shaky. With the way the others had spoken of the town of Myrin's keep above their heads, Arlie had been less than excited about visiting it, but now, as she was wearing the high-quality craftsmanship of her comfortable clothing, she had found a reason to go. Callan's mother made this. Simple as her outfit was, the fabric felt soft and yet strong to her touch. While her combat skills were progressing well, she sorely missed having her closet and clean clothes every day. With such a skilled tailor within reach, if she could secure a few more outfits, perhaps her life might return to something a little more normal. Maybe I can ask her to adjust these, so I don't trip over the trouser seam while fighting wolves. Just the fact that such a thought might even cross her mind was still so unfamiliar, she might even call it shocking. Grove Warden has reached level 5 plus 10 attribute points. Grasping Roots has reached level 5, Arcane Bolt has reached level 6, Barrier has reached level 6, Grimoire of Summoning has reached level 8, level 5 already. Sweet. When Armand had told her he had reached level 7 in his warrior class, she had been impressed. And rightfully so, he had earned it quickly, but her progress, by comparison, was nothing short of unbelievable. She felt so much more capable today than she had been when she had first received her class, and there was no comparison to her weakness when she had been unclassed. Her barrier no longer cracked after a few good hits, if she even needed to use it. Arcane Bolt could burn down a starving wolf or a sewer rat so fast that they could easily take on groups of 5 or more monsters at a time. Imprint, Starving Wolf completed. She had known this notification waited for her simply by the pressure in her mind. It was with great joy and anticipation that she committed it to her grimoire in the usual flurry of light and magic. Starving Wolf, she said, answering the curious looks from her companions in reaction to the light show. Given how the fights had gone, she decided she could ease up on vitality a little, so she divided her attribute points among wisdom and intelligence. Compared to the first couple of fights, Arlie felt like she was in little to no danger now. Whether this was because they had 4 of them now, her skills growing, or simply more familiarity with combat, she wasn't certain, probably a little of each. Certainly their teamwork seemed to be improving. Malika was every bit as strong as Arlie had expected, taking a bit of a leadership role in their ragtag band and doing most of the tanking. It was incredible how tough she was. Despite being bitten and mauled by multiple wolves, she easily kept going. Callan was definitely shy, even introverted. The half-elf didn't often speak his mind unless asked, but Ali could already tell he was remarkably smart. His magic archery was as beautiful as it was effective, and it was quite useful to not have to use her barrier magic merely for light. He seems quite brave too, she thought, recalling how he would leave to track through the darkness by himself, protected by nothing more than his speed and his stealth skill in a cavern full of monsters, coming back with an entire pack every time. She glanced over at Marto, who was sitting off by himself, looking a little subdued. Well, subdued compared to when she had first met him. He had seemed so excited about his class when they had started, but then there had been that little fight where Malika had yelled at him, and a lot of the life and energy had drained out of him. Is he still upset about that? Worried? Did something happen up in town? While she hadn't known her companions longer than a couple of days, they were the only people she knew, and she found the lingering awkwardness bothered her much more than she expected. So Marto, she began. His head snapped up at the sound of her voice as if expecting a rebuke. He does feel bad. Ali suppressed a grin, trying hard to keep a straight face. Where do your clothes go when you shift? He started, trailing off as he looked surprised and confused all at the same time. I have no idea. Suddenly he chuckled, and as if it was a trigger, everyone started laughing at the absurdity of the question and the fact that none of them had any idea of the answer. Good thing you keep them, eh? Malika teased. Marto reddened. Yes, right, that's better. Ali much preferred this mood to the prior one. Do we have any food? She asked after everyone quieted down again. I got you, Marto said, appending his pack onto the moss, his mood seemingly much more relaxed now. Several apples, wrapped bundles of what looked like packed food items, and some equipment fell out, and suddenly Ali's eyes widened in surprise. Tumbling out of his pack came a thick, green-bound book. You have a book? One of the things Ali truly missed, to the core of her being, was everyday access to her favorite books. Impressions and memories flitted through her mind, the pure joy of sitting down to read in one of those comfy recliners large enough to almost swallow her up, the smell of the library, leather-bound books, old ink, and the soft rustling sound when she turned the pages. The flights of imagination she might embark upon, carried by the words of the story or the new knowledge she might uncover waiting for her within the covers. Marto, when did you get a book? Callan asked, obviously surprised. Oh yes, Marto answered. My mom gave me a book on druidic magic as a gift for earning my class. May I see it? Ali asked excitedly. Her hands yearned to touch it, and her curiosity about what it contained was almost unbearable. It didn't matter that it was a druid book. Sure, Marto replied easily, placing the large book on the moss in front of her. She opened the cover, excitedly anticipating the words that might be revealed. Oh, she exclaimed in dismay, looking forlornly at the unintelligible script on the pages. I can't read common yet. That is common, right? Ali hadn't had a chance to even try reading, and so her skills had not helped her learn it yet. The frustration of having a book right there in front of her and not being able to read was excruciating. It's common, why don't you read it for her, Marto? Callan said as he got up and walked over carrying another book. Here, you can read this too. Ali wanted to hug him, her heart immediately filled with the joy and excitement his suggestion had sparked. Would you, please? She asked, trying to convince Marto despite the dubious expression on his face. Okay, sure, Marto answered. I'm not much of a reader, though. I never unlocked a specific skill for it or anything. He sat his large frame down next to her, opened the book, and began to read, pointing at the words as he did so she could follow along. He's a big softy. The words on the page slowly began to resolve into meaning as her memories, and her hard-working sage of learning skill, began to connect her understanding of the common language to its written form. More and more words popped from the page as her mana drained to feed the disconcerting sensation of sage riffling through her mind. She had to ask for numerous clarifications, given the technical nature of the book, and Callan stepped in to explain usage and interpretations. However, to her surprise, Malika often had answers and further perspectives to offer. Despite being a street rat, she had clearly received a decent education at some point in her earlier life. She expected that Marto would tire of reading after just a bit, but he didn't. After what must have been nearly an hour, something within her mind seemed to click together, and her notification chime sounded. Sage of Learning has reached level 5. Your proficiency with the common language has improved. She glanced surreptitiously at Marto, but he seemed to be enjoying reading to her. She found she quite liked the low, peaceable rumbling of his voice too, so she simply let him continue. Even though she could now read most of the page in a glance with her reading skill, Chapter 17. Respawn. Tala darted across the slate-tiled rooftop and leapt the alleyway, landing quietly upon the roof of the bakery on the opposite side. Nobody ever looked up. Even without her potent stealth skills, she would remain invisible. A chill wind blew out of the dark, brooding clouds that had gathered in the short span of time she had spent reporting to Kieran Morey, biting through her leather armor with an insistence that promised a storm. Despite her conscious efforts to the contrary, her mind kept returning to what she had seen down there in the cavern, fretting incessantly about the implications. Seizing the opportunity to push Donovan to his death had undoubtedly been her break, the catalyst that had unlocked her uncommon class and had suddenly made her indispensable to Kieran Morey. But her secret was not safe. Malika knew. Of this she was absolutely certain. She had caught Marto and Callan meeting early in the morning and tailed them down into the sewers. The half-elf's annoying light magic had very nearly given her away, but the two of them were not nearly as cautious as they should have been. Once she had figured out the range of his skill, she had simply followed along in the darkness. She had even overheard them discussing their skills. Amateurs. Once they had reached the cavern, though, Tala had learned that not only had Malika survived, but so had the fey creature they had tried to rescue. Seriously, what the fuck had they been thinking charging those wolves? By some miserable stroke of luck, both Malika and the fey had already reached level 4, putting them out of reach even for her powerful class. Somehow, the three of them had successfully killed all the wolves, saved the fey, and even leveled up far quicker than she had. With her plans in tatters, Tala dropped down in front of the battered doorway. A scratched and faded sign hung there blowing in the breeze, portraying a golden crown listing sideways upon a grinning skull. This must be the place, the Crooked Crown. Kieran had promised more work for her within the week, but she needed levels, and she needed them fast. With all four of them together, Tala had no chance of silencing them by herself. She opened the door and stepped into a dimly lit bar. The stench of stale ale washed over her, and the wooden floorboards creaked underfoot as she released her stealth skills. A couple of tables seemed to be occupied with people nursing drinks, but aside from a few furtive glances, nobody paid her any mind. She ignored the rabble and strode up to the bar where a burly man with a thick black beard stood wiping tankards with a stained rag. A jagged scar ran up from his eyebrow across his bald head, never properly healed and clearly the result of a brawl. "What can I do for you?" the bartender asked, scowling at her. "Mr. Morey suggested I might find work here," she said, repeating what he had told her. The bartender simply grunted and nodded to a nondescript door toward the back of the room. "Thanks," she said. The door revealed a set of rickety narrow stairs leading downward to another door, but this one was guarded. "Business?" the guard asked. "Looking for work," she said, trying not to let her nerves show. The guard's eyes flicked briefly to the town watch insignia she had put on for exactly this purpose, and he simply nodded and stepped aside. "Job's board on the back wall," he said. "Don't disturb the other patrons or I'll be forced to disturb your entrails." "Nothing personal," she nodded to him and entered. The secret basement bar was smaller than the one upstairs, but there were far more patrons, and they all looked up as she entered. Her eyes widened a little in surprise as she caught sight of Adric and Edric through the haze of exotic smoke of dubious legality. Quickly, she schooled her expression and acknowledged their gaze with a respectful nod. Nobody liked the enforcers, not even within the town watch, but she wasn't stupid enough to provoke their infamously vicious short tempers. Not yet, at least, not until she was much stronger. Gazes lingered on her as she crossed the floor, heading directly for the notice board at the back of the dingy room. But as soon as her intentions were clear, most of the patrons returned to their own conversations. She wrinkled her nose at the odor of the cheap bristle-tusk oil some of the rogues had used to keep their leather armor supple. Morons. What use is stealth if everyone can smell you a mile off by the rancid pig fat? For what? To save a few coins? She ignored everyone, her eyes scanning the board for any job postings that might suit her skills. She didn't need assassination work exactly. Information jobs suited her skills well, even though the experience wouldn't be as good. But it was better than nothing. There were lots of jobs, everything from capture or kidnapping quests for unusual races to restricted herbs and potions with surprisingly high list prices. If she was in the market to make money, there was a lot to be made. Her gaze flickered sideways to find a tall lizard sitting at a table staring at her curiously. Grey scales covered his face, and she easily noticed the ostentatious quality of the out-of-towner's robes. On a hunch, she identified him. Merchant Keldaran level. I guess the Keldaran merchant caravan arrived, she thought. It explained the wealth of collection jobs and the substantial payouts attached to each. But she wasn't here for that. She reached for a small notice near the bottom of the board. Apparently someone wanted a gnome merchant killed, a romantic spat gone wrong. She skimmed over the details, not caring much for why nor the reward, just verifying that she knew where to find the mark and would be able to earn experience for it, and then she pocketed the notice. I swear she ran, Edric. No, she didn't, she's just hiding somewhere as usual. Adric and Edric seemed to be worked up about something, but she paid them no mind. There seemed to be little else on the board that she could take, so she turned to leave. Maury is going to be pissed, he's expecting a new thief. She had to have been close to her class unlock. She's a street rat, where could she even go? What if she, but Tala didn't hear the rest. Street rat. Malika was a street rat. Tala froze, but her mind raced. Adric and Edric were not just the enforcers responsible for collecting the town watch's protection money. Mr. Maury also relied on them for grooming new pickpockets and thieves. Turnover was apparently high, and so they were constantly looking for new people. It made so much sense. There was no way Malika could have afforded the shrine. She must have stolen the money to get in. Now that she was a monk, Adric and Edric had no further use for her. All Tala would have to do was point them in the right direction, and the twins would take care of her problem for her. She opened her mouth, but then she shut it again before she could speak. This is worth more than that. I'm not thinking clearly. She was so focused on her own problems that she had very nearly given everything away. While she had little doubt that Adric and Edric would take care of her secret for her, they would certainly take credit for the job, and she would get nothing for her information. She glanced across the way, meeting the reptilian eyes of the Keldaran merchant for a moment. They buy anything, she thought, the rarer the better. And she hadn't seen just Malika down there in the dark cavern. She quickly left the Crooked Crown, her heart beginning to race with anticipation as she took to the rooftops again. With her information, she could offer Kieran Maury the opportunity to clean house, take Adric and Edric down a peg, capitalizing on their mistake to elevate her own status in the town watch, and simultaneously hand her boss a magical fey while the Keldaran merchant caravan was in town. Oh, this is going to be so good, they'll never see it coming. Sweet fucking justice served with an extra helping of profit. Alejandra Ali awoke to the profound silence of the grove and the persistent darkness that shrouded the looming shrine at its center. She sat up on her soft bed of moss and looked around. She was quite used to the larger races and their need for more rest, so it didn't surprise her much to find that they still slept. Only Malika was up, taking her turn to keep watch. She sat with her back to the shrine in the cross-legged pose she preferred for her meditation. Ali chose not to disturb her, getting to her feet quietly. Ali's two summoned rats still prowled the perimeter of her mossy carpet, apparently having no need for sleep. It seemed that her summons did not expire, nor had she needed to feed them or let them rest, even between combat. Presumably they were sustained entirely upon the mana she kept reserved for each of them. I should grow my domain, she decided. Growing some more moss was a remarkably cheap way to increase her mana pool. With a larger mana pool, she would be able to cast more magic, and she would regenerate more mana per minute, all of which would be essential to growing her class and increasing her effectiveness in combat. She walked quietly toward the edge of her moss before summoning her grimoire, so that the light of her magic wouldn't wake her friends. Beginning where she had left off last time, she began to summon patches of moss along the edge of her area, pausing to deconstruct the odd boulder here, a pile of slowly rotting wood there, even some scattered bones. After almost an hour, Ollie grew her moss through a large open space, and as she began to approach the massive fallen tree trunk that lay half-decayed at the edge, she stumbled as she caught an unexpected glint out of the corner of her eye. That color. At first, she assumed it might be a remnant of her mother's magic that hadn't yet faded, but as she approached, she realized the soft golden glow seeping from beneath the trunk must be something else entirely. For one thing, it seemed to be emanating from several separate sources, stealing through the gaps between the damp ground and the rotting wood. What is that? Her curiosity immediately piqued. Ollie crouched down to try to get a closer look, wrinkling her nose at the smell of dank, rotting wood and wet compost. The steady glow did not seem dangerous, but she called one of her rats over to her just in case. Glancing back toward the shrine, she decided that her friends were close enough to jump in and help if anything unexpected emerged. Reaching out, Ollie placed her hand upon the rotting trunk looming above her, grimacing at the wet sliminess under her fingers. She focused, channeling deconstruction through her touch. For about 12 seconds, her golden mana rippled and spread through the still substantial thickness of the trunk, seeping into the wood and releasing energy into her mana pool, while spilling the vast bulk of the excess into the air around her. With a muted soft implosion, the trunk suddenly vanished, dissipating into a cloud of light particles that drifted away as they faded, leaving behind a clear expanse of ground and the answer to Arlie's curiosity. Nestled in a hollow where the trunk had been was a small fairy ring of mushrooms. Each mushroom had an almost flat white cap, and as she knelt to examine it, she could see the gill area on the underside of the cap glowed with a surprisingly intense golden light that illuminated the ground around each mushroom. Common glowcap, mushroom, level 1. It's so pretty. The light was a little darker, with the tone running more to bronze than her arcane magic, but together, the fairy ring emitted a surprising amount of light, and as she reached toward them, the glow fell like warm sunshine upon her skin. These would look stunning around the shrine, she thought. Now that the shrine itself was depleted, it felt dark and gloomy in the grove unless Callan was using his light magic. She hadn't been outside or seen the solar orbs in far too long. Eagerly, she paged through her grimoire, quickly verifying that she had a couple of empty chapters. I hope this works. Arlie carefully began to deconstruct the pretty mushrooms one by one, her magic even reaching below to collect the larger underground portions of fungal growth. A pang of sadness pinched in her heart each time she destroyed a pretty mushroom, progressively snuffing out the golden glow. Arlie watched in fascination, fully focused on her task. There were 9 mushrooms in total, and by the time she was done she could feel the pressure of the imprint pressing in on her mind. However, her grimoire did not react. Disappointed, she glanced around, but further up, among a pile of broken pieces of wood, she spied another telltale glow. Excellent. Quickly she rushed over, tailed by the rat guarding her. Arlie brushed off the wood pieces, revealing several more mushrooms growing underneath the pile. Repeating her task, she felt the imprint continue to grow, developing weight and pressure within her mind, triggering her curiosity as usual for how it might actually be working. It was as the 15th mushroom evaporated that she felt the pressure peak, and her chime sounded. Imprint, common glowcap completed. Yes, she watched with mounting excitement as her grimoire opened, rapidly riffling pages till it sat waiting for her at the next empty chapter. Excited now, she committed the imprint to its pages, gaining her 6th imprint, and the first one she had intentionally chosen. Happily, she got up and skipped across the moss to the shrine, earning a soft laugh from Malika, who was still sitting in her spot, but now with her eyes open and smiling at her. Got something new? Yes, a mushroom. It sounded silly even to her ears, but the imprint of the glowing golden mushrooms had felt good in her mind. They were so pretty. Arlie found a good spot on the moss near the shrine and began to create her newest imprint. The chapter itself wasn't particularly large compared to, say, the rat or the wolf imprint, and the creation of the mushrooms was substantially quicker. It didn't take long before Arlie had her very own fairy ring, glowing on the moss beside the shrine. That's beautiful, Malika said, admiring her work. Isn't it? Arlie said, feeling a surprising affinity toward the tiny, glowing mushrooms. Something about them resonated with her, but it wasn't something she could explain, even to herself. Still excited, Arlie spent the next half hour filling the area around the shrine with her new mushrooms until the glow softly filled the space, warming her heart and her skin with their light. Somehow that feels right. Yes, Dad would have loved this. Finally low on mana, Arlie chose not to find something to deconstruct for the moment. Instead, she walked over and sat beside Malika as she continued her meditation. Opening her grimoire, Arlie decided to spend the rest of the time till the others woke up studying her new imprint. I miss reading, she thought to herself. But rather than waking Marto or Callan to borrow one of their books and exercise her newest reading skill, she chose instead to use her runic script. I have my own book. Even though this imprint was one of her simpler ones, just going by the count of pages it occupied, the myriad runes wove a spell tapestry of unbelievable complexity, well beyond Arlie's ability to grasp. But Arlie didn't mind, more than happy enough when her sage of learning unraveled the basic meaning of a new rune she hadn't understood before, and led her to the realization that, more or less, her imprint was a blueprint for creation. These were not radical breakthroughs, rather things that she could have deduced on her own, but Arlie was content merely to be making progress. It was important to her that she could see it in the structure, rather than just guess. Runic script has reached level 4, Sage of Learning has reached level 6. "So what should we do today?" Arlie asked as she bit into a slice of a crisp apple. Marto had produced an astonishing array of fruits and sandwiches for breakfast, and Arlie wasn't quite sure how he had managed to fit all of it in his pack. To be fair, his pack only looked small because his back was so broad. Beastkin probably don't skip meals. "I thought we might try to explore the far side of the cavern today," Malika suggested. Arlie was certain Malika still didn't quite see eye to eye with Marto, simply due to her hesitation when he offered her food. But Marto made no issue of it, making sure everything was fairly shared, and before long, Malika's hunger must have won out over her misgivings because she finished 2 sandwiches and an apple in the same amount of time it took for Arlie to finish her couple of slices. To be fair to Malika, Arlie was taking her time savoring the delicious sweetness. "If we are going that way, I've a favor to ask," Callan said, catching Arlie's attention. Whatever it was, he was looking at her. "What favor?" "When we fell into the cavern, Donovan was killed under some falling rock. I don't think it's right to leave him to rot." Marto tried to move it, but it was too heavy, and I was wondering, do you think your magic might be able to dissolve some of the stone, and perhaps the body, so that we can send him off to whatever afterlife he believes in? Callan's voice sounded heavy, and it was by far the most Arlie had ever heard him speak at once. This seems important to him. Thinking it over, Arlie said, "That's a good idea. I can try. I have dissolved a few rocks with my skill before, so I think it should work." "Was he a good friend?" "No, he was a spoiled noble prat," Marto interjected. "But I agree with Callan. I don't think he deserved the end he got." "You know, I can't shake the feeling that Tala pushed him," Malika said quietly. The way she was standing looking down, and then how cheerful she sounded when she found his body. With the suddenness that both Marto and Callan froze to stare at Malika, Arlie could instantly tell neither of them had suspected foul play, but from their expressions, Malika's paranoia seemed to have hit some sort of mark. Callan seemed to bite back on a curse, uncharacteristically for him, while Marto puffed out his cheeks with a heavy sigh. "I have a few questions of my own for her when we find her," Marto said, finally breaking the silence, his demeanor and expression hard and closed. "She ditched us in the middle of that fight." On that dark note, they finished breakfast and headed out into the darkness of the cavern, with Callan leading the way to the rock fall, Donovan and Tala. Arlie had no frame to consider these people, but her friends clearly had some very strong feelings about them and what had happened before they had found their way down here to the grove. Arlie was so completely wrapped up in her thoughts that when she found herself slammed into the ground with a snarling wolf tearing at her arms, the shock and disorientation was overwhelming. The pain of sharp teeth ripping through her flesh made her vision swim and lurch as she screamed and tried to scramble away from the ferocious monster, but it gripped her left arm between its fangs and shook her like a rat. Suddenly, an enormous bulk of fur and muscle slammed sideways into the wolf, knocking it off her with a startled, pained yelp. The bear stood protectively over her fallen body, roaring and slashing at the wolf with his paws. Marto, it had all happened in a blink, and her mind was still reeling in confusion. And then Malika was beside her, and a burning surge of healing magic tore through her body, knitting her flesh back together in an instant. Oh, what happened? Malika helped Arlie to her feet, and she finally looked around, her heart still stampeding within her chest. Marto was mauling the wolf, aided by Arlie's 2 rats. Callan stood atop a pile of bone, firing a stream of shining arrows at the wolf, and Malika immediately waded into the fight as soon as Arlie was back on her feet. Against the backdrop of the dark cavern, Arlie saw a cloud of dark motes bubbling out of thin air, making her skin crawl with apprehension. What? The strange lights swirled around for a second before quickly coalescing into a blob. At once, a dark grey form slunk out of the phenomenon. "Another wolf," Arlie yelled, belatedly remembering the proper terminology. Her brain finally caught up to the situation, and she remembered she was no longer helpless. "Attack," she thought, redirecting her 2 rats to the wolf that had incomprehensibly materialized out of thin air and then summoned a barrier to hide behind. She clenched her shaking hands. "Come on, Arlie, focus." Beyond the new wolf, 2 new fountains of those strange dark bubbles suddenly materialized. Arlie's eyes widened. More ads incoming. This time, though, it seemed Callan had seen them too. "Arlie, roots on the left one when it spawns." "Malika, pick up the other one." Callan's voice from his higher vantage point was surprisingly calm, and in some strange way reassuring. Arlie left her rats fighting the wolf and readied her nature magic, trusting that Malika would get the one she had been assigned. As soon as the wolf materialized, Arlie cast her spell and the roots burst from the ground, trapping the alpha wolf that suddenly appeared. It was her first time using her grasping roots on the alpha wolves, and she was extremely relieved to see that her skill was now strong enough to hold the level 5 monster, at least for the time being. I should check on this one more often, she thought as she swapped her attention over to the wolf Marto was tanking. With a thought, she launched a volley of arcane bolts over his back to arc down into the monster. That's for chewing me up. Malika, another spawn on the far side, Callan called out from the top of his pile of bones. Where are they coming from all of a sudden? Arlie thought, her breath catching in her throat. If the monsters didn't stop materializing, they would soon be overwhelmed. Too many, too fast, the thoughts rushed around within the confines of her mind, worrying her, but she held her focus against the deafening thumping of her heart, checking on the alpha and recasting her grasping roots while maintaining her arcane bolt stream until the first wolf dropped. Which one next? More roots. In the chaos of the mysteriously appearing monsters, Arlie had not even had a chance to think, let alone to determine the correct priority. As if he had heard her, Callan called out, "My target." A bright stream of arrows traced across the battlefield, slamming into one of the wolves Malika was fighting, making it abundantly clear which one he meant. Marto charged the wolf Callan had picked, and Arlie redirected her bolts as they slowly pieced together their teamwork. With Marto already showing signs of rage and everyone attacking the same wolf, it went down quickly, gaining them a few seconds of breathing space. With a quick slap, Malika healed Marto, dimming the red mist of his rage, and then they all moved on to the second wolf she was tanking. Arlie refreshed her roots and then felt a snap recoiling through her mana as she lost the connection to one of her rats. Over by the wolf, one of her rats lay unmoving on the ground, still bleeding from where the wolf had savaged its throat. "One rat down," Arlie called out. "We'll get that wolf next," Callan answered. "Leave the alpha for last." Arlie gulped. She had been hoping they would kill the alpha next so that she wouldn't have to worry about it breaking free, but over the next few minutes, the fight stabilized dramatically with a few of the wolves killed. Fortunately, no new ones appeared. "What was that?" Malika sounded annoyed and shocked, and her eyes were wide as she searched the gloom frantically for more unseen monsters. "I don't know," Arlie answered. "They just kept appearing out of these fountains of light. Well, darkness, but a darkness that had looked like bubbles that somehow glowed. Some kind of magical spell, I think." The fact that her skin had been prickling made it almost certain that magic had been involved, but what, and from where? "Well, that confirms it," Callan said, hopping down to join them. He stopped while everyone just stared at him. "My explorer skill has been incessantly telling me this is a dungeon. I just thought it was overreacting, but this was clearly a dungeon resummoning its monsters." "A respawn?" Marto asked as he shifted back to normal. Even Arlie had heard of a respawn. It was an event that adventurers feared. Stories told of terrifying encounters where dungeons respawned previously killed monsters on top of delving parties while they were struggling with something else. It was a reliable way to get killed. But the stories hadn't even come close to instilling the pure terror she had experienced when she had suddenly found herself on the ground under the ravening fangs of a starving wolf. "Next time your skill tells us something, please let us know," Malika said evenly. Marto inclined his head. "How about I'll lead and you bring up the rear, Callan?" Callan just nodded. Arlie wasn't quite sure how having the information in advance might have changed anything, but she still shivered at the thought that they were roaming around inside a dungeon. "How long have I been trapped inside this dungeon?" Unbidden, the horrific spectre of the blind Lick appeared in her mind. Did he do this? Was the dungeon a trap laid by the Lick, just waiting for her to awaken? "Don't be silly, Arlie, you're not the center of the universe. Why would someone so powerful care about a tiny unclassed fae?" And yet she couldn't shake the apprehension, nor the cold claws of ice that seized her gut. With their new marching arrangement, the team finally arrived at the rockfall. Fortunately, no new monsters spawned on top of them. Up ahead, against the edge of the vast cavern that had once been a forest, loomed an enormous pile of stone slabs, shattered rock and brick. The pile had obviously fallen from a gaping hole in the roof of the cavern. While most of the cavern was so high Arlie couldn't even see the roof, at this point, up next to the edge, the top of the rock pile and the hole in the roof was only about a 5-meter drop. A length of rope dangled from above, narrowly missing the muddy brown stream of water sluicing through the hole and splashing down upon the rock below, giving off the foulest stench Arlie's recent memory could recall. "And I fought a sewer rat up close," she gagged, blocking her nose in a vain attempt to staunch the olfactory assault. "Sorry for the smell," Malika said. "That's Myron's keep sewer up there." "Delightful," Arlie coughed. Donovan is over here, Callan said, leading the way. He stopped and looked at her. If it's too much, Alejandra, it's okay. I'll try, Ollie said, trying to put a brave face on it, but the gnawed feet sticking out from under a several-ton slab of stone and the splat-shaped bloodstain all around made her stomach curdle and lurch queasily. That was a living person. Maybe start with some of the rocks on top so they don't fall, Callan said, pointing upward. He clearly meant to distract her. Ollie nodded her agreement. It looked like half the pile was ready to come down at any moment. With Callan helping her scale the larger boulders, she climbed up to the top and began the task of deconstructing the blocks of stone. It was relatively fast, taking somewhere between 10 and 12 seconds each, but it was a huge pile. Soon enough, Ollie felt the pressure build steadily in her mind until her grimoire appeared. Imprint stone completed. Ollie committed the new imprint to her grimoire and continued working, but to her surprise, even after inscribing the imprint, the grimoire would occasionally flip pages and insert a couple of runes here and there as she continued deconstructing the stone. Are those properties it didn't quite perfect the first time? Or is it refining the structure, different types of stone? At least the runic activity distracted her from the grim task. Finally, the last slab dissolved into light and mana. Ollie instantly threw up. A completely squashed human was a gruesome sight. Bits that shouldn't be out were spread around, clearly exploded out of the body in the instant of impact, and then impressed into the ground under tons of stone. Not even his gear had survived. Fragments of leather, shredded under extreme pressure, lay mixed in with the paste. I'm sorry, Callan spoke from beside her. I shouldn't have asked this of you. I'm okay, Ollie answered, even though she felt distinctly not okay. She reached out and touched an exposed piece of leg, squeezing her eyes shut, trying not to look. She very nearly threw up a second time. But she managed to activate her magic, and mercifully, after nearly 15 endless seconds, the corpse evaporated into light, leaving just some stains and the imprint of the body on the ground. May he find his way to his ancestors, Malika said quietly. The others simply bowed their heads for a few moments, Ollie included. Thank you, Callan said. Ollie was inclined to agree with his sentiment. Macabre as the task had been, it felt like they had done something right. Ollie puzzled over her grimoire for a while. Trying to read the imprint was not helping. She simply didn't have enough knowledge or understanding of the complex script to decipher how it worked yet. All that she had developed was a headache. I'm just going to have to keep trying. She channeled her mana into her starving wolf imprint. Ideally, she would have wanted to use a starving alpha because they were stronger and usually level 5, but she didn't have an imprint for that yet. By her count, she needed to deconstruct another 8 or 9 alpha wolves before it should show up. On the other hand, her starving wolf imprint took significantly more space in her grimoire than all her other imprints, and for a while she had hoped to find the alpha encoded somewhere within its pages. But her examination of the imprint had shed precisely no light on the question. Ollie tried to imagine creating the alpha, fixing the image in her mind, in case that mattered, and finished channeling her magic. Starving Wolf, level 2, your reserved mana has increased by +14. I guess not, she thought, looking at her new wolf, and noticing that the reservation cost for her level 2 summon had decreased from 15 to 14. Despite her disappointment, the level 2 wolf looked strong, and she decided she liked it more than the rats. As soon as she was done, Malika led them off toward the distant wall of the cavern, an area that seemed darker even than the already dark cavern. Ollie remained alert, keeping herself close to her companions this time. Even though they had not been through this part of the cavern, the experience of having a wolf respawn on top of her was enough to make her wish she had eyes on the back of her head. It was so dark that they had decided to use Callan's light magic, even despite the risk of attracting whatever unknown monsters might dwell here. The crunching footsteps of her heavier companions grew louder in the dark silence of the cavern, as the piles of discarded and decaying bones grew larger and more prominent, looming a stark bleached white against the surrounding blackness. Monster on your left, level 6. Callan's whisper brought them all to a sudden halt. Ollie's eyes searched the bone piles for a moment before she suddenly saw it. Warrior undead skeleton, level 6. A chill swept through Ollie as the memories of her panicked and terrifying escape from the invasion of Dalmara crashed into her mind. How is it here? She snapped her head back and forth, desperately hoping that she wouldn't, but fearing that she would, find Nevin Eld lurking in the shadows. The skeleton was just as awful as she remembered. Grey-aged bone, adorned with worn, decrepit scraps of armor. A rusty longsword dangled from bone fingers with the point dragging through the dirt. Malevolent red light flickered within empty eye sockets. Undead, Marto's voice conveyed a surprising amount of disgust and something else. Anger, fear. A hand touched her shoulder, startling her, but it was just Malika. "Are you okay?" she whispered. Arlie collected herself, taking some measure of calm from the presence of her friend, and then nodded. "I'll be all right. It has a high level, but there's just one," Malika observed. "I'll tank. Callan, you have the highest perception. Keep watch for ads. Arlie and Marto, go all out as soon as I have it secured." "Yes, got it." "Okay." She wanted nothing more than to turn and flee, to feel her mother's hand guiding her away from danger. She couldn't shake the memory of Armand dying before her very eyes, run through by a skeleton just like this one. But instead, she stood and faced the undead monster. Perhaps it was all the prior practice against wolves and rats, but Arlie found some measure of strength in relying on the skills and the bravery of her friends. Malika stalked across the bone-strewn ground and promptly punched the skeleton in the face as it charged toward her, rusty sword raised to attack. She dodged the vicious slash with uncanny grace and speed, and responded with a snap kick that flickered with her magic on impact. "Go, go," Arlie echoed Malika's command to her wolf and rat, and they charged forward alongside Marto to engage the skeleton. Arlie scanned the surroundings out of sheer habit, before remembering it was not her job this time. Seeing that the fight was stable and Malika was controlling the skeleton effectively, Arlie fired a salvo of arcane bolts. Her magic was followed almost instantly by Callan's brilliant arrows. The skeleton didn't react to her magic in the slightest, focused entirely on trying to skewer Malika, while the stream of bolts rained down with staccato thumps, each strike blasting dust and splinters of bone from the undead monster's skeletal torso and shoulders. Malika dodged and blocked, her body flickering with the light of a continuous stream of healing magic. "She's getting hurt a lot." Unbidden, her mind conjured the gruesome sight of the sword drenched in crimson bursting from Maria's chest. Dispensing with caution, Arlie channeled more mana into her arcane bolt spell, firing a continuous stream of bolts that didn't let up until the skeleton dropped to the floor with a crash of bone and a clatter of rusty steel. By now, Arlie was so used to the chaos of the wolf packs they had been fighting that, for a moment, her mind simply registered surprise. It had taken a while to kill, but the fight felt almost trivial by comparison. She had not needed her roots or barrier, nor had her concentration and focus been taxed in the slightest. "Of course, I wasn't the one needing healing every few seconds." "Malika, you okay?" she called. "Yup," Malika replied, immediately sitting down cross-legged in the dirt where the skeleton had fallen. "It hit very hard." She turned to look at Marto. As he finished transforming back to his beastkin form, she added, "Thanks for helping me with the damage." To Arlie, she sounded a little grudging, like she didn't want to be in the position of owing him anything. "But you can't let it go without acknowledging that he helped, can you?" Arlie was beginning to get a better sense of her new friends. For his part, Marto was direct, offering a simple, "No problem." Arlie kept her thoughts to herself. Obviously, it would be nicer for the two of them to get along in a friendly way, but she was hopeful they would reach that point on their own. Certainly, she didn't think her opinion would change either of their minds. "Let's all hold hands and be friends and sing songs together, right, Arlie?" She bent down and just stared at the skeleton for a while, now significantly less terrifying lying face down in the dirt. She glanced up to find both Callan and Malika giving her worried looks. "I lost a good friend to one of these," she said. And then she reached down and deconstructed it to recover some of her mana. "Hey Arlie," Marto called out. He was over by a large pile of bone examining something near the ground. "Do you want these?" Curious, she walked over to see what he was meant. Blackened deathcap mushroom level 2, the mushrooms were growing on the decaying bones in a fairly large clump. The cap was large, she wouldn't have been able to span it with both of her hands side by side. The surface was cracked, and even the flesh inside was so dark it appeared to be eating the small amount of light in the area. The gills under the mushroom cap were a deep violet, and Arlie couldn't help but be creeped out by it. "You can make mushrooms, right?" he asked her, breaking her focus. When did he notice? It surprised her that the happy-go-lucky beastkin had been paying attention to the minor things she had learned so far. Bringing her attention back to the nasty black mushroom, she wrinkled her nose. "Those are pretty nasty." "Yup, probably highly poisonous," he answered. "But that's how nature is, some pretty things and some ugly things. Growth and decay, poison and healing." Arlie immediately recognized the quote from when he had read the druidic magic book to her. Ruefully, she revised her simplistic opinion of Marto in her mind, and then looked at the mushroom with new eyes. "I could try it," she thought. "I have open chapters. This feels dangerous but necessary." I mustn't shirk even the dangerous parts of my skills. She couldn't afford to pass on something that might be useful just because it was gross or nasty. She took her time, intending to deconstruct the entire clump of mushrooms, but something different happened. After she had finished the third mushroom, her chime sounded. Imprint common glowcap updated to imprint, mushroom variant, blackened deathcap added to imprint. Mushroom. To her surprise, her grimoire flipped to the imprint of her common glowcap, adding several new pages of runic inscriptions, a variant. Against all expectations, the book had decided to combine both mushrooms into the same imprint, even though neither of them were even remotely close to the same species, at least as best she could tell. Ali puzzled over it for a while, but she simply didn't have enough examples to figure out the rules for how it behaved. Save that thought. It'll become clear later, no doubt. She finished deconstructing the rest of the mushrooms until the grimoire stopped updating itself. Then she used the imprint, trying to figure out how to select the new mushroom variant. Unfortunately, it was not obvious. After several tries, she was forced to conclude that her grimoire was randomly selecting between the common glowcap and the blackened deathcap whenever she created a mushroom. That's a bit inconvenient, she thought, bothered by the lack of control. On the other hand, she now had 2 different mushrooms, and it still cost only 1 chapter. Chapter 18. Fire in the Darkness. Ali followed along, bringing her summoned monsters prowling beside her as they picked their way through the dark, bone-littered area of the cavern. Callan had surprisingly sharp eyes, easily calling out the skeletons hidden in the darkness well before any of the others could spot them, saving them time and again from deadly surprises. With each skeleton that crawled, clacking and creaking out of cracks in the walls or from behind decaying trees, her terror rose anew as she struggled to shed the fear and helplessness of that night fleeing from monsters through the deserted streets of Dalmara. Malika tanked with gritty determination and resilience, withstanding the onslaught of the undead monsters with her body and her healing magic, while Ali strove to kill them as fast as she could manage. And each time one died, she felt the rush of pure relief once again. She hated the skeletons, but at least she was no longer fleeing them in abject terror. "Looks like a cave entrance up ahead," Callan said quietly. Ali stared ahead, squinting as she tried to pierce the gloom, but all she could see were shadows. It wasn't until they had walked about halfway there that she finally made out the darker outline that marked the jagged gap in the rocky wall. A cool, dry breeze wafted out from the opening, carrying the smell of stone and just a hint of something burnt. "Shall we explore it?" Callan asked. "Yes, let's go see what's in there," Malika agreed. "Though if it's a bunch of skeletons together we run, 1 is my limit, I think." "I'm game," Marto said. "Okay," Ali added her vote, trying to ignore the fluttering in her belly. "Okay, let's go," Malika said. Ali crept toward the entrance, keeping behind the others, barely breathing as she tried not to make a sound. There was a tense moment as Callan's mote of light drifted through the jagged opening, slowly illuminating the interior of a cave that probably hadn't seen light in thousands of years. She gasped, her breath caught abruptly by the sudden bands of tightness that clamped across her chest. The cave was not particularly large, but the ground was littered with a thick layer of broken bones. Huge heaps of bone lay piled up against the walls, as if blown there by some violent squall, gleaming a bleached white under the radiance of Callan's floating magic. At the back of the cave, a small stone-paved square of ground remained mysteriously clear, and in the center was a black hole leading somewhere below. Guarding the hole was a skeleton. Warrior, undead skeleton, level 9. It had no legs. Instead, its torso loomed nearly 3 meters above the coils of what must have been a long tail on the ground, now naked vertebrae and ribs. It had an elongated skull with giant protruding fangs, and 4 arms held 4 rusty scimitars. An eerie scraping pierced the silence as the Naga skeleton shifted, dragging bone across the rough stone paving. "Armand," Ali gasped, choking on the sudden lump in her throat. Malika, a chill settled into the pit of Malika's stomach as she stared at the monstrous skeleton looming large in the center of the small cave. It was some kind of 4-armed Naga that stood nearly 10 feet tall, even with most of its body still draped across the ground. The skeletons outside this cave hit unbelievably hard, and she was immensely grateful for her enlightened evasion and soul armor skills, and the fact that so far they had only encountered them solo. Taking on more than 1 skeleton simultaneously was simply out of the question. She had to heal continuously to tank just 1. And annoying as he sometimes was, she had to admit that Mato's ridiculous skill that allowed him to take damage for her whenever she was in trouble had saved her several times already. But this thing was enormous. "This is going to be tough, Armand," Ollie said with a sudden hitch in her voice that caught Malika's attention instantly, making her heart lurch. But Arlie was unresponsive, her eyes glued to the monster, her body trembling. Gently Malika placed a hand on her shoulder and Arlie startled, her head snapping around to stare at her. Malika could see the tears welling up. "Somebody you knew?" Malika asked, trying to keep her voice as gentle as possible. "Armand," Arlie said, swallowing hard. He was a dear friend who saved my life." "We need to kill that," Mato said, his lips curled back like a wolf or bear tasting something foul. But Arlie said, her voice sounding tiny and brittle. "That's not your friend anymore," Mato said, his voice softening. Arlie looked like she was about to shatter. "I have to agree with Mato, Arlie," Malika said, crouching down to look her in the eyes. "That thing in there is a monster wearing the bones of your friend. Armand is long gone. We should kill it and release your friend's remains so he can be with his ancestors in the spirit realm, just like we did with Donovan." "Okay," Arlie said, sniffing, clearly struggling to hold back her tears. Malika stood, readying herself. "Mato, I'm going to need a lot of help with this one." "I got you covered," he said. "Hold up," Callan cautioned. Malika glanced at the half-elf as he stared at the monster with narrowed eyes. "My explorer skill is identifying it as a dungeon boss," he said. Malika's notification sounded like a strangely hollow gong in her head as Callan shared his skill. Warrior Undead Skeleton Level 9 Explorer Category, Dungeon Boss Threat Level, Group Monster Type, Undead Damage, Physical. A chill ran down her spine. The regular skeletons had hit hard enough. How much harder will a boss hit? And it was level 9. "What's a boss?" Arlie asked quietly in the darkness. "A monster that is stronger than normal," Malika explained. "Adventurers have categories of threat. Bosses are usually found in dungeons and usually require a group of adventurers to defeat. How many in a group? 4 to 6 depending on levels, strength and classes," Malika replied, glancing over to Callan to confirm. The truth was somewhat worse, though. Bosses were supposed to require excellent team coordination in addition to simple numbers. "I still think we should try to kill it," Mato said. "The undead are abominations against nature. They spread blight and death, and nothing good will come of us leaving it here." He certainly hates the undead, she thought. But she was inclined to agree with him. If it were not for the extreme danger, she would also choose to destroy it. "Perhaps we can test it, and if it seems too dangerous we retreat," Callan said. "With Arlie's summoned monsters, we're quite a strong party, but if it's too strong we could level up a bit more and come back later." "I could go for the try it and run away plan," Malika answered. "What about you, Arlie? Are you okay?" "I'll be okay," Arlie said. "Let me summon another rat." "Okay, same plan as usual," Malika said, waiting for Arlie to finish her summoning before she turned and entered the cave. The four-armed Naga skeleton turned at the sound of her footsteps, its bones and swords clanking discordantly in the enclosed space. A whisper of wind rose from the dark hole in the ground, bringing with it the smell of dusty catacombs and a hint of acrid brimstone. She hadn't taken more than 2 steps before the monster rushed at her, crossing the bone-covered ground with an incredible burst of speed, brandishing all 4 swords. She dodged left. 3 powerful overhead swings whipped past her face, sending chips of bone and dirt flying, and her heart racing. Malika spun, unleashing a spinning kick empowered with her soul strike to land her first attack on its lower ribs with a flash that briefly overpowered Callan's light. She dodged a 4th horizontal slash and stepped further into the cave, positioning the monster where Arlie's summons and Mato could easily reach it. She punched it a second time, and everyone engaged as if the brief clash had strung them into motion, unleashing a light show of magic and arrows, and the sudden din of combat that rang loudly in the close confines of the small cave. Not so bad, she thought as she lined up another attack. In that moment, the skeleton's swords all glowed with a dull red light, and suddenly she was flying across the cave to slam into the wall with a stunning impact. She coughed once, half of her health ripped away in an instant by the sword that had cleaved clean through her chest. She slid down the wall, struggling for breath with the tattered, bloody remnants of her lungs, and landed with a crash in a pile of bones. Urgently she channeled her mana to heal herself as a sense of impending doom settled upon her. Out in the center of the cave, the swords glowed again, slashing viciously. Mato's heavy fur-covered body slammed into the wall with a thump that reverberated in the cave. A dense wave of his red mist of rage billowed out from his battered and bleeding body. An instant later, Arlie's wolf flew across the cave, bisected by the sword slash, landing with a splat in two gruesome bloody pieces. "We're going to die." The colossal magnitude of their mistake hit her like a gut punch of absolute certainty. "Run," she croaked, coughing up leftover blood as her brain struggled to catch up with the whiplash of having her lungs ripped out and then nearly instantly repaired. Over at the cave entrance, something flickered like a dark shadow crossing the sun. A deafening thunderclap reverberated off the rocky walls, and Malika blinked at the sudden afterimage of a shadowed figure blurring across the ground with a silver spear pointing forward. A silver flash heralded an explosion of bone, and the pieces of the giant Naga skeleton rained down across the entire cavern. "Your group has defeated Skeletal Warrior, Undead Skeleton Level 9. What the fuck?" She stared uncomprehendingly as rusty scimitars clanged against the stone with bone fragments clattering down beside them. A shrouded, hooded figure clad in black leather stood where the skeleton had been, holding a glowing steel spear casually in his left hand. A premonition of danger knotted Malika's gut at the sound of a gloating chuckle rising from a second figure entering the cave. "No more running for you, little rat." It was Edric's voice, dripping with his sadistic glee, which means she looked back at the shrouded figure as he dropped his hood, revealing his face. Fuck. The knot in the pit of her stomach froze in an instant. She instantly recognized Kieran Morey, leader of the town watch and Edric and Edric's boss, the man known as Sudden Death, and lurking behind Edric and Edric at the entrance was another shadowed figure that Malika recognized, Tala. It was abundantly clear to Malika in that moment exactly what had happened. Tala had sold her out, betraying her to the thugs of the town watch, and by the contented look on her face, she was the one who stood to gain the most from her death. "Let me show you what it means to betray us, little rat," Edric said, stepping forward with his sword already drawn. Malika watched her executioner limber up his arm as he strode across the bone-littered gap separating them. It would not even be a contest. She knew he was over level 20, and he would take her choosing a monk class as a personal insult. The sword blurred towards her. "I wish I had gotten more time." Before the sword strike landed, a blur of red mist and muscle slammed heavily into Edric's side, knocking him sideways and drawing a surprised grunt, stopping him as suddenly as if he had run headlong into a wall. Marto stood there, four paws planted as his huge bulk blocked Edric's advance. He roared his rage, spraying pink-tinged foam from his mouth. Malika gawped, stunned. Why, it was a hopeless battle. All he was going to achieve was getting himself killed as well. Her eyes took in the scene as if in slow motion. Edric slowly getting to his feet, his face twisted in murderous anger, Marto looming between them, blood gushing from the grievous sword wound the skeleton had inflicted, his cloying mist of rage billowing from his body. As Edric charged, Malika reacted. She reached out her hand and touched Marto's back, unleashing as much of her mana and stamina into her healing mantra as possible. "Live," she screamed it in her mind as her magic tore through his body in a rush of desperate healing, the instant before Edric's sword lifted him from the ground and tossed him across the room. The bear slammed into Arlie's tiny body and with a loud crash and a startled yelp, suddenly both of them were gone. "Edric, you're ruining the merchandise," Kieran said, his voice glacially calm. Edric immediately halted as if frozen in place. "Sorry, boss. Now secure the rest before we lose any more." "Without that Fae, it will be hard to turn a profit from this fiasco." His cold eyes swiveled and settled on Malika. Her vision faded to black as an intense pain blossomed through the back of her head. She hadn't even seen when Kieran Morey had moved. Alejandra, the sword flared with an angry red searing light as it arced around in a vicious empowered strike. It bit into Marto's flank with a sickening crunch, spraying crimson blood into the air, and a force so powerful that it lifted the entire mass of the bulky bear into the air, tossing him across the room flailing like a ragdoll. Arlie stared, dumbfounded at the sight of a bear growing rapidly larger as it hurtled through the air toward her, her mind unhelpfully reminding her of the physics of the situation, and how Marto outweighed her several times over. Too late, she tried to run, but Marto's body struck the ground right in front of her, bounced almost a meter into the air, and then collided with her tiny frame. Something crunched. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs, throwing her across the darkness of the hole to crash into the rocky wall behind it. She felt a sharp jolt of pain as her head cracked against the rock, followed by the sickening lurch of weightlessness. In her daze, she desperately tried to process the yawning expanse of empty darkness below her feet. Falling, Her body flailed, feeling strangely languid as the echoes of the impact pounded through her dazed mind. Panic clamped her chest. Think, the smooth walls of a stone shaft whipped by in a blur as she and the dim bulky outline that was Marto plummeted into the dark unknown, and in that moment her muddled thoughts suddenly sharpened into crystal clarity. I'm going to die. In desperation, Ali reached for her mana. Stretching out a hand below her, she summoned a barrier. For one brief moment, it shone out with the bright golden glow of hope, banishing the darkness. Her body smacked into it with a bone-jarring stop, radiating a spiderweb of cracks through the magical surface. Her respite was fleeting. Marto's enormous bulk crashed down on top of her, shattering the barrier into tiny glowing shards and splinters of spent magic. She fell. Forcing the pain and shock of the double impact aside, Ali summoned a second barrier. But the sheer momentum of her and Marto's fall shattered the barrier instantaneously, filling the stone shaft with golden light and drawing her terrified attention to the endless darkness below. She cast it again. Desperately she burned her mana, casting and recasting barriers as they smashed their way through her golden magic in a precipitous descent of exploding shards and jarring pain. Somehow, Marto managed to twist his bulky form so that he was below her, taking most of the impact instead of her. She clung to his blood-soaked fur with all her pitiful strength, while she chain-cast her barriers, heedless of the cost. With a loud, sudden thump, Marto collided with something solid and stopped. Ali bounced off of his furry stomach and landed in a painful heap on the cold stone floor at the bottom of the shaft, stunned and dazed, watching the shards of her broken magic slowly rain down on them like fading golden snowflakes while she struggled to breathe. Something inside her had broken. Her body ached, her head was throbbing, her breathing was agony, and she had spent nearly all her mana. Health, 12,100. Marto groaned beside her as his form twisted and morphed back into his normal body. Alive. The word drifted around her stunned mind for a while before it began to make any kind of sense. How am I alive? Somehow, that crazy stunt with her barriers had slowed their descent enough that the landing at the bottom had not left them as splattered bloodstains on stone, although she felt like she would have preferred to be pushed down a mountain. Mustering her scant remaining strength, Ali willed her bruised and battered body to move. She winced at the jab of pain in her side. Whatever broke in there must have been important. She bled freely from several cuts, and likely her entire body was one large bruise. Slowly she sat up and glanced around, trying to grasp what had happened and where she was. By the fading light of the last remnants of her barrier magic, her eyes took in an area of dust-covered, fitted flagstones, and the unmistakable precision and artistry of dwarven stonework in the walls of the dark chamber they had landed in. As her gaze searched across the stone room, she suddenly froze. There, staring back at her from the darkness, she found 3 sets of glowing red eyes. A flicker of flame sprang up in the darkness, its red glow lighting an outstretched taloned and scaled hand. The flames intensified, condensing into an angry orange-red ball hovering in the air. Her instincts screamed at her to flee. Dancing reddish light grew stronger, illuminating a blunt reptilian face. The scent of smoke and flame and the sounds of crackling and sizzling filled the room. "Marto," she shouted, her voice cracking with panic and urgency. She spent the dregs of her mana to summon one last barrier between them and the high-speed ball of fire that shot out across the room. The fireball shattered her barrier in a deafening detonation of flame and heat. Like a ragdoll, her body was tossed by the concussion wave of force and heat and slammed into the beautiful dwarven stonework. She slid down to the ground, ears ringing and lungs burning as she struggled to breathe in the suddenly scorching air. Still alive, I'll never doubt Malika again. Every point of vitality was worth it. Dimly, she heard Marto's yell twisting strangely into a roar as he transformed into his bare form. The burns and scorch marks down the side of his body were so severe in places that the white of his ribs could be seen through the burnt flesh, a gruesome testament to the power of the monster's fire magic. Did he take some of my damage too? Smoke from the flame mingled with the red mist of his rage as Marto tore across the room and collided with the monsters with a display of aggression and savagery that shocked her to the core. For once, Ali was grateful for Marto's eagerness to dive into battle, but his demeanor and the density of the red mist flowing around his body told her just how severely he must have been burned. Why is this happening? She wanted to wake up, run away, or do anything to make this stop, but she couldn't. No matter how much she wanted it, the air still burned in her lungs and her head still throbbed with searing pain. Instead, her mind clung to the memory of Malika's calm voice coaching her through their first battle together, and the torrent of panic settled just a little. Arlie drew a deep breath. What can I do? She wouldn't be effective if she didn't at least understand what she was facing. She was not Marto, someone who could just wade in and figure it out on the fly. Using Identify, she examined the monsters engaged in brutal melee with Marto. Mage, Kobold level 9 Rogue, Kobold level 8 Warrior, Kobold level 8 Kobolds. Her panic immediately loomed larger when she saw just how high their levels were. I'm 5 and Marto is only level 3. Urgently, she rechecked her mana while Marto roared his challenge, but it would be a while before she could regenerate enough to be of any help to him. The warrior was a little bigger than the other two, standing perhaps a little over a meter tall, covered with dense green scales that gleamed in the flickering light of the still-burning remnants of flame strewn across the room and dripping down the walls. The kobold's swings and jabs with its rusty sword were deft and quick as it darted back and forth, balanced well on taloned feet and a sturdy tail. Short, sharp white horns protruded from its head, and a row of sharp fangs lined its mouth, lending it a monstrous, almost draconic appearance, while its reptilian red eyes were filled with malicious cunning as it focused on dodging Marto's wild swings and slicing at him from the side. Marto. Use your heal, Arlie yelled, realizing that he was already so far gone in his rage that he had forgotten to activate his healing skill yet again. To her intense relief, the greenish flicker of his magic activated on his swipe, and his wounds began to recover slowly. Thank goodness, she thought. She had been terrified that he was too far in the rage to hear her. The smaller, black-scaled kobold chittered in a high-pitched call, darting out of the shadows to flank Marto with uncanny speed. Using its black scales and blackened leather armor to great effect in the shadows, it buried 2 daggers in his back before he could even react. Marto roared in pain and lashed out with his claws, but the kobold rogue deftly sidestepped, dodging back in to make another attack. The green-scaled warrior in front of him slashed across his shoulder with its sword, taking advantage of the sudden distraction. The malevolent red fire mage, however, was the one that terrified Arlie the most. It hung back at the far side of the room, fixing its glowing eyes on Marto and summoning its fire once more. Its claws gleamed in the intensifying light of the flames it conjured, and the walls of the room began to flicker with dancing shadows. With a cold certainty, Arlie knew that if that fireball hit Marto, it would all be over. She cast around the room, desperately looking for something, anything. But there was nothing to even throw, not that she could throw anything effectively. She racked her brains, frantically searching, when suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her. She reached out towards the mana she was still reserving to support the rats left behind in the cavern above, and with a painful wrench, she broke the connection. It wasn't much, but it was all she had. Marto Mage, she yelled, unleashing an arc of glowing arcane bolts at the red-scaled kobold who was still summoning his fire magic. Marto clearly heard her because he broke off the engagement with the warrior and rogue, and with a burst of speed from his skill, charged at the mage. The instant he moved, the fireball flew from the kobold's outstretched claws. With reactions born from sheer desperation, Arlie summoned a barrier between them with some of her precious remaining mana, angled to deflect the imminent inferno. The violent explosion rocked the room, filling it with smoke, flying gobs of fire, and the glowing shards of Arlie's shattered barrier. The blowback from the fireball knocked the kobold mage rolling head over heels across the stone floor. The concussive explosion tore further wounds along Marto's shoulders and flanks, but much to her relief, Arlie's barrier had blunted the bulk of the explosion and he still stood. He swayed a little. Arlie fired arcane bolts into the downed kobold mage while it scrambled to regain its feet in the aftermath of the explosion, but to her horror, Arlie's mana dried up and the mage immediately began summoning more fire. No, her barrier had cost most of the mana she had regained. She had nothing left to stop him. In that moment, Marto descended on the downed kobold, pounding it senseless with a mighty swipe of his forepaw. Then his jaws closed on its neck, shaking it, and tossing the creature against the wall, where it fell limp and lifeless to the stone floor. The half-cast fireball careened off into the corner and detonated, spraying fire across half the room. Several flaming gobs landed on her, burning through her clothing and searing her arm and both legs. Arlie hissed in pain as her vision dimmed briefly, coming back in a wave of dizziness. Marto still tangled with the rogue and the warrior while bleeding profusely from dozens of severe stab wounds and gashes, but Arlie was completely out of mana again. Helpless without her spells and terrified of being noticed and attacked, she sprinted unsteadily across the room to the corpse of the kobold mage and began to deconstruct it. Seconds ticked by like dripping molasses as Ali watched the rogue's daggers repeatedly stabbing Marto, while his healing magic struggled and failed to keep up with the onslaught. The ground was slick with blood, and Ali had never seen his misty aura so dense and red. He was spitting foam and blood from his mouth as his attacks became more and more erratic and violent. Fresh smoke rose from his burns, and the room was filled with the stench of partially cooked flesh, burnt fur and sulfur. Finally, after seemingly forever, her spell finished with the rush of mana filling her pool. Immediately she summoned a barrier to block the rogue's dagger strikes and cast her grasping roots to lock it in place, giving Marto some room to maneuver. However, Marto ignored the rogue, slashing at her barrier with his claws instead. "What are you doing? Move," Ali yelled. But Marto simply growled and tried to bite her magic, dripping bloody froth all over the barrier. "He can't hear me anymore," she realized, releasing her barrier so that it wouldn't distract him further. Instead, she channeled her mana into her arcane bolts and fired them as fast as she could at the rogue, deciding that it was by far the most dangerous of the two remaining kobolds. Ali emptied the rest of her mana into the rogue, finally dropping it right as she ran dry with Marto landing the final attack, able to connect with a swipe because her roots were interfering with its ability to dodge. Ali left Marto to deal with the remaining warrior. Dodging gobs of fire, her feet slipping on the blood-soaked flagstones, she ran back across the chamber to the corpse of the rogue and began to deconstruct it. As she urged her magic to somehow work faster, she kept glancing at the brutal fight unfolding before her, checking on Marto, hoping she would be done before he succumbed to his grievous injuries. Even his eyes were beginning to glow red, and the dense mist around him seemed to be pulsing with an ominous heartbeat. He knocked the warrior back with a powerful attack, taking a deep cut on the shoulder from its sword. Lost to the rage of his berserker magic, he simply ignored the ugly wound. Ali was forced to look on, helpless to intervene, while her magic continued to dissolve the corpse at her feet. As soon as it finished, she immediately poured her mana into Arcane Bolt, and the stream of magic slammed into the warrior, sending green scales flying. Anxiously, she watched her mana dwindle as the bolt stream curved across the room. Suddenly, and with an anticlimactic swoon, the remaining kobold collapsed to the sound of a soft chime going off in her mind. Ali sunk to the ground too, exhausted, burned, and in extreme pain. Marto continued growling and shaking the corpse of the warrior. "Stop it, Marto, it's dead," she said, exhaustion and the aftermath of shock and adrenaline finally crashing down on her. Marto turned gleaming red eyes on her and roared, suddenly charging at her. She screamed in sudden panic and created a barrier at the last moment. His large frame slammed into it, spraying blood across the golden surface. He roared and attacked the barrier, biting it repeatedly. "Marto, stop," she shouted, the panic making her voice crack. He was completely out of control. She scrambled backward along the ground in her haste to escape the enraged bear. His heavy paw smacked into the floating barrier, shattering it into tiny floating golden shards. Her eyes opened wide with shock, and she screamed as the huge bear charged her. She summoned another barrier, but all she got was a fitful puff of golden glitter that bounced off his snarling muzzle. His foaming jaws bit down on her ankle with a sickening crunch. Her tiny body was no match for his power as he shook her back and forth. Her ankle snapped with a loud crack, a surge of incredible pain, and with a dizzying lurch her vision faded to black. Chapter 19. Circle of Restoration. Nature magic is such a broad category that it would take many volumes and the efforts of armies of scholars to fully classify. The simplest way to explain nature magic is to note that it is an affinity with life, the life of plants, animals, and the world itself. Within its domain are magics concerned with summoning or communing with plants and creatures, shapeshifting and healing or growth. Always with nature there is balance. Where there is life there is death, and where there is growth there is decay. Nature magic includes many purely magical damage skills, ranging from lightning and weather effects, which in some ways overlap with other magical affinities, to the balance and retribution of nature itself. Nature magic is the domain of a wide range of magic users from druids to dryads, and is an essential companion to those who follow the path of life. Excerpt from an introduction to druidic magic. Aleandra, a point of light coalesced somewhere in front of her, and expanded into a violent flickering and roaring rush of sound and pain, as her awareness reluctantly returned to her bruised and battered body. Ali found herself lying on her back, unable to do more than hang onto her painful breathing as her senses screamed, informing her, with a chaotic deluge of signals, that all was most definitely not okay. There was so much that it all blended into one overwhelming scream of pain, running together and leaving her unable to even identify her injuries. Unwilling to try moving yet, she simply lay on the comfortingly cold stone, staring up into the mostly dark room. How am I even still alive? She lay for a while, wondering if she was dreaming, or perhaps she had stumbled into some sort of afterlife. After a few minutes of simply being, she summoned the energy to call up her notifications from before. Your group has defeated Fire Mage, Kobold level 9. Your group has defeated Dagger Rogue, Kobold level 8. Your group has defeated Warrior, Kobold level 8. Grove Warden has reached level 7, +2, +20 attribute points. Arcane Bolt has reached level 7. Barrier has reached level 7. Identify has reached level 6. Her mind took its time processing the information. Somehow, about halfway through the messages, she realized that it meant she had actually survived, and no, she wasn't in fact dreaming. Besides, there was far too much pain for that. Slowly, she tried sitting up, immediately falling back to the ground as a fresh surge of pain crashed through her body. By her nearly full mana pool, she judged that she had been unconscious for nearly an hour, but her health was still critically low. Ali knew she was seriously injured, but she had no idea how she was going to find a healer down here. Maybe a potion. She painstakingly levered herself up into a sitting position. After fighting back the waves of dizziness and dimming vision, she finally took a good look at herself. Her arms and legs were charred from the flames of the fireballs, and her ears still rang painfully. She lay there in a disconcertingly large pool of her amber blood, with her right ankle bent at an impossible angle, clearly snapped. Her body involuntarily recoiled as the sight of her savaged leg recalled to her mind the sounds and pain of Marto's brutal attack, the feelings of her flesh being torn by his powerful jaws, and her body flung back and forth crashing against the stone before she had passed out. Holding her breath, Ali turned quickly, searching for any signs of the bear, but all she found was Marto in his beastkin form, lying still in a scarily large pool of blood, his brutally slashed body still faintly steamed from large swathes of burnt flesh. She had not noticed the soft sound of his extremely shallow breathing over the persistent ringing in her ears, but she could see the hyperventilation in the unnaturally rapid movements of his chest. He's dying. She was no healer, but it was obvious that Marto wouldn't last much longer. He was only level 3, she thought, realizing that the Fire Mage had been 3 times that. She cast around for anything she could do, her eyes immediately coming to rest on the dark bundle of Marto's pack, still miraculously intact, presumably having reappeared from wherever it went when he was shapeshifted. Potions. Marto and Callan had always had potions on them stored in their packs. Why should I save him? He tried to kill me. The thought popped into her mind, grabbing her attention with its powerfully pragmatic self-preservation, wrapped up in the horrific moral implication. Would you kill him? That would be murder, but he tried to kill me. Not just tried, he would have succeeded if he wasn't so badly injured. The dilemma pitted her rational self-preservation against her moral values in a cascading storm of ugly thoughts and equally horrible memories of being mauled and savaged. I can't, even just entertaining the idea of sitting by and doing nothing, and simply letting nature take its course, left Ali horrified at herself, sick to her stomach. He read a book to me. Her memories provided something happier to soothe her feelings, but she couldn't shake the terror she felt when she looked at him, even broken and dying as he was. He was the one who saved my life that first day, she thought, recalling the horror of facing the pack of wolves by herself. It sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Pressing her lips together into a firm line, Ali turned and dragged herself toward him. The moment she moved, she threw up from the intense pain lancing through her from her shattered ankle. Surprisingly, the clean purity of pain came almost as a relief from the dark thoughts that plagued her heart. She gritted her teeth and dragged herself a little further, struggling to find enough traction to pull herself along the blood-slicked stone. She almost passed out twice, but eventually she was able to drag Marto's pack out of the pool of congealing blood. Upending the pack, she spilled its contents to the ground, but to her dismay, not one potion came tumbling out. She stared in mute despair at the lack of anything that might heal her. Callan must have them in his pack. There was no way she could walk to wherever he and Malika were in her state, and how would they even find us down here? if they're even still alive. Of the only people she knew in this world she had woken in, one had tried to kill her and was dying in a pool of his own blood, and the other two were missing, likely dead also, and she was powerless, unable to do anything more than drag herself around on the floor in agony. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the muffled screeches and strange chirping noises of monsters in the distance. She shivered at the thought of what would happen if more of those kobolds discovered her like this. Get it together, Arlie, think, she told herself. I'm not getting out of here with that attitude. Her body was broken, she had no potions to heal herself, and she could still hear the calls of the kobolds hunting outside. They had survived, but for how long? Arlie's gaze fell on Marto. If he wakes up in this condition, will he try to kill me again? It seemed likely that if she called attention to herself, she would also quickly die to the monsters outside. She lingered in trepidation on the open stone archway that led to an unknown darkness beyond. How the monsters hadn't been attracted to the sounds of the fireball detonations was beyond her, but she didn't question that small piece of good fortune. Her eyes finally fell once more to the spilled contents of Marto's pack. Nestled among his supplies rested his book on druidic magic. She gazed at it for a long moment, a glimmer of an idea beginning to form. First, I need some protection. Arlie dragged herself painfully over to the open stone archway that led out of the room, careful to hold back her gasps as her ankle screamed its objections to being jostled. Even the slightest movement caused bone to grate against bone. Once she was close enough, she summoned her grimoire, the bright and beautiful glow of its magic that she had so admired, causing her no small amount of anxiety in the dark. I hope the monsters don't see this, she fretted, rapidly paging to her brand-new stone imprint. Second by anxious second, she channeled her mana into the imprint, her ears straining to catch every chirp and screech beyond until finally, a massive stone slab appeared blocking the entrance to the room. Arlie took a deep breath as some measure of her stress melted away at the sight of all that stone standing between her and the monsters roaming outside. She turned her attention to the second source of danger, Marto. Considering her situation, a little more rationally, now that she was a little less worried about being discovered, she paged through her grimoire to the sewer rat imprint and summoned 3 of them. Your reserved mana has increased by +39 sewer rat, level 2x3. I hope that's enough, she thought, impressing on them her desire that they guard her against all danger. They crowded in closer, and normally she would have set them to keep a little distance, but she was beyond worrying about their smell in a room filled with the stench of burnt flesh, sulfur, and the metallic tang of slowly congealing blood. She let out a small sigh of relief. While she was under no illusions that she was actually safe now, the fact that she had done something to improve her situation noticeably eased some of the load pressing down on her. Now I need mana. While she could simply wait for her natural mana regeneration to recover it, she had no idea how little time she had left. Who knew if those thugs were going to chase her down here? Arlie made her slow and painful way across the stone, crawling over to the remaining kobold corpse. The green scales of the warrior were slashed and torn where Marto's claws had struck it or broken where her magic bolts had slammed into its body. The leather armor strapped to its body seemed to be crude, but functional, bearing a sizable number of scratches, burns, and cuts, a testament to how much it had protected the creature. Its sword was of similar crudeness, rusted and notched, but clearly effective enough to put Marto down. Arlie deconstructed it all, leaving her almost full once more. For what she had in mind, she would likely need a lot of mana. She took a few minutes to collect the daggers and armor from the kobold rogue, and the tattered robes the mage had worn, dropped in place when she had deconstructed their bodies earlier. She tied them up into a ragged bundle to drag along with her. That'll have to be enough, she thought, returning to the pile of supplies by Marto's empty pack with her bundle of loot. She picked up his book and opened it to the table of contents to begin her search, illuminating it by the simple expedient of summoning a small glowing barrier. Chapter 7, Druidic Restoration Spells. She flipped quickly to the indicated chapter, taking a small measure of simple comfort in the nostalgic weight and feel of the book, and the brushing sounds the pages made when she turned them. The aches and pain in her body began to slowly recede into the background as she focused her attention on the inscriptions and runes presented on the pages in front of her. Theoretically, at least, even though she was not a druid, her affinity for nature magic meant that her mana should be compatible with the spells she was searching through. However, Arlie had no experience in doing what she was about to attempt, so she had no idea if it would even work. It's not like there's any other option. Here, this looks like the best one, she decided, gently brushing her fingertips across the runic inscriptions for a spell titled Restoration. It was one of the simpler spells among those listed with the healing trait, and yet it filled her with wonder and excitement, even in spite of the dire situation she found herself in. She settled her body, shifting herself into a position of marginally less pain, and began to read, the subtle magic of her runic script skill working continuously to help her understand the complex inscriptions. A sudden howl from beyond the stone slab and the arched doorway snatched her attention away from the pages, and she shivered as her mind instantly conjured terrifying images of what it might be. Focus, Ali, she scolded herself, but her heart was more nervous than annoyed, worried more about the spine-chilling sound than her struggles to concentrate. She directed her attention back to the magic runes in the book, tuning out her surroundings and trying to ignore her fears. Slowly, the world faded from her attention, leaving her alone with the delightfully complex magical text. Her mana ticked down as her sage of learning began to pull at long-forgotten memories of magic studies from her youth, stitching them with runes she had briefly seen and not understood in books at the library, trying to make sense of what she was studying. Her focus deepened as she struggled to understand the delicate structure and interplay of the magical connections inscribed before her. She absently brushed the beading sweat from her face as her sense of time passing began to fade. For a simple, low-level spell, the complexity was extraordinary, and Ali threw herself fully into her task. Runic script has reached level 5. She barely noticed the chime and the notification of her skill increase, but its effect was extraordinary. Immediately, the runes she was reading snapped into sharper focus, as her new clarity began to unravel the significantly more complex layers below the superficial and subtle interplay of meaning and connection they created in symphonic coordination. Her mind filled with a rush of new information, possibilities, and a sense of wonder. All the while, the voracious sage of learning consumed her mana in an accelerating torrent. Ali felt frustratingly close to understanding, but as tantalizingly close as she felt, it still eluded her. She pressed on, gathering her will and focus, and began to reread the entire text. Sage of Learning has reached level 7. Suddenly, understanding blossomed in a cascading chain reaction within her mind. Falling back with a gasp, she saw each of the runes, concepts, and layers as if they were complex glowing puzzle pieces floating within the expanse of her mind. All she needed to do was sort them and fit them together in the correct arrangement. She reached out and nudged one piece, connecting it to its partner in a thrilling spark of understanding. As she examined the new configuration, she saw an additional connection that now seemed obvious. Reaching again, she coaxed the next piece to connect, building upon what she had just learned. Each time, understanding advanced, and her cascade accelerated like an avalanche which suddenly culminated in a pristine and clear picture, a circle of magic hovering, glowing, pulsing within her mind. Her awareness slowly returned to her body as she held the image within her mind. She was surprised to find her body drenched with sweat and trembling from exertion, but she had it, hovering in crystal clarity, was the first magic spell she had fully grasped, completely understood. Okay, step 1 was successful, she thought, allowing some time for her breathing to return to normal. Sage is really hungry, she thought, looking at the decimated remnants of her previously almost full mana pool. After she had recovered a little, she patiently deconstructed each of the items in her little bundle of loot, refilling her mana once more. Now for the hard part, she thought, shuffling and dragging herself along the floor to where Marto lay. His breathing was noticeably weaker now. He doesn't have much time, can I even make it? There was no choice. She would either succeed in time or she would fail, and they would both die down here in the darkness, posthumous victims of the vicious kobold fire mage. Diligently, Ali reviewed the glowing magical construct in her mind, and then she began channeling her mana into her runic script skill. Intense magic shot forth from her hand in a bright green glowing stream, flecked with golden sparkles as she wielded her skill to duplicate the runes she had pictured. It didn't matter that the ground upon which she scribed her magic was stone covered with congealing blood. Her skill simply etched the spellwork directly onto the stone. The task was every bit as hard as she had anticipated. She mustered her focus and concentration to the extreme, striving to replicate exactly every tiny detail, every minuscule but essential connection. As she worked, the pain and exhaustion racking her body grappled with her mental focus, causing her to falter and lapse repeatedly. Each time she did so, she had to reset the entire rune she was working on and rebuild it from scratch. With painstaking slowness, running entirely on the force of her willpower, she grew a circle of glowing runes around Marto's fallen body. Runic script has reached level 6. Her vision was beginning to fade in and out by the time she reached the last few runes, sheer exhaustion taking its toll. Ali blinked the droplets of sweat out of her eyes and restarted the rune she was focused on, correcting a mistake. It was a silly mistake, but she had stopped chiding herself for them, reduced to merely hoping she would be able to hold out long enough to complete the construct. She swayed as she caught herself before passing out and readjusted her mana, just in time to avoid making yet another error. Suddenly, surprisingly, there was nothing more to scribe. The circle closed with a snap and a rush of magical energy as the entire ring of intricate runes flared brightly in green with accents of gold. A substantial chunk of her mana surged out of her into the ring as her body staggered from the waves of exhaustion. Your reserved mana has increased by plus 44. Runic script has reached level 7. She stared blankly for a while at the glowing magical construct. Within the circle, ethereal green aurorae began to dance, rising into the air like ghostly flames shot through with flickers of golden sparks and barely perceptible translucent shapes that looked like leaves floating on a breeze. Marto's breathing began to slow and deepen as the magic flowed through his body. Ali cast Identify to see what she had made. Restoration, level 6 creates a restoration aura within the circle. Runic circle, it worked. She knew she should feel more, but all that came was a sense of profound relief that she was done and could now let go. Thinking nothing of the danger, she crawled into the runic circle and collapsed beside Marto. The green aurora caressed her skin like the afternoon sun shining down on her face as she lay upon a grassy bank. She released herself into its embrace and finally allowed her consciousness to fade. Name: Alejandra Amariel. Race: Fey. Titles: Ancient. Class: Grove Warden. Level 7 Grasping Roots. Level 5 Arcane Bolt. Level 7 Barrier. Level 7 Grimoire of Summoning. Level 8 Runic Script. Level 7 Sage of Learning. Level 7 Locked. General Skills Reading. Level 7 Identify. Level 6 Sculpting. Level 2 Aptitudes. Languages: Ancient. Dalmaran. Elvish, Dwarven, Common. Mana affinities: Nature, Arcane, Tiny. Racial: the effects of strength and vitality are reduced by 50%. Magical. Racial: the effects of wisdom and intelligence are increased by 50%. Mana sense. Racial: you are sensitive to nearby mana domain. Class: your mana increases with the size of your domain. Typically standing a little taller than 3 feet, they are physically weak, making up for this deficiency with their numbers, cunning, and proficiency with traps. They walk upright on digitigrade taloned feet, using their tails to support their movement. While their hands are also taloned, and they possess typically reptilian fanged jaws, they tend to prefer weapons such as swords, daggers, or even rocks for fighting. Their bodies are scaly, much like their larger cousins, and they often have small horns. They have an aptitude for magic similar to humans, and a variety of affinities that match their draconic ancestors. They reproduce by laying eggs. Typically, clutches of 3 to 5 at a time are laid in crudely constructed nests of sticks, hatching in just a couple of weeks. Generally, they tend to infest dungeons, but where they are found in the wild, they are considered vermin, preying on farms and smaller towns for food. They reproduce fast and usually provoke a swift response from the local chapter of the Adventurers Guild before their numbers can grow out of hand. Surprisingly, kobolds are intelligent enough to speak Draconic and will worship any dragon they find. Excerpt from the Monster Compendium, Zeba Malak, Elorthian Emperor Royal Scholar, translated. Malika groaned as her awareness slowly trickled back into her body amid crashing waves of pain and nausea. She rolled over, but something was wrong with her hands, and she landed on her face, almost blacking out from the agonizing jolt that stabbed through her head. Her mind felt sluggish and foggy, and her body wasn't responding as she expected. She simply lay for a while, trying to endure as it washed over her. She had the distinct impression she was forgetting something, but it eluded her. Where am I? She opened her eyes to a sudden dagger-like stabbing pain that lit up the right side of her field of vision like a lightning strike. What happened? Something was wrong with her head. Wherever she was, it was only barely lit, but she could see nothing in the entire right side of her vision, just a shimmering grey fog that flickered and pulsed with the throbbing in her head. Suddenly she remembered she had healing magic. Healing mantra, that's what it was. She reached out and channeled her powerful skill, but nothing happened. Confusion filled her addled mind as she struggled to decide what it meant. Did I dream that I could heal? Do I even have a class? She felt a sudden onset of panic when she realized she couldn't remember. After a few minutes of struggling with her mind, she finally remembered she could just look. Pulling up her status, she saw that she indeed did have a class, but her status wasn't much use to her, half of it missing in the noise of her damaged vision. Her eyes flickered across it, registering strange details. Healing man, soul monk. My mana is 0. The details crept sluggishly through her mind before she realized she couldn't cast anything without mana. No, that's not quite right. She was something. What was it? Relay. It escaped her for a while before it drifted back into her mind. I can use stamina. She tried her healing mantra again, this time using stamina to power the skill, and suddenly a surge of burning power thrummed through her, tearing at her bruised body and sluggish mind, rearranging, repairing. She let out a gasp of relief as the pain vanished, her vision cleared, and her mind snapped back to normal. I'm Malika, I have a class. And I was captured by Kieran Mori and his thugs. She grimaced at the now clear memory, and with it came a crippling surge of guilt. She had been happy for a few days, exploring her class and making friends, foolishly giving in to her hopes and dreams. And all she had done was bring the wrath of the town watch down on herself and her new companions. That's why you can't have friends. She was in some small dark room. Her hands were bound behind her back, and her face was pressed into a threadbare rug that stank of mold and dust, and a stale, musty odor that made her think of old warehouses that had been shuttered for too long. It sounded like there might be a wooden floor beneath, but she could tell little else from where she lay. She recognized Callan from the pointy ear and silvery hair that stuck out of the dark, crumpled heap in the corner, which meant he was likely alive. But she could clearly remember herself pouring her healing magic into Marto to save his life, and then watching Edric knock him and Arlie down the hole into the darkness. Arlie, are they dead? She had no idea, but there was one thing she was certain of. It's all my fault. If it were not for her being in their group, they would not have been dragged into this. Arlie was the first person she had connected with since the disaster, and now she was gone. Against all odds, the little Fae had earned her trust, shared her vulnerability, and become her friend. Her thoughts drifted for a bit. Marto, you idiot. Malika hated Marto. No, that's not right. I hate what he is. He seemed to have no care in the world, oblivious to the risks, simply diving in to fight whenever he felt like it. Whenever he saw someone in need. Malika had seen it a few times, and almost every time it had put them in unnecessary danger. And yet he had done it for her. When she was facing Edric, he could have just let it go and he would probably have walked out alive, but no, he had to charge in and try and save her. And now he was dead along with Arlie down a hole. She choked back a sob. Why was there nobody to save me back then? Her mind played back the brutal years trying to survive in the slums of Myron's Keep, the endless shakedowns, the beatings, and her shattered dreams. It was worse that she had gotten a few days of hope, only to have them dashed to pieces once again. Brutal. Life was short and unfair. She closed her heart as she had always done. It was her only defense. He's an idiot with a berserker class. It was just the rage. But somehow all she could see was the bleeding bear charging in for no other reason than to help her. I'm not worth helping. What were you thinking, Marto? She finally slammed the doors of her heart shut and struggled to sit up, earning a fresh bruise when she forgot her hands were bound. Twisting around, she found that her wrists had been fastened with a pair of black steel restraints. She used a praise out of the corner of her eye. Cuffs of suppression, level 8 sturdy steel handcuffs, designed to restrain people with classes by sapping mana and stamina requirements. None 8 to level requirement 1 at 3% to mana and stamina regeneration. Locked quality, magic value 1 gold 17 silver created by Indacus Argyle. Hands, handcuffs. Well, now I know why I have no mana. Charming. She struggled briefly against the bindings, but to no avail. They were quite well crafted and sturdy. Giving up for the moment, she opened her status and queried the details of her regeneration. Health regeneration percentage of maximum health regenerated per hour total. Stamina regeneration percentage of maximum stamina regenerated per hour plus 100% racial, human, plus 100% relentless aptitude 1 or 3% cuffs of suppression, total, plus 97% mana regeneration percentage of maximum mana regenerated per hour plus 100% racial, human, minus 103% cuffs of suppression. Her mana, on the other hand, was draining at a rate of 3% per hour. Without warning, a door slammed open and the shadowy outline of Edric appeared. He shot across the room, and before she could even react, he had her pinned up against the wall by a hand around her throat. It was a position she was quite familiar with. So familiar, in fact, that it was almost laughable. He was so predictable. Idiot. Adric, bring the other cuffs. The strong ones, the little rat is awake. You'll kill her with that and then Maury will flay us. She has a fucking regeneration skill, you idiot, bring it. Adric appeared holding another set of restraints which he quickly fastened around her wrists, removing the old one. Immediately Malika felt dizzy, and her stamina began draining away too. Fuck, it was her last thought before Edric's fist slammed into the side of her head, and the lights went out. Marto groaned as awareness clawed its way back into his body, like an umbral panther dragging a fully grown bristletusk bore up a tree. His mouth was drier than the endless sands of Brast at high noon, and his body ached like the aftermath of being hit by a large rock while falling down some stairs. A lot of stairs. He rolled over onto his back and slowly opened his eyes, wincing at the lance of pain that stabbed through his left eye and into the back of his skull. What happened? How am I alive? He stared uncomprehendingly at the smooth expanse of crafted slate-grey stone overhead, illuminated by a softly shimmering green glow, and the wide-open shaft that extended up through the roof, but he found no clues in that infinite well of darkness. The metallic scent of blood mingled with the lingering acrid stench of sulfur and burnt flesh. His stomach clenched in a sudden spasm of queasiness as his nose identified it as the unmistakable aroma of charred person. Is that me? Slowly he sat up, wiping his hands on his tattered pants, grimacing at the stickiness of the drying blood. As he turned to look around, he froze, catching sight of a small, curled-up bundle. By his side, Aleandra lay sleeping peacefully, the soft, gentle sigh of her breath accompanying the slow rise and fall of her chest. But her body was covered in dark, congealed blood and soot, and her brand-new clothing was torn and burnt in more places than Marto could count. Damn, she only got a few hours' use out of those. But his eyes were drawn to the pulsing green glow that surrounded them both, encircled by an exquisitely intricate circle of magical runes. The magic, whatever it was, made him think of his mother. He put aside the unbelievably complex magic construct for the moment and leaned over to check on his companion, but he was instantly brought up short by the sharp clatter of claws on stone. He whipped his head around to find 3 rats rushing toward him, baring their yellowed teeth and hissing aggressively. Sewer rat level 2x3, guarding, he glanced back down at Aleandra and then backed away from her, and the rats immediately stood down, although they remained alert with their dark eyes trained on him. She must have forgotten to tell them I'm her friend, he thought. Clearly, the rats were some of Arlie's summoned monsters, and it seemed she had assigned them guard duty while she slept. Something violent must have happened, judging from the enormous pool of blood and the sorry state of Aleandra's clothing. He studied her carefully from the opposite side of the magical ring, searching for any injuries. She seems okay, though. Marto turned his attention to the otherwise quiet room, trying to solve the riddle of his blank memories. The stone walls and floor of this chamber had been scorched in several places, but there were no other clues to help him out. My notifications, he thought finally, hoping that anything that might have happened would be shown there. Your group has defeated Fire Mage Kobold level 9. Your group has defeated Dagger Rogue Kobold level 8. Your group has defeated Warrior Kobold level 8. Kobolds, I was right. There had been a fight, but against such a high-level group, it was more of a wonder that he had awoken at all. Suddenly, he was falling forever through a dark stone shaft amid exploding cascades of golden light, desperately trying to catch Aleandra. He blinked as his mind snapped back to the stone room, his heart throbbing wildly from the intensity of the memory. He looked up again at the stone shaft and the darkness, shocked at how long he had been struggling and falling. A second vivid image exploded in bright flame and concussive detonation within his mind, and his hatred erupted at the first glimpse of a red-scaled reptilian monster at the center of the inferno. You burned me. His mind lurched yet again as the flash of memory abruptly vanished, leaving him panting in a cold sweat back in the runic circle. His hands grabbed for his side where he had felt the searing flame of the fireball, but his clothing was perfectly fine, protected by his shapeshift. But more importantly, his body seemed healthy, disgustingly and completely healthy, with not a single perceptible injury. That was impossible, surely. The fall alone should have killed them both. Marto examined the circle of green runes more closely, even suspiciously, realizing that the magic was like his brutal restoration, only it felt gentler. How did she make this? It seemed safe to conclude that the magic circle was somehow Aleandra's doing. He didn't know how, but it had a little of her scent to it. Only then his eyes fell upon his book, open still to a chapter on druidic healing magic. He leaned over to scan the page briefly. Did she copy this? Marto shook his head in bewilderment. 3 foot nothing with the insight of the ancient sages. The text was a dense wall of incomprehensible runes and undoubtedly technical jargon. Aleandra sure had an unusual class. Most of her magic was slow and unsuited for direct combat, but if the amount of blood on the floor was anything to go by, he owed his life to her ingenuity and resourcefulness. So that's what happened, he thought. We fell straight into the kobold's den, jumped out of the frying pan to sizzle on the coals. He looked around the room again, seeing the giant slabs of stone blocking the doorway and his still sleeping companion guarded by her rats. Smart, he thought. Somehow he and Aleandra had won against the dangerous group of much higher-level kobolds, and then she had set up defenses and healed both of them. Druidic Shapeshifter has reached level 6, +3, +30 attribute points. Arboreal Sanctuary has reached level 5. Brutal Restoration has reached level 6, +3. Bear Form has reached level 4, +2. Primal Rage has reached level 6, +3. Wow, he stared at the notifications for a while, stunned. 3 levels from a single fight, it was a huge leap, but their foes had been strong. His eyes lingered on his powerful Primal Rage skill, excited by how much it had grown from the fight. Malika hates it, he thought. Even Callan had argued against it, but they don't understand. It was his defining skill, like that of his father, and he felt it characterized the essence of his fighting style. The more powerful he was, the faster he could end the fights. Besides, it's more enjoyable that way. His big hands knotted into fists as he realized he still had no clear recollection of what must have been an epic fight. It'll come back, he told himself. Later. Without thinking any further, he put all of his new attribute points into vitality and endurance. Whatever happened, we must have been pretty beat up, he thought, glancing at Aleandra. I hope she's okay. He reached toward her arm to check on her, but the sudden hisses reminded him the rats were still being overprotective. In that instant, the peaceful image of his tiny friend sleeping in a circle of restoration magic was overlaid with her scrambling backward in abject terror, silently screaming while the matted paws of a great beast beat on a blood and froth-covered magical barrier until it exploded into shards. The rage and hate surged through him with such a shocking power that he reeled backward from the image, falling heavily onto his side. What was that? He cautiously sat up once again, swallowing uncomfortably at the sudden dryness in his mouth. His body seemed to be trembling from shock, but Aleandra still slept peacefully beside him. Just an image, hallucination. Just as he began to trust his relief that the scene was gone, the image returned, rage surging through his body and mind. He saw himself gripping Aleandra's leg in his jaws, thrashing her tiny body back and forth on the stone like a cat killing its prey, while she screamed for him to stop. As the image mercifully faded, he found himself retching in a cold sweat. That can't be real, can it? Please, but the rage had been powerful, and the memory of her bones crunching under his fangs was all too real. The brutal ease with which he had thrashed her back and forth, even after her screams had fallen silent and her body limp. And to his horror, he found he knew the taste of her amber blood. Oh no, what have I done? Name, Martobar race, Beastkin class, Druidic Shapeshifter level 6 Arboreal Sanctuary, level 5 Swipe, level 3 Brutal Restoration, level 6 Bear Form, level 4 Wolf Form, level 2 Primal Rage, level 6 Locked General Skills Identify, level 4 Cooking, level 4 Wilderness Lore, level 5 Aptitudes Languages, Common. Count 1 Ali woke screaming as an agony like nothing she had ever known tore through her body and mind, rendering her incapable of anything other than curling up into a ball. She hung on, desperate for any form of respite, but the torment was unremitting. A large hand suddenly clamped over her mouth, cutting off her already hoarse scream. She struggled weakly against the powerful grip, twisting to see who it was. Marto. At the sight of him looking down at her, she panicked, flailing to get away, but she was so small and racked with pain that she was no match for the huge beastkin's overwhelming strength. Ali, stop screaming, the kobolds will find us. His urgent whisper was edged with desperation. It took a few moments for the meaning of his words to percolate through the haze of pain and panic, but suddenly her awareness snapped to the present and she realized where she was. We fell. That was a memory, some of it. With sudden clarity, she realized Marto wasn't trying to kill her again, and the fight against the kobolds in the darkness crashed back into her mind as she remembered where she was. She clenched her teeth to keep from screaming. She bit so hard that she cut her own cheek, feeling a fresh surge of pain and the taste of blood in her mouth. Surprisingly, the more mundane pain made the pain from her withdrawal very slightly more bearable. Marto's hand released its hold on her. "Can you call your rats off?" It was only then that she realized she could hear her rats biting and scratching, trying to kill Marto. She sent a quick mental command and they stood down. The freshly bleeding slashes and bites on Marto's back slowly began to close under the influence of the subtle shifting green radiance of the surrounding restoration circle. It's my domain, withdrawal," Arlie managed to whisper between clenched teeth, wrestling to get her heart palpitations under control and slow her hyperventilation. The druidic restoration magic had already repaired the self-inflicted bite on the inside of her cheek, but it was having absolutely no impact on the agony of the domain withdrawal. She had been aware of the cost of a domain-bound class and understood domain withdrawal. She had even knowingly accepted it when she had decided on her class, but I had no idea it would be so painful. She slumped back to the ground, curling up into a fetal position, hands wrapped around her head. "You just leveled up, can you put some points into endurance?" "What?" It sounded like gibberish to her. "I just want the pain to stop." Fighters and warriors use endurance to mitigate pain. Marto's voice sounded uncharacteristically worried. Touching her shoulder, he said, "It's not just about more stamina, it allows them to function even when they're wounded. Maybe it can help with this." She flinched at his touch, and he snatched back his hand as if scalded. Arlie was willing to try anything, even his crazy idea. After a brief struggle to focus on the task, she managed to spend one of her free attribute points on endurance, bringing her total up to 6. As soon as she did so, the pain eased noticeably, as if unseen talons wrapped around her skull suddenly loosened their death grip just a little. Desperate for relief, she rapidly spent 4 more points, and suddenly the overwhelming pain was gone. Not gone, she realized as her mind began to clear and her breathing steadied. She could still feel the pain well enough. "It feels less important somehow. I'm not very good with pain." She found she could put it into the background, and she could think and move more normally. "Thanks," she said, sitting up and keeping herself as far from Marto as she could get while still being inside the runic circle. "The pain isn't gone, but at least I can think now." "Yes, that's how it works for me too," he answered, and then fell silent, staring at the ground between his feet. They sat there for a while before Marto eventually broke the silence. "Aleandra," after trailing off, he started again. Did I really attack you?" "Yes." Arlie hugged her knees to her chest as the unwanted memory of Marto thrashing her body back and forth surged back into her mind. The blood drained from Marto's face the instant she confirmed it. I'm really sorry," he said, his voice cracking badly. "I thought I could control it, the rage. But I can't even remember half the fight." He couldn't even look at her. Arlie simply sat, struggling to process the torrent of emotions that his words had unlocked. Callan was right, it's a dangerous skill. I didn't listen to him because I thought it was cool and powerful. I thought I could be strong like my dad, and I hurt you. I nearly killed you." He fell silent, staring down at the ground, his shoulders hunched and his hands gripping his thighs till his knuckles turned white. He was clearly suffering, but he still terrified her. If he hadn't been so weak at the end, he would have killed her with his uncontrolled rage. She had liked the big beastkin with his outgoing personality and carefree attitude, his gentler side when he read to her. It's just his skill, she told herself. Rationally, she knew he was the same person, simply affected by the nature of his skill, but even knowing that had no impact on the primal, instinctive fear she had of being hurt by him. And her fear was rational too. "What happens next time?" he groaned. "Are you all right, Arlie?" "I'm not okay, Marto." He looked up and Arlie recognized anguish and guilt in his eyes. "You're right to be afraid of me. I never wanted to hurt you, but I don't think I can control it. I wouldn't be okay if I was in your place. I think you would be safer without me." "How does it work?" Arlie asked finally. The reality of her situation was slowly settling like a millstone of brutal practicality weighing down upon her. She was not sure if she was more terrified of Marto or the idea of facing the monsters out there in the darkness by herself. "The more damage I take, the stronger the effect. It gets really hard to control around half my health. I don't remember anything after I dropped below a third remaining. I already tried to remove the skill, but I can't replace it unless I unlock something new." The admission that his remorse had driven him to risk crippling his power to make it right tipped the balance a little away from the monsters and in favor of the person she had been getting to know. "Can we keep it above half then?" "I don't know," he admitted. "I put all my points into vitality and endurance, and my bare form skill leveled so I have more armor." But those kobolds were much higher level than us, and I don't have any protection against fireballs. I would definitely die if I had to face a group like that on my own. All her instincts rebelled against her resolution. If they had been somewhere safe, Ollie was certain she would not have entertained the idea of putting herself at risk of facing his rage a second time. But she was certain she had heard more kobolds outside, and there was absolutely no chance of her surviving on her own. You sure? Marto seemed surprised. Ollie nodded. Even though she hated it, she had no reason to second-guess her choice. We need to get out of here and we stand a better chance together. Okay. But keep your distance in fights and be ready with your barrier. How much armor do you have? Ollie tried to distract herself from her roiling emotions by turning to the practical concerns of strategy and fighting. She didn't have Malika to help, but she had learned a few things about what mattered to the physical classes. 154 when I'm a bear, nearly 50% physical damage reduction against a level 6 monster, but it falls off rapidly when they get higher. He paused for a moment before continuing, but that fire mage was level 9 and I have no magic resistance. I have neither, Ollie replied. In any fight, the only defenses she had were her barrier and any of her creatures or allies. She had far less health than any of her friends, and now she had 10% less from her domain withdrawal. If we have to, when we fight something, you take the warriors and rogues in bear form and don't forget to heal yourself. I'll try to kill any mages first. Ollie looked around the room. She had not had much chance to examine it till now. There was no light, other than the greenish glow of her restoration circle, and all she could see of the ceiling was a dark void representing the hole they had fallen through. It looked like it had been fashioned with some engineered purpose by the ancient dwarven stone mages that had built most of Dalmara. A ventilation shaft. It wasn't a particularly helpful thought, though without being able to fly, they were not getting out that way. The only option was the doorway she had blocked earlier with summoned slabs of stone. Do you think Callan and Malika survived? Marto's subdued voice shifted her focus. In the short few days Ollie had known them, she had come to see them all as friends. She felt particularly close to Malika after some of the conversations they had shared. It had taken no more than a single instant for all of that to be crushed. Her thoughts returned to the battle from earlier, and the incredible power of the dark rogue that had appeared from nowhere, shattering Armand's skeleton with a single blow. If they had survived, it was only because he wanted them alive. I hope so, Ollie finally answered, but her hope felt slim and fragile. Me too. Let's see if we can find our way out of here, Ollie said, scrambling to her feet. Ollie, thank you, Marto said softly from a little way behind her, for healing me, even though. She turned to look at him and nodded, not trusting herself to answer. Instead, she changed the subject. I'll deconstruct the stone. You get ready in case there are monsters. Okay, Marto said, shifting to his bare form. Ollie's breath hitched in her throat at the sight, and she quickly turned to the doorway and deconstructed the rough stone wall barring the exit. As it dissipated, she also released the mana reservation for her restoration runic circle, causing the glow to fade. She would need the mana. Then she stepped out into the darkness beyond the door. Ollie found herself in a dark, stone-paved alleyway littered with dusty, broken bones. Here a pile of bleached ribs, off to the side a partially intact skeleton, and nestled up against the shattered stone doorway of a building, she saw an elongated skull with prominent fangs that may have come from some reptilian creature. Kobold, she guessed. There were numerous scuff marks and tracks in the dust, and even the beautifully fitted flagstones were worn down from countless years of passage. Behind her, the giant stone tower containing the ventilation shaft she had fallen through vanished into the darkness far above. Where are we? Ollie had a clear answer to the question. Without a doubt, she was home. Dalmara. More precisely, this was definitely the upper level of the city, the residential level where she and her mom and all her friends had lived. Now it was buried deep beneath the foundations of another town, almost unrecognizable. The support towers, like the one she had just stepped out of, had always been visible under the light of the floating solar orbs. Even at night, when they dimmed the magical lights, the Grand Library Arcana had stood out like a beacon, glowing with enchantments and runic magic, a landmark visible from anywhere within the city. It had been such a fixture in her life that just standing here in the ruined alleyway, covered with bones and the dust of ages, staring at the impenetrable darkness left her bewildered and disoriented. Like an anchor that had always stabilized her life had been uprooted and swallowed up, leaving her aimlessly adrift. Even the electric buzz and vibrance of the city's ambient magic on her skin, the signature bustle of a thriving magical metropolis, was gone, replaced by an ominous prickle, an energy that made her skin crawl and want to hide. A chorus of strange, distant chirping noises sent chills running down her spine. "Kobolds," Marto confirmed in a whisper, joining her in the alleyway. "I'm not certain where we are," she said, keeping her voice to a matching whisper. "Definitely Dalmora, but I can't tell which way is out. Let's explore a little and see if we can figure it out." Arlie nodded, and then picked a direction at random, instructing her rats to follow along and be ready to defend them. The clicking of their claws on the stone, and the crunch as they stepped on fragments of bone, echoed loudly off the stone buildings in the muffled silence of the ruins, putting her on edge. As she turned the corner, she directed her attention upward at the cavern roof, somewhere beyond the darkness, intent on catching a glimpse of the Grand Library Tower, or anything that may help orient her. Something invisible and tight pressed against her shin, and before she knew it, she hit the ground face first, tripping with all the dignity and grace of a sack of vegetables. A soft swoosh and a brush of air at the back of her neck froze her complaints and grumbling right in her throat before she had a chance to let them out. "You okay?" "Did you get hit?" Marto was leaning over to help her up. "What was that?" she asked, staring at the obstruction. The thing she had tripped over was a thin black wire. Who sets wires across streets? She rubbed the skin on the back of her neck where whatever it was had brushed her and shivered. "Dart trap," Marto answered, pointing to where 3 small, sleek shapes had slammed into the wall beside them so hard that they were still quivering from the force. A thick dark fluid slowly dripped down the stone from where they had hit. Arlie froze at the sight. "That almost hit me." She touched the almost invisible wire, hearing a soft click and snatching her hand away in surprise. But fortunately no more darts were fired. "Sorry," she exclaimed, barely remembering to keep it to a whisper. "I'm an idiot." "It's okay," Marto replied. "Perhaps I should go first. Is that poison?" she asked, pointing at the stuff slowly trickling down the wall. Marto turned to examine it. "I can't tell for sure, but that would be a safe guess. How about we send my rats first?" Vigilant now for the possibility of near-invisible tripwires, they continued down the alleyway at a much slower pace, with one of Arlie's rats in the front just in case. They followed the alleyways through a maze of twists and turns, finding 2 more tripwires along the way before Marto suddenly stopped. "Hide," he hissed and darted back. Arlie scrambled for a dark doorway and dove through it as her rats careened in after her, with Marto bringing up the rear. One of the rats stumbled and rolled into the room, making a terrifyingly loud sound of clattering and crunching on the piles of bone inside the darkness of the ruined house. A few moments later, she heard the chirping calls of the kobolds far nearer. And then, as she held her breath in the darkness of the ruined house, 2 dark shapes passed by the entrance. A few points of mana drained from her mana pool, but she was too focused on not breathing or making any noise to be distracted by her difficult skill. Instead, she used Identify. Warrior Kobold level, Rogue Kobold level 13. The kobolds ambled by painfully slowly, their scaled tails swishing through the dust, occasionally knocking loose bone fragments flying. Their gleaming talons clicked on the stone with every step, sending sharp pulses of tension running through Arlie's chest. Level 13. And the other one, the warrior, was so high Identify couldn't even tell her the exact number, simply revealing it had 2 marks anywhere between 10 and 99. As the kobolds passed and the chirping sounds began to grow quieter, one of her rats collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and then she felt her mana reserve release. Arlie turned immediately, but there was no obvious threat. Marto reached out and plucked something from the flank of her dead rat. Opening his hand, he revealed a dart like the ones from the tripwire trap she had set off earlier. "I guess that answers the poison question," he said soberly. They decided to wait in the dark ruined house till the kobold calls had completely faded, and then waited more just to make sure. Arlie took the opportunity to summon a new rat, and by the light of her grimoire, it was clear that the normal contents of a house were long gone, replaced by bones and some sticks, and even some kind of nest in the corner with age-darkened eggshell fragments. Behind the nest, blackened deathcap mushrooms sprouted, growing on the bone and even partway up the wall. "It's so different to before," she thought, still struggling to come to terms with how old and ruined the city felt. A few days ago, she had been dodging throngs of people on the way to the library or the market, her head filled with the mundane worries of life and the anticipation of unlocking her scholar class. Dalmora felt wrong in a way that set her on edge. The darkness, the distant calls of monsters, the smell of age and decay, the deeply worn and pitted stone, unfamiliarity and fear tainting the home she had known her entire life. She rolled her shoulders, trying to ease the tension in her neck, but it had settled in, refusing to be dislodged. Setting out together once more, Ollie resolved, even more than before, to be aware of her surroundings. Taking the time to examine each turn for monsters or tripwires really slowed them down, but they eventually emerged from the twisted alleyways into a wider and straighter street, one of the concentric arterial roads. While she didn't immediately recognize this street, Dalmora's architectural plan was simple and elegant. A circle with the Grand Library Arcana at the center, enormous radial boulevards cut through the terraced rings, and many concentric roads divided the districts. The road they had just emerged onto extended off into the darkness in both directions, and she could see just far enough to perceive the slight curve. That means the center is that way. As soon as she turned to look toward where the Grand Library should be, a loud clatter of bone and steel broke the silence. From a shadowy, concealed alleyway across the opposite side of the street, two ungainly forms emerged. Warrior undead skeleton level, X2 high levels. Both the skeletons were beyond her ability to identify. Their stiff clattering charge seemed entirely too fast as they rapidly closed the distance. Attack, she commanded her rats. Run, she yelled at Marto. To her surprise, the fight-loving beastkin followed her directions without hesitation, instantly turning to flee with her into the nearest alleyway. They ran, heedless of the traps and twists and turns, until Arlie was forced to stop, her stamina entirely spent. Marto, the beastkin boy, stopped up ahead and turned to rejoin her, motioning to a darkened doorway into another ruined house. Carefully stepping over the dark black wire, Arlie followed Marto inside and slumped down with her back against the wall, breathing heavily. Where are we? She was thoroughly lost, having entirely lost track of where they had been with all the twists and turns in the dark. She had sensed her rats dying as they ran, by the strange sensation of her mana reservation, the connection maintaining her summoned creatures, snapping one after the other in quick succession. I couldn't identify them, she told him. Good call, he whispered. She could barely make him out in the darkness, sitting far enough away that she couldn't reach him without getting up, but just close enough to see. After sitting there in the dark for a few minutes, they heard the shuffling clatter of footsteps from somewhere outside. But though the noises grew louder for a while, they passed their hiding spot by what sounded like a street or two, never getting close enough to force them to run. I think we lost them, Marto said eventually after silence had returned. Arlie nodded and began resummoning her minions. We're never going to get out of here like this. Chapter 22. Ambush stealth skills are uncommon in truth, but we pathfinders cannot afford to ignore them. Far too many have found themselves dead before they even knew what hit them, victims of ambush attacks from the concealment of a good stealth skill. For those of you who wish to take the tank role, you can mitigate the effects of stealth and ambush by the simple expedient of having enough health and armor to survive, and further investing enough into endurance to blunt the danger of critical damage. But for the rest of us, our only choice is a solid investment in perception, and items or skills to neutralize the advantages of stealth. Even in duels between assassins, it is most often not the best dagger nor the highest dexterity that wins. The highest perception always provides an advantage. If you can hear the invisible rogue sneaking up behind you or see the sniper lining up a shot from the shadows, ambush will fail. There are countless forms of stealth, and you will be forced to rely on the diverse skills of your group for long-term safety. But there is no substitute for your own investment in perception. It will keep you alive. Lionaru Silverleaf. Lecture to Novice Pathfinders. Alejandra Arlie was jolted awake from the simultaneous chime of her notification and a fresh surge of pain. It was both worse than last time, but also somehow easier to manage. Or it seemed that way. This time at least she was able to stop herself from screaming out loud. Still, she tasted blood in her mouth immediately. You have been afflicted with domain withdrawal. Separation from your domain weakens you 10% to maximum health. Affliction, duration, indefinite. Count 2. The way endurance mitigated pain without actually eliminating it was rather bizarre. The pain was still present, throbbing through her head like a debilitating migraine, but somehow she was able to function. She hesitated for a moment, but then spent 5 more attribute points on endurance, reducing the pain to a much more manageable level, always present but possible to ignore. The only problem was that with 2 counts of domain withdrawal, she was down 20% maximum health. She would need to be very careful to avoid being hit. As if that hadn't already been a big problem with her racial disadvantage, Big problems for tiny people. Arlie rose from her uncomfortable bed on the cold, dirty stone floor of a dark and ruined house. Breakfast was a brief affair, consisting of a couple of slices of an apple marteau produced from his pack, and then they headed back out into the streets and alleys of the ancient, deserted city. "I think I know where we are," Arlie said after a few minutes, getting Marteau's immediate attention. "It looks a lot different than I remember, but we're in one of the mid-level residential districts. The Grand Library Arcana is in the center of the city. It should be over that way," she pointed. It wasn't a precise direction, but it was the best she had. "It can't be too far, and we can always adjust when we get closer. The surface was always accessible from the library, so I think that's our best chance of getting out." Unfortunately, that was roughly the same direction as the two skeletons they had run into before they hid for the night, but Marteau didn't seem to mind. He at least seemed confident they could avoid them. "Skeletons aren't supposed to be too smart," he noted. Arlie raised her eyebrows. "Better to be killed by a smart monster or a brainless one," Marteau chuckled hoarsely. "Right. Love the positivity." Following his lead, they were indeed able to avoid any encounter with the dangerous skeletons, skirting them while they wandered into a dead-end alleyway, and they pressed on through the next district. Progress was painfully slow as they were forced to check for tripwires and duck into hiding spots at regular intervals whenever they heard monsters passing nearby. The clicking or clattering of skeletons, or the chirps of hunting kobolds, Arlie quickly lost count of the number they had barely avoided, many of them too high level for her to even identify. "There should be another main road just up there," she said, studying the looming rise of the next terrace level. Somewhere along the main road they should find a path up. Access to the upper districts had been provided at regular intervals, and without the glowing magical shields running, they should have no trouble. Turning a corner, Arlie found herself staring down a couple of green-scaled kobolds, just as surprised as she was. Warrior Kobold level 67x2, the slightly bigger kobold in the lead turned a scarred face toward them and instantly drew his sword, chirping the alarm. Without hesitation, both monsters rushed toward them. "We got this," Marteau said, shifting to bear form beside her and then charging to meet the oncoming kobolds. "I hope so," Arlie thought, trying to reassure herself that they would be okay. "Remember, the noise might attract others. Keep alert." Marteau was level 6 now, and it was 2 against 2 with her summoned sewer rats to break the tie. Marteau's large bulk slammed into the first kobold, knocking it off balance as he swiped an attack that left bloody gashes across its torso and continued through, slashing high on the thigh of its companion. He remembered. Arlie let out the breath she had been holding at the little flash of green mana, and the soft warmth of nearby nature magic washing up across the exposed skin of her forearms and face. "Go!" Her rats sprang forward immediately at her mental command. Picking on the larger kobold in the front, Arlie triggered her arcane bolts, launching her tiny missiles of glowing arcane energy into high-speed curving arcs around Marteau. Malika had been right from the beginning. The target-seeking missiles were strategically powerful, and she was growing far more proficient in guiding them around her allies and summoned monsters. Arlie gasped as something heavy slammed into her back. The cold, hard stone of the pavement rose and smacked her in the face. Darkness pressed in as her vision dimmed briefly, and the warm gush of blood soaked her shirt running down her back. Pain seared through the numbness. "I've been hit." "How?" She jerked sideways as something gleaming hit the stone with a sharp clink. Arlie scrambled away on all fours, panting, every shallow breath drawing a sharp stab of fresh pain through her lungs. Rolling to the side of the street, up against a grey stone wall, she finally came face to face with the hard reptilian eyes of a kobold who must have been stalking her from the shadows. The dim light gleamed off bared fangs in a black-scaled face, and the amber blood dripping from the wicked dagger clutched in its talons. The dagger stabbed toward her neck with shocking speed. Arlie summoned a barrier that snapped into place just in time to intercept the attack. She experienced a moment of intense relief as her barrier deflected the powerful strike without breaking, but she could tell it wouldn't hold long. Scrambling backward along the wall, she left a trail of blood in the dust as she retargeted, sending her arcane bolts flipping around in mid-flight to slam into the black-scaled kobold who had somehow appeared from nowhere. The kobold made an annoyed hiss and rapped on the barrier with its claws before leaping clean over it in a feat of ridiculous agility, chirping and chittering angrily as it dove right for her. Again, she summoned a barrier just in time to block the deadly dagger strike, stopping the rusty blade a finger's width from her face. She screamed again and scrambled away, still somehow maintaining enough focus to fire her arcane bolts. Calm down, Arlie, she berated herself, trying to emulate the sense of Malika's composed voice offering advice when she had been afraid, despite the vicious kobold trying its best to stab her. You have more spells. In her panic, she had entirely forgotten her basic tools. She took a breath and cast Grasping Roots on the rogue. Unlike her original cantrip magic, this spell did not require dirt and plants to grow. The thick gnarled roots, created entirely from mana in an instant, sprang forth from the stone pavement to tangle around the ankles and tail of the kobold, binding it in place on the edge of the street. The kobold screeched in frustration, frantically thrashing against its bonds. With a thought, she redirected one of her rats from the warriors behind her to attack, and resumed her arcane bolts while slowly slipping herself backward into Marto's aura. She had kept her distance initially because she was afraid of him losing control. She was still terrified of him, but this kobold rogue had taken more than half her health in a single strike. At least, if she were close enough, Marto had said he could redirect damage to himself. While giving Marto more damage to feed his rage was an incredibly poor idea, dying in the street to an angry kobold with a dagger was infinitely worse. With several slashes of the dagger, the rogue severed the roots and charged. Crap, Ollie again blocked its advance with a barrier and then recast her Grasping Roots while it tried to sidestep to find an angle to strike. Unable to get to her, it hissed its frustration and stabbed her rat in the side of the head, killing it instantly. I can't let it reach me. She risked crawling a little closer to Marto, considering redirecting her other rats, but she discovered that both had already perished in the fight with the other kobolds, clearly too low-level to be a threat to these monsters. In her panic, she had not even noticed the loss of her mana reservation. The withering barrage of bolts finally dropped the kobold on the dusty stone pavement, still bound by her root magic. Phew, her relief was short-lived, however. Marto's healing magic had a telltale greenish flicker which she had learned to recognize quickly. When she turned, she saw Marto still pinned down by the two canny kobold warriors. There was no sign of his healing magic, just the red mist of his swelling berserker rage. Marto, heal, Arlie snapped. She had forgotten to remind him in the midst of her fight with the rogue nothing happened. Marto, she screamed. Her voice sounded shockingly desperate even to her own ears, but Marto's green magic suddenly flickered to life with his next strike, and she sagged against the wall. Better, maybe he can learn. She summoned a barrier just in case. With a powerful strike, Marto took care of the injured kobold warrior in front of him, and then spun to face the last one with a snarl and slashing claws. Arlie unleashed a continuous stream of bolts that arced over his head and into the final kobold until it, too, collapsed. For a long, agonizing moment, Arlie crouched behind her barrier, trembling, ready to defend herself while Marto growled and paced, but after a while his bulky form began to stretch and warp, and he reverted to his beastkin form. "You're in control?" she asked, her voice cracking. She was in far too much pain, sitting in a pool of her own blood, to run. "Yes," he said, sitting on the ground where he was without approaching. "It wasn't easy, Arlie. Without you reminding me to heal, I think I would have lost it again. Thank you." She watched while the red mist slowly dimmed as his restoration magic petered out. He was still hurt and so was she. "Let's rest," she told him. She would need some space where they wouldn't be disturbed, so she glanced around, spying the ruins of a larger house. In there, once inside, she cleared a large section on the floor of what might have once been a living room, brushing the bigger bone fragments to the sides, and began to inscribe her restoration runic circle. It was the painstaking work of several minutes, but this time she was able to create it on her first attempt. By the time the magic snapped into completion, Marto appeared, dragging the third and final kobold corpse into the room. Grateful for his thoughtfulness, she began to deconstruct it to recover her mana, and noticing that he was waiting, she invited him to join her in the magic circle. "You need to heal too," she told him. She understood his reticence, and she had to have been making him feel worse by avoiding getting close to him, but having him healed as soon as possible would be the safest choice for both of them. Arlie distracted herself by checking the notifications from the fight. "Your group has defeated Dagger Rogue, Kobold level 6. Your group has defeated Warrior, Kobold level 7. Your group has defeated Warrior, Kobold level 6. Grove Warden has reached level 8 plus 10 attribute points. Arcane Bolt has reached level 8. Barrier has reached level 8. I made a mistake, a big one." Malika had gone to great lengths to stress just how important vitality was, and how if she died, it wouldn't matter what else she did. Unfortunately, she couldn't decide exactly how she could have done better. If she hadn't had free attribute points, she wouldn't have been able to prevent the pain from her domain withdrawal by investing in endurance. I could spend it all on vitality now, but what if I need more endurance tomorrow? The only thing she knew for certain was that the unspent points were of no use to her at all. Especially in a place where kobolds could appear from nowhere and stab half her life away in a single blow. That was far too close, she sighed inwardly, deciding to take Malika's advice literally. She spent all her remaining points on vitality. Tomorrow will just have to take care of itself. Ollie pulled out her grimoire and was about to summon a new set of rats when Marto stopped her. "Do you have anything stronger?" he asked. "Those rats don't last very long. Maybe the wolves, those have pack tactics for fighting in groups." "Ah yes, I forgot," Ollie grimaced. "I think the wolves will be the same level as the rats, but if you think they are better for us, for this situation, I mean I can make them instead." He nodded gravely, so she channeled her mana, taking careful note of how much she could spare for creatures. "Starving Wolf, level 1, your reserved mana has increased by +7, that's worse." Her sewer rats had at least been level 2. "Starving Wolf, level 3, your reserved mana has increased by +20. "Nice," Marto said as the level 3 wolf appeared. "Starving Wolf, level 2, your reserved mana has increased by +13, that's okay too," she thought. "I can probably handle one more." She channeled her mana again. "Starving Alpha Wolf, level 5, your reserved mana has increased by +34. "Oh," Marto let out an excited exclamation. "I didn't know I could make those," Ollie admitted, puffing out her cheeks. She had wondered about it before but concluded that she would need to deconstruct several more of the pack leader wolves before she learned it. A little of the tension in her shoulders and neck eased as she watched the alpha prowling among the smaller starving wolves, sniffing them, and establishing dominance with just his sheer size. A most welcome sight indeed. "Maybe if the lower level ones die and I replace them, we can get a few more of the alphas," Ollie reflected aloud, wishing she could unsummon her creatures without making them go wild and having to kill them. "I may want to do that anyway," she thought. Then she checked her mana and sucked in a short breath of surprise. Her calculations hadn't taken into account the steep cost of the level 5 alpha, taking a whopping 34 mana. It was nearly as expensive as the rest of her pack combined. Valuable mana that she wouldn't be able to use for anything else. "I don't think I can afford another one." With a total of 115 mana reserved for everything she was going to have trouble lasting through a long fight. She could recover 42 mana by releasing the restoration circle, but she was still going to need to be careful with the mana cost of her other spells if she didn't want to run out. "Marto, I hate this." He was used to enjoying a good fight, but Marto found this place to be miserable. He was outclassed in every encounter, and he was often struggling to keep control of himself. "She looks at me like I'm the monster." This was by far the worst part, and she's right to be afraid. This was a dungeon, if Callan's skill was to be believed, but the darkness of the place, the challenging level of the monsters, and being lost, all paled in comparison to the way she looked at him, her wide amber eyes filled with barely suppressed fear. He had no idea if Callan and Malika were even alive. And Ollie had almost died again, this time to a rogue. The idea of losing his friends and him being unable to help gnawed at him. When had he come to care for them so much? Was it merely the dangers they had braved together? He stepped over a tripwire and continued down the dark alleyway, soon reaching one of the uncountable twisting dark streets that had long since blurred together in his mind with a sense of sameness. The only things to break the monotony were the sudden patrols of kobolds, or occasionally skeletons that sent them fleeing into hiding whenever the monsters were too high level for them to face, which is almost always the case. "We should be pretty close to the library now," Ollie whispered to him. "It should be around there, past the next residential district." She had been directing their progress for most of the day, and slow as they were going, Marto still felt they had made some good ground. He peeked around the corner, spying a kobold group on guard up ahead. Mage, kobold level 8 warrior, kobold level 9 rogue, kobold level 7 mage. He flinched involuntarily from the mere memory of that searing fire. "Kobolds, can you handle the mage?" he whispered to Ollie. "I can get the other two." "Yes." Aleandra's steady response diffused some of the bite out of his anxiety. He had no desire to face the mages. Even though he had reached a much higher level now and had a lot of armor, he had no defenses against their fireballs, and being burnt alive was not something he was excited to experience again. "Okay, I'm going." He began his transformation, reminding himself to begin with his healing magic as he twisted into the shape of the bear. Ali nodded to him and he charged, his skill lending power to his muscles and accelerating him across the stone paving to slam into the kobold warrior before it could even react. He used swipe and brutal restoration simultaneously, striking both the dark rogue and the tougher warrior in a single sweeping attack. At least she won't have to yell at me from the start. The darkened street suddenly began to glow with the angry red light of fire magic. A chill ran down his spine as his body reacted to the remembered pain. Trust her. Ignoring the impending fireball, he swiped a second time, welcoming Ali's alpha wolf to the fight. Shifting sideways, he used the wall to block the kobolds from flanking him, and instead sent his intent to the alpha wolf, with a growl overlaid with a pulse of empathic emotions and images. It responded with body language indicating agreement, and shifted to flank the kobold warrior. Taking advantage of his positioning, the alpha executed a brutal rending hamstring attack, causing the kobold to stumble. This is so much easier with a pack fighter, especially with his beast language proficiency aiding communication. The kobold warrior recovered its balance and wheeled with a powerful slash, striking the alpha in the face with the rusty steel blade, but Marto was ready. He intercepted the damage using his arboreal sanctuary, transferring it to himself instead. Anger exploded forth from deep within him as his primal rage skill fought for control. But his power surged too. This time he managed to remember to use his brutal restoration skill as he lashed out with his swipe, connecting with both the kobolds in quick succession and even knocking the rogue off balance. The warrior spun to attack him instead. That's right, don't show me your back. The rage began to ebb as his healing magic pulsed steadily, erasing his wounds. In the distance he could still hear the yelps and howls of the other wolves, and the whistle thump of Ali's bolts as she fought the fire mage. He was most annoyed by the warrior, so he focused his attacks on him, ignoring the smaller rogue and its pesky stabbing dagger. I have armor, you idiot. He sent the thought to the kobold, even though it couldn't hear him. The rogue swarmed into the attack with a complicated series of feints. Instinctively, Marto took advantage of a small opening to slam it into the wall with his paw. The alpha, anticipating his attack, placed itself in the perfect flanking position, taking the opportunity he had created to hamstring it. He followed his surge of satisfaction with another swipe, knocking the hamstrung kobold sprawling across the stone pavement, with blood splashing from several deep claw gashes. Beyond his world, the darkness glowed red again, and the heavy thump of a detonation shook the ground, but he ignored it, taking a wicked slash on his shoulder to savage the downed kobold. Marto, heal, oh. He suddenly remembered to use his spell, applying it to the next attack, and a rush of soothing energy flowed through his body, easing his pain and slowly clearing away the fog. A soft chime sounded in his mind, and suddenly a stream of golden magic bolts arced over him and slammed into the rogue that was hamstrung between him and the alpha. It panicked and tried to run, but it was still limping badly from bone-deep gashes in its lower calf, and the lingering effects of the alpha wolf's debilitating hamstring attack prevented it from getting too far before the chasing bolts killed it. The bolts, mid-flight, suddenly switched direction and began raining down on the unfortunate kobold warrior. It screeched and lashed out with a frenzy of slashes. Down to one enemy, Marto ignored its blade and simply unleashed attack after attack at the kobold, reveling in the ripping of scales and the spray of blood, until it, too, collapsed from the onslaught. Your group has defeated Fire Mage, Kobold, level 8. Your group has defeated Warrior, Kobold, level 9. Your group has defeated Dagger Rogue, Kobold, level 7. Druidic Shapeshifter has reached level 7 plus 10 attribute points. He shifted, reverting to his beastkin form, and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still in control. Better, that was much better. How was your rage? Ali had lost all her lower-level wolves in the fight. They lay strewn across the street, still smoking from the aftermath of the fire. The only exception was the alpha wolf standing beside him. It was easier to manage this time, he said. Realistically though, this fight hadn't been nearly as hard as the ones which had put him in danger, and their strategy had helped him enormously. I leveled up to 7 and Bear Form got 2 levels, so I have more armor. That's good, Ali said, sounding relieved. I'll spend all my points on vitality. That should help too. Ali sighed, visibly relaxing at his words. I never want to see her terrified of me again. He carefully moved to drag the corpses into a nearby house so that they could set up camp and Ali could use them for mana. It had been a long and stressful day, but winning this fight relatively easily had put him in a better mood. Ali inscribed her healing circle for them, and while she finished up barricading the doorway with several sizable chunks of stone and deconstructing all the corpses, he sat within the circle feeling its soft healing magic restore his body from his wounds. He had been sitting quietly for several minutes when his notification chime surprised him. Curiously, he summoned the image of the giant oak in his mind, immediately noticing a denser vibrance to the aura of transparent leaves that swirled about its lower branches. New writing appeared upon the trunk glowing the familiar green, and he drew closer to study it. Requirements met for skill advancement: survive a fight with less than 5% remaining health, vitality has reached 50, recover more than 1000 health from your own healing magic, recover more than 1000 health being healed by an ally. Arboreal Sanctuary gains advanced regeneration. Arboreal Sanctuary, level 6, you emit a spherical sanctuary aura of nature magic centered on yourself. Range 11.8 feet. Your natural health regeneration rate is increased by plus 1079%, 100 plus skill plus wisdom/10, and you can recover even from critical injuries. Your regeneration is shared with allies including animals, beasts and plants. Range, Sanctuary, Mana, you can redirect damage from anyone to yourself. Range, Sanctuary, Nature, Domain, Area, Wisdom. Accept this advancement. He stared at the notification in stunned silence for a long time. 5%. It had been that close that first fight after falling down the hole. The rest of the requirements seemed crazy, but nothing came close to that one. He was always being hurt, and his healing and Ali's circle needed to do a lot of work as they crept through the darkness. Even now the restoration circle was still working hard to heal his body. Marto, he realized she had been shaking his arm. Sorry, I got a skill advance, Ali, he said, sharing the update. The advance itself was substantial. His health would now regenerate, just like mana and stamina did, healing even the most severe injuries given enough time if he understood the skill correctly. As a passive skill, it wouldn't require any mana or even that he was conscious. Most people had to rely on potions or healers to recover their injuries, but provided he didn't die outright, he would heal automatically. That seems very good, Ali observed quietly. How much health do you have now? 500. Ali coughed and stared at him for a moment before speaking. If you can recover a bit more than 500 per hour, she muttered a bit under her breath, clearly doing some arithmetic, that's nearly 9 health per minute. I can share my health regeneration with you and your minions too, Marto said, beginning to appreciate the second part of the advance more and more. Already there had been numerous times when he was fighting side by side with Ali's sewer rats or starving wolves. Even though it would only amount to a slow trickle of healing over the duration of a normal battle, any amount of healing was worth it. What do you think? It will definitely help, Ali said. That was enough for him. Marto nodded and accepted his first skill advancement. Immediately, Ali glanced at him in open surprise, shuffling backward a few steps, and then a few more before she advanced again. She said, "How interesting. Marto, you're not just sharing health regeneration. My stamina and mana regeneration are higher in your aura. Are you sure?" "Yup, look at this," Ali answered, and then shared her regeneration numbers with him. "This sanctuary buff shows up as soon as I step close to you. Health regeneration percentage of maximum health regenerated per hour plus 1079% sanctuary, total, plus 1079% stamina regeneration percentage of maximum stamina regenerated per hour plus 100% racial, Fey, plus 100% sanctuary." It has 2 clauses. The first one grants you passive health regeneration, which almost nobody has. The second clause shares your regeneration with your allies. It doesn't specify which kind of regeneration, so it must mean all of them. You must have a base racial regeneration of 100% per hour for mana and stamina, just like me. Wow. That's far better than I thought. Name, Marto Bar. Race, Beastkin buffs, Bear form. Class, Druidic Shapeshifter. Level 7 Arboreal Sanctuary. Level 6 Swipe. Level 5 Brutal Restoration. Level 7 Bear form. Level 6 Wolf form. Level 2 Primal Rage. Level 6 Locked. General Skills Identify. Level 5 Cooking. Level 4 Wilderness Lore. Level 5 Aptitudes Languages. Common. Her mind was hazy with an undercurrent of panic, barely registering the hard wooden floorboards bouncing and bucking beneath her battered body, and the strange crashing noises in the background. She struggled weakly, but nothing seemed to work. A few moments later, the crushing exhaustion bore down on her, dragging her consciousness under once more. Not again. She was awoken abruptly as her body floated, briefly weightless, and then suddenly slammed into the hard wooden surface below her. Something snapped, right next to her sternum, sending a lance of pain through her chest. Her ears rang with a cacophony of frantic rattling and crashing as the floor jolted and bounced, trying its best to toss her into the air again. The air inside, wherever this was thick with a mix of dust and the acrid stench of smoke. Above the din, she could hear distant screams and the unmistakable sound of steel clashing against steel. Where am I? A tremendous paroxysm of pain hammered through her muddled mind as she struggled to make sense of what was happening. Reaching for her head did not work as her arms failed to respond. Vague memories swirled through her mind, images of being attacked, waking up and falling unconscious repeatedly. Bound. Her arms didn't work because they were bound. Wait, I can heal. She reached for her magic and activated healing mantra, but nothing happened. A profound sense of déjà vu stopped her in her tracks as she struggled to figure out what any of it all meant in the midst of her confusion. Her eyes seemed to be glued shut by something sticky, but she managed to crack one eye open. A little way from her, lying slumped against the wall, was a body with silver-white hair. Callan. For a moment she thought he might be dead, but then she saw his chest rise slowly and then fall. The all-consuming lethargy rose within her, threatening to snatch her away. No, there was something really messed up with her mind. Again, acting on instinct, she sat up and closed her eyes, looking within for a place to center herself. She breathed in and then out, feeling the familiar sense of her meditation cradling her mind and body. She breathed again, and suddenly the lethargy began to ebb, receding into the darkness, an island of calm in a sea of lurching and jolting chaos. What the fuck was that? She thought as her mind slowly began to clear. She remembered being captured, Adric and Edric. She remembered being punched in the head by Kieran Morey, and then waking to be punched in the head by Edric, a sensation she was more than familiar with. Less so that relentless assault. Usually the thugs had left her somewhat functional so they could beat her up again whenever the fancy took them. This was on another level, a Kieran Morey level. She shouldn't be alive, I had no mana. Then she remembered the cuffs. Twisting her body, she caught a glimpse of the cuffs binding her wrists behind her back, but these were thicker and inscribed with what appeared to be silvery runes. Cuffs of greater suppression, level 20 sturdy steel handcuffs, designed to restrain people with classes by sapping mana and stamina. Requirements: none 20 to level requirement 2, 27% to mana and stamina regeneration. Locked quality, magic value 5 gold, created by Indacus Argyle. Hands, handcuffs, fuck, level 20. Malika groaned in understanding. These cuffs were substantially more potent than the ones she had been forced to wear before. The amount of suppression well exceeded her regeneration, and if someone was stuck with 0 stamina for long enough, they would typically fall unconscious until their stamina recovered. The only reason I'm awake is because of my meditation. Meditation level 3 focus. Enter a meditative state during which mana and stamina regeneration is increased by plus 80% 35 plus skill x 15. Movement or using an active skill cancels your focus. Wisdom health regeneration percentage of maximum health regenerated per hour. Maybe 2 per minute. It's going to take ages to recover enough to heal my broken ribs and whatever else they did to me. As she tried to make a plan, any plan, a distant whistling sound caught her attention, dragging her back to the situation around her. The floor was still banging and bucking, and the sounds of screaming and clanging continued unabated. As her perspective jolted up and down, she recognized she was inside a covered wagon, and we must be in the middle of a battle. The wagon was going entirely too fast and seemed out of control. When this stops, it's going to hurt like hell. The whistling sound grew rapidly louder, and suddenly the wagon leapt into the air, tossing her flying, suddenly weightless amid the sound of a deafening detonation and concussion of incinerating heat. She tucked into a ball but bound and drained. She was powerless to prevent her body from smashing into the side of the wagon as she cartwheeled out of control, coming to a sudden, bone-grinding stop. Malika's body bounced once and something else cracked painfully, but she had tucked in her head, preventing herself from being knocked unconscious or worse. She winced as she crashed into the bars of the roof of the now upside-down wagon. She groaned, spitting up a mouthful of blood. Wounded and bruised, and in no small amount of pain, Malika levered herself awkwardly into a sitting position and looked around as best she could. Her energy began draining away, and she quickly reached for the calm focus of her meditation skill once more. The tarp covering the wagon, concealing them from prying eyes, had been torn away in the crash. Through a smoky haze, Malika saw shadowy shapes struggling in a gloomy forest. Swords gleamed and arrows buzzed overhead, accompanied by occasional flashes and flickers of offensive magic. The corpses of several Keldaran merchants lay strewn about like so much litter, their lizard-like features more than enough to tell Malika that it was she and Callan who were the merchandise. That much is promising. At least it explained why she wasn't dead. Yet. At once a small, leathery, green-skinned figure ran past wielding a wickedly curved scimitar of dubious quality, considering the point was rusted right off, shrieking as it disappeared among the trees. Goblins. Goblins were vicious and cunning. And where you saw one, there were undoubtedly 20 more hiding somewhere nearby just waiting to shank you and steal your stuff. Goblins typically ate prisoners. Without Callan, she couldn't even use Identify to figure out just how screwed they were. We have to get out of here fast. Malika struggled violently against the suppression cuffs, but it was hopeless. She was still bound at the wrists and ankles and locked within the cage-like Keldaran slave wagon. She sat as still as possible, working on regenerating her stamina while she racked her brain trying to figure out how to escape. From the distant treeline, a figure burst into the clearing, sprinting toward her wide-eyed and screaming. A woman, human, not Keldaran like the several corpses she had already seen, was running right for the wagon and Malika. Is that a guard? A Keldaran merchant insignia had been affixed to the front of the woman's dark brown leather shirt, and her long, pinned hair was beginning to come loose. She looked frantic, in fear of her life. In the distance, Malika heard the same low whistle and saw a glowing fiery red orb approaching at high speed. Shit. Oh shit no, she threw herself to the ground, covering Callan's head with her body as the fireball detonated, rocking the ground. A tremendous concussion of flame punched her in the back, searing her flesh, before she was pelted with clods of flying dirt and pebbles that rained down on the stricken wagon. Malika stifled a groan of pain at her fresh burns and cautiously poked her head up to look around, reactivating meditation because she had lost her focus. Something about a giant explosion of fire made focus a little challenging. In the distance among the trees, a small, red-robed figure turned and disappeared, and a wicked cackle carried across the clearing, heard over the ringing in her ears. A mage. He has one hell of a temper. Elite or unique goblins were supposed to be rare. Worse, his cackling laughter had sounded downright demented. She lay unmoving beside Callan, pretending to be dead until she could no longer hear him. Shuffling and twisting awkwardly, she gritted her teeth against the pain of her broken ribs and dragged herself across the bars on the ground to the edge of the wagon cage, where the mangled and burnt remains of the female guard lay sprawled and broken. Wisps of smoke rose from the body, and the stench of overcooked meat filled her nostrils. Awkwardly, and with frequent pauses as her ribs tried to skewer her lungs, she placed her back up against the bars and slowly levered herself up until she could reach the body. Grimacing as her hands encountered all sorts of burnt and bleeding flesh, she finally found what she was looking for, a simple metal hairpin. It took a frustratingly long time to snag the hairpin between her fingers and tug it free, but eventually she managed, slumping back to the ground with her prize. The sickening stench turned her stomach, but she put it out of her mind for now, focusing on bending the metal hairpin the way she needed. Her normally dexterous fingers struggled with a task made significantly harder by being bound behind her back. By the time she had it right, she had regenerated just about enough stamina to use her skill. With a few deft flicks and twists, and most of her hardened stamina, the lock on the cuffs binding her hands clicked open and they fell to the ground. Lockpicking has reached level 5, Malika grimaced. Much as she hated the lifestyle that had earned her this skill, it sure came in handy for unusual situations. Her pragmatism had always won out over her feelings, and she had never removed the skill, even after she had earned her class. I don't have to like it, just use it, stay alive. She massaged her wrists, enjoying the sensation of her stamina and mana beginning to regenerate normally. Reaching through the bars once more, she retrieved the dead guard's dagger from the sheath on her belt and freed her legs from the rope bindings. Carefully concealing herself beside Callan's unconscious body, she meditated, waiting for her stamina to recover enough to use. She organized her priorities in her mind. Callan's breathing sounded ragged but regular, and she needed to remove his cuffs, but she was also defenseless in the middle of an ongoing goblin raid. If any goblins found them, it would be a quick arrow or a fireball to the face, or more likely a mob with clubs and sticks beating them to death. As soon as she had enough stamina, she turned on perfect body, giving herself an attribute boost to increase the size of her mana and stamina pools, and consequently improving her regeneration. Then she picked the lock on Callan's cuffs, allowing him to begin regenerating normally. As her resources slowly recovered, she enabled her defensive skills one at a time and then healed Callan and herself. Malika winced as her healing magic burned through her body, causing her broken bones to shift and snap painfully as they knit together. She didn't have enough to heal both of them fully, but she could put up with some burns for now as long as her body worked. Callan groaned and rolled over. Quickly she silenced him, his eyes snapping open in alarm as she covered his mouth. But she saw the alertness and recognition rapidly kindled within his eyes, so she released him. None of their equipment was anywhere to be found, but she had her hairpin, so she quickly picked the lock on the wagon's cage door. Climbing up and out of the upside-down doorway, Malika was finally free of the cage. Now we just have to avoid the goblins and find out where we are. She examined the guard, finding a bow and a half-empty quiver which she tossed to Callan as he landed beside her. "Which way?" she whispered. Without hesitation, Callan pointed back along a trail through the forest. There were more bodies strewn about in that direction, and burnt or smashed crates and upturned wagons everywhere, several of which were on fire. Malika headed off at a run, trying to look everywhere at the same time. Callan's body faded into the shadows. If she hadn't known he was nearby, she would have believed herself alone. He moved without a sound and was nearly invisible in the darkness. Malika dodged around an overturned wagon and skidded to a stop, suddenly finding herself face to face with a goblin. He was in the process of looting a corpse and stood up and stared at her with his small black eyes. The goblin wore nothing more than a dirty loincloth and his scarred, leathery green skin. He snatched up a spear and screeched something, and immediately several other goblins appeared. Some clambered up on top of the wagon with handfuls of rocks, while others emerged from behind it, wielding all manner of slings, rusty daggers and swords. 6. Curse my luck, clearly the leader, the goblin with the spear and loincloth, advanced. "Grak hungry, Grak eat girl." He spoke with horrendously broken common, his long red tongue moving grotesquely across his broken yellow teeth as he pointed a filthy finger at her. Shit, he's an elite. There was no avoiding them now. The leader was a cut above the rest and probably far higher level than the others, but two of them had already moved in behind her to cut off her escape. Rogues, she thought, eyeing the daggers. With the spear-wielding warrior in front of her and the wagon to the side, she was effectively pinned. The rest of the goblins readied their slings and daggers, using the wagon for cover. Don't let your enemy take the initiative. It was her father's teachings, echoing in her memory, that snapped her out of her surprise. Malika burst into motion, sidestepping his spear thrust, and returned the favor by punching Grak in the snout using her soul strike to enhance the damage. Immediately, the two dagger-wielders behind her closed in, pressing their advantage, and she was suddenly dodging a flurry of blades and flying rocks from all directions. The warrior attacked, stabbing with his spear. Malika dodged but took a stray dagger slash to her upper arm. "I'm being flanked." For all their reputation of being weak, goblins were cunning fighters, and they had the advantage of numbers and solid teamwork. She had never fought goblins before, obviously, but she knew enough to know she was in trouble. There are too many. Suddenly, a streak of brilliant white seared past a mere half-foot above her head. One of the stone-throwing goblins toppled off the wagon with an arrow jutting out of its neck. It screeched and thrashed on the ground, spitting up blood as it fell among its comrades, and Malika took advantage of the distraction to deliver a powerful kick combination to the warrior's ribs, dodging his deadly spear. Her soul strike stole health in small chunks, repairing the wound on her arm from the dagger strike. She still hadn't fully recovered her mana, but this was not the time to be frugal. Unfortunately, the rogues recovered quickly, and the warrior Grak simply laughed at her and thrust again, making his spear swish with uncanny speed. She punched him in the face. His vicious forward thrust slammed into her ribs, striking with unbelievable power. Her blood sprayed across the nearby goblin rogue, and she could tell from the crack that he had broken her rib again. Did he get stronger? Grak cackled with glee, and from the back of his shoulders and his wiry arms, a faint red mist began to form. A mist that looked suspiciously like Marto's skill. Berserker, just my luck. Malika wrestled with a difficult choice. She could either continue and try to kill the Berserker warrior before his damage got out of hand, while simultaneously trying to survive the rogues and other goblins, or she could try to take out the weaker goblins and avoid feeding the warrior's rage skill until the end. But she would undoubtedly take some spear strikes from the skilled elite goblin in the meantime. A second scavenger fell screaming from the wagon above, the brilliantly glowing arrow in its throat fading as it hit the ground. I'm not alone, she reminded herself as her choice suddenly became clear. Callan's whittling them down already. Malika switched to the weakest-looking rogue and kicked it in the stomach. Callan would deal with the goblins on the top of the wagon. I hope I have enough left to finish it, she thought, as she went all out on the rogue, trying to kill it as quickly as possible. Her punches landed in quick succession, each burning a portion of her stamina to power Soul Strike and return some health. The wounds on her ribs began to knit together, and even some of the burns began to heal as she dug in. The rogue retaliated with a rapid pair of strikes, both of which Malika dodged. But she wasn't quick enough to dodge the warrior's spear thrust to her thigh. As she stumbled, the second rogue leapt in and stabbed her in the back twice before she could even react. She was never so thankful she had an excellent armor skill, and that she had waited to regenerate enough to reactivate it, as she winced from the pain of the devastating attacks. The goblin warrior's cackling laughter was getting on her nerves. Pulsing her healing mantra briefly to restore a little more health, Malika surged to her feet and kneed the rogue brutally in the sternum, triggering Soul Strike again. Carefully judging the angles, she feigned a stumble, dodging back away from where she judged Callan to be hiding. Hungry for her blood, the goblins took the bait hook, line and sinker, rushing forward and presenting their backs to the half-elf archer concealed among the trees. Not too smart, a brilliantly glowing arrow streaked across the battlefield and pierced clean through the throat of the most injured goblin rogue from behind, killing it with a wet gurgle and a shower of blood. Thanks, Callan, teamwork. She mentally thanked him for the strategic choice. One less goblin I need to dodge. She spun on her heel and performed a round kick to the remaining rogue's head, and then had to scramble to dodge a stab combination from the Berserker warrior's spear. Her dodge wasn't nearly as effective against the higher-level goblin, and she earned a slash to her forearm and a nasty stab wound to her ribs. I just healed those, seriously. Bleeding freely again, she kept a careful eye on the dangerous elite Berserker while she resumed her attack on the rogue. She dodged and weaved, slipping in punches and kicks whenever she had an opening and trying to force the goblins into tangling each other up. Suddenly, the goblin rogue turned and fled, leaving bloody footprints as it ran. Malika desperately wanted to chase it down, but she was still pinned in place, trying desperately to avoid a dangerously skillful spear. If it gets away, we will be facing the entire army. As if he had read her mind, the dazzling white streak of Callan's empowered arrow tore across the clearing, plugging in the fleeing rogue's back with a dull thud. It dropped to the ground. Phew, she let out her breath and gasped as she barely avoided a spear point that aimed to aerate her windpipe. Focus, it's an elite. He fought with a continuous cackle and a crazy look in his eyes. However, there was nothing off about his spear. Each strike was quick and precise, and Malika found herself taking constant cuts and stabs, despite her frantic efforts to dredge up every defensive move she knew. Without her armor and her dodge skills, she would probably have already died. Pulsing another heal through her body, she stepped up her counterattacks. Even though her resources were running low, she knew she could not afford to hold back against the elite Berserker. Each punch and kick flickered with her magical energy. Each point of health recovered went to restore her wounds, and with every strike, the Berserker came back stronger. Arrows whistled through the air like glowing rain as Malika wrestled for position, struggling to create openings for Callan. But every arrow that buried itself in the Berserker's back only fed the growing mist. After several minutes, the laughter suddenly cut off. Grak roared, and the mist pouring out of his thick green hide deepened to a dark red, his eyes bloodshot and beginning to glow. He swiped sideways with his spear, and Malika could barely see the shaft as it smacked into her shin, tripping her. Immediately he stabbed, punching the point of the spear right through her thigh. Out of sheer desperation, she grabbed the shaft of the spear, locking it in place, and clocked him in the jaw. It felt like hitting a boulder. She almost blacked out as the goblin twisted the spear, impaling her thigh. Through the haze of her pain, she saw two arrows slam into the goblin's back and neck while she lashed out at him again, but he seemed immune to the pain. With a roar, he hauled on the spear, wrenching it from her grasp and tearing it out of her leg in a horrific spray of blood. Malika answered her body's agonized screaming at the violation with a full-power healing mantra, burning the last of her mana, scrambling out of the way of a vicious high-speed lancing attack, the spear point gleaming wickedly as it passed a fraction of an inch from her left eye. A brace of Callan's arrows feathered from its left flank as if magically teleported there. From the ground, she executed a low kick and connected solidly, sweeping the goblin off his feet. Desperate to gain any advantage, she leapt on him and punched him repeatedly flush in the face, each strike flashing and cracking as his head ricocheted off the hard ground. The warrior heaved her off him with unbelievable strength and with an overhead punch, struck her on the shoulder. Her collarbone cracked as she was driven to her knees by the unnatural power of the berserker's rage. Meanwhile, another arrow buried itself deep into his back, but the goblin paid it no mind, charging Malika with his spear raised to deliver a lethal strike. With a supreme effort, she leapt up and backward, sucking in her stomach. The scything blade scored a deep crimson line across her skin but missed anything vital. Malika lunged forward, solid footwork and a twist from her torso, powering an elbow strike to his throat. With a flash of her soul strike and a sickening crunch, the elite goblin berserker collapsed in a lifeless heap. "Got you, ugly bastard. Your group has defeated Berserker Warrior, Goblin level 9. Your group has defeated Dagger Rogue, Goblin level 23x2. Your group has defeated Skirmisher, Goblin level 2. Your group has defeated Scavenger, Goblin level 1x2. Malika let herself slump to the ground too, drawing down most of her remaining stamina to heal herself. Her heart still hadn't realized it was over, and her arms were trembling from the aftereffects of adrenaline. She stared at the corpse of the berserker, still grinning in death. "Grak no eat girl today, that's for sure," she thought, and then she settled in to recover her mana and stamina with meditation as Callan appeared to check on her. Soul Monk has reached level 6 plus 10 attribute points. Martial Artist has reached level 5. Soul Strike has reached level 6. Soul Armor has reached level 5. Enlightened Evasion has reached level 4. Appraise has reached level 6. Wow, that was worth it. She waited while Callan systematically searched all the corpses, recovering all of his arrows before she felt able to get to her feet. "That guy was an elite," Callan said. "We need to be careful out here." "Yes, I figured," she answered, meeting his droll smile with one of her own. "Let's move." Together, they sprinted the rest of the way to the relative safety of the trees. For nearly an hour, Malika followed Callan as they snuck through the woods, dodging patrols. They killed a few isolated goblins when Callan identified them as being low-level and hid in the undergrowth when another elite goblin ran by. Eventually, the sounds of the goblin raid began to fade, and Callan drew to a halt in a secluded clearing with some cover. "I think we should be safe here for a bit," Callan said. "Let's get some rest." "Okay." As she hunkered down, her chime sounded again for no apparent reason. Startled and unable to resist her burning curiosity, Malika opened her notifications at once. Requirements met for skill advancement. She almost blurted it out, but she caught herself and glanced surreptitiously toward Callan. He seemed busy with his arrows and hadn't noticed her surprise. She hesitated. Her instincts, honed over the brutal years surviving the slums, clamored for her to keep her power secret. He didn't need to know. The more she shared, the more people might take advantage of her. "He had my back out there." She studied the half-elf in profile while he worked, muttering something about the awful quality of goblin arrows. But in the end, she had to trust her instincts. They were the only reason she had survived after all. She read on. Martial Artist has reached level 5, tanked 5 or more monsters simultaneously, survived a critical strike from an elite monster, received master-level training in defensive melee fighting, used 2 or more defense-trait skills in combat simultaneously. Martial Artist gains artful blocking. Martial Artist gains the defense trait. Martial Artist level 5 requires unarmed. You are proficient with unarmed and acrobatic martial arts fighting styles. Your reaction speed is enhanced. Stamina. Deliver a melee attack with any part of your body. Attack damage is increased by plus 92%, 40 plus skill plus dexterity. Stamina. Block or deflect a melee attack, reducing damage taken proportional to dexterity and skill. Blocked attacks cannot cause critical damage. Physical, melee, attack, defense, mastery, dexterity. Accept this advancement. Hell yes, this is perfect. Malika accepted the advance without hesitation. Normally, one was supposed to carefully consider the future impact of skill advances, making sure to only accept those that were in line with the direction you wished to grow. Accepting advances would often block other subsequent, perhaps better, or more aligned choices from being offered later. But she knew that being able to block, guard, or deflect attacks was a fundamental martial arts technique, and something she would certainly have used extensively against Grak. This advancement was perfectly aligned with Malika's goal to become a powerful martial artist, But even so, she was not exactly in the position to be hesitant about taking something that may save her life out here. I thought goblin elites were rare, Malika said, picking a safer topic. Yes, Callan nodded. That probably means there's an entire goblin horde or warren nearby. I saw tracks that looked like timber wolves and bugbears. If they have bugbears, it will be a big group, far more than we can handle. Yes, I saw a goblin fire mage earlier too. This close to the town, I think we should investigate, Malika said. The idea was fraught with danger. If they were caught, they would most likely die and be eaten in that order if they were lucky. On the other hand, the town would need to know the danger they were in, and the more information they could bring, the better their chances. I agree, Callan replied soberly. Surprised? Sorry. I shouldn't be. Malika sat quietly meditating, allowing Callan to finish his work. He had all the arrows laid out neatly in front of him, and with painstaking meticulousness, he was trimming and repairing the damage with their only dagger. Meantime, she considered her situation and what must have transpired. The thugs from the town watch had captured them, most likely Tala's doing, and it was serious enough that Kieran Mori himself had gotten involved. Myron's keep is going to be dangerous for me from now on. We must have been sold. It was the reason for the Keldaran merchant caravan, and the only plausible reason Kieran Mori had left them alive. It had taken a fat slice of luck, some skill, and a full-on goblin raid to escape their Keldaran slave caravan, and now she was stuck out here, lost in the wilderness with a half-elf she barely knew. Can I trust him? She glanced at Callan, wholly absorbed in repairing his arrows. He had had her back during the fight without question, and he seemed incredibly smart, but she disliked being dependent on him to guide them back to safety. Her thoughts drifted back to the fight that started this whole disaster, and the conundrum that she hadn't been able to unwrap. Mart, why did you get involved? She hadn't been particularly nice to the Beastkin boy, and she knew he knew it. She wrestled it around in her mind for a while, but it still twisted around in her conscience. I owe him, and I hate that. She looked speculatively at Callan, who hadn't spoken a single word since he sat down. Callan, she began, why do you stick up for him? Marto, Callan's dagger paused briefly before he answered, he's my friend. It was a simple answer, honest and truthful to her assessment, and yet it wasn't nearly the whole story. She considered him for a while, debating how to approach it. It seems more than that, she finally pointed out. At his surprised glance, she pressed on, committed now. You seem to be very smart and perceptive, even though you don't talk much. You must know how bad his berserker skill is for a group, and yet you stick up for him and look out for him, and don't call him out when he takes unilateral action. He attacked Edric while Kieran Mori was watching. Is he stupid or something? Callan paused, and then finally put his dagger down carefully in front of him. He stared into the distance for a while, his eyes somewhat unfocused, before he began to speak quietly. I am the bastard child of a human and a sun elf. My father ran off before I was even born. Callan's eyes took a harsh cast, and though his voice remained calm, Malika could trace every line of the tension in his neck and the fists he had formed in his lap. His repressed anger caught her attention as surely as the unexpected personal revelation. All her interactions with him told her that he was quiet, introverted, shy and calm. She sat quietly as he reined in the anger and covered the cracks in his internal emotional defenses. Nobody likes a bastard and everyone hates half-breeds, he continued, apparently calm once more. Most elves treat me like I'm inferior in every way. At best, I get pity. Most humans are distrustful of my elven heritage. As Myron's keep began to slide into crime and anarchy, things only got worse for me and my mom. At first, I'm sure she stayed because she was hoping he would come back, but after a while, with the falling out from the Guild of Tailors and the town watch's ever-increasing taxes for protection against criminals, we could no longer afford to leave. The town watch are puppets of the Hawkhurst Trading Company's criminal syndicate, Malika said, unable to keep the frustrated anger from her words. I know most people know, but what can we do? My mom is almost level 60, but a tailor class is powerless against even a level 20 with a sword and the combat skills to back it up. Malika fell silent. He's right, she knew it, and many people did too. It was unfair all around, but like her, they all seemed trapped in it. When I was younger, Donovan and his clique of hangers-on and wannabe nobles would pick on me almost every day, telling me it was my own fault for being born a half-breed. One day, they had me pinned on the playground, and they were taking turns practicing their punches. They said it was for my own good, that as a half-elf I should feel honored to help my betters practice their combat skills. Marto walked up to him and knocked him out cold with a heavy branch. He sent 3 of the others to the school healer before the group overwhelmed him and beat him up. Is he stupid? Why would he get himself beaten up in a fight he had no chance of winning? This scenario was the same as the one which was bothering her. Why fight if you cannot win? Marto sees the world differently than most. Things like this are very simple and direct for him. Normal people might evaluate the enemies arrayed against them before getting involved, weighing the risks and benefits. Someone like you or me would run for help. Marto just sees an injustice or his friend in need and gets involved. The risk isn't part of his calculation. That's why he charged in to save Ali from an entire pack of wolves. You and I both thought it was an unreasonable risk, an unwinnable fight, and that made us hesitate. All he saw was that she was about to die and he could not stand by and not help. It made a weird sort of sense. All the actions Marto had shown seemed to fit Callan's assessment. It's going to get him killed though. But one thing still didn't make sense. You said he sticks up for his friends without question. I can respect that, but why me? I'm not even nice to him. Marto decided to give you his friendship. It doesn't particularly matter to him that you don't reciprocate. After he defended me on the playground, I wanted nothing to do with him for months. But it didn't bother him at all. He simply kept doing it. He's a fucking idiot. Understanding Marto better simply made her more frustrated and annoyed. Yes, but it's not stupidity. He's smart. He just sees the world differently. He was the only person other than my mom who accepted me without question. Callan picked up his dagger. He's also a half-breed, and his dad is a literal monster in the eyes of most. He would never show it, but I think he needs friendship even more than I do. With that, Callan returned to his repairs, leaving Malika alone with her thoughts. In the quiet space of her meditation, she considered Callan and his story. Sometimes she forgot that she was not the only person with a harsh life. Being abandoned by his elf father seemed to be an intensely personal issue for Callan, but even she had seen how poorly half-breeds were treated in this town. If he had been slender and physically weak growing up, it would have been so much worse. Marto might be a half-breed with a monster race, but he was certainly big and physically powerful. So many times she had wished for someone to come and save her from her own life and struggles. But it wasn't even that she wanted to be saved. It would have been enough just to have someone with her, someone on my side, no matter what. She shook her head, finally realizing why Callan stuck with Marto. He's still an idiot. But she found that much of her frustration and anger towards the beastkin had faded after hearing Callan's tale. She found herself trying to imagine what life might have been like if she had just had a similar idiot willing to take a beating to be on her side. At least I understand Callan's feelings now, and maybe Marto is just as lonely as the rest of us. Still, I mustn't get too involved here. I can't afford it. Name: Malika. Race: human. Titles: street rat. Active buffs: perfect body, soul armor. Count: 4. Ali moaned quietly and sat up, realizing there was no way she was going to get any more sleep. Not that she had slept particularly well anyway. She stared at the golden text of the notification for a long while before swiping it away. 4. So far, she hadn't needed to spend any more points on endurance to mitigate the pain, but it was a persistent, nagging ache in the background, and combined with her stressful environment, it was taking a great toll on her ability to rest and recover. After surviving the first battle against the kobolds, Ali had expected she would find her way out of the ruined city within a day or two at most. It had been her home after all, and she had a good idea of how long it took to walk the city. However, it had been 4 days already. If it goes much longer, I won't have any health left. Done sleeping? Marto asked quietly from the doorway where he was keeping watch. Withdrawal again, she answered. I'm not going to be able to sleep anymore. Let's go. She ignored the clenching of hunger in her belly. They had used up the last of the food Marto had packed yesterday, and complaining would do nobody any good. If it wasn't for the kobolds and skeletons, if it wasn't for them, they could have just walked out. Instead, they had been forced to sneak around, keeping alert for patrols and traps at every turn. Regularly, they had been forced to hide, sometimes for hours at a time, just to allow patrols of kobolds that they couldn't begin to face to pass them by. They emerged from their hiding spot, a building that Ali was convinced had once been a convenience store, into a street thankfully devoid of monsters. She scanned the skyline, trying to get a good view between the buildings, but all she could see was more stone and darkness. If only I could see the library from here. She stopped and examined the intersection ahead. I think it's that way. She had been directing them through the last residential district near the central hub of the city, trying to reach one of the enormous radial boulevards. Ali was certain that the main thoroughfare would prove the fastest access to the library and their passage out of here. Unfortunately, every time they had to detour or hide, She would get turned around in the chaos and confusion, and the unremitting sameness of a city stripped bare of nearly everything except stone left her without all the familiar landmarks she might have used to get her bearings. "This way," she whispered, with a certainty she hardly felt, glancing back at Marto. She gathered her own personal wolf pack around her, drawing a sense of security from the proximity of their enormous, shaggy bodies, 2 alpha wolves and 3 of the lower-level ones. At least this way, if another one of those black-scaled rogues crept up on her, they would have to get through her wolves first. With her racial penalty to vitality and domain withdrawal chopping another 40% off her health, she felt precariously low. 1 or 2 hits would finish her. I probably wouldn't even know what happened. Arlie had invested every single attribute point in vitality, but beyond that she was at a loss for how to improve her situation. I just need to get out of here. Was this domain class a good idea? How did Dad manage? Health, 12120 minus 40% domain withdrawal stamina, 150 mana, 407 520 113 reserved. It did not look good. She had no armor, unlike Marto, and her health was pitifully low. Her only advantage was her large mana pool, allowing her the extravagance of reserving 113 mana for wolves to act as her defense, while keeping enough mana available to cast her roots and barrier. It will have to be enough, she thought, following Marto and keeping her eyes on the dark skyline, searching in vain for a glimpse of the towering library. She would use the lower-level wolves as expendable defenses if they ran into anything dangerous. She sent one of her wolves ahead of her just in case they missed a tripwire, and she walked the twisting dark stone streets, avoiding obvious wires and any suspiciously uneven flagstones just in case they were traps. They spoke only in whispers, constantly vigilant for the ever-present wandering kobold patrols. At least the streets seemed to be getting wider, she noted, a good sign they were headed in the right direction. The sudden chirping of kobolds up ahead sent Arlie diving for a dark doorway. It was a sadly familiar routine by now. She automatically stepped over where the tripwire would be if there was one and directed her wolves with a thought. As they hid, waiting for the patrol to pass, Arlie wondered why the kobolds were so prolific with their traps. What even would set them off down here, other than us? Is it an instinctual behavior? Even the slow trickle of her mana draining when the kobolds were nearby was familiar and ignored. A sudden motion and a clicking noise froze her in place. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a bone-white creature about the size of her fist crawling across the floor and, to her horror, up onto her leg. She wanted to scream, to kick it off, to run, but she clamped her hands over her mouth and stared wide-eyed at the horrific thing. It paused, looking around, the rounded white carapace pulsing slowly as it breathed. Its 8 slender legs pricked at her skin as it began crawling once again. Suddenly Marto reached out his hand and grabbed the creature, tossing it off into the darkness, and Arlie breathed a gasping breath. "The kobolds are gone," he whispered. "What is that thing?" "Is it made of bone?" "Bone skitterer elemental level 1, yes," she breathed back. The creature's legs made a rapid clicking noise on the stone as it scurried across the floor and up the wall. Arlie slowly got her breathing back under control and watched the creepy, crab-like creature hiding in the corner of the room. Elemental, made from bone. She knew she would have been fascinated by the creature, provided she had been able to study it from the other side of a sturdy glass window or something, but she shivered at the remembered sensation of it crawling over her skin. After Marto verified the patrol had moved on, they emerged from their hiding spot and slowly crept forward down the street. A few buildings later, another of the strange little bone creatures scurried out of sight around a corner, startling Arlie again. Their progress was slow and painstaking. As the streets widened, the crab-like bone elementals became much more common, always skittish, scurrying out of sight as soon as they approached. When she turned onto the next street, she drew up in surprise. The nearest house seemed just as nondescript as all the others, but the entire front of the building was encrusted with a thick grey substance that even covered the window holes and doorways. Arlie walked up and examined it more closely. She poked at it with her finger, glancing over at Marto as he moved over to join her. Whatever it was surprisingly hard, and the clacking of her finger tapping it reminded her uncannily of the creepy bone elementals. "This looks like bone too," she whispered as Marto duplicated her tap test with his finger, "but it isn't shaped like any bone I've ever seen." It looked like it had been sprayed onto the wall by some giant hose before it hardened in place. "This is really unnatural," Marto commented with a frown. "I mistook it for spiderweb at first. Very thick, dense cobwebs." "Me too." Checking further down the street, she saw several other houses that had similar defacements on a wall or across a part of the roof. In one place it seemed like it even extended across half the street. The closer they got to the location she hoped was the main street, the more bone-encrusted substance they encountered, much of it infested with bone skitterers. She could even hear the distant scrabbling and clacking of their crawling legs. Marto suddenly pulled back from the corner and sucked in his breath. "Careful," he whispered, putting a finger to his lips and indicating that she should approach from the cover of the building. "Look." Arlie stared at the sight that unfolded before her. She stood at the end of the street, overlooking the main boulevard from the height of one of the taller terraces. In the far distance, the majestic tower of the Grand Library Arcana rose to an imposing height, its dark cylindrical bulk barely visible against the darkness. Gone was its glory, the gigantic yet intricate workings of runic magic and enchantments that had lit it up for the whole city to see. Instead, hundreds of campfires burned around its base. And by the light of those campfires, Arlie saw that the entire plaza was crawling with monsters. She bit back a gasp, hiding it behind a hand, even though it could not possibly have carried over the hubbub. The entire boulevard below her, one of the main radial thoroughfares for the city, was encrusted with the same mysterious bone-like substance. But the detail that caught her attention, that drew her gaze instantly, was the giant bone monstrosity plastered to the distant wall on the opposite side. The monster looked like a giant pill bug, only it must have been over 3 meters long. Its broad carapace was made from curved segments that allowed it to twist and turn as it slowly crawled along the wall. Dozens of small legs were visible under the carapace, like the bone skitterers, except so many more. The legs worked in unison, creating sinuous waves to propel the huge bulk of the monster along the wall, improbably, magically glued in place despite its great bulk. Arlie gaped at the spectacle, dumbfounded. When it reached a pile of bones, with a crunching noise that was loud even from her distant vantage point, it chewed them up whole and swallowed. A few seconds later, it reared up and sprayed a powerful jet of grey fluid that hardened on contact with the wall ahead of it. She used her identify, but the monster was too far for her skill to work. "What is that?" she whispered. "I have no idea, but we definitely can't go this way." Numb all over, Arlie barely noticed Marto catching her when her knees wobbled. She had been so certain the library was their way out that she hadn't even considered what would happen if there were too many monsters. Her eyes were inexorably drawn once more to the fires and the horde of kobolds and skeletons at the base of the library, and the piles and incrustation of bone that appeared to be everywhere. Now that she examined the scene more closely, she could see more of the giant bone creatures among the kobolds in the distance. Her lips trembled as she stared at the devastation and ruin. "Is there another way out?" Marto asked quietly, distracting her from her rapidly mounting despair. "The other end of the boulevard," she said, her voice cracking as she pointed away from the center. "The city's main entrance is that way." "I just hope it's still passable." Arlie grimaced at her memories of that path. She had avoided that way at first because it was the same way she had left the city with her mother. That way had led to the Death Knight and the arrogant horror that was Nevin Eld. She had hoped to find the library intact. The only problem was that it was in exactly the opposite direction, and it took us 4 days to get this far. "Callan, what about this spot?" Callan asked. It was a brief break in the densely wooded, sprawling forest, with a few yellowish weathered sandstone boulders the size of small houses, covered with lichen and sprouting stunted bushes, providing a natural choke point. "This is perfect," Malika said, picking one of the larger boulders to hide behind, a spot less than 2 paces from the narrow gap. "I'll set up here." Callan nodded, approving of her strategic choice, and stepped into the shadows, using his eclipse skill to hide himself. He quickly headed out into the forest, the most recent goblin tracks popping from the ground under the influence of his explorer skill. They had both agreed, in principle, that finding out everything they could about the abnormal goblin infestation and reporting back would prove critical to the safety of Myron's keep. Unfortunately, Malika had no skills suitable for the task, so she would have to remain as his backup out of necessity. The plan was straightforward. He would scout as far as he could, and if necessary, he would lure any goblins back to Malika where they would fight them together. He paused at the intersection of 2 trails, crouching down to examine the tracks. Several groups passed this way. There were footprints from the smaller, green-skinned goblins and pawprints of the wolves they sometimes used as mounts. What he didn't see were the tracks of rabbits, deer, or even rats, nothing other than goblins. What sent chills down his spine was the enormous imprint of a bugbear paw right in the center of the trail. According to the monster compendium, bugbears would sometimes show up in the bigger goblin warrens. They were typically 6 to 8 foot tall, giant feral goblinoids with a reputation for cruelty and violence, even among their own kind. "I definitely don't want to run into one of those. It'd use my arrows for toothpicks." His feet tracked lightly across the edge of the trail as he ran onward, quiet even to his own ears. All he could hear was the wind through the trees and his own breathing. Not even the calls of birds disturbed the silence. Guess the goblins ate everything. Callan had spent a lot of his youth exploring the woods around Myron's Keep, so the complete absence of any other wildlife stood out to him as a glaring signal that the goblin warren would be close, probably a big one at that. He hopped across a small stream, using a couple of exposed rocks as stepping stones, and landed lightly on a game trail on the other side. He checked his landing spot reflexively, choosing areas of hard-packed dirt for his footfalls to conceal the evidence of his passing. Crouching down behind a fallen tree, he peered out into a clearing. Up ahead, 5 of the small, green-skinned goblins had made a fire and were arguing over something sizzling on the spit. Where they had found something to cook, Callan had no idea. He crept closer, making sure to check that none of them were high enough level to see through his stealth. Settling into the shadow of a large oak, he observed the camp and the altercation. None of the goblins spoke common, but there were numerous gesticulations towards the south. Is that where their warren is? Having nothing better to go on, he left the group to their arguing over the dubious hunk of meat and headed in that direction. A few minutes later, Callan caught the muffled sound of voices up ahead. Instantly, he hopped off the trail he had been following, concealing himself amongst the trees and bushes, and waited. Presently, a patrol of goblins came into view, perhaps better to call them foragers, or scavengers. Scavenger, Goblin level 12x3 Rogue, Goblin level 5 Timber Wolf, level 46x2. The scavengers were everything an average person would imagine if someone mentioned the word goblin. They were dirty, green, and dressed in rags. Yellowed, crooked teeth were bared as they called and yelled at each other, and Callan was grateful for the distance between them. Otherwise, he was certain he would be choking at the stench. The 3.5-foot-tall rogue was a cut above the dregs, wearing worn but serviceable leather armor with a brace of daggers at his waist, instead of the more typical rocks or sticks. The timber wolves were hulking beasts of black fur and uncannily bright green eyes, almost half again as large as the starving wolves in the cavern below the sewers back home. He decided on the spot not to tangle with them, at least, not in close combat. As he studied the group trying to gauge their strength, another goblin appeared, bringing up the rear. Hunter, Goblin level 10. This one seemed larger than the others, but whether that was because he simply stood taller or was actually bigger, Callan couldn't quite tell. He wore higher quality leather armor than the rogue, and wore a well-used longbow slung crosswise across his back. Just from the way he carried himself, Callan knew he was dangerous. He concentrated for a moment on his explorer skill, getting a new set of chimes to confirm his suspicions. Explorer Goblin with a higher than normal level and an uncommon class, category, monster threat level, elite monster type, goblinoid damage, ranged, physical and elite, probably similar skills to mine. Callan calmed his breathing, observing their approach from the shadows of his hiding spot. He should be far enough from the path that he wouldn't be discovered, but with a level 10 elite, it would be imprudent to take unnecessary risks. As the goblins drew closer, their high-pitched, grating voices grew louder, and Callan strained his ears to hear if they said anything useful. Unfortunately, again they seemed to not know common, and the only thing he heard was the occasional barked command from the hunter, which caused the other goblins to scurry around or flinch. The patrol continued down the path, moving right past him. Suddenly, the breeze shifted and one of the wolves raised its muzzle, sniffing the air. Shit. Callan realized the wolf had caught his scent at the same instant the wolf did. With a howl, the great black timber wolf charged directly toward his hiding spot, and the entire patrol scrambled to follow. At the back of the group, the hunter knocked an arrow to his bow. With his stealth ruined, Callan turned and fled, dodging bushes and vaulting rocks with the sound of his heart hammering loudly against his chest. Shit. Even with the speed bonus of his Blessing of the Dawn, the timber wolves were unbelievably quick, and very much at home in the forest. He sprinted as fast as he could, not bothering to even try and shoot back. Any second he expected an arrow in the back. He leapt clean across the stream he had crossed earlier, heading for the clearing and Malika. He needed backup, Fast, faster, the howls of the pursuing wolves were far too close. A sudden burst of pain and an impact made him stumble as an arrow punched through his upper arm. Recovering himself with a quick roll, he sprang to his feet and continued his headlong dash, dodging left and right as he passed trees, desperately trying to present a smaller target to the obviously skilled hunter lurking behind him. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the head of the arrow and yanked sharply, pulling it all the way through his arm in an instant. He held back a scream of pain and he simply shoved the arrow into his own quiver, shaking his head to clear the haze of pain. There it is. He spied the giant pile of boulders and the clearing as he leapt the stream. At a dead run, gasping for breath, he made for the gap in the rocks, narrowly avoiding a second arrow whizzing by his cheek by sheer luck. I hope she's ready. He couldn't call out and give Malika away, so all he could do was trust her to be vigilant. As he passed between the boulders, Malika's hand appeared, palm out, reaching for him like a savior. He slapped it as he passed. Instantly, the burning rush of her healing magic coursed through his body. Not for the first time, he wondered why her healing always felt so aggressive, not complaining right now. The hole in his arm was healing rapidly, which meant he would be able to draw his bow. He spun just in time to see Malika kicking the lead wolf in the snout, causing it to yelp as its fangs clacked together. The second wolf barreled in through the gap, knocking them both further in with the weight of its charge. Immediately, the two wolves began to circle Malika, working as a team to execute rapid lunging attacks to which she responded with equally quick kicks and punches. Callan scrambled up one of the boulders, taking an elevated position halfway up, choosing a spot which would still afford some cover, and loosed an arrow at the slightly smaller timber wolf. "Goblins incoming," he called tersely. Level 10 elite hunter, level 5 rogue, bunch of scavengers. She didn't respond, occupied as she was with the wolves, but he knew she had heard him. Our best chance is to kill one of these wolves before the rest arrive. Once the hunter arrived, the battle would almost certainly revolve entirely around controlling the elite goblin, and the fewer monsters they had to deal with the better. Fortunately, Malika was no slouch when it came to understanding strategy, and she unleashed a heavy barrage of punches and kicks, concentrating most of her strikes on the same wolf he had shot. Pouring his mana into arrows of brilliance, he fired a shaft that streaked across the clearing, incandescent with his light magic enhancement. It buried itself deep into the wolf's hindquarters, just the fletchings visible protruding from the thick black fur. The creature yelped, whirling in an attempt to bite at the spot, and Malika wasted no time taking advantage of its distraction. He fired 3 more times before the goblin hunter appeared, bow drawn and firing a volley of arrows at Malika. Right as the first arrow arrived, the goblin rogue appeared from the shadows behind Malika and stabbed her low in the back with a rusty dagger. She stumbled from the vicious ambush, but her body flickered immediately with the light of her potent healing spell. Callan returned fire, shooting an arrow at the hunter's head, making him duck for cover. I hope she can handle herself. Callan quickly assessed the battle and determined that their best strategy was still with the smaller timber wolf. Malika would simply have to take some damage from the rogue and the hunter while he eliminated the first enemy, but then he noticed something different about Malika's fighting. In addition to skillfully dodging many attacks, she was now using her elbows, forearms, and hands to deflect many of the rapid dagger strikes, keeping the goblin rogue stymied. She must have learned something new. He had definitely noticed how close-lipped Malika was with her class and skills, but a development like this was as dramatic as it was obvious. Right now, though, it meant he could likely leave her to tank multiple enemies without his assistance. Sweet, my turn. He fired 3 times in quick succession, spending his precious mana to empower each shot as his hands blurred through the motions. The smaller timber wolf dropped to the ground with a whimper and expired. About to redirect his attention to the hunter, Callan caught sight of 3 green goblin heads popping out on top of the far boulder. Slings loaded with rocks whirled above their heads, and they began pelting Malika with their crude attacks. As rapidly as he could, he fired 2 arrows at one of the scavengers, causing it to stumble and fall from the boulder with a pained shriek and a satisfying series of thumps. That sent the other 2 scurrying for cover. Good. They would cause no end of trouble if they were allowed free rein. Goblins were notorious for the tactical buffs they received when fighting in groups. Returning his attention to the melee below, Callan saw, to his surprise, that Malika was now focused mainly on the rogue, allowing the larger timber wolf freedom to flank her. I'll support her. Callan wouldn't have made that choice, but Malika must have a good reason. He loosed an arrow at the hunter, making him duck behind cover again. Callan winced as the precious arrow shattered against the boulder. Fuck, that was one of the only straight ones. Then he swiveled and loosed a second arrow, enhanced with his magic, and struck the rogue solidly in the middle of his ribs. The surprised stumble he caused was immediately exploited by Malika's rapid flashing kick combo. Keeping a close eye on the hunter, Callan continued firing at the rogue. Every time the hunter presented himself, Callan would divert an arrow at him instead, trying to keep him pinned down and reduce his freedom to fire indiscriminately. Could do with Ollie's roots right now. His attention returned to Malika in time to see her finish off the rogue and spin to kick the last wolf in the throat. How is she so durable? Technically, he knew exactly how, but watching it in action was quite another story. Without her healing and defensive skills, pitted against two similarly leveled opponents, she would likely have been struggling or dead by now. Callan scanned the battlefield perimeter again and caught two of the scavengers scaling a different boulder. They began to lob fist-sized rocks down at Malika, endangering the wolf almost as much as her. Aiming carefully, Callan shot one of the scavengers through the leg, once again causing a stumble and comical cartwheeling fall from the boulder. That probably didn't kill it. At least it was out of the fight temporarily. The lack of the notification chime confirmed his guess. Callan left the timber wolf to Malika, confident that she would be able to finish it off on her own. Instead, he switched his focus to the hunter, aggressively shooting whenever he poked his head up. Callan quickly flattened himself against his rock cover as an arrow splintered right next to his head. Upset you a little too much. Drawing the ire of the hunter was dangerous, but Callan dodged around to the other side of his rock, fired a couple more arrows, and then immediately ducked out of sight as his attack was returned so rapidly, rock chips pinged off his cheek. Damn, he's quick, I'm not going to win like this. The soft, pure sound of a notification chime echoed within his mind. Malika finished the timber wolf. Immediately he took the risk and stood up to fire at the hunter. The elite goblin ducked away once more, oblivious to Malika charging towards his hiding spot. Perfect timing. Come on, as the hunter popped up to take a return shot, Malika's furious right hook connected with his ear, rocking his head sideways as he screeched in surprise. Callan took a quick shot at a scavenger poking a head out from the side of the boulder, clipping its arm. He watched while Malika pressured the hunter, searching for any opportunity to help, no matter how brief. Even the higher-level archer would have a difficult time against an aggressive melee attacker like Malika, but it meant that he couldn't do much without endangering her. Instead of trying to miss his ally to get in a shot, Callan chose to sneak closer. With a nasty elbow strike to the crown of the elite goblin's head, Malika created an opening for him. Firing in haste, Callan managed to lodge an arrow through the goblin's thigh, causing it to stumble and trip. Again, Malika didn't let the chance go to waste, going to ground with the goblin, and the elite hunter succumbed to her furious onslaught of punches and elbows. "We can't let the scavengers get away and warn the Warren," Callan said urgently. "Let's go," Malika responded immediately. Which way? Callan had made sure to wound each of the scavengers in the battle. The one with the leg wound would probably be the easiest to track. Scanning the ground with his explorer skill active, he quickly picked up their trail, both blood and footprints, the survivors heading south as a group. Nice. He headed off at a sprint with Malika close on his heels. They managed to hunt down the fleeing scavengers quickly, ensuring that their presence was kept secret for the time being. "I believe their camp is to the south," Callan said. He didn't know for sure, but all the signs seemed to point that way. "I can sneak past the patrols, but the wolves can sniff me out. I think we should try to go the remaining distance together." "That's probably smart," Malika agreed, and Callan settled in to rest and recover his stamina. He had nearly run empty after his desperate sprint followed by the battle. At least he had a whole lot of notifications to catch up on. You can discern important details about the places you are exploring and the creatures that inhabit them. Stamina. Use your enhanced perception to track your prey. Stamina. Move without leaving traces or making sounds. Knowledge, movement, stealth, identify, scouting, tracking, perception. Accept this advancement. My first skill advancement. He studied it carefully, weighing up the advantages. All the books he had studied on class growth emphasized choosing only the best advancements. But there was really nothing to weigh it up against. The advancement was a straight-up improvement, and one which would have been exceptionally useful against all the goblin foragers he had been hunting. Still, after the fact is better than nothing at all. Seems good all round, no sound. Not only would he leave no signs of his passage or footprints to be tracked by his enemies, but he would no longer need to worry about being discovered by the sound of his footsteps or breathing. Instead of standing absolutely still to avoid detection, he would be able to change his position for the best advantage without giving up his location. Perfect for surprise shots. I'll still have to worry about the wind and scent perception, he noted, recalling how easily the timber wolves had picked up on his location through smell, but he would be vastly harder to find with two complementary stealth skills. Without any doubts, he took the offered advancement. The notification chime played a quick happy ditty, while the glowing white mind text exploded in a bright display just like the summer solstice fireworks. That's wow. Name: Callan Avery. Race: half-elf. Active buffs: Blessing of the Dawn class, Arch of Light, level 7, Radiant Archery, level 7, Arrows of Brilliance, level 7, Motes of Light, level 5, Explorer, level 6, Blessing of the Dawn, level 6, Eclipse, level 4, Locked, General Skills, Bowcraft, level 4, Wood Carving, level 3, Cartography, level 4, Aptitudes, Languages, Common, Mana, Affinity, Light, Perceptive, Racial. He certainly had grown stronger, especially with the enhancement provided by Blessing of the Dawn to boost his dexterity, perception, and intelligence. However, he was lagging in stamina and mana, both his total and his regeneration. None of his skills' primary attributes provided him with additional resources. He could do lots of damage, but he always ran out of mana too quickly, and it took an hour to regenerate it fully. And I lost my armor when we were captured, he thought. It wouldn't be good to get hit by anything, not unless I'm near Malika. More annoying though, they had taken his notebook and all the notes he had made about his class skills. He felt a distinct anxiety about not being able to note down his newest advance anywhere, but he resolved to memorize it for when they got back to town. And that was not even accounting for the fact that the town watch now had insight into his class. Suddenly, Malika's reticence to share made all too much sense. He was no troublemaker, but this felt like a violation of his privacy. Putting his status aside, Callan laid out the arrows he had collected from the hunter and began to repair the ones that were damaged using his bowcraft, while he waited for his and Malika's mana and stamina to regenerate. Chapter 25. Kobold Rogue. Everyone knows about the existence of dungeons. Adventurers risk their lives for fame and fortune to defeat the denizens that inhabit these strange places. Once you graduate from the rank of novice, you too will be asked to delve into dungeons to protect our lands and people. But what are dungeons, really? Some say dungeons are manifestations of mana or acts of the gods. Some are convinced they are a class, a type of creature, an artifact, or a crystal. Others believe they are all connected to a single entity that grows or controls them. All of this is unfounded speculation. Dungeons exist to consume. They create an enormous amount of high-density mana as a byproduct of their normal function. This mana attracts monsters, which are then killed by the dungeon's defenses and consumed for experience and growth, just like with your classes. However, dungeon magic respawns its defenses, sometimes in hours, and often allows the dungeon to learn to summon what it eats, resulting in new and more powerful defenders being added to its repertoire. Do not feed a dungeon. When you delve, do not leave anything behind: corpses, food, items, packs, trash. Everything remaining will fuel the dungeon's growth. What dungeons are most feared for is the phenomenon known in common parlance as a dungeon break, and it is to this phenomenon that we will devote much of our discussion. When a dungeon ejects monsters, they often seem to go into a frenzy and then rampage around the countryside, causing chaos and destruction. These monsters never return to the dungeon, perhaps indicating that the dungeon has discarded them. While the existence of sentient dungeons is a highly controversial topic and the subject of endless debate, I can say for certain that I have encountered dungeons that were intelligent enough to eject non-frenzied monsters to loot nearby towns for corpses and material which were then brought back to feed the dungeon. Yes, non-frenzied, flying in the face of hundreds of years of established research. If you ever find yourselves in a dungeon that begins behaving unpredictably, get out and get help immediately. Dungeon breaks vary in severity from a few low-level monsters, which can be handled by a simple quest at the local adventurers guild, to much more dangerous events better classified as natural disasters. In 1193, for example, a previously undiscovered dungeon in the Elorthian Empire ejected a horde of several thousand armored drakes, all of which were of an abnormally high level. Quelling the break demanded the combined might of the entire empire, and the damage destroyed half the cities along its western coast. It took years to control the break, and the empire never recovered from this disaster, causing it to splinter into the modern kingdoms of today. It is this type of event, and many like it, that has resulted in most kingdoms adopting the pragmatic policy of wiping out everything in a dungeon as soon as it is discovered. There is one known way to trigger a dungeon break intentionally. When the final boss is killed, all remaining live monsters will be ejected as a dungeon break in the final death throes of the dungeon. This is why Pathfinders must always clear the entire dungeon before killing the final boss. It goes without saying that intentionally provoking a dungeon break is a capital crime in most civilized nations. Linaru Silverleaf, Lecture to Novices at the Elven Pathfinders Guild, Cyrodiil Chapter. Aleandra Arlie fled through the endless darkness, alone. The soles of her bare feet slapped painfully against the cold stone pavement. Her headlong flight sent her plunging deeper and deeper into the maze of twisted streets, past the endless parade of dark stone ruins. The icy fingers of dread clawed at her gut, as the things stalking her in the shadows drew ever closer. Her skin crawled under the malevolent gaze of their glowing red eyes boring into her back. The soft chittering of the hunters whispered in her mind, and her legs suddenly froze, inexplicably rooted to the ground. She screamed, but no sound emerged, only the creeping shuffle from behind. Slowly she turned, her eyes widening at the sight of a wickedly gleaming dagger in the darkness. You have been afflicted with domain withdrawal. Separation from your domain weakens you 10% to maximum health. Affliction, duration, indefinite. Count, 7. Arlie woke with a start, covered in sweat and shaking. Frantically, she looked around for the kobold rogues but found only Marto sitting by the door of the house they were camping in. He nodded kindly toward her. Just a dream. While it was a dream, she had been waking up to the same dream every day. Each time she was endlessly fleeing from rogues she couldn't see or escape, only to wake as the final ambush attack arrived. I'm depressed and terrified, she finally admitted it to herself. The last 3 days they had spent returning from the library had sent her spiraling downward into despair. Even Marto had been overly concerned. She knew it, but nothing seemed to help. The biggest problem was that her fear was not irrational. In 3 days, her domain withdrawal would kill her. That was if she didn't die from a rusty dagger or stray fireball first. She glanced at her health total, already knowing what she would see. Health, 60-60, minus 70% domain withdrawal, wouldn't even need a fireball. Tripping over a cracked paving stone might just do it. SHH, Marto cautioned. In the distance, she heard the clicking of kobold talons striking stone, and the soft sounds of their strange chirping voices. Warrior, kobold level 10 warrior, kobold level 7 mage, kobold level 8. The two warriors seemed to be having an argument, with the larger one gesturing emphatically at the air with his rusty sword, while the fire mage followed along a few paces behind, head bowed in contemplation, as if she were staring at her own tattered crimson robes. Shall we attack? Marto whispered. Arlie considered. She would have to worry about hidden rogues no matter what, but it was rare to find patrols that were within their level range, and they were quickly running out of time. She nodded her agreement to Marto before the patrol got too close. She felt his body twisting in the darkness next to her as he prepared himself. With a roar, Marto charged the warriors, slamming into them with a loud crash. Arlie sent all her wolves except one to attack the fire mage. Guard me, she instructed, crouching down behind the last wolf. Immediately, the kobold mage began to summon her fire, illuminating the dark street with ominous red flickering light. Arlie's wolves spread out and began harrying her, darting in and out with snapping jaws and wicked snarls, while Arlie unleashed her arcane bolts on the mage, intent on killing her as fast as she could. The fire mages were by far the most dangerous kobold they had encountered. Left alone, it would make short work of them. With a loud detonation, the fireball exploded among Arlie's wolves, tossing the charred and lifeless bodies of the two lowest-level wolves into a wall. Her two alphas continued to press their attack despite having suffered grievous burn wounds. Standing close enough to take advantage of Marto's aura, her stomach knotted with a queasy blend of hunger and disgust at the sudden stench of sulfur and overcooked meat. The bear fought off to the side, his back up against a low, crumbling wall, actively engaged with the two kobold warriors, fortunately looking to be in okay shape so far. At least his healing magic is active. He still tended to forget it when his rage took over. Suddenly, the wolf guarding her growled, hackles raised, nose sniffing the air intently. Eyes widening, Ali scrambled backward. With a snarl, the wolf snapped at the air, but instead of the expected clack of teeth slamming together, there was a horrifying crunch, and warm crimson blood sprayed across Ali's shirt. A midnight black kobold materialized before her with a wild screech of pain, its wrist clamped in the jaws of her starving wolf. Its free arm moved in a sudden blur, and Ali looked down to find a dagger embedded in her chest, still in the grasp of wicked kobold claws. Oh, the kobold rogue yanked the dagger free. Ali felt it slipping out from between her ribs, but to her astonishment there was no blood. She gasped, touching her skin, but there was no sign of a wound to be found, nor could she feel any pain. How it was as if her wound had vanished, drawn off into the ether by some mysterious force. The wiry kobold hissed in apparent disbelief, lunging with the dagger once more, but this time Ali reacted. Her barrier popped into existence, blocking the dagger strike with a loud crack. She scrambled backward, raising a shaking hand to shoot. Golden arcane bolts weaved erratically through the air, but her focus was steadier than her hands by far, and they adjusted mid-flight, slamming into the rogue with a steady thump, 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 as it struggled to free itself from the grip of the wolf's jaws. Ali backed away further and further as the rogue stabbed furiously at the neck and shoulders of the wolf, hanging on to his mangled wrist with grim determination. A loud detonation sent a concussion wave through her body, but she ignored it and focused entirely on the rogue in front of her. With a final, vicious overhead strike, the rogue plunged its dagger through the skull of the wolf and turned on her. Ali yelped and hid behind her barrier as she directed more and more bolts to circle around, slamming into his black-scaled hide. He dodged back and forth, trying to pass her barrier, Ali frantically recreating it to block him each time. Obviously frustrated, the rogue slammed his daggers into her barrier repeatedly, and to her horror, small cracks and chips began to mar the golden surface under the power of his assault. Releasing her arcane bolt spell, she shoved some of her rapidly dwindling mana into grasping roots. The rogue howled furiously as the thick, gnarled roots entangled his legs and tail, but Ali simply scrambled back further, tossing up a precautionary barrier, and began to empty her mana into a new flight of arcane bolts. See how you enjoy the taste of these. Suddenly, the rogue stumbled, and 3 more bolts slammed into him before he collapsed among the roots. Before Ali could register her relief, an intense ball of flame collided with her barrier and detonated. The barrier shattered, and her body was lifted off the ground in a wave of heat and pressure that slammed her through the doorway of the house behind her and into the wall on the opposite side. She crumpled to the ground, and in her daze she realized she had forgotten about the most dangerous enemy of all. She had just enough awareness to throw up another barrier before a sizzling firebolt slammed into it. That would have been my head. Still on the ground, Ali fixed her attention on the murderous fire mage. Pouring her remaining mana into her arcane bolts, she watched the graceful curves of radiance as they arced around her barrier and out of the doorway to hammer into the mage's sternum, leaving small smoking holes in her crimson robes. The kobold staggered backward with an aghast wheeze that seemed to ironically mimic the precipitous decline of Ali's mana pool, before suddenly crumpling in a lifeless heap. Ali winced. Ouch, so, that's what too little vitality looks like. Guess the alpha must have wounded it before. Ali sucked in a deep, ragged breath, coughed at the acrid stench in the air, dragged herself up, and limped over to the downed rogue. She deconstructed the corpse and all his gear to restore her mana while surveying the remains of the battlefield. Her alpha wolves were both reduced to smoking corpses, while Marto was engaged with the last remaining kobold warrior. He had several nasty wounds on his torso, and especially on his left foreleg, but they were slowly closing under the influence of his still active healing magic. Ali sighed in relief, spending her newly restored mana to add her arcane bolts to the attack, while she stepped cautiously closer. Marto must have been close to finishing it already, because it dropped quickly after a few strikes of her arcane magic. Marto quickly shifted back, stumbling a little from slowly closing wounds on his legs as he walked over to join her. "Did you take that dagger wound?" she asked. "Yes," he said quietly, slumping down to the ground to sit near her, breathing heavily. "Thanks, he saved my life." Ali rubbed her chest where a phantom pain still lingered. It had been a strike of power and precision, an ambush, she sensed, and she had been certain she was dead. Ali surveyed the remnants of the pitched battle strewn across the street, realizing that every single one of her wolves had been destroyed by the fire mage. In her panic over the rogue attack, she had made a grave mistake. Ignoring the mage could so easily have gotten them both killed. Her internal litany of rebuke at her failure trailed off as she noticed her grimoire appear and flip itself open. Quickly, she checked the notifications, surprised that she hadn't registered the building pressure of the completed imprint. Your group has defeated Dagger Rogue, Kobold level 8. Your group has defeated Fire Mage, Kobold level 8. Your group has defeated Warrior, Kobold level 7. 10x2 Identify has reached level 7. Imprint, Kobold completed imprint, Crude Dagger completed imprint, Crude Leather Armor completed. Arlie blinked once at the glowing notifications and then checked her grimoire. In all her despair, she had forgotten the basics of how her grimoire worked. She had been deconstructing kobolds for days. Equipment too, that's interesting. Now I can make rusty daggers and smelly kobold armor. At once she concentrated on her grimoire, selecting the last empty chapter for the kobold imprint. Marto got up to begin dragging the corpses of the kobolds over for her to dispose of. He glanced at her curiously, clearly noticing her grimoire was out and glowing. I got something, she explained, channeling her mana into the imprint. A couple of minutes later, a lean, black-scaled kobold rogue suddenly appeared before her. All her dreams and terror around these kobold rogues flooded her mind, and she took an involuntary step backwards. In the corner of her eye, she saw Marto stiffen, clearly on the verge of rushing to protect her. But the creature simply bowed low and spoke quietly, his voice filled with familiar chirping sounds. Arlie's Sage of Learning drained a few points of her mana as it tried to help her understand the creature's intent, but its speech remained unintelligible. At least she knew the kobold was hers and not a threat. Your reserved mana has increased by +60. Rogue, Kobold level 8. No longer afraid, she studied the creature. Its gleaming black scales and reptilian face looked almost beautiful in the dim flickering light of the remnants of the fireball explosions. I must be insane, or biased because it's mine. Wow, Marto breathed. That's going to help a lot if we can get it some gear. I think I can do that too, Arlie said, thinking quickly. Of all her imprints, the one she was least excited about was the giant spider. Focusing her attention, she directed the dagger imprint to that chapter. Immediately, the grimoire erased the spider imprint and replaced it with the crude dagger. Well, that was easy, too easy. Have a little care, Alejandra. Charily, she considered her remaining imprints, the plants she wanted to keep. Stone was turning out to be useful for barricading doors. Her starving wolf imprint seemed superior to the sewer rat imprint, and Marto had told her they were smarter fighters, so it came down to a choice between the wood imprint and the rat imprint. Arlie hadn't found much use for making wood yet, but she felt that the sewer rat was definitely obsolete, too low level. Decision made. Sighing between her clenched teeth, she replaced the imprint, sewer rat, with the new imprint, crude leather armor. Arlie spent the next few minutes making a full set of leather armor and a pair of daggers for her rogue. When she handed him the items, he simply nodded respectfully and immediately equipped the armor and tested out the daggers with a few air swipes and mock stabs. I could make another one. She had more than enough mana at this point, especially now that all her wolves had been killed. She deconstructed the fire mage and the kobold warrior corpses to refill her mana, and then summoned another kobold and more gear. It was nothing like summoning a sewer rat. She stumbled a little and sat down, drained from the effort and concentration required to summon so much. Grimoire of Summoning has reached level 9, now it levels up. Arlie frowned at the notification. After all the trade-offs she had considered to acquire her new imprints, she now had a new blank 9th chapter. I guess I can always go learn the rat again if I need to. No, I have enough monsters, keep it in reserve for now. A shame I can't imprint 500 more health. Your reserved mana has increased by +51. Rogue, Kobold level 7. The new kobold bowed to her immediately, just like the first one had, and then the two of them spoke softly together for a while. Arlie's mana slowly ticked down as her sage skill tried its hardest to help. Is that actually a language? I guess it must be, although I'm getting nothing. While she had been working with her grimoire, Marto had piled up all the corpses and gear in the house for her to deconstruct. Hey, does this work for you? Marto asked, holding the fire mage's robe out to her. It stank of sulfur and looked like it might have once found use as a rag for swabbing the cursed remnants of a warlock's failed summoning ritual over a volcanic vent in some deep forgotten hellhole. It might actually be close to your size. Arlie glanced at her clothes. She had been about to dismiss the idea on general principles, but her shirt was burnt through by the fireball. It might actually be better. I probably smell just as bad too. She took the offered robe and dubiously identified it. As soon as she did, her eyes widened and she immediately tried it on. Whoa, nice. Maybe I should identify things more often. Tattered robes, level 7 resistance, 67 requirements, intelligence 25 body cloth. Ali adjusted the torn robes to her slightly smaller frame, tying off a few pieces so the cloth wouldn't hamper her movement or expose her butt due to the hole the kobold had made for her tail. Her status immediately updated to show the effect. Resistance, 67 magic damage reduction, 23.02%. Ali nodded slowly. Even though the robe was torn and smelly, the resistance would grant her an impressive amount of magical damage reduction against any monster at her own level. Sweet. I would have loved that a few minutes ago, she thought, recalling her brief fireball-fueled flight across the room and into the wall. Thanks, Marto. Sure, next time we'll find you a prettier one. She began to fold her arms in annoyance before deciding this needed a joke. A prettier girl kobold to join my team. You're so thoughtful. He began to belly laugh but muffled the sound with his hands. Pointing at her two rogues, Marto said, You want to go try those guys out? We should be able to handle some of the higher level patrols now. For the first time in days, excitement rose within her. He's right, we should be able to take some of the patrols we've been hiding from, as long as we pick carefully. Ali stared at the patrol Marto had found. Among the higher level patrols, there were several new variants of kobold that they had not fought before. This patrol was no different. Warrior kobold level 10-11 extra slinger, kobold level 11-12 x2. The slingers were a soft, rusty brown color wearing crude leather armor like the ones she had made for her rogues, but these were armed with slings and pouches of rocks. With his typical roar and charge routine, Marto engaged the patrol. Go attack the slingers at the back, she instructed, mentally sending her intent to her two new kobolds the same way she had directed the wolves and rats. Immediately she had to defend herself, throwing up a barrier against a barrage of small rocks that ricocheted off it with loud cracks. Aiming around her barrier, she fired off a stream of arcane bolts to keep the kobold slingers honest, while keeping a sharp eye out for cracks in her defensive magic. Or rogues. Hey, where did my rogues go? In her moment of distraction, they had simply vanished, and now she couldn't find them anywhere. A moment later, there was a sudden spray of crimson blood, and a howl of pain from one of the kobold slingers as her two rogues appeared out of the shadows behind it, their rusty daggers stabbing viciously. My rogues have stealth. In almost no time, the hapless kobold slinger perished beneath the onslaught, and her rogues immediately moved to the next target with a quick exchange of chirps and yips. A sizable chunk of mana drained into her Sage of Learning in response. Not now. Ali fired half a dozen arcane bolts at the last slinger, and was relieved to see it drop almost as quickly as the first one. The sudden, unexpected mana deficit from her Sage skill worried her though. What if that happens in a close battle? Like the last one, she instructed her rogues to go help Marto, still roaring and slashing at the two warriors, and immediately lost a chunk more mana as their chirping calls were analyzed by Sage of Learning. Ali had not expected she would regret having a learning skill she couldn't disable. Quickly, she ran over to the corpses and deconstructed them just in case she needed mana in an emergency. Thankfully, the warriors succumbed to their attack without any surprises. Ali was so pleased with the performance of her rogues that she summoned another kobold as soon as she had recovered her mana. Your reserved mana has increased by +51 warrior, kobold level 7. Nice, I can make the warriors too. She gave her new green-scaled warrior kobold the iron chain shirt and rusty sword from one of the warriors they had just killed and deconstructed the rest of the gear. With the soft chirps of her new minions following them, Ali found that their progress had accelerated tenfold. They were able to take on many of the patrols that they had previously been forced to hide from, saving an enormous amount of time skulking about in dark houses hoping to go unnoticed. In the few hours they had left of the day, they made more progress than in the entire 3 days prior. As they settled into a new hiding spot for the night, Ali scrolled through all the notifications. Your group has defeated Slinger, kobold level 12. Your group has defeated Slinger, kobold level 11. Your group has defeated Warrior, kobold level 10. Grove Warden has reached level 9 plus 10 attribute points. Arcane Bolt has reached level 9. Barrier has reached level 9. Without much thought, Ali immediately put all her attribute points into Vitality. Her 70% withdrawal turned what should have been 50 points of health into a paltry increase of 15, but Ali was happy to have any increase at all. That run-in with the stealthed kobold rogue, and the feel of the dagger slipping between her ribs, hadn't left her mind even for an instant. If Marto hadn't been close enough, name: Aleandra Amariel race, Fey titles, Ancient class, Grove Warden level 9, Grasping Roots level 5, Arcane Bolt level 9, Barrier level 9, Grimoire of Summoning level 9, Runic Script level 7, Sage of Learning level 7, Locked, General Skills Reading level 7, Identify level 7, Sculpting level 2, Aptitudes Languages, Ancient Dalmaran. Elvish, Dwarven, Common Mana Affinities, Arcane Nature Tiny Racial. The effects of Strength and Vitality are reduced by 50%. Magical Racial. The effects of Wisdom and Intelligence are increased by 50%. Mana Sense Racial. You are sensitive to nearby mana domain. Class: your mana increases with the size of your domain. You have domain sense attributes: Vitality, 50 Strength, 4 Endurance, 15 Dexterity, 10 Perception, 11 Intelligence, 38 Wisdom, 32 Equipment. Body: Tattered Robes level 7, Resistance, 67 Magic Damage Reduction, 21% Health, 75 minus 70% Domain Withdrawal. Stamina, 150 Mana, 363 520 157 Reserved. Grimoire. His body was almost invisible, appearing as a vaguely shifting shadow in the dappled light of the forest. He and Malika had ventured quite far south already using the same approach. He would hunt patrols and lure them back to where Malika lay in wait, and they would take care of them together. Once the path was clear, they would move up together and repeat the process. His explorer skill told him that he was getting closer to the warren. There were many more tracks than he had seen before. He kept his eyes open and scanned the trees and bush for any signs of goblins as he continued, following trails, dodging through trees, always tracking. Coming to a rise, he slowed and found a denser patch of shade in which to approach. He stepped forward carefully and peered out into a small clearing. What he saw was nothing like what he expected. Down in the clearing were 4 figures, standing around a small fire, horses tied to a tree at the edge of the clearing. One of the figures was hooded and masked, wearing black leather. 2 of them were huge, bulky brutes, and the last was a slender catkin woman wearing leather and playing with a dagger. He recognized all of them. What are they doing here? It was Kieran Mori and his underlings, Tala, Adric and Edric, the very same criminals that had pushed Ali and Marto down the hole and sold him and Malika to the Keldaran slave traders. His jaw clenched, but he stood absolutely still, willing himself to give nothing away. He wasn't familiar with their perception skills, but he had no desire to face them again. Even with his explorer skill masking his sound and Eclipse masking his image, all save Tala were well beyond his ability to identify, and the quality of stealth skills depended heavily on relative level difference. He waited patiently while they simply sat, the 2 thugs telling each other off-color jokes to pass the time while trying to get Tala to participate. Mori stood apart from the others, not joining in. Callan was beginning to get a bit annoyed at the unfunny jokes as his stamina slowly leaked away to power his stealth skills, when 3 more people appeared, entering the clearing and offering an obviously pre-arranged greeting. By their garb, they were all mercenary rogues or assassins, and Callan counted at least 12 daggers and 4 swords among the 3 of them. "Did you find it?" Kieran Mori asked. "It was as you expected," the presumed leader of the new group answered. She was the one carrying 4 swords, 2 on her back and 2 at her left hip. "We had to descend a long way before we found the boss. Did you kill it as I asked?" "Yes, it was a difficult fight, some kind of mutant goblin warlord, but we were successful. Everything went crazy. You should see the break soon." "Break, boss." Callan had been having a difficult time figuring out what they were talking about, but the moment the mercenary captain had mentioned the break, he had a most terrifying realization. The goblins are not coming from a warren, it's a dungeon. And then he understood what they had done. They triggered a dungeon break on purpose. How? Why? Given the people in the clearing below, it could only be something awful. "When will we get paid?" one of the dagger assassins asked. Adric, please take care of them," Kieran said, his tone bored. The mercenaries' quick smiles turned to shock and surprise as Adric and Edric approached, pulling out their swords and activating their skills. The first mercenary had no chance, his head landing with a splat in a pile of leaves, the shocked expression still glued to his dead face. "You bastard," the captain shouted at Kieran Mori as she drew the 2 swords from her back. Kieran's form flickered with shadow and a deafening thunderclap filled the clearing. Callan saw only an afterimage of the black hooded rogue before he appeared in front of the mercenary captain, his spear impaled clean through her chest. She twitched a couple of times, her legs dangling a foot above the ground before she slumped dead, and he dropped her off his weapon, making it vanish. Only a supreme act of will kept him from fleeing. They would have been on him in a flash. Callan found himself holding his breath and tried to let it out soundlessly, knowing his life depended on the next few seconds. Adric and Edric held the last mercenary down while Tala stabbed him in the back. Kieran watched expressionlessly until the rogue was dead, and then he addressed Tala. "That's how you take care of business. Clean, nobody to talk. Now go make sure the goblins are headed in the right direction. I need them at Myrin's Keep's gates in a couple of days." "See that it happens." Turning to Adric and Edric, he said, "You two get back to town immediately and make sure everyone knows about the new protection prices. Bring my horse with you and take care of the corpses. We have money to earn." "Get to it." With that, he produced a vial full of dark liquid and threw it at his feet, creating a pitch-black cloud around him. When it dissipated, he was no longer present. Callan shivered despite himself. Had Kieran Mori been a being of lesser power, this whole thing might have passed for a charade. Shortly, Adric and Edric rode off to the north, and Tala vanished into the shadows, while Callan stood silent, considering the enormity of what he had just witnessed. They created a dungeon break to attack Myrin's Keep, so they can make money. Callan was stunned by the callous disregard for the lives of the townsfolk. The farmers and ordinary people who would have little protection or no warning would likely die by the hundreds, maybe thousands. Those who couldn't afford guards were likely to be preyed upon by both the monsters and the criminals. "I have to get Malika, we have to get out of here." Despite the urgency, he waited in the shadows until he was absolutely certain Tala was long gone. Turning on his heel, he sprinted back the way he had come. If Tala successfully provoked the goblins into chasing her, there would be a horde bearing down on them before they knew it. And we're still days away from town. Chapter 26. Ancient Mistress Marto sat in silence, keeping watch. Ali had barricaded the doorway as usual, but he had been struggling to sleep the last couple of days, and keeping watch felt like he was doing something useful. "I'm so sick of this place." They had been trapped down here in these endlessly bleak, dark stone ruins for more than a week now. He missed the trees and the sunshine. Down here, the only things that grew were the ugly black mushrooms that reeked of death and decay. No sane person would ever dare to eat those. Everywhere they turned, they encountered kobolds, skeletons, and even the giant bone behemoth surrounding that enormous tower Ali had called the library. What little food he'd had in his pack, preserved through the fall by his shape-shifting magic, was long gone, and Ali barely ate. If it wasn't that Ali was worse off than he was, he knew he would be complaining incessantly. He glanced over at his companion, twitching and thrashing fitfully in her sleep. Besides, he didn't deserve to complain. She doesn't have much time left. Her class has some severe drawbacks, as does mine, I guess. He had been deliberately silent with his worries and complaints, and kept as much distance between them as he could, simply to try to ease her suffering. He didn't know what else he could do. One way or another, it will be over in the next 2 days. Ali's domain withdrawal would run out, and he had no way of surviving without her support, especially against the fire mages. Ali hadn't mentioned her withdrawal after the first couple of days, but he had eyes and knew how to count. He sighed heavily, continually wrestling with the situation, but deep within he knew he was giving up. What could he do? Nothing. At least we got a bit of a break yesterday, he thought, looking at Ali's new kobold minions standing guard with him and trying to turn his mind to a more positive track. Her advance had dramatically improved their progress through the ruined city, and he had even reached level 8 in his class, an achievement that once would have made him so excited. "I just hope it's not too little too late." At that moment, Ali's thrashing stopped and her amber eyes snapped open, wells of deep pain. She curled up into a ball, trying to stop herself from screaming as she had the last several nights. Slowly, she mastered it and then sat up. You okay?" he asked her softly. "Bad dream. Still won't mention the withdrawal. She might be a titch, but there's no shortage of courage." "Alejandra, you have been afflicted with domain withdrawal. Separation from your domain weakens you 10% to maximum health. Affliction, duration, indefinite. Count, 8." Ali woke to the familiar chime and jolt of pain from the daily increase in her domain withdrawal, finding herself curled up into a ball on the dirty stone ground. Her endurance was still making the pain bearable, barely, but her entire investment in vitality yesterday had just been wiped out. Only 50 health left. There was no longer any doubt that a single ambush attack from an unseen rogue or an unblocked fireball would kill her instantly. She felt fragile. "Or just 2 more days, you okay?" Marto's concerned voice from the other side of the room brought her back to the present. "Bad dream," she answered. It was a small lie, but she didn't trust herself to keep it together if he started being concerned about her withdrawal. It wasn't like either of them could do anything about it anyway. I hope we can find a way out today, she thought. Yesterday's development had been a spectacular improvement in their mobility around the ruins. The higher-level kobold minions were devastatingly effective compared to the rats or wolves. No longer were they forced to waste precious time cowering in the darkness for hours on end, waiting for the kobold patrols to pass by without noticing them. Arlie glanced at the 3 kobolds she had made, standing quietly on guard by the blocked doorway. Somehow, they didn't seem to require rest or even food. She didn't understand how this summoner class really worked yet, but it wasn't like she had had any time to sit down and study it. She got up and began deconstructing the barricade she had created. The hunger had faded several days ago, and instead she had begun experiencing bouts of dizziness, which she knew wasn't a good sign. Worrying about it won't make it better, she thought, trying to put it down. At least Marto had been able to find water by the sounds of dripping behind some of the larger buildings. Water doesn't fill an empty belly. I'm ready. Let's go. Arlie stepped through the doorway and led the way to the boulevard once again. They were close to the outer edge of the cavernous underground city now, and she had reasoned that the broad boulevard would be safer this far from the kobold army encamped around the library. It took them through 2 smaller patrols before they reached the gigantic road that cut through the entire ancient city. Broad enough for multiple lanes of carriages, wagons, and magical transport platforms to service the needs of a bustling city, it lay bare and silent now, strewn with bones and rubble. Looks clear, Marto observed in a whisper from next to her. Is that it? Marto stared at the giant stone archway set into the vast, sheer expanse of rock, the craggy perimeter of the underground city that rose far out of sight overhead. The boulevard plunged through the archway into a tunnel leading to the city's entry hall and the west gate, the stone chamber where Arlie and her mother had encountered the Death Knight. Her body involuntarily shivered at the memory of his aura of fear and the ominous crunch of his footfalls on the remnants of his devastating ice magic. Yes. The west gate is through that tunnel just beyond the old entrance hall. It should lead up to the forest, the dead forest in that cavern where you guys found me, and eventually the grove with the shrine, she answered. The way through the mountain was worse off than she remembered. It looked like there had been a rockfall at some point. There were piles of debris and boulders strewn about around the archway and great cracks in the pavement of the road, but it still looked passable. It was hard to keep the flickers of hope from blooming prematurely. What if the Death Knight is still there, but she didn't say anything? If there was something as powerful as a Death Knight this close, they were already dead. Ready to chew some rock, Marto responded. Despite her exhaustion, Arlie chuckled. Nothing more exciting than a pile of rubble. Right, let's go. Be careful of patrols. Just like every day, she thought, but she didn't voice her negativity. She was sure Marto was hiding his fear and frustration for her benefit. Whenever he spoke with her, he seemed to be just as brave and self-assured as normal. But whenever she caught him in an unguarded moment, his shoulders were hunched, and his eyes seemed to be filled with a hollowness that spoke of deep despair and guilt. They made their way down the nearby stairs as quickly and quietly as they could, alighting on the enormous street below. Keeping to the nearest edge in the hope of avoiding any scouts or stray kobolds, they pressed on, creeping stealthily through the dark tunnel beyond the archway, until Marto was close enough to peer into the entrance hall itself. Kobolds, he hissed in an intense whisper, pulling back abruptly and pressing his body up against the rock. The entrance hall was almost exactly as Arlie remembered it, a large chamber with the road passing straight through to the giant west gate on the far side. In ages past, it had contained the defensive fortifications for the city guards and places for customs officials to inspect incoming wagon cargo, but now it was all shattered. Deep shadows failed to completely hide the wreckage, with the rubble of the exit doors still strewn across the entire room. But instead of a sheet of ice, frozen defenders, and the chilling presence of the Death Knight, what she saw instead was a kobold campfire in the center of the road blocking their passage to freedom. Around the disconcertingly cheerful crackling of the campfire sat several different kobolds. A single skeleton, missing a left arm, stood guard nearby with a perfect view of the entire chamber, but Arlie had eyes only for the kobold warrior. It was by far the largest kobold Arlie had ever seen, more than a head and shoulders taller than its compatriots. It wore solid grey plate armor strapped over its emerald green scales and carried a long grey sword that gleamed in the firelight. Both seemed to be made from polished bone, honed to a dangerous-looking sheen. Warrior Kobold level Mage Kobold level Warrior Undead Skeleton level 11 Slinger Kobold level 13-14 x2 Is that a boss? Ali's heart sank at the sight of the enormously powerful-looking Kobold warrior and what seemed to be his minions. There's no way we can beat them. The savage bite of frustration and disappointment was made just that much sharper by being able to see the exit that lay just beyond the Kobold campfire. I got so much stronger yesterday and I'm still not enough. Far from it. Nevin Eld would crush me like a bug. I don't have Callan's skill, Marto answered, but it looks like it's a boss. I don't think we can take this group. Can we slip past? Ali asked. I don't see how that skeleton will definitely see us coming. Neither of us have stealth skills. Is there another way out of the city? The city has other gates, she answered. But I don't think we can make it, not anymore. The lump in her throat and the constriction in her heart refused to go away, no matter how hard she tried. She had only 2 days left, and the next nearest gate was far from here, and let out in the mountains far from the grove. Come on, don't give up, Marto said. We have to try. He was clearly putting on a brave face for her benefit, and she appreciated the effort. But deep inside she knew she didn't have time. The chilling certainty that she would die down here took root within her heart. Okay, she said, forcing a smile on her face. A smile that felt like it was stuck on with cheap glue and would fall off at the slightest breeze. We need to get to the north gate. Even if she didn't last the journey, she could still point him in the right direction and maybe one of them would survive. That's better than both of us dying, right? Okay, let's go, he answered. His enthusiasm sounded equally forced. Who are we fooling? Ourselves. But the sight of the exit, so tantalizingly close and yet so impossible to reach, had crushed what little hope remained, dashed to pieces against the impenetrable wall of the Kobold boss. As silently as they could, they retreated through the tunnel and back into the ruined city, and once Ali had a chance to recover her bearings, she began to lead them toward the distant north gate. It took them the better part of an hour before she located a main thoroughfare, and only then did their speed begin to improve. Patrol, Marto whispered urgently, stepping back into the alleyway with her and the cover of darkness. They waited in silence, listening to the kobold chirps as they slowly passed by in the broader main street, sizing them up, trying to decide their course of action. The group of kobolds stopped for a while, and Ali's anxiety began to rise, and so did the cramping in her muscles as she tried not to move or make a sound. In the darkness near to her, Marto shifted uncomfortably. One of the tightly fitted grey flagstones shifted under the weight of his foot, and he stumbled. Click, whoosh, thump. A huge rock attached to a fraying rope swung down from the roof of the building on the opposite side and slammed into Marto's back, launching him across the street and into a wall where his body collapsed in a heap. With loud yipping chirps and calls of alarm, the patrol sprang into action, charging Ali. Warrior Kobold level 11-15 extra mage, Kobold level 13 slinger, Kobold level 12 crap. Marto, acting entirely on instinct, Ali created a barrier to hide behind and sent her warrior to charge the enemies. Get the mage, she instructed her rogues, fixing the image of the fire mage in her mind as she projected her intent. Her pair of rogues slipped away, vanishing into the shadows on their way to ambush the mage. The clash of steel rang out in the street, echoing off the stark stone walls of the nearby buildings. A stone the size of an egg cracked sharply against her barrier and ricocheted into the darkness of the alleyway behind her. More of them, not good. Her warrior was outnumbered and was quickly giving ground against the furious attacks of the pair of enemy warriors, bolstered by flying rocks and the occasional sizzle of a firebolt. Ali trembled, crouching behind her barrier with her minuscule health total foremost in her mind, while trying to cast her roots to save her kobold warrior. From across the street, a dark red mist began to seep out of the crumpled shape that was Marto's body, soon developing into billowing clouds. The indistinct form in the shadows began to twist and warp, growing dramatically larger, and suddenly, with a great roar, he shot across the street and slammed into the two kobold warriors, knocking one sprawling from the sheer momentum. Marto, heal, Ali screamed. She got another roar for a response, but the flicker of green on the impact of his claws told her that the rock trap hadn't knocked him quite so far into his rage that he lost control. Quickly, she switched her attention to the fire mage at the back, and the already intensifying glow of flame blooming in his clawed grasp. Hiding behind her magical barrier, she released her bolts overhead to arc downward, pelting the smoking red-scaled kobold with golden orbs of her magic. Her two rogues chose that very moment to emerge from stealth with their devastating ambush attacks, daggers glinting wickedly in the light of the fire as they stabbed in tandem, sliding their silent blades between his lower ribs. The mage staggered, losing control of his magic, and the partially formed fireball careened off into the alleyway, detonating with a loud bang against a wall. Heat radiated from the concussion wave of flame on her back, but her nasty tattered robes did their job, reducing the damage to a few paltry points. Phew. I hope nothing heard that, she thought. Her rogues chirped to each other, coordinating their attacks as they flanked the mage. Her Sage of Learning kicked in, beginning to drain her mana. Not a good time. The enemy mage switched to the smaller and faster Firebolt spell, but the relentless attacks from her rogues, daggers and her arcane bolts killed it before it could get off more than a few shots. She let out a held breath as the mage collapsed, relieved that the most dangerous enemy was dead. As Ali directed her two rogues to attack the slinger, who was still peppering her barrier with stones, they chirped again, causing her to lose even more mana to her frustratingly ill-timed sage skill. She thumped her forehead with the heel of her hand. Stop it, seriously. The slinger managed to fire off 2 shots at her rogue, whose body was still smoking from the fire mage's magic, and it collapsed in the middle of the street right before reaching its foe, releasing her reserved mana with the sharp whip crack of a dishcloth stinging her mind. Down a rogue and missing the benefits of ambushing from stealth, Ali took far longer to kill the slinger, but she persevered, whittling it down with stab wounds and sizzling bolts of her arcane magic. This was long enough for Marto to take care of one of the warriors by himself. She sprinted over and deconstructed the corpse to recover the substantial amount of mana she had spent, while sending her remaining rogue limping over to help Marto with the last kobold. As soon as her mana was recovered, she joined in with her bolts, and the last kobold in the patrol collapsed. "Help Marto," she instructed, and her 2 kobold minions leapt to assist Marto in dragging the corpses into a nearby house while they hid, worried that the sound of fighting and the detonation might have attracted nearby patrols. But apart from some distant chirping, all remained quiet. Your group has defeated warrior, kobold level 11-15 extra. Your group has defeated fire mage, kobold level 13. Your group has defeated slinger, kobold level 12. Grove warden has reached level 10 plus 10 attribute points. Arcane bolt has reached level 10. Barrier has reached level 10. Class skill slot unlocked. She barely muffled a squeal of delight. What a class skill! Ali had not expected to level up, but defeating the higher-level kobolds, and presumably the additional danger of the initial rock trap, had somehow earned her enough experience to reach level 10. All that was well and good, but the snippet of glowing golden text persisted in her mind, refusing to go away. Class skill slot unlocked. Class skill. The notifications continued to stream by, a soft chorus of chimes in the back of her mind. New skills are available for Grove Warden. New skill unlocked. Class level has reached 10. Raised 2 arcane skills to at least level 10. Perception has surpassed 10. Received master level instruction in mana manipulation. Arcane insight. You can see mana. Arcane perception. New skill unlocked. Class level has reached 10. Defeated multiple enemies while having your health reduced by 80% or more. Has summoned 5 or more minions. Their damage is increased proportionally to how damaged you are. Range 20 meters. Nature minion. Endurance. New skill unlocked. Class level has reached 10. Defeated multiple enemies above your level using minions. Disrupted an ambush attack using the perception skill of a minion. Observed your minions fighting with martial skills and weapons. Martial insight. Your mana empowering summoned creatures now carries your accumulated experience. Your creatures gain plus 40 plus skill plus perception /10% to combat abilities. Martial insight only gains experience when you observe your minions. Combat. Nature minion mastery perception. Marto, I got a new skill slot and 3 choices, Ali exclaimed in an excited whisper. Quickly she shared the options with him. I want arcane insight. Her excitement grew as she read the deceptively simple description. I will be able to see magic. Mana was the fundamental energy of magic, the substance that made up its structure and the infinite intricacies of its formations. Every important magic researcher had a skill like this. Being able to see mana was essential to understanding magic. Her mother had such a skill, and she had used it to teach Ali to manipulate her mana, earning her first arcane cantrip skill when she was a child. That isn't going to help us get out of here. Marto's words pierced her bubble of excitement and brought her crashing back down to the reality of what they faced. The other 2 sound as if they would be more useful. He's right. She desperately didn't want him to be right, but he was. Berserk Summoner would be great if it counts your withdrawal as damage, Marto said, wrinkling his nose as if he understood her dilemma, but then his voice grew quieter. But I'm not sure we want more Berserker skills. I agree, Ali said, considering the skill for a moment. It is too risky. Martial Insight is a much more straightforward improvement to minion damage. Well, maybe. That wording about experience is weird. Yes, how many creatures can you make? Marto asked. I was going to put my points into Vitality, but I could do Wisdom and maybe summon up to 5 kobolds, she replied. Why, Martial Insight looks like a large damage boost. If you have enough creatures to leverage it, do you think we can take that boss kobold at the entrance hall? A sudden blinding ray of hope surged in her heart as she hastily checked her mana and the skill description. It was a mastery skill, and therefore a passive boost to her minions, meaning it wouldn't cost any more mana than the amount she already reserved to support them. If she followed Marto's idea, she could bring more minions to the fight. But she would leave herself dangerously low on mana for her defenses, making herself vulnerable and far more reliant on her creatures. I can be more aggressive with Deconstruction. Her mana use besides her minions would just be Arcane Bolt, Barrier and Grasping Roots, and whatever the stupid sage eats. Let's try it, Ali said. It would be close, but there was no more time. Waiting would simply be giving the doomsday clock of her domain withdrawal more time to tick. Besides, even if she followed her normal approach of investing all 10 points into Vitality, with her racial limitations and the current state of her withdrawal, it would only increase her total health by 10. This might very well be our only option. Observing Marto's sober nod from the corner of her eye, she swallowed what felt like a burning rock and dropped all her attribute points into Wisdom. An expansive sense of openness unfolded somewhere deep within her as the well of her mana grew dramatically larger. Quickly, she summoned 3 more kobolds, 2 level 8 rogues and a level 9 warrior. Your reserved mana has increased by plus 179. She checked her mana to verify her mental calculations while summoning armor and weapons for her newest minions. Health 4850 minus 80% domain withdrawal stamina, 12150 mana, 112,670, 283 reserved. With a last longing look at Arcane Insight, Ali selected Martial Insight and immediately felt a strangely disconcerting mental connection to each of her 5 kobolds that were standing around watching her. You have gained the class skill Martial Insight. That feels odd. I guess it's a perception-based skill. It will be tight, but I think this can work, Ali said eventually. She was going to need to be extremely frugal with her mana usage. Marto flexed his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. Ready, I'm ready. I really hope this works. Ali peered into the ruined entrance hall, dimly lit by the flickering kobold campfire. Warrior kobold level mage, kobold level 17 warrior, undead skeleton level 11 slinger, kobold level 13-14 x2. I can identify the mage now, it's level 17, Ali whispered, eyes glued to the hunched kobold fire mage sitting on a rock while the dancing glow of the campfire flickered off her gleaming red scales like a portent of doom. What do you think? Marto asked. All signs of his growing depression seemed to have vanished, and instead he bristled with a strangely restless, manic energy that could only come from desperation. We're insane, Ali thought. That's a level 17 fire mage. The number of things that could go wrong was astronomical. Her new skill was unproven. It could so easily prove to be inadequate for the fight. She could run out of mana. The boss could be way too strong, just like Arman's skeleton. Ali stopped herself and took a deep breath. I'm willing to risk it if you are. She honestly didn't have a choice, but even so, she was not about to drag Marto into this if he wasn't sure. They could very well lose their lives in this fight, Ali in particular, given her extremely vulnerable health. She saw him take a deep breath too. Let's do it then, he said. Whatever happens, let's have a good fight. He shifted into his bare form and stepped up to the entrance. The biggest wildcards in the fight were going to be the giant warrior kobold and the level 17 mage. Can you engage the big guy and keep him busy? She asked. I'll put my 2 warriors on the skeleton and try to kill the mage first. The huge bear dipped his head once, chuffing softly as he expelled air through his mouth, and then stepped out into the hall. The barely restrained energy from before settled like a sense of resolve into his powerful frame. With a great roar he charged, grabbing the attention of the entire room. His massive bulk barreled into the giant kobold, sending the others sprawling in a spray of cinders and sparks from the campfire he had just destroyed. Go! Ali's warriors charged forward, and her rogues were nowhere to be seen. Using the chaos of Marto's entrance, Ali slipped into the entrance hall, placed her back up against a giant boulder, a fragment of the once great gates of Dalmara, and surveyed the battle. Now that she was fully committed, her mind told her she was an idiot and she was going to die, probably to a fireball the size of a house. She shut her mind up by summoning a barrier. Ollie found she could tell precisely where her invisible rogues were as they sneaked past the middle of the fight in stealth. Martial insight was a bizarre new sense she had never had before, similar to the way she always knew where her arm was, even with her eyes closed, only the same thing for her minions. Across the chamber, the kobold fire mage invoked her flames, hunched over a walking stick, staring in Ollie's direction with her hate-filled gleaming red eyes. Ollie began her assault, lofting golden arcane bolts high over the battlefield to impact the mage while she crouched, sandwiched between her boulder and her barrier. As the mage extended her clawed hand, the ball of flame hovering above it, Ollie signaled her rogues. Now shadows shifted, momentarily filled with whetted blades, and all three rogues simultaneously ambushed the fire mage. The brutal flurry of dagger strikes caused the kobold to falter, and the fireball careened off into the wall above Ollie's head, detonating with a ringing bang and raining gobs of fire all around her. Freak that was too close. Ollie gritted her teeth and hung onto the focus required to maintain her magic. Come on, come on. Suddenly the shadows nearby flickered as a gob of flame fell from the wall, bouncing off something unseen. Instantly, before the panic could even register, she threw up a new barrier between her and the shadow. With a loud clink of metal, a dagger struck her barrier, cracking it, and a black-scaled enemy rogue appeared out of nowhere, looming over her as its lips curled back into a snarl revealing far too many razor-sharp fangs. Just like in her first fight with Malika guiding her, Ollie calmed herself, hiding behind her barrier, and cast her grasping roots spell. The gnarled wooden roots sprang up and latched onto the rogue's ankles and coiled around his tail. Then she stepped away from the struggling kobold and recreated her barrier, and only then did she let her terror register in her mind. Her kobold rogues chirped and yipped, and she sensed their concern flowing through her new augmented link with them. Kill the mage. She reinforced her intention through the connection. It wouldn't do to have them rushing over to save her,